Chapter 387, I just came to have fun. Jiang Chen, who could have caught up, wanted to overtake himself. Duan Xing's expression suddenly changed. He exploded with all his strength and chased after Jiang Chen in front. It's just that in the last 9 steps of the Taishu ladder, the coercion suffered by each ascending layer increases exponentially. Even with Duan Xing, who broke out in full force, his climbing speed became slower and slower. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, who was in front of him, showed no reduction in speed, flashing towards the highest point of the Taishu ladder like a stroll in a leisurely courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, Duan Xing had just rushed to the 95th floor, and Jiang Chen had already stepped onto the 99th floor of the Taishu ladder. Even if he climbed the Taishu ladder half an hour later than the others, Jiang Chen still became the one who passed the Taishu ladder. That kid actually broke through the Taishu ladder before Duan Xing. It's really not to look at people, this kid is really not an ordinary evildoer. Under the Taishu ladder, many people were stunned by the shock. Taishu ladder can reflect the talent and potential of the martial artist to a certain extent. Could it be that this little-known Maodo boy has a martial arts talent even stronger than Duan Xing? Jiang Chen naturally ignored the shock of everyone below. At the moment of passing the Taishu ladder, Jiang Chen's gaze was attracted by the sight in front of him. I saw a magnificent building towering up 1,000 meters away from him. These buildings plunge directly into the cloud, as if connected to the sky, boundless. As expected, Taishu sect, one of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness, is really extraordinary. Looking at the building that looked like a fairy palace in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmured. Tisk tusk. It took 1 hour and 9 minutes to pass the Taishu ladder, what a pity. Just when Jiang Chen looked at the building in front of him in a daze, a somewhat regretful voice suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen woke up suddenly. He raised his head and looked into the air, and a middle-aged man in Xingyi standing in the air appeared in his sight. Standing in the air, this is a sign of a strong person in the pill condensation stage. The middle-aged Xingyi in front of him is obviously a real pill condensing powerhouse. Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged Xingyi in midair, clasping his fists and saying, I don't know what senior is. My name is Fan Ping, I'm just a deacon of Taishuzong, you can call me Deacon Fan. The middle-aged Xingyi smiled slightly. He pointed his finger behind Jiang Chen and said, little guy, if you go faster, you will be able to stay on the ladder and be directly promoted to the inner disciple. Jiang Chen followed Fan Ping's finger and looked back and saw a huge boulder standing on the edge of the cliff. The boulder is 7 or 8 feet high, and its shape is like a reduced version of the Taishu ladder. And on this reduced version of the Taishu ladder, each layer is engraved with a line of gold glittering handwriting. Jiang Chen's gaze also instantly fell on the writing on the first layer below. 99 on the ladder. Yi Wei, it took 1 hour and 8 minutes to clear the customs. Compared with Jiang Chen's 1 hour and 9 minutes, this person named Yi Wei only spent 1 minute less time, no wonder Fan Ping regretted Jiang Chen. Haha, the ladder list is set up for Taishuzong's selection of disciples, it doesn't make much sense to me, I just came to have fun. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately a token flashed out of his palm. Chapter 388, Enter Taishu Sect. Tai Zuzong Disciple Identity Token, didn't you expect you to be Tai Zuzong's disciple? Fan Ping looked at the token in Jiang Chen's hand, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Before entering Taishu Sect, he has become a disciple of Taishu Sect. Such people are extremely rare even if they look at the 3 countries within the jurisdiction of Taishu. Fan Ping finally understood why Jiang Chen had been so casual in climbing the Taishu ladder. Taishu ladder does not make any sense to Taishuzong disciples. Even if Jiang Chen passed the Taishu ladder to be eligible to remain on the ladder, it would not show up on the ladder at all. Just in general, people like Jiang Chen who have already obtained the status of Taishu disciple before entering the sect will have a high-level sect leading his clan. But it was the first time Fan Ping had seen someone like Jiang Chen who came to climb the Taishu ladder alone. When Jiang Chen was talking with Fan Ping, another figure flashed out from the Taishu ladder. This person who passed the Taishu ladder was naturally Duan Xing behind Jiang Chen. Duan Xing, you finally came up. Seeing Duan Xing coming out of Taishu ladder, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly lifted, you have lost this competition. HMPH, I don't need you to remind me, Duan Xing won't fail to lose. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Duan Xing's face also didn't look so good. This time he came to climb the Taishu ladder. Not only did he not make a name on the ladder list, but he also lost to the unknown kid Jiang Chen in a bet. Seeing Duan Xing surrendered, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, then meditated on the side and closed his eyes to rest. Other warriors who climbed the Taishu ladder also passed the Taishu ladder one after another. Nearly 100 warriors gathered around Jiang Chen. Fan Ping's faint voice in midair also rang directly in everyone's ears. The time has come, this Taishu ladder assessment is over. Little guys, congratulations to you for successfully passing the Taishu ladder and becoming a member of Taishu sect. I am Fan Ping, the deacon of Taishu sect. I am responsible for introducing you to the sect. Follow me. Fan Ping's faint voice fell, and then led everyone to flash past the group of buildings in front. Fan Ping led everyone to the simple house at the bottom of the building complex. Except for Jiang Chen, everyone was given an identity token for the outer disciple. Little guys, Taishuzong's competition is cruel. From today, you will live here. This is the residence of the new disciple of Taishuzong. All resources are the lowest of Taishuzong. If you want to obtain better cultivation resources, you can only rely on yourself. The most inferior residence, the most inferior resource. Fan Ping's words are undoubtedly very harsh to Jiang Chen and his party. The Qing Junji present is almost certainly not the genius of Zongxing Pengyu in the Three Kingdoms. But when they arrived at Taishuzong, they became the lowest level existence. Deacon Fan, how can we obtain better training resources? One of the young men couldn't help asking. In each of the houses in front of you, there is an introductory jade slip with a detailed introduction about Taishu sect, and you will know it then. After Fan Ping finished speaking, he disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. Chapter 389, Meet Lei Haokong again. After Fan Ping left, everyone also walked towards the house in front of them. These inferior residences are the buildings located at the bottom of Taishuzong. Except for the houses in the most marginal area where the handyman disciples live, it is almost the last house in front of me. However, Jiang Chen glanced slightly across the hundreds of houses and found that there was a problem. In this area where newly enrolled outer disciples live, houses are also divided into 2 or 3 grades. The worst of them occupies most of them. These houses have nothing other than food and accommodation. But for a small part of the houses, Jiang Chen felt the blessing of the spirit gathering array, and the vitality of the heavens and the earth in it was much more abundant. What surprised Jiang Chen most was, in the center of this house, there are actually 10 courtyards that look very conspicuous. Are these courtyards also for the new disciples? After the deacon Fan brought them here, he didn't assign them a specific house. This also means that each of them is qualified to compete for the 10 best courtyards in the middle. From the moment you step into the sect, the competition has already begun. It's interesting. It seems that the world of Zongmen is much more cruel than I thought. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth made a slight arc, and he strode towards the courtyard in the middle. Duan Xing hesitated slightly, and finally followed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen came to the gate of the first courtyard on the far left in the middle. Before Jiang Chen entered the courtyard to find out, a loud noise suddenly came from the courtyard. A figure flew upside down from the courtyard like a broken kite. Seeing this figure suddenly flying upside down, Jiang Chen was stunned. Because the person who flew upside down was not someone else, it was Lei Haokong, who had a good friendship with him at Yanwang Wuwan. Seeing Lei Haokong, who was smashed at him in embarrassment, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He appeared next to Lei Haokong in a flash, and then grabbed Lei Haokong's shoulders, letting Lei Haokong's body fall firmly on the ground. Jiang Chen, seeing Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, Lei Haokong's pale face couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Jiang Chen looked at Lei Haokong with a look of astonishment. Brother Lei, what's going on? Why are you coming to Taishu sect too? Taishuzong suddenly recruited disciples ahead of schedule this year, and the top 10 students on the dragon list of the Yanwangwu Academy were all qualified to enter Taishuzong. It's just that this Taishuzong competition is really cruel. When we came here yesterday, we snatched this courtyard, but we didn't expect to be blasted out today. Lei Haokong smiled wryly. Just as Lei Haokong's voice fell, there was another fierce collision in the courtyard. The figure of an acquaintance was directly smashed out of the courtyard. Yin Kai, unexpectedly, he actually made it into the top 10 of Yanwang Martial Arts Academy's dragon list, and obtained the qualification to enter Taishu sect. Jiang Chen was startled, but he still rescued Yin with a lightning strike. And just when Jiang Chen took over Yin Kai, an extremely overbearing voice came from the courtyard in an instant. The two, censored, who haven't broken through the Kaiyuan realm also want to occupy the courtyard. This courtyard will belong to Lao Su from now on, you two can get away as far as you can get to me. Chapter 390, Arrogant Fu Yong. Who is that person inside? Hearing the overbearing voice in the courtyard, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. His name is Fu Yong, who is said to be a genius from the Middle Duan family of the three ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom. Lei Haokong smiled bitterly. When I came to Taishu sect, I finally saw what a real genius is. Just now I joined forces with Yin Kai, and I couldn't even take a single move from him. Are you from the three ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He looked back at Duan Xing behind him. You should know this Fu Yong, right? Duan Xing expressionlessly said, this Fu Yong is one of the two great geniuses of the Fu family, isn't he strong? He tilted his head to face Lei Haokong and smiled lightly. Brother Lei, let me go in and meet the guy in the meeting. I will bring this courtyard back for you. He has a relationship with Lei Haokong. Last time Lei Haokong gave him a bottle of Lark Spring. Now that Lei Haokong is in trouble, Jiang Chen can't naturally stand by. Jiang Chen, that Fu Yong has already broken through the Kaiyuan realm, and also possesses a powerful bloodline. Isn't it really a problem for us to enter this way? Lei Haokong hesitated slightly. Don't worry, it's not just the geniuses of the three ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom. It's no big deal. The geniuses of the three ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom, this is not the first time I have cleaned up. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately walked into the courtyard in front of him. Walk into the courtyard. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and saw a tall young man standing in the middle of the courtyard like an iron tower with his back facing them. Don't you understand human words? I have made it very clear just now that this courtyard will be mine in the future. Finally, I will give you a chance to get out of the courtyard immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. Feel the movement behind him. Before the tall young man turned around, the cold voices rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Hee, Your Excellency is too arrogant. This courtyard was originally my friend's. I think the person who should get out should be you. Looking at the tall young man in the courtyard, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile coldly. The strange voice suddenly heard behind him also made the tall young man startled. He turned around abruptly. When he saw that there were two more Jiang Chen beside Lei Haokong, a sneer suddenly appeared on his face. I said, you two big summer kingdom's trash would have the courage to come back. It turned out to be a helper. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. Since you know that I am here to take the courtyard back for them, don't you let the courtyard out. Ha. Since this courtyard was taken by Fu Yong, it belongs to me. What are you, dare to speak up in front of me? My Fu Yong's things can't be robbed by any cat or dog. When Fu Yong heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help laughing in disdain. It was just a helper from the wastes of the two great Sha kingdoms. No matter how strong they were, where could they be? Fu Yong, I haven't seen you for a few days. I didn't expect you to be more and more arrogant. Who do you think is a cat or a dog? A figure that made Ling Fuyong a little familiar came out directly behind Jiang Chen. Seeing this figure suddenly walking out from behind Jiang Chen, Fu Yong's gaze also instantly solidified. Duan Xing, why are you? Chapter 391, If you want to lie down, I will fulfill you. Duan Xing, you, why would you mix with the waste of these Daxia kingdoms? Seeing Duan Xing who suddenly appeared in his sight, Fu Yong couldn't help but flashed a look of shock in his eyes. Also, don't think that you are the genius of the three ancient tribes of the True Dragon Nation, and just talk about it all day long. Maybe your so-called Fu clan genius is not as good as the waste in your mouth. Duan Xing sneered coldly. I advise you, if you don't want to be boring, then let this courtyard out. Duan Xing, it seems that you are really planning to stand up for them today. Others may be afraid of you Duan Xing, but I am not afraid of Fu Yong. Even if it is you, I don't want to let Lao Su let this courtyard out today. Fu Yong stared at Duan Xing sternly, and his whole person instantly became murderous. He and Duan Xing are both the top geniuses of the three ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom, and their strength is half a catty. And blood, strength. The bloodline of the wild tiger of their Fu family is stronger than the bloodline of the Shenfeng family of the Duan family. If he really wants to start, he won't be half afraid of Duan Xing. I am not the one who asked you to give up this courtyard today. I just saw everyone from the 3 ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom, which seems to remind you. Duan Xing smiled and looked at Fu Yong. If you have to stay and die, I promise not to stop you. Ha. Duan Xing, I think your brain was kicked by a donkey, right? Today I just want to stay in this courtyard, who can get me? Fu Yong couldn't help laughing disdainfully. Perhaps his strength is nothing in the genius Taishu sect. But in this group of new disciples, strength is definitely the top existence. With these few wastes from Daxia Kingdom in front of him, Fu Yong really didn't take it seriously. Seeing Fu Yong's arrogant appearance, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you sure you want to stay? Fu Yong snorted coldly. Now this courtyard is my site, why can't I stay? Jiang Chen nodded, and his proud voice resounded instantly. Before I do it, you may have time to leave now. Jiang Chen said lightly. Otherwise, you might have to lie down and leave soon. Fu Yong smiled furiously. I want to see today, what do you have for me to lie down and leave? Since you want to lie down and leave so much, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Fu Yong. The shocking punch that contained his fist, and blasted Fu Yong at lightning speed. Fu Yong sneered. He squeezed his fist suddenly and confronted Jiang Chen directly and without shy. 2 equally fierce punches instantly blasted together in midair. Both of them shuddered slightly, and then stepped back a few steps. At the first level of Kaiyuan, with a great punch, I didn't expect you to have some strength. But, if you have this strength, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of Lao Su. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was equal to himself, a sneer of contempt was lifted from the corner of Fu Yong's mouth. Seeing his soul stepped on the ground, a powerful bloodline burst out of him instantly. Chapter 392, Let you see the real power of blood. Boy, see the power of the blood of my Fu family crazy tiger. It can be seen that Jiang Chen is not weak in strength. Fu Yong directly inspired the Fu family's crazy tiger bloodline without hesitation. As Fu Yong stimulated the blood of the mad tiger, a series of strange rays of light also kept flickering in Fu Yong's body. I saw that Fu Yong's already unusually tall body had soared a bit more. The terrifying power soared in Fu Yong's body like the resurrection of God of War. The bloodline of the Fu family crazy tiger is a bloodline force that blesses power. Showcasing the blood of the mad tiger, Fu Yong's power soared several times almost instantly. Boy, I want to see how you can block my next punch. Fu Yong stared at Jiang Chen fiercely, and the thunderous roar of anger also blew up in the air instantly. Fu Yong's figure also stepped out suddenly. And at the moment when the soles of his feet fell, the ground within 10 meters of him trembled fiercely. Fu Yong's stature is extremely stalwart, like a king of the world, the king is over the world. Give me to die. Fu Yong waved his fist, directly bringing up a terrifying force that swept across the army, and smashed it at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. He directly displayed the true meaning of the wind and the movement of the universe, and his figure disappeared in a flash. At the moment when Jiang Chen disappeared, Fu Yong's fierce punch suddenly fell. The terrifying fist strength directly smashed a huge hole, with a diameter of 3 meters in the place where Jiang Chen had been previously. Sure enough, things are gathered by kind and people are divided by groups. I didn't expect that your other skills are not so good, but you can hide like Duan Xing. But, I want to see if you can hide a few punches from me. Fu Yong smiled contemptuously, and immediately rushed into Jiang Chen like a mad bull. Senior brother Lei, this Fu Yong's blood is so strong, can Jiang Chen stop it? Looking at the powerful power that Fu Yong burst out, Yin opened his eyes with a look of worry. Don't worry, since brother Jiang Chen dares to bring us in, he must be sure to defeat Fu Yong. Lei Haokong looked calm and authentic. If Jiang Chen did not break through the Kaiyuan realm, Lei Haokong might still be a little worried. But Jiang Chen, who broke through the Kaiyuan realm, coupled with the double sword intent he had understood, it was definitely an invincible existence of the same level. No matter how strong this Fu Yong's bloodline is, it is definitely not Jiang Chen's opponent. Duan Xing on the side looked at the situation in front of him, with a strange look in his eyes. Duan Xing naturally understood Fu Yong, a genius of the Fu family. Once this guy displays the blood of the Fu family crazy tiger, even he has to temporarily avoid the edge. Duan Xing also wanted to know how Jiang Chen would deal with Fu Yong, who showed his blood power. Under the gaze of the three, Fu Yong's figure soon appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Boy, You can be proud of being able to die under the blood of my Fu family crazy tiger. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, Fu Yong smiled sensibly, and slammed Jiang Chen's head with his fist like thunder. Jiang Chen looked indifferently at Fu Yong's oncoming fist, and an unusually terrifying bloodline power quickly exploded from his body. "Huh, with the power of your mere censored bloodline, what right do you have to show off in front of me? Next, I will let you see what true bloodline power is." Chapter 393, Qian Guiyuan's bloodline is majestic. Jiang Chen's proud voice fell, and the blood of Kai Yan Guiyuan's body was also instantly excited. A powerful blood pressure filled the air. Whether it is Duan Xing, who has the blood of Shenfeng, or Fu Yong, who has the blood of Crazy Tiger. They all felt that the bloodline power in their bodies was actually suppressed by the powerful bloodline power of Jiang Chen. It deserves to be the blood force formed by the fusion of the congenital return body and the blood of Kai Yan. It is really powerful. Feeling the powerful power brought by the blood of Kai Yan Guiyuan's body, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but lift a slight curve. The Qi family's Qian bloodline was originally the same as the Duan family's Shenfeng bloodline and the Fu family's Crazy Tiger bloodline. And Jiang Chen's bloodline is a new bloodline evolved from the fusion of the Qian bloodline and the innate return body bloodline. The strength of this bloodline has reached a new level, which is naturally not comparable to the bloodlines of the three ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom. Display the blood of Kai Yan Guiyuan. Jiang Chen looked at Fu Yong faintly, and the fist that contained the power of blood directly blasted past without evasive. Looking at Jiang Chen's punch that contains the power of blood, Fu Yong's pupils suddenly shrank, and even an inexplicable chill appeared in his heart. At this moment, the arrow is already on the string and I have to send it. Fu Yong had to grit his teeth and fought Jiang Chen with all his strength. The fist containing the power of blood collided instantly, making a loud noise in the air. I saw Fu Yong's figure trembled suddenly, blood spurted from his mouth, and his whole body flew upside down like a broken kite. Jiang Chen looked at Fu Yong, who was flying backwards with a blank face, and chased him out as soon as he moved. Before Fu Yong could stabilize his figure, Jiang Chen had already appeared beside Fu Yong. He peeked into his palm and grabbed Fu Yong's shoulder directly and neatly. Fu Yong looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and his eyes also showed an unprecedented panic. The hairy boy in front of him, who he didn't even put in his eyes, would have such a terrifying bloodline power. Even if he inspired the blood of the mad tiger of the Fu family, he still didn't have any resistance. "Don't do anything, don't you want to lie down and leave? I'm just perfecting you." Jiang Chen's faint voice fell. The palm of his hand that held Fu Yong's shoulder was slightly hard, and he saw Fu Yong stagger and fell to the ground. And at the moment Fu Yong fell to the ground, Jiang Chen kicked Fu Yong's waist mercilessly with his right foot. Hearing a scream from Fu Yong, the whole person was smashed towards the outside of the courtyard. Okay. What a powerful bloodline. It was seen that Fu Yong, a genius of the Fu family who had the same reputation as him in the true Dragon Kingdom, was kicked out of the courtyard by Jiang Chen. Duan Xing's eyes also showed unconcealed horror. Duan Xing was still a little dissatisfied with his loss to Jiang Chen on the Taishu ladder. But now that he saw Jiang Chen's powerful bloodline power, Duan Xing knew how ridiculous his thoughts were. It turned out that Jiang Chen didn't even use the power of his bloodline at the Taishu ladder. But Jiang Chen still easily crushed him while climbing the Taishu ladder. Duan Xing was completely convinced by Jiang Chen in his heart. The martial arts talent of this guy in front of him, even in this genius Taishu sect, is definitely one of the best. Chapter 394, Handyman Task, Gather Medicine. After resolving Fu Yong, the two of Lei Haokong returned to the courtyard. Jiang Chen did not rob other courtyards either, but settled down in this courtyard with Lei Haokong and the others. Although this courtyard is not large, there is no problem with accommodating 3 or 4 people. Choose a room in the courtyard. Jiang Chen took out the jade slip of the Taishu sect that Lei Haokong gave him to check. It took about an hour before Jiang Chen finally got a general understanding of Taishu sect. As one of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness, Taishu sect is powerful. There are countless sect condensing pill realm powerhouses, and even several divine sea realm powers. Tai Zuzong possesses the top cultivation resources in the northern wilderness. However, in Taishu sect, most of the training resources need honor points in exchange. There are many ways to earn honor points. Hunting monsters, completing sect missions, or achieving certain achievements of the sect can all earn certain honor points. In short, To obtain better training resources in Taishu sect, everything can only be won by strength. Lei Haokong and others found Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, we are going to the Zongwutang to receive the handyman mission to earn some honor points. Do you want to go together? There are many ways for Tai Zuzong to earn honor points, but the only one that is really suitable for new disciples is to take handyman tasks. As for the star-level mission of hunting monsters and sects, for the new disciple, it is almost a life of 9 deaths, and almost no one dares to get involved easily. As for the records of the various achievements of the sect, it is an unattainable luxury for them. Jiang Chen nodded. Okay, let's go take a look. In this place of Taishu Zong, honor points are indispensable. Not to mention anything else, just want to change to a better place to live, you have to not kill honor points. The top priority is that earning honor points is undoubtedly the most important thing for these new students. The group came to the Handyman Duty Collection Office of Zongwutang. Tai Zuzong's miscellaneous duties are also divided into many types. The easiest is to go to the daily task of picking herbs in Taishu Yam Mountain. Although these daily tasks are simple, the speed of obtaining honor points is relatively slow. If you know some knowledge of alchemy, formations, animal training, etc., you can accept tasks such as assisting alchemy and guarding animal pets. The requirements for these tasks are relatively high, and the honor points are relatively large. There is also a kind of high-returning handyman task, which is the sparring task. Some old disciples of Taishu sect, because they want to quickly master some martial arts, they need to practice with them. This kind of sparring task is very rewarding, but also quite dangerous. If you encounter some old disciples who are not serious about their actions, they may lie in bed for 10.5 days without care. Although the sparring task was extremely risky, Lei Haokong and the 3 of them still chose the sparring task. Sparring missions can not only get high honor points, but also can compete with masters, which can also accelerate your own strength. Even though it was a bit dangerous, Lei Haokong and the others still chose the sparring mission without hesitation. Boy, it's your turn, what handyman task do you choose? After Lei Haokong and the others chose the task, the steward in charge of the handyman couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I will choose the task of picking herbs. Chapter 395. I want to break a record and play. Pick medicine. As soon as Jiang said this, not only the supervisor in charge of the handyman task was stunned. Even Lei Haokong and the others beside Jiang Chen were so shocked that their eyes almost fell off. Medicine task. This is the simplest kind of task in Taishuzong's miscellaneous service task. The task of collecting medicine is not only less paid, but also a waste of time. Except for some weaker female disciples, few people would choose such a task as collecting medicine. Haha, I heard that right, that kid had to choose the task of collecting medicine. It's embarrassing for a dignified man to choose such a hopeless handyman task. It can be seen that Jiang Chen chose the task of collecting medicine. Many people around who came to take the handyman task all laughed at Shinobu with disdain. Brother Jiang Chen, do you really want to choose the task of collecting medicine? Lei Haokong looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Others may not know the details of Jiang Chen. However, he was very clear that Jiang Chen had not weak attainments in pillway and animal training. With Jiang Chen's strength, it is almost a breeze to complete the handyman task of Dantang or beast taming hall. It's just that he didn't think of it anyway. Jiang Chen unexpectedly chose the task of collecting herbs that few people chose. Yes, I chose the task of collecting medicine. Jiang Chen said lightly. I heard that there are records of medicine picking, I want to break a record and play. After reviewing Taishuzong's introductory jade slips last night, Jiang Chen discovered that the fastest way to earn honor points is to break Taishuzong's various achievements. As long as you can break an achievement record, you can get a lot of honor points. Among the various achievements of Taishuzong, there are records of collecting medicines. There are 3 collection records, namely the first day collection record, the single day collection record, and the total collection record. The first 2 records can each get 10,000 honor points. As for the final total record, the honor points reached 30,000, no doubt. Jiang Chen chose the task of picking herbs, just for the 3 records of the task of picking herbs. New record. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lei Haokong couldn't help but smile in his heart. Dare to love Jiang Chen and choose to pick herbs, and from the very beginning he broke the record. This guy, really is an evildoer who doesn't play cards according to common sense. Haha, I really laughed at me. Any record of Taishuzong has been refreshed time and time again by Taishuzong's disciples. Is it so easy to break? A new disciple who has just entered Taishu sect is delusional to break the record. I think he is purely dreaming. Hearing that Jiang Chen chose to pick the medicine to break the record, everyone couldn't help but ridiculed again. Taishuzong Medicine Mountain is a mountain of thousands of miles away from Taishuzong. This Lingshan is guarded by the Taishu sect's formation method, and almost no monsters will break in. Yaoshan is full of aura, gestating countless natural treasures. It's just that the area where Medicine Mountain is located is very special. Anyone who enters the range of Medicine Mountain will lose a lot of perception. The general Kaiyuan realm martial artist can almost only know the situation of a few meters in radius in Medicine Mountain. Precisely because of this, it is not easy to obtain high-grade medicinal materials from Yaoshan. For Jiang Chen, everything is not a problem. As a 5-rank alchemy master, and also mastered several martial arts true meanings, Jiang Chen's perception far surpassed ordinary Kaiyuan realm martial artists. With his strength, it is not a problem at all to break the 3 records of medicine collection. After receiving the task of collecting medicine, Jiang Chen separated from Lei Haokong and the 3 of them, and then, under everyone's sarcasm, headed toward the teleportation point of Medicine Mountain. Chapter 396, 5 Kinds of Medicinal Materials, Stone Heart Fruit. Step into the Medicine Mountain teleportation array. Jiang Chen found himself in a strange mountain. The mountains are soaring into the clouds, and the undulating peaks can hardly be seen. The mountain peaks are always obscured by dense clouds and fog. Even the general Kaiyuan realm martial artist has extremely limited visibility and perception. But this is not a big problem for Jiang Chen. He comprehended several kinds of martial arts true meaning, and the sword intent had reached the legendary dual realm. This Medicine Mountain is indeed weird, even if I can only clearly sense the situation within a radius of 10 meters. But this kind of perception is already 10 times stronger than the ordinary Kaiyuan realm martial artist. It should be no problem to break the record of collecting medicine. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and then concentrated on starting to gather medicine. Almost all treasures of heaven, material and earth have energy fluctuations. Different grades of medicinal materials have a very obvious difference in energy fluctuations. As a 5th grade alchemist, even if Jiang Chen didn't see the medicinal materials, as long as he sensed energy fluctuations, he could accurately distinguish the grades of the medicinal materials. Jiang Chen picked 2 third-class medicinal materials in succession. As for those 1st grade and 2nd grade medicinal materials that could only be exchanged for 1 or 2 honor points, Jiang Chen was completely indifferent and didn't bother to pick it. Carpet-style scraping all the way. In about half an hour, Jiang Chen had already collected 10 3rd-grade medicinal materials and 2 4th-grade medicinal materials. Jiang Chen estimated that these medicinal materials can also be exchanged for nearly 100 honor points. This is more than a star and a half away from the 880 honor points recorded on the first day of collecting medicine. But Jiang Chen was not angry either. At his rate of collecting medicines, breaking the record of collecting medicines on the first day before dark is still a breeze. Walked a distance further forward. A powerful energy fluctuation appeared in Jiang Chen's range of perception. It's such a strong energy fluctuation, it seems that there are 5-grade medicinal materials in front. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at a place 20 meters away from the front left, with an expression of incomparable surprise in his eyes. The energy fluctuations that appeared in front had obviously reached the 5th rank. And there seems to be more than one such powerful energy fluctuation. This also means that there is a group of 5-grade medicinal materials growing in front of them. The honor points of 1 5-grade medicinal material are almost equivalent to 3 4th-grade medicinal materials or 10 3rd-grade medicinal materials. If there is really a piece of 5-grade medicinal material growing in front of him, and Jiang Chen wants to break the record of collecting medicine on the first day, it will be a matter of minutes. There was a flash of light in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he swiftly flicked towards the place where the energy fluctuations radiated. Jiang Chen came to the place where the energy fluctuated. Jiang Chen was shocked to discover that the energy fluctuation he had just sensed was actually emitted from a 4 to 5 meter long black boulder. This is 5-grade medicinal material Shi Xin Guo. Looking at the black boulder in front of him, Jiang Chen was immediately surprised. This black boulder is a strange stone called Heiyaoshi. In this kind of stone, a 5-grade medicinal material called Shixingguo can be bred. There are more than a dozen energy fluctuations in the obsidian in front of him, which means that more than a dozen stone hearts have been bred. Just take out the dozens of xianxia, not to mention breaking the first-day medicinal collection record. Even if it breaks the record for the highest single-day drug collection, that is not a problem. Chapter 397, Herbalist. Stone Heart Fruit. This is a very strange 5-grade high-grade medicinal material. Its seeds are very light, like dandelions, which can float thousands of miles away. The seeds of lithocarpus have a natural affinity for obsidian. As long as you encounter xianxia, you will attach it without hesitation. And it can easily get into the interior of xianxia and then grow up slowly. Jiang Chen stared closely at the xianxia in front of him. With a move of his mind, he directly displayed his sword intent and split the xianxia in half. One by one, the black fruits embedded in the obsidian appeared in front of Jiang Chen. These black fruits are about the size of a fist and look like black pearls. Jiang Chen roughly counted, and there were 11 stone hearts bred out of the entire obsidian. According to Tai Zuzong's reward rules, a 5-grade high-grade medicinal material is enough to exchange 100 honor points. These 11 stone heart fruits can at least give Jiang Chen 1,100 honor points. Coupled with the medicinal materials he had picked earlier, he can redeem at least 1,300 honor points. In Taishuzong, the highest record of collecting medicine in a single day was only 1,200 points. Jiang Chen carefully put the 11 stone hearts into the storage bag for medicine picking, and then returned along the road. Jiang Chen returned to Taishuzong through the teleportation array, and then went straight to Zongwu Hall. Walking into the Zongwutang handyman task and handing over the task, Jiang Chen saw that many people had already come to receive the task reward. Oh, isn't this the kid who threatened to break the record of collecting medicine? Tisk tusk, I just entered Medicine Mountain and ran out within half a day. Can you say he can get 100 honor points? 100, you too value him. Every time you enter the Medicine Mountain in the task of collecting medicine, you will have to deduct 20 honor points for medicinal materials. I think he can collect these 20 honor points for medicinal materials. When Jiang Chen walked into the handyman task junction, some disciples who witnessed Jiang Chen threatening to break the record of collecting medicine in the morning couldn't help but mock with disdain. Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to the ridicule around him. He joined the queuing industry blankly, ready to hand in medicinal materials for honor points. Because it was still early, and not many people came to hand in the task, so it was Jiang Chen's turn soon. Boy, what you have taken is the task of collecting medicinal herbs, hand in the medicinal materials you picked. The person in charge of the handyman task office said directly. The task of collecting medicine seems simple, but it is not easy to earn honor points. Ordinary new disciples have been busy working in Yaoshan for a whole day, and at the end, after removing the medicinal materials with 20 honor points, they have basically little gain. It took less than half a day for this kid to enter the Medicine Mountain. What kind of medicinal materials can he harvest? Jiang Chen nodded, and then directly took out the special storage bag for Taishuzong's medicinal collection, and poured out all the medicinal materials in the storage bag. A large pile of medicinal materials piled up on the counter in front of the handyman task leader like a hill. The person in charge of the handyman task was stunned. Many disciples who were onlookers were so surprised that their eyes almost fell out. Almost everyone did not expect it. Less than half a day after Jiang Chen entered Yaoshan, he picked such a large amount of medicinal materials. This is simply not your average. It seems that this time Taishuzong will give birth to another herb picker. Chapter 398, 2 records were broken at once. This kid is too abnormal. The first time I entered Yaoshan, I picked so many medicinal materials. Tianxinhua, Shuiyutang, purple leaf crystal grass. My god, these medicinal materials are all 3 grade or higher. Looking at the mountains of medicinal materials on the counter, countless people around him took a breath. Especially some people who know the goods, can't help but scream in surprise. Just when everyone was shocked by the medicinal materials Jiang Chen poured out, I saw that Jiang Chen's palm holding the storage bag shook, and dozens of black fruits rolled out of the storage bag again. What is this black fruit? Why have I never seen it? Looking at the dozens of black fruits that Jiang Chen poured out, even the people around him who were familiar with medicinal materials were stunned. Look at these black fruits. The person in charge of the handyman task shrinks his eyes. His unbelievable scream also resounded in everyone's ears instantly. 5 grade high grade medicinal material Shishingguo. You. You unexpectedly picked 5th grade high-grade medicinal materials. It turned out to be a 5th-grade high-grade medicinal material. Hearing the words of the person in charge of the handyman task, countless people around were completely stunned. A 5th-grade high-level medicinal material is something that can be exchanged for hundreds of honor points. And this guy in front of him actually collected more than 10 5th-grade high-level medicinal materials xianxia in one breath. Seeing the xianxia that Jiang Chen took out, most of the disciples around were almost mad with envy and jealousy. They desperately received the sparring missions and earned 100 honor points a day. But this guy casually went to Medicine Mountain and earned dozens of times more honor points. This Tamar is too shocking. How did you find these stone hearts? The person in charge of the handyman task stared blankly at these xianxia. If it weren't for Taishuzong's special medicinal storage bag, which could only store medicinal materials in Yaoshan, he even suspected Jiang Chen was cheating. The stone fruit is hidden in obsidian. Generally speaking, the obsidian that gave birth to the sacred fruit looks no different from ordinary obsidian. There are thousands of obsidians, large and small, on Medicine Mountain. He really couldn't understand how Jiang Chen found the obsidian that gave birth to the stone heart fruit so quickly. It's just luck. I came across the first piece of obsidian on Medicine Mountain. As a result, I cut out the stone heart fruit. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for helping me figure out how many honor points can be redeemed here." I heard Jiang Chen's perfunctory answer. The person in charge of the handyman task could not help rolling his eyes. He was too lazy to continue to ask questions, and began to count Jiang Chen. It took about 5 minutes. He calculated the honor points that Jiang Chen had exchanged for all the medicinal materials. 1,330 honor points. Even if 20 honor points were deducted, Jiang Chen still got 1,310 honor points. This kid, he really broke the record. Moreover, I broke 2 herbal collection records at once. Awesome, this is too awesome. 1,310 honor points. This not only surpassed the 880 points of honor points recorded for the first time for medicine collection, but also exceeded the 1,260 points of honor points recorded for a single day of medicine collection. 2 herbal collection records were broken in one time. This Nima shouldn't be so exaggerated or so abnormal. Chapter 399, Whose Fist is Big makes sense. You got 1,310 honor points this time for collecting medicine. The reward for breaking the first day medicine collection record is 10,000, and the reward for breaking the single day medicine collection record is 10,000. The total is 21,310 honor points. Take out the identity token, I will transfer the honor points to you. The person in charge of the handyman task looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and some inexplicable meaning also appeared in his eyes. He actually didn't believe that Jiang Chen was just lucky. How can a guy who is confident enough to look down on low-grade medicinal materials and only picks 3rd-grade medicinal materials and above, can he do it by luck? The current 3 record holders of Taishuzong's medicine collection are an alchemy genius who has reached the 5th-grade alchemy master before the age of 20. On the first day, Jiang Chen broke 2 records. This is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Maybe this son's attainments in the alchemy are more powerful than the alchemy genius back then. Watching Jiang Chen take out the identity token, the person in charge of the handyman task also took out a mysterious golden token. He quickly urged the golden token, and a string of golden numbers instantly flew into Jiang Chen's identity token, 21,310 honor points. Seeing that Jiang Chen had obtained so many honor points in a long time after picking medicine, everyone around couldn't help showing a look of envy and hatred. In Taishuzong, it is very difficult for new disciples to earn honor points. Ordinary new disciples rely on handy duties and earn thousands of honor points a month. And Jiang Chen only collected medicine for half a day and won more than 20,000 honor points. With so many honor points, even if they spend a year, they may not earn it back. After receiving honor points, Jiang Chen left directly under countless envy and hatred eyes. After leaving the Zongwu Hall, Jiang Chen went straight back to the residence of the new disciple. The residence of the new disciple of Taishuzong is really not very good. Now that he has honor points, Jiang Chen plans to take Lei Haokong and the others to a better place. When Jiang Chen returned to the place where the new disciple lived, he found that a large group of people had already gathered here. Among these people, they have been clearly divided into 2 camps. One of them is naturally a new disciple who has just entered Taishu sect. including Lei Haokong, whom Jiang Chen was familiar with, and others were among them. Lei Haokong and the others were almost pale and adorned with color, and even some of them had already been embarrassed on the ground. Opposite them from Lei Haokong, there was a scared young man with several subordinates looking down at them condescendingly. New boys, this Taishu sect is not that easy to mess with. Just now it was a lesson for you. If you want to live a safer life in Taishu sect, then pay the protection fee of 10 honor points every day. Lei Haokong stared at the Scar youth with an angry look. Don't think about it, this honor points are earned by our hard work, why should I give it to you? Why, just rely on my strength to be better than you. In this Taishu sect, whoever has the big fist makes sense, even if you are not convinced, you have to hold back. Scar young man sneered coldly, and the somewhat impatient voice rang directly. I will give you 5 minutes at the end. If anyone dares not to hand over as an honor point, then don't blame me for being polite. Chapter 400. Protect us, you are not worthy. Brother Lei, these old disciples are very strong, and the scared youth may have reached the 4th level of Kaiyuan. Yin Kai whispered. A good guy doesn't suffer immediate losses, or we will bear it for the time being and pay 10 honor points first. Lei Haokong's expression was hard to see the extreme. It is not easy for them these new disciples to earn honor points. 10 honor points a day is already a fortune. Lei Haokong was really unwilling to leave it to these old disciples. Brother, 10 honor points a day is too much. As it is not easy for us new disciples to earn honor points, I also hope that the brothers can be accommodating and receive a little less. Lei Haokong took a deep breath and held his fist at the scared young man. Hey, do you think you have the right to bargain with me? 10 honor points, none of them can be less. Since you don't want to hand them in, don't blame me. Scar youth smiled coldly. With a big wave of his hand, a terrifying force swept out towards Lei Haokong. This group of newcomers did not cry without seeing the coffin. This kid actually dared to resist again and again, then he would use this kid to kill the chicken and the monkey. He doesn't believe that he can't let this group of newcomers obediently submit. Seeing that the young man with scars didn't agree with him and started directly, Lei Haokong's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to fight with all his strength, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him out of thin air. Seeing that this figure blasted out with an understatement, it shattered the contemptuous power of Scar. Brother Jiang Chen, are you back? Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Lei Haokong couldn't help but exclaimed. In surprise, Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Qin Qingnian who was facing the knife. He turned his head and frowned slightly at Lei Haokong. Brother Lei, what is going on? The scared young man on the opposite side is called Chen Lang, an old man who ranks 18th in the outer door of Taishu sect. He wants our new disciples to pay him 10 honor points every day for protection. Lei Haokong said with an iron face. A new disciple turns in 10 honor points every day, so many new disciples add up to thousands of honor points a day. These old disciples of Taishu sect were really good at calculating. Boy, who's yours, dare to take care of Lao Su's business. Scar youth looked at Jiang Chen who suddenly blocked his own blow, and his eyes instantly became extremely fierce. I am just a new disciple who has just entered Taishu sect. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I heard that this senior wants us to pay a protection fee of 10 honor points every day. Taishu Zong is a fiercely competitive place. If you new disciples are not protected by the old disciples, you will definitely end up miserably. The scared young man stared at Jiang Chen sternly. So, if you are more acquainted, you will obediently hand over the 10 honor points to me. Hee. You want to bully others and force the honor points of new disciples, so why bother to make such a high-sounding reason? He stared at the big man with indifferent expression, his proud voice resounded directly in the air. It's not worthy to want to protect us based on your goods. The one with you, immediately disappear from me. Chapter 401. Outer door ranked 18th, rubbish. Boy, what are you censored saying? When the scared young man Chen Lang heard Jiang Chen's words, his eyes became extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen said lightly, can't you understand human words? I will let you take your people away from me. Chen Lang's lungs almost exploded immediately. He is an old disciple who has been in Taishu sect for 2 or 3 years, and the 18th ranked existence among the outer disciples is now actually despised by a Maodo who has just entered Taishu sect. A newcomer who has just entered Taishu sect, dare to be arrogant in front of me. Chen Lang stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and his whole person instantly became murderous. Boy, do you know who I am? Isn't it the 18th ranked disciple outside? Jiang Chen curled his lips. He looked at Chen Lang contemptuously. You are ranked 18th in the outer door, you are nothing but censored in my eyes. As soon as Chen Lang heard Jiang Chen's words, a look of anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. He stared at Jiang Chen closely, his body exuded a cold killing intent, and a violent aura swept away instantly. Cracking the sky, Chen Lang lifted one hand, a silver finger cut through the void in an instant, and pointed at Jiang Chen with a mighty mountain and cracking ground. Jiang Chen looked at the oncoming sharp fingers indifferently, and the blood of Kai Yan Guiyuan instantly activated. He clenched his fist suddenly, and the punch with the powerful bloodline blasted out without reservation. Jiang Chen's fist instantly met Chen Lang's silver fingers. Hearing a click, the silver fingers were already shattered. However, the speed of Jiang Chen's punch was unabated, directly piercing the void and banging heavily on Chen Lang's chest. Chen Lang spouted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was smashed several feet away in embarrassment. I saw that where Chen Lang fell, dense cracks spread like a spider web on the bluestone floor within a few meters. Looking at Chen Lang, who was struggling to get up from the ground, everyone fell into a dead silence at this moment. A new disciple who just entered Taishu sect defeated the 18th ranked disciple outside with just one move. This is too powerful. Unexpectedly, among our new disciples, there should be such an awesome character. It's too powerful to defeat the 18th ranked outer disciple with one move. Seeing the powerful strength that Jiang Chen showed, countless new disciples seemed excited. Now that such a great person has appeared among their new disciples, everyone finally does not need to be bullied by the old disciple. Chen Lang got up from the ground in embarrassment. He looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly in front of him, and his eyes also showed an expression of extreme horror. His 18th ranked disciple outside, the strength of Kaiyuan 4th layer, was actually defeated by a new disciple who had just entered the clan. This kid, is he really just a new disciple who just entered the sect? It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that you can get out of here. By the way, I would like to warn you, it is best not to trouble new disciples in the future. Jiang Chen stared at Chen Lang coldly, otherwise, I promise that your fate will be worse than now. Chapter 402, My disciple, what fear do I have? Boy, don't be too arrogant. I'm the person who passed the disciple Guangchuan by the elder of the inner door. Chen Lang sneered sternly. He looked at Jiang Chen confidently. If you dare to do something to me, I guarantee that Taishu Zong will no longer have a place for you. Although this young man from the new sect was so powerful that he was a little surprised. But how strong is it? Behind him is backed by the personal disciples of the inner sect elder. No matter how great this kid is, I am afraid he will not have the guts to compete with the people behind him. The elders personally pass on the disciples. Hearing Chen Lang's words, countless new disciples all around were shocked. Even Jiang Chen's eyes constricted slightly. Sect disciples can be divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, direct disciples, and true disciples. To become an inner disciple, an outer disciple only needs to pass the sect assessment. But the disciple was passed down in person, but it was not something ordinary people could become. Because only the 4 great elders of Taishu sect and the 5 disciples of the sect master who are capable of accepting Shanghai realm can be called direct disciples. As for the 5 great divine sea realms of Taishu sect, almost all of them are geniuses. As for the last true disciples, they are the most powerful characters among the personal disciples. Taishuzong's 5 great divine sea realm powerhouses each have a true disciple. These 5 true biography disciples are the 5 true biography of Taishu sect. These 5 people are also outstanding people cultivated by Taishuzong, and they are the backbone of Taishuzong in the future. However, Jiang Chen was not scared by Chen Lang's identity as a direct disciple. He looked at Chen Lang and smiled faintly. I said, why you, the 18th ranked garbage in the outer door, are so arrogant. It turns out that someone is behind you. Why? Are you scared? Boy, if you are obediently kneeling in front of me now and begging for mercy, and then hand in your honor points on time every day, I can still consider letting you go. Otherwise, I promise you will regret it for life. Chen Lang suddenly smiled with a smug face. It's just a bully who is bullying, what right do you have to make me regret? Don't say it's you, even if the direct disciple behind you comes in person, I am afraid I am not qualified to say this in front of me. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell. With a flash of his figure, he appeared ghostly beside Chen Lang and kicked him out with a sharp kick. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he ignored his threats and acted directly. Chen Lang's eyes also showed a look of anger. Boy, you wait for me. Chen Lang palely stood up from the ground. He snarled viciously at Jiang Chen, and then left with a group of subordinates in panic. Unexpectedly, this Chen Lang has a personal disciple behind him. I am afraid it will be a little troublesome now. Looking at the back of Chen Lang and others leaving, Lei Haokong's eyes couldn't help showing a look of worry. Disciple. This is already a very high status in Taishu sect. Any disciple who passed down directly, I'm afraid they were not offended by outside disciples who just entered the sect. An 18th ranked foreigner, if there is no one behind him and come here to collect the protection fee for the new disciple, I am afraid he will not be his turn. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and his proud voice resounded instantly. There is nothing to panic, but the soldiers came to cover the water and earth. Even if it's a direct disciple, what fear do I have, Jiang Chen? Chapter 403, I buy the first-class courtyard for a month. Even though it is a direct disciple, what fear do I have? Hearing Jiang Chen's domineering voice, Lei Haokong and others couldn't help being speechless for a while. An outer disciple who had just entered Taishu sect, but he had such confidence that he would not put his disciples in his eyes. This is probably the first time in history. Thinking of Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, Lei Haokong was relieved. When I started with Chen Lang just now, Jiang Chen just defeated him with a fist, without expending much effort. Jiang Chen still mastered several martial arts' true meanings, and his sword intent had reached a terrifying double state. If Jiang Chen made an all-out effort, I am afraid he would not be inferior to the inner disciple or even the direct disciple. This guy's growth rate is really enchanting to the extreme. Lei Haokong was amazed in his heart. I think he met Jiang Chen for the first time in Yanwang Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Chen's strength was not much different from him. It can take just a few months. Jiang Chen has grown to the point where he can compete with the elite disciples of Taishu Zong. Such a terrible growth rate, this is simply an existence against the sky. Brother Lei, I earned some honor points from collecting medicine today. I plan to change to a superior courtyard. Do you want to join me? When Lei Haokong was amazed at Jiang Chen's growth rate, Jiang Chen's faint voice suddenly rang in his ears. Change residence, but also change to the upper-class courtyard. Lei Haokong was stunned by Jiang Chen's words. In the outer sect of Taishu sect, in addition to the free residence for new disciples, there are also 3 levels of courtyards for disciples to live in. Elementary courtyard, 10 honor points a day. Middle courtyard, 20 honor points a day. Higher courtyard, 50 honor points a day. And the time to purchase the courtyard should be at least 1 month. In other words, to buy a 1-month high-end courtyard, you need 1,500 honor points. Could it be that Jiang Chen has earned so many honor points in just 1 day of picking medicine? Lei Haokong was shocked to the extreme. There was a flash of light in his mind. Thinking of what Jiang Chen had said when he took the task of picking herbs, he couldn't help but scream in surprise. Brother Jiang Chen, you won't really break the record of collecting medicine, right? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, good luck. Accidentally broke the first day's medicine collection record and the single day's medicine collection record. The record was broken by accident. And it broke 2 at once. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone was unable to recover from the shock for a long time. It is indeed a great man who dares to challenge his disciples. This Tamar is too awesome. Brother Jiang Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I plan to experience it myself in Taishu sect. Lei Haokong returned to his senses, and immediately rejected Jiang Chen with a firm expression on his face. Since you have decided, then I will not force it. If you encounter any trouble in Taishuzong, you can just come to me. Jiang Chen patted Lei Haokong on the shoulder, then turned around and walked away. Leaving the residence of the new disciple, Jiang Chen went directly to the internal affairs hall responsible for the internal affairs of the sect. As soon as Jiang Chen walked into the Hall of Internal Affairs, a familiar stern shout suddenly rang in his ears. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, and saw 2 young people with similar looks appear in front of him. One of them is not someone else, it is Fu Yong who was beaten by him yesterday. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Fu Yong. He walked straight to the office of the Zongwu Temple and said lightly to the steward, I'll buy the first-class courtyard for a month. Chapter 404, The New Disciple Against the Sky. As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, all Tai Zuzong disciples in the hall were in an uproar. Their gazes all fell on Jiang Chen. First class courtyard. This is the best place for outer disciples, with 50 honor points a day. To buy a 1-month premium courtyard, you have to spend a full 1,500 honor points. Such high consumption, even in the entire outer door, only the few disciples who ranked high can afford to live. And how could this little-known kid in front of him buy a superior courtyard for someone with that ability? Hearing that Jiang Chen wanted to buy a superior courtyard, Fu Yong was taken aback for a moment. His disdainful chuckle also instantly rang in the hall. Hey! A new disciple who has just entered Taishu sect also deliberately wants to buy a superior courtyard. Don't tell me, did you earn 1,500 honor points in one day yesterday? As Fu Yong's disdainful sneer sounded, everyone in the hall couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen. Haha, I'm afraid this kid is crazy. I thought this kid was so awesome, he turned out to be a new disciple who just entered the sect. A new disciple who has just entered Taishu sect wants to buy a superior courtyard. This Nima is not teasing me. Boy, the upper courtyard needs to pay 1,500 honor points a month. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Are you here to buy a good courtyard? When the steward heard that Jiang Chen was a new disciple, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Tai Zuzong's new beckoning disciple only took 2 or 3 days to get started. How could a Maodo kid who had just started for 2 or 3 days with 1,500 honor points to buy a superior courtyard? This is just nonsense. With a move of his palm, he directly took out the identity token and placed it in front of the steward. Don't say it's a month, even a year's finest courtyard I can afford. Deduct points and give me a month of first-class courtyard. Looking at the honor points displayed on Jiang Chen's identity token, his eyes shrank suddenly. And a Tai Zuzong disciple who was not far from Jiang Chen couldn't help but scream in surprise. 21,310 honor points, how is this possible? This kid actually has more than 20,000 honor points. Hearing the Taishuzong disciple scream, everyone in the hall showed an incredible look. It is not easy to earn the honor points of Taishuzong. Moreover, except for the new disciples who entered the school within 1 year, they have to spend honor points for food and accommodation in Taishu sect. Most of the outer disciples, the honor points are almost beyond their means. The new disciple who had just entered the sect for 2 days in front of him was able to come up with more than 20,000 honor points, unbelievable. This new disciple is too bad. How could this kid have more than 20,000 honor points? You must be mistaken. Fu Yong roared in disbelief and rushed to the counter immediately. When he saw the 5 golden numbers on Jiang Chen's identity token, he suddenly felt like hell, and the whole person was completely sluggish. 21,310 honor points. This kid really has more than 20,000 honor points. Fu Yong was going crazy. This kid? Where did he get so many honor points? Chapter 405, Tinbu Temple. Wow. Where did this kid come from? I know who he is, he should be the new disciple who just broke the record of collecting medicine. It turned out to be the herb picker, no wonder he can get so many honor points. Inside the hall, after many Tai Zuzong disciples were shocked for a while, someone finally thought of Jiang Chen's identity. This kid in front of him is definitely the man who broke 2 records of collecting medicine in 1 day. I am afraid that only that guy can come up with so many honor points as a new disciple. It turns out that he is the one who broke 2 records of collecting medicine. I heard the sound of exclamation all around. Fu Yong's face also became more difficult to look. In the past few days after he entered Taishu sect, he received training quests every day, and only earned less than 300 honor points in total. If the Fu family had some foundation in Taishu sect, every Fu family disciple who had just entered Taishu sect could get 1,000 honor points. He can't even afford a 1-month inferior courtyard now. But this kid in front of me, he took the medicine for 1 day, and as a result, he broke 2 records of medicine collection and obtained more than 20,000 honor points. With so many honor points, it is more than enough to buy a first-class courtyard for a year. Such a big gap made Fu Yong a little jealous. Under everyone's shocked and envious eyes, Jiang Chen deducted 1,500 honor points, took the number plate of the upper courtyard, and then turned and floated away. Jiang Chen came to the first-class courtyard on the 20th he bought. Enter the courtyard. Jiang Chen felt that whether it was the environment or the richness of vitality in the air, compared with the new disciple's residence, it was a world of difference. He tried cultivating, and found that the speed of cultivating in this upper courtyard to gain experience was almost 10 times faster than that of the new disciple's residence. It deserves to be the first-class courtyard outside the gate, it's really good. This Taishu sect is worthy of being one of the most powerful sects in the northern wilderness. Just the superior courtyard of the outer gate can speed up the cultivation speed of Taishuzong disciples 10 times. Practice overnight. When Jiang Chen woke up from his cultivation state, he clearly felt that his strength had grown a lot. The speed of gaining experience in the upper courtyard is really fast. Even without the help of any external force, I am afraid I will be able to break through the Kaiyuan dual layer in just a few days. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. End the practice. Jiang Chen was about to get up, but he sensed a wave of fluctuations in down a ring. As soon as he thought, the identity token of Tai Zuzong's disciple appeared directly in his hand. Injecting Yuan Li into the token, a line of small characters condensed by Yuan Qi was outlined in Jiang Chen's sight. All new disciples, Tianwu Temple, gather. The identity token of Taishuzong disciples is not only a symbol of the status of Taishuzong disciples, but also a simple communication tool. Looking at the message from the identity token, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. Tianwu Temple, one of the most important buildings of Taishu sect. There are not only various martial arts of Taishuzong's local martial arts and even heaven martial arts, but also various martial arts' true meanings can be understood. According to the record on the jade slip of the entry, all new disciples can enter the Tianwu Temple for free once. Is it true that today Zongmen will allow these new disciples to enter the Tianwu Temple for free? I want it all here. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and quickly stood up and strode towards the outside. Chapter 406. Local Martial Arts, 2 Virtual War Shadow. Tianwu Temple, located in the center of Taishu sect. This hall is also the dividing line between the outer gate and inner gate of Taishuzong. Whether it is an outer disciple or an inner disciple, after paying certain honor points, they can enter the Tianwu Temple. It's just that the honor points needed to enter the Tianwu Temple are very high. Every time an outer disciple enters the Tianwu Temple to comprehend, 1,000 honor points will be spent. For most of the outer disciples, this is almost impossible to think of. Except for this time when he first entered Taishu sect, most of the outer disciples would hardly have the opportunity to enter the Tianwu Temple. For this time, almost all the new disciples were naturally very cherished. When Jiang Chen arrived at the Tianwu Temple, almost all of the more than 100 new disciples had gathered at the gate of the Tianwu Temple. Including the Lei Haokong and others he was familiar with, as well as Fu Yong who had conflicts with him, they all came here early. Brother Jiang Chen, you are here. Seeing Jiang Chen walking straight, Lei Haokong and others couldn't help but greet Jiang Chen quickly, coming. Jiang Chen nodded, and then asked curiously, do you know what to understand when entering the Tianwu Temple this time? As far as I know, every new disciple who enters the sect, what he enlightens in the Tianwu Temple is the real martial arts Taishu. If you can successfully comprehend the Taishu War Shadow, you will be qualified to comprehend the Taishu sect's only heavenly martial art Taishu War Body. Lei Haokong said excitedly, whether it is the Taishu Battle Shadow of the ground grade martial arts, or the Taishu Battle Body of the heaven grade martial arts, this is an existence they have never encountered before. If they can comprehend one or two, this is definitely an existence that benefits them endlessly. Tien rank martial arts Taishu combat body, if you have a chance, I need to see it. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help looking at the Tianwu Temple in front of him. Tianwu Temple, this is a very magical hall. In order to facilitate sect disciples to enter the main hall for enlightenment, the gate of Tianwu Temple is open almost all year round. To enter the Tianwu Temple, one must have at least 1,000 honor points on the identity card. Disciples with less than 1,000 honor points will be blocked by the mysterious power of Tianwu Temple. Once you enter the Tianwu Temple will automatically deduct 1,000 honor points. If you stay in the Tianwu Temple for more than an hour, another 1,000 honor points will be deducted. Until the honor points are less than 1,000, you will be ruthlessly expelled by the Tianwu Temple. Just when Jiang Chen was looking at the Tianwu Temple, a stifling coercion came from the sky instantly. Jiang Chen's gaze also instantly fell on the figure that suddenly descended. The figure that appeared suddenly was not someone else, but it was Fan Ping, the deacon who took Jiang Chen and the others into the clan. Little guys, you must already know the purpose of my calling you here today. Every new disciple who enters the Taishu sect can enter the Tianwu Hall for 1 hour for free, and can comprehend the martial arts Taishu War Shadow in the hall. As for how much you can comprehend, it depends on your good fortune. Fan Ping's faint voice fell. He quickly took out a strange token to urge it. I saw that strange token directly turned into a streamer and flew into the Tianwu Hall. Fan Ping's faint voice rang in everyone's ears again. The Temple of Heavenly Martial Arts is already open, go in quickly and see Taishu War Shadow. Chapter 407, Ding. You successfully comprehend the shadow of Taishu. Following Fan Ping's words came out. Fu Yong and the others, who was closest to the entrance of the hall, took the lead and quickly rushed into the hall. Brother Jiang Chen, let's go in too. Upon seeing this, Lei Haokong couldn't help but said quickly. An opportunity to enter the Tianwu Temple is equivalent to 1,000 honor points. If you can't take this opportunity to understand Taishu War Shadow, you will have to wait until the year of the monkey to enter the Temple of Tianwu. Jiang Chen nodded, and the group of people swiftly flashed towards the hall. Enter the Tianwu Temple. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found that the main hall was very wide, covering a full 1,000 square meters. Many disciples who entered the Tianwu Temple gathered on the innermost crystal light wall of the hall. Jiang Chen glanced, his eyes were also instantly attracted by the situation on the crystal light wall. I saw it on the crystal light wall. A mysterious man was surrounded by blue gusts. The mysterious man disappeared suddenly, leaving afterimages in midair. Countless shadows of mysterious men appeared within 10 feet of a radius. Every shadow of the mysterious man set off a violent blue wind, causing the space within 10 meters of radius to tremble violently. Ding. You will get 1,000*100 experience by watching the real martial arts Taishu battle shadow. Ding. You succeeded in comprehending the Taishu and the shadow of martial arts. Just when Jiang Chen watched the crystal light wall with full concentration, a series of pleasant reminders sounded in Jiang Chen's mind one after another. Jiang Chen felt that Taishu Zanying had been clearly imprinted in his mind, as if he could display this martial arts school at any time. Trough. Is this the real martial arts Taishu War Shadow? What a powerful and domineering martial arts. Ha. I must understand this too. Virtual War Shadow. Feeling the mighty power of the mysterious man on the crystal light wall displaying the Taishu War Shadow, the eyes of all the disciples in the hall became extremely hot. The hundredfold cultivation system in me is really invincible. Seeing that these new disciples hadn't had time to start to comprehend, he had already successfully mastered this martial art. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. Just as he was about to see if there was anything else to comprehend in the hall, an overbearing voice rang from the hall. Within a radius of 10 meters, it's all my territory. Get out of me. Jiang Chen looked for his reputation and saw Fu Yong and another Fu family disciple occupying the best position facing the crystal light wall. Those who were within 10 meters of them were blasted out unceremoniously by Fu Yong. Including Mo Jingyan and the former number 1 Shepherd Peak of the Dragon List in Yanwang Wuwan, the 2 brothers of the Fu family flew out. Seeing the domineering appearance of the Fu family brothers, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. He strode directly towards Fu Yong where they were. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Looking at Jiang Chen coming over, Fu Yong's expression suddenly changed suddenly. I want to comprehend Taishu War Shadow here, can't I? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and his proud voice resounded in the hall. Get out of here, you are just rubbish, but you are not qualified to occupy this best position. Chapter 408, I will eat you. Jiang Chen's arrogant words suddenly made De Fuyong's face look bad. He stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. You said that if you let me go, I have to go. If I don't go, what can you do? Jiang Chen said lightly. Then I'm just like last time, I will let you go by myself. Jiang Chen, do you really think you can eat me? Fu Yong smiled furiously. Although he has to admit, this kid is stronger than him. But today he is not alone here. The strength of Fu Tang next to him is only stronger than him. Fu Yong really didn't believe it. They two joined hands and couldn't handle a Jiang Chen. I just eat you, what can you do? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Do you go by yourself, or do you want me to do it myself? Fu Yong was furious. Just as he was about to do it, Fu Tang on the side stopped him directly. Since your excellency likes this position so much, we will give it to you. Fu Yong, let's go. After Fu Tang finished speaking, he walked to the side with Fu Yong. Brother Tang, why do you give him the position you just wanted? Fu Yong followed Fu Tang to a side position, and immediately spoke to Fu Tang with a look of unwillingness. That kid is very strong. Intuition tells me, even if you and I join forces, whether you can beat him is still unknown. This Taishu Zong is not a true dragon country. You'd better restrain me in your actions in the future. The opportunity to enter the Tianwu temple is rare. We don't need to have a conflict with him at this time. Let's learn about Taishu War Shadow first. Fu Teng said lightly. His gaze fell on the crystal light wall, and he began to fully comprehend the shadow of the Taishu. Jiang Chen, you will wait for me, I will take everything back from you sooner or later. A cold light flashed in Fu Yong's eyes. He took a deep breath and also began to comprehend Taishu Zanying. The location here is quite wide. If you want to see the shadow of the virtual war, come here. After the Fu family brothers left, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled at the surroundings. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lei Haokong and the others were not polite, and went straight to where Jiang Chen was. Mo Jingyan hugged Jiang Chen gratefully, then quickly found a place to enter the state of enlightenment. But the Yanwang Wuwan's former dragon list no. One Shepherd Peak had a complicated look in his eyes. Ever since he was defeated by Jiang Chen in Yanwang Wuwan, Mu Feng secretly vowed in his heart that he would defeat Jiang Chen next time. Mu Feng didn't expect it. When we met again, Jiang Chen had grown up enough to make him look up. His martial arts talent is really not what I can match. Mu Feng smiled bitterly in his heart, and then he lowered his heart and began to comprehend Taishu War Shadow. Jiang Chen looked around and found that there was nothing to comprehend in the main hall on the first floor, so he directly found a place to meditate cross-legged. When everyone fully comprehended Taishu Zanying, time also passed little by little. Unconsciously, an hour passed quickly. In the empty hall, a mysterious spatial force suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone in the hall was shrouded in that mysterious space power almost instantly. Everyone is in the same shape, disappearing without a trace in the hall in the blink of an eye. Chapter 409, Competitiveness Competition. Oh, time has come so soon, I just realized a little bit. Yes, 1 hour is really too short. I have already realized the essence of Taishu War Shadow. If you give me another hour, maybe I will understand Taishu War Shadow. Everyone recovered. When they found that they had left the Tianwu temple, they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Haha. Too little. The Taishu sect is cruelly competitive. It would be nice if the Zongmen can give you a free entry. If you want to enter the Tianwu temple in the future, it is up to you to fight for it. What's more, you didn't realize it, you can only blame your poor understanding. It's not uncommon to learn Taishu fighting shadow when Taishuzong first entered the Tianwu temple for the first time. When everyone was upset and regretful, Fan Ping's light chuckle suddenly sounded. My god, I learned to be too imaginary in an hour, this is too exaggerated. In an hour, I only realized a little bit of fur. It's really better than people, and it's maddening. Taishu sect is worthy of being one of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness. Hearing that someone learns to be too virtual in an hour, everyone can't help but feel an uproar. Little guys, it's time to compete with your understanding. According to the usual practice, for the first time to comprehend Taishu Zanying, the best performer can get a reward of 10,000 honor points. Which of you thinks that you have the strength to get these 10,000 points? Let's show your comprehension of Taishu War Shadow. Fan Ping put his arms around his chest and looked at everyone with a smile. There was also a vague look of expectation in his eyes. Among the new disciples this year, there are quite a few good seedlings. Especially Jiang Chen, who came through the Taishu ladder, almost has the strength to stay on the Taishu ladder. He really wanted to see it. To what extent can Jiang Chen comprehend Taishu Zanying in an hour? Following Fan Ping's words, many disciples who thought they had comprehended had extremely fiery expressions in their eyes. They are all gearing up. Reward of 10,000 honor points. This is the amount they can earn back at least 2 or 3 months. If they can get the reward of these 10,000 honor points, it will undoubtedly become much easier for them to obtain training resources in Taishu sect. Local martial arts, after all, cannot be understood by ordinary people in an hour. Even people who occasionally comprehend 1 or 2, the things on display have completely changed their taste, and they are not compatible with the local martial arts Taishu. Hey, with your savvy, I don't know who gave you the courage to compete for the reward of 10,000 honor points. Fu Yong wants this reward of 10,000 honor points. Seeing Taishu Zanying who had come forward to practice and comprehend, Fu Yong finally couldn't help it. Hearing a wild laugh, his figure flashed before Fan Ping. When the soles of his feet moved, the whole body was violent, and the whole person turned into a black afterimage. In this appearance, there was a bit of charm of the two virtual war shadow in the crystal light wall. Taishu Zanying, this kid actually realized it. As expected of the geniuses of the three ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom, it is really awesome. Looking at the Taishu Zanying shown by Fu Yong, everyone was shocked in amazement. Chapter 410. This point of understanding is scum in my eyes. Fu Yong rehearsed the Taishu Zanying he had understood. He heard bursts of exclamation from all around him, and his eyes couldn't help showing triumphant expressions. For Fu Yong's performance, Fan Ping seemed unusually calm. He glanced at everyone, and said indifferently, "Who else wants to go forward and practice?" Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, almost no one dared to go forward. They were all stunned by the two virtual war shadow that Fu Yong had just shown. Haha, is anyone else coming up to practice? If it doesn't, I will accept the reward of 10,000 honor points. Seeing that no one was willing to go forward to practice, Fu Yong couldn't help laughing with a smug face. Hey, this guy really thinks he is. He tilted his head to look at Duan Xing aside. With your understanding, the Taishu Zanying should not be worse than him. Don't you want to have these 10,000 honor points? For Jiang Chen, earning honor points is not a difficult task. Jiang Chen didn't mind giving the reward of 10,000 honor points to the people around him. It's up to you. I understand that it is better than him, and there is a Voltan next to him. I am not sure to beat him. Duan Xing shook his head and said, "Okay, then I will come." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then strode towards the court. Seeing Jiang Chen coming up, Fu Yong's eyes constricted suddenly. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly and said, "Jiang Chen, it seems that you want to compete for these 10,000 honor points. Your two imaginary war shadow is just a little like, it's not censored at all. Just you're savvy, it's scumbag in my eyes. You are ashamed to show off here, it's not shameful." Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. "If you want these 10,000 honor points, then you have to ask me if I agree. Jiang Chen, don't you want to speak wildly in front of me?" Fu Yong's eyes flickered with cold light. He stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. "There is a kind of display of the Taishu war shadow you have understood. Two virtual war shadow. This is a very domineering local martial arts. It is not only a land quality body technique, but also a highly offensive land quality martial skill. The key to using Taishu war shadow is to rely on the explosive power of the body. And the blood of the mad tiger of their Fu family undoubtedly has a natural advantage in this regard." Fu Yong really didn't believe that Jiang Chen could understand Taishu Zanying faster than him. "Then you just keep your eyes open. I will let you know what is the real martial art of the real place." Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and his whole body suddenly changed. More than a dozen stormy figures crisscrossed in midair. The terrifying power in the air directly caused countless disciples around him to feel a sense of breathlessness. Song, such a powerful force. Awesome, this is the real martial arts style. Compared with Jiang Chen, Fu Yong's comprehension of Taishu Zanying is really not as good as scum. Seeing the Taishu Zanying shown by Jiang Chen, everyone was shocked. In their eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was a shock that could not be concealed. Jiang Chen actually completely mastered the real martial arts in an hour. How terrifying is this guy's savvy? Chapter 411. Practice invincible physical training. This kid deserves to be an enchanting evildoer who has the ability to stay on the Taishu ladder. Fan Ping looked at the Taishu war shadow cast by Jiang Chen, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Among the successive new disciples of Taishuzong, although the first time they entered the Tianwu temple, there were no people who had comprehended Taishu Zanying. But those are the top geniuses of the sect. As soon as they entered the sect, they were almost taken by Taishu sect's divine sea realm powerhouses, and became unparalleled personal disciples. And like Jiang Chen, as an outer disciple, the first time he entered the Tianwu temple, he had comprehended the Taishu war shadow. Even Fan Ping, who has stayed in Taishuzong for more than 20 years, is the first time I have met. What shocked Fan Ping most was that Jiang Chen's understanding of Taishu Zanying had reached a terrifying level. The strength of Taishu war shadows is distinguished by the number of condensed war shadows. Just now Jiang Chen cast Taishu war shadow, the number of war shadows has reached more than 10. This number of war shadows almost represents that Jiang Chen's Taishu war shadows have become small. Even not long ago, Tai Zuzong was a personal disciple with a 9-star talent. The Taishu war shadow that he had understood in an hour, the number of war shadows was only 6 or 7. How could he comprehend the real imaginary war shadow? Fu Yong looked at the situation in front of him with an incredulous expression, only feeling the burning pain on his face. Fu Yong originally thought, relying on the advantage of the blood of the Fu family crazy tiger, he was able to display the Taishu war shadow in such a short period of time. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen showed the real Taishu war shadow. This is simply a slap in the face. Yes, the first time you enter the Tianwu temple, you can comprehend Taishu Zanying to the point of Shaocheng. Your comprehension, even in this genius Taishu sect, is one of the few existences. Come on, Fan Ping smiled and said to Jiang Chen. He glanced at everyone, and said indifferently, is anyone else coming up to practice? Everyone cast a glance at each other. What a joke, even a character like Fu Yong was killed by Jiang Chen and turned into a scum, who would dare to compare with this pervert? Seeing no one came forward to practice, Fan Ping directly gave the 10,000 points reward to Jiang Chen under the envious eyes of everyone. Jiang Chen changed hands and gave the 10,000 honor points to Lei Hao and others, and then went straight away. Leaving Tianwu Temple, Jiang Chen didn't return to his residence, but went to Taishuzong's special cultivation site Zongyu Valley. In Taishu sect, there are countless special places for disciples to practice. As long as you pay certain honor points, you can enter these places and enjoy cultivation resources far beyond the outside world. The Zongyu Valley that Jiang Chen chose was a place specially for tempering his body. The ground martial arts are too virtual and the shadows are extremely demanding on the body. Jiang Chen wanted to cultivate the Taishu war shadow to the fullest as soon as possible, and to comprehend the Taishu sect's only celestial martial art Taishu war body. The fastest way is to improve his physical training skills. Now Jiang Chen's invincible body refining technique is still at the second level, and he has clearly fallen behind his own cultivation level. Jiang Chen decided to go to Zongyu Valley first to practice the invincible body refining technique. Not long after, Jiang Chen came to a huge dim enchantment. Entrance. The two guards with amazing aura stared at Jiang Chen blankly, their faint voices resounding instantly. Zongyu Valley, 300 honor points in 1 hour. Intruders, kill without mercy. Chapter 412, Outer Door 10th, Jiao Nan. Jiang Chen paid 3,000 honor points and bought 10 hours in one go. The two guards opened the barrier, and Jiang Chen directly stepped into Zongyu Valley. Enter Zongyu Valley. A huge force hit Jiang Chen like Mount Tai. Jiang Chen was shocked, and quickly wanted to urge his Yuan Li to resist this powerful neutral oppression. Jiang Chen discovered to his horror that the vitality in his body had been imprisoned by the peculiar cultivation site of Zongyu Valley. It's worthy of being a training ground for tempering the body. This Zongyu Valley is really extraordinary. Generally, the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse is in this place. I am afraid it will be difficult to move an inch. Jiang Chen said to himself. He didn't hesitate, and directly urged the invincible refining technique to counter the gravity pressure in Zongyu Valley. Jiang Chen used the invincible refining technique, and then strode forward with difficulty. Every step he took, he would endure the huge oppression of Zongyuegu. The system prompts sounded in Jiang Chen's mind one after another. Ding! You cast invincible refining technique and gain 100*100 experience. Time passed little by little. In this way, Jiang Chen kept gaining physical training experience in Zongyu Valley. The system finally heard a breakthrough sound. Ding! Your invincible refining technique successfully broke through the third level. After breaking through the third layer, Jiang Chen entered the second region of Zongyu Valley, and continued to bear even more terrifying gravity pressure. Until 10 hours are used up, Jiang Chen still had some ideas, and he spent another 3,000 points to buy 10 hours. Finally, Jiang Chen directly promoted the invincible body refining technique to the middle stage of the third stage. The breakthrough of invincible body refining technique also greatly increased Jiang Chen's strength again. With the strength of his body alone, he is no less inferior to the martial artist of the Kaiyuan quadruple realm. Fought for 2 consecutive days and 1 night in Chungguk Valley. When Jiang Chen returned to his residence in the upper courtyard, it was already the third morning. Simply meditate and rest for a while. Jiang Chen decided to continue to go to Yaoshan to collect medicines to earn honor points. To obtain training resources in Taishu sect, a lot of honor points are needed. He just bought the first-class courtyard for a month, went to Zongyu Valley to practice for a few days, and got a third of the 20,000 honor points. If he doesn't come back for the more honor points he earns, the more than 10,000 is really not enough for him. Jiang Chen left the courtyard. Just as he was about to go to the Zongwu Hall to receive the task of collecting medicine, a faint voice came suddenly. Boy, are you Jiang Chen who broke 2 records of collecting medicine in one day? He turned around and looked around, and saw a skinny young man in black with a group of people walking straight towards him. The appearance of this group of people immediately attracted the attention of many passing disciples. Isn't that Zhao Nan ranked 10th in the outer door? Looking at the posture, Zhao Nan seems to be directed at the guy opposite. Hey, Zhao Nan is a tyrant in Taishu sect's outer sect. That kid dared to offend Zhao Nan, it's just a death. Everyone looked at Zhao Nan and others who walked straight towards Jiang Chen, and they couldn't help showing a look of sympathy towards Jiang Chen. Under the gaze of countless eyes around, Zhao Nan also appeared in front of Jiang Chen soon. He looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly. Jiang Chen, right, is that you broke 2 records of collecting medicine in one day. Chapter 413. I lend you 10,000, you pay me 100,000. Trough. So this kid is the new herb picker. It's no wonder that Zhao Nan will look for him. I'm afraid it's probably because of this kid's honor points. Tisk tusk. The honor points that this kid has earned by breaking the record, I'm afraid it's going to be a wedding dress for others. Tai Zuzong recently released a new disciple who broke 2 records in one day. This news has already spread through Taishuzong's outer door. It's just that although many people know that there is such a great man as Jiang Chen, they don't know Jiang Chen. Seeing that Zhao Nan, the outer door tyrant, had approached Jiang Chen, they felt even more sympathy for Jiang Chen. Every husband is not guilty, but he is guilty of his crime. Although this kid broke 2 records for collecting medicine, he won a lot of honor points. But he was just a newcomer who had just entered Taishu sect. Without sufficient strength, these honor points are also destined to be in the pocket of others. I am Jiang Chen. He glanced at Zhao Nan blankly and said faintly, who are you? I don't seem to know you. Jiang Chen, the one in front of you is senior brother Zhao Nan, a genius outside Taishuzong. Brother Zhao Nan entered Taishu sect for 1 year, and he has already reached the top 10 of the outer door. Why did you talk to senior brother Zhao Nan? Before Zhao Nan could speak, a familiar figure sprang out from behind Zhao Nan. This person is not someone else, but Chen Lang, who was cleaned up by Jiang Chen the other day. I didn't ask you again, what do you mean by rubbish? Jiang Chen glanced at him faintly. If you don't want to be beaten by me again, then just go away. He was about to have an attack, but Zhao Nan reached out to stop him. Haha. The temper of this junior brother is too aggressive. Zhao Nan smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. Introduce myself, my name is Zhao Nan, and I currently rank 10th in the outer door. Who you are has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to know. Jiang Chen said impatiently, if you have something to say, just let it go. Don't waste my time here. Jiang Chen's words that did not give the slightest face also made Zhao Nan's eyes flashed with an unnoticeable look of anger. His face was smiling at Jiang Chen. Junior brother broke 2 records of collecting medicine, he should have been awarded 20,000 honor points. I urgently need some points to enter the Tianwu temple recently. I wonder if junior brother can lend me 10,000 honor points. He looked at Zhao Nan with a faint smile, and said cheerfully, you have to borrow honor points, okay. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhao Nan was obviously taken aback. Before coming to look for it, Zhao Nan was already ready to use strong. The reason why he said to borrow was just waiting for Jiang Chen's refusal to have a reason to do it. It's just that he never thought of it. Jiang Chen even went on the road like this, and he directly agreed. In that case, I would like to thank junior brother. Zhao Nan's eyes flickered. This kid is willing to lend him 10,000 honor points, and Zhao Nan is naturally happy, to him. This so-called borrowing is nothing more than Liu Bei borrowing from Jingzhou. Don't rush to thank me, it's okay if you want to borrow honor points, but I am not lending you free. Jiang Chen chuckled slightly, his faint voice resounding directly in Zhao Nan's ear. I lend you 10,000, you only need to pay me 100,000 in the future. Chapter 414, Challenge the 10th outer door. Borrow 10,000, return 100,000. Zhao Nan was first taken aback by Jiang Chen's words, and then his face became extremely difficult to look at. He yelled at Jiang Chen with a ferocious look, boy, you censored, fool me. I don't want to play with you. You are not familiar with me. If you want to borrow honor points, I naturally have to charge a little interest. If you don't like it, Just go away. Jiang Chen sneered blankly. Since Zhao Nan and Chen Lang were in the same group, it was obvious that the visitors were not kind, and Jiang Chen would not be polite to him sometimes. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone was so shocked that their eyes almost stared out. A new disciple who had just entered the sect even dared not to look at Zhao Nan, who was ranked 10th in the outer sect. This kid is too aggressive. Boy, how do you, censored, speak? Dare to talk to senior brother Zhao Nan like that? I think you don't want to be in the outer door of Taishu sect. We, senior brother Zhao Nan, can find you, that is because he values you. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Behind Zhao Nan, all his followers were furious. They all looked at Jiang Chen murderously, in a posture that Zhao Nan gave an order to do it. Zhao Nan's face was also gloomy and a little terrifying. As one of the few geniuses of Taishuzong's outer sect, there are disciples from the inner sect behind him as backers. Zhao Nan can be said to want the wind to get the wind, rain and rain. In this outer door, how could anyone dare not give him face like Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen, originally I thought that as long as you lend me 10,000 honor points, I won't care about the last time I prevented Chen Lang from collecting protection fees. Since you don't know what is good or bad, don't blame me for being polite. Don't you like to stand up for those new disciples? Then you will pay for their protection money alone. Zhao Nan stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. 5,000 honor points every day. If you don't pay one less, you will never want to get involved in Taishu sect in the future. According to Zhao Nan's original plan, he didn't intend to turn his face with Jiang Chen for the time being, but wanted to first use Jiang Chen's ability to gather medicine to help him earn honor points. But now that Jiang Chen didn't give him face so much, how could Zhao Nan stand it? If you don't want me to be in the Taishu sect, do you deserve it? He was too lazy to pay attention to Zhao Nan, and turned around to leave. Zhao Nan's expression was cold, and his fierce claws brought a fierce energy, and quickly grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen directly moved a few meters away. He turned his head to look at Zhao Nan, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Do you want to do it? Even if I do, what can you do? Zhao Nan said with a sneer. If you don't hand over your 5,000 honor points today, you will never want to leave in front of me. He is one of the top 10 outsiders. A new disciple who had just entered Taishu sect. Even if he had the strength to defeat the 18th ranked Chen Lang, Zhao Nan still did not take it seriously. You can do it if you want. See you in the martial arts arena in 3 days. 3 days later, there will be a ranking match for our new disciples. I will challenge you in the ranking match at that time. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Nan indifferently, his faint voice resounding in midair instantly. I'm just trying to get the identity of the top 10 of the outer door. Since you took the initiative to send it to the door, I want your 10th position in the outer door. Chapter 415. 7 Product Elixir, Ziyang Lingshan. With Jiang Chen's words, everyone around couldn't help but feel an uproar. Do you want this kid to be so awesome? A new disciple who has just entered the sect is delusional to challenge Zhao Nan, who is the 10th in the outer sect. I am afraid this guy is crazy. It's really forgiven for sins committed by heaven, and you can't live for sins by yourself. You. What did you just say? Have the ability to say it again. Zhao Nan looked at Jiang Chen with an incredible expression. He even doubted whether he had heard it wrong. And the entire ranking is still the ranking 2 or 3 months ago. Not long ago, Zhao Nan successfully broke through Kaiyuan's 6th layer and now has the strength to attack the top 5 of the outer door. The guy who had just entered the sect in front of him even wanted to challenge him. I really don't know who gave this kid the courage. I'll let you wash your neck and get ready. Waiting for 3 days I will challenge you. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Nan blankly, and asked faintly, do you understand now? I will wait for you to challenge me in 3 days, and then I will let you know what regret is. Zhao Nan smiled angrily. He put a harsh word on Jiang Chen, and walked away with a group of younger brothers. After Zhao Nan they left. Jiang Chen went straight to Zongwutang. After receiving the task of collecting medicine, Jiang Chen took the professional storage bag issued by Zongmin and entered the medicine mountain again. With the previous experience in collecting herbs, Jiang Chen is undoubtedly becoming more familiar with the road. Just half a day, Jiang Chen relied on his strong perception to harvest hundreds of medicinal plants. There are also 5 kinds of medicinal materials. Even the 6th grade medicinal materials, Jiang Chen has harvested too. These medicinal materials should be able to exchange 2 or 3,000 honor points. But this is far from enough. After counting the medicinal materials in the storage bag, Jiang Chen couldn't help muttering to himself. Although earning 2,000 to 3,000 honor points a day, this is already an astronomical figure for the vast majority of outer disciples. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, this point of honor is far from enough. Taishu Zong is rich in cultivation resources, but many of the honor points that need to be consumed are not a few. Especially Jiang Chen is more interested in the Tian rank martial arts Taishu combat body. It is said that one time to comprehend the Taishu battle body, you have to spend 30,000 honor points. Even Jiang Chen couldn't afford such a high amount of honor points. Let's look for it again, if only a few more 6th-rank medicinal materials can be harvested. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he continued to search for high-end medicinal materials. Jiang Chen searched the medicine mountain for a while. A super energy fluctuation appeared in his range of perception. Jiang Chen's mind was shocked, and his eyes couldn't help but look towards the direction of energy fluctuations. This energy fluctuation is more than many times larger than the ordinary 6th-rank medicinal materials. What shocked Jiang Chen most was that he visibly rushed to the road, and this energy wave was constantly moving. Such a powerful energy fluctuation, and it can move autonomously. Could it be that a 7th-grade elixir that has been channeled can't work? His figure also instantly turned into a violent wind, flashing away in the direction of energy fluctuations. Not long, Jiang Chen appeared on a steep mountain. His eyes were also instantly locked on a huge rock near the cliff of the mountain. This is the 7th-grade elixir Ziyang Zan Lingshan. When he saw the situation on the boulder clearly, he almost screamed out without a word. Chapter 416, Ding. You successfully broke through Kaiyuan double. Jiang Chen stared straight at the huge rock beside the cliff. On the boulder, a giant ginseng, which is about 1 foot long and has the same shape as ginseng, lay there like a fat baby. Its whole body exudes a faint purple light. The roots that surround its body are constantly dancing in midair. It looked like that, as if lying on a boulder and saunting the sun. It seems that my luck is really good, and I actually encountered the 7th-grade elixir Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng. Looking at the purple Sun Zan Ling Ginseng on the boulder, Jiang Chen looked surprised. This purple Sun Zan Ling Ginseng is a 7th-grade elixir that grows by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. And even in the 7th-rank spirit medicine, this is an extremely rare existence. Its medicinal properties are very mild, and it can be easily absorbed by the martial artist without refining the pill. A complete purple Sun Zan Ling Ginseng, even if it is taken with the power of the divine sea realm, can greatly enhance its strength. This Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng is the magic medicine that almost all warriors dream of. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Ziyang Zan Ling Ginseng has been channeled, and it is not easy to catch it. The terrain here is steep, and once you miss it and let it escape, I'm afraid there will be no second chance. Jiang Chen didn't rush to take action either. In order to ensure that Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng was captured once, Jiang Chen decided to wait aside. Ziyang Zan Ling Ginseng should temporarily leave after absorbing enough sun essence. After Ziyang Zan Lingshan leaves, he can take the opportunity to lay a formation around the boulder. As long as Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng comes here next time to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, he can easily capture it. Waiting quietly like Jiang Chen. After bathing in the sun for an hour, Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng finally got up from the boulder and waved its roots towards the cliff. Jiang Chen waited for the Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng to disappear for 5 minutes, then quickly jumped to the mountain and set up an array around the boulder. It took half an hour to arrange the formation. Jiang Chen quickly turned back, found a hidden place to meditate and waited. Night began to fall, and a bright full moon slowly rose from the distant horizon. A group of objects emitting dazzling purple light in the night finally climbed up from under the cliff. Is it finally here? Looking at the Ziyang Zan Ling Ginseng that had appeared on the boulder, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth was slightly curved. He stood up directly and strode towards the boulder. Ziyang Profound Spirit Ginseng also found Jiang Chen's existence in an instant, and it quickly fled from the boulder by waving its roots. It was just that it had just reached the edge of the boulder and was bounced back by an invisible force. Hey, in order to catch you, I have carefully arranged a 5th-grade difficulty formation here. It's impossible for you to escape from my formation. Jiang Chen smiled. As soon as his figure flashed, he appeared next to Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng, and he reached out and grabbed it. The reaction of Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng was faster than Jiang Chen imagined. With this claw, He actually just grabbed a 2 or 3 inch long root in his hand. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then threw this piece of root into his mouth. 2 pleasant reminders sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You swallow the roots of Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng and gain 8,000*100 experience. Ding! You successfully broke through Kaiyuan's second layer. Chapter 417. Can kill you every minute. Tisk tusk. It's worthy of a 7th grade elixir, it's really extraordinary. He only swallowed a small piece of the roots of the purple Sun Zan Ling Ginseng, and he broke through the Kaiyuan's second layer in one breath. Although he was not far from breaking through the Kaiyuan's second layer, the power of Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng is still beyond doubt. If the whole plant of Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng is eaten, I am afraid it will at least allow him to break through 3 or 5 small realms. Jiang Chen didn't intend to eat Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng to improve his realm. With a systematic 100-fold experience bonus, it is not difficult for Jiang Chen to improve his realm in Taishu sect. It would be too wasteful to simply use this purple sun profound spirit ginseng to improve the strength of several small realms. He can use Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng to redeem honor points in exchange for richer training resources. In the history of Taishu sect, no one has ever picked a 7th grade elixir in Yaoshan. This plant of Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng can definitely earn him massive honor points. Thoughts flashed. Jiang Chen also looked at Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng again. He fully displayed the true meaning of the wind, and chased after the Ziyang Zan Lingshan who was panicking in the formation. Although Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng has been psychic, its ability is limited after all. Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng fell into Jiang Chen's palm. Putting Ziyang Xuanling Ginseng into the storage bag, Jiang Chen directly cross-legged on the boulder to practice. Until the next morning it was bright. Jiang Chen then slowly got up and left Medicine Mountain. Jiang Chen returned to the palace of Taishuzong. These 2 Fu family brothers are really amazing. Yes, these 2 people actually completed the star mission of Taishuzong as new disciples. Enter the Zongwu Hall. A burst of incredible exclamation sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen looked at the voice. I saw a large group of disciples surrounded by the application office of the Outer Star Mission. They stared at the 2 figures in the middle who were handing in the task, and their eyes were filled with unconcealed exclamation. Jiang Chen is no stranger to these 2 people who are handing in tasks. They are impressively Fu Yong and Fu Tang. Fu Yong received the task reward of 2,000 honor points with a dazzling expression under the exclamation of everyone around him. He swept his gaze, and soon found Jiang Chen walking in from outside. An imperceptible cold light flashed across Fu Yong's eyes. He walked straight up and smiled at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, are you also here to contact the star mission? No, I'm here to hand in the task of collecting medicine. Pharmaceutical gathering task. Fu Yong couldn't help but smiled contemptuously. Jiang Chen, you are also one of the best among the new disciples anyway. At this time, you still rely on handy duties to earn honor points. What happened to the handyman task? Jiang Chen said lightly. Even if I rely on handy duties, I earn more honor points in a day than you. Hey, Jiang Chen, do you think you can still have the kind of good luck like picking medicine on the first day? We completed the 1-star mission yesterday and received 2,000 honor points. Fu Yong looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Can you still earn 2,000 points a day by collecting medicine? It's just 2,000 points, what's the matter with you? Jiang Chen curled his lips and said proudly, even if I close my eyes and collect medicine, it will kill you in seconds. Chapter 418. 2,000 points, I barely accept it. Haha. Really laughed at me. I earn 2,000 honor points a day by collecting medicine, this kid's brain is probably kicked by a donkey. I heard Jiang Chen's arrogant words. Some disciples who didn't know Jiang Chen around looked at Jiang Chen with foolish eyes. The eyes of some people who knew Jiang Chen's identity were wide open. Could it be that this great man who broke 2 records of collecting medicines in one day has to refresh his record again today? Jiang Chen, what kind of skill is it to just use your tongue? He coldly snorted, there is a kind of medicinal material you can hand in now. I will see how you can kill me every minute. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. What if I earn more points than you? Then I'll bet 2,000 honor points with you. If you win, my 2,000 honor points will be yours. If you lose, give us 2,000 honor points. Fu Yong stared at Jiang Chen provocatively. How about it, do you dare? Hee. There is nothing in this world that I dare not dare to. His gaze was at Fu Tang beside Fu Yong. Fu Yong wants to use these 2,000 honor points to bet against me. What do you mean, bet? Fu Teng looked at Jiang Chen lightly, and directly spit out a cold word. Fu Teng was already very clear about Jiang Chen's breaking 2 records of collecting medicine in one day. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's luck, he found more than a dozen 5-grade medicinal materials at a time. It would be impossible to easily break the record of collecting medicine. The medicinal materials that Jiang Chen picked were only exchanged for more than 1,300 honor points. This is a long way from their 2,000 honor points. Fu Teng really didn't believe it. Could Jiang Chen's luck this time be even worse than the last time? Since you have to give me 2,000 honor points, then I reluctantly accept it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then strode towards the handyman task handover. Senior brother Jiang Chen, go ahead. Several new disciples who were queuing to hand in the task could not help but quickly make way for Jiang Chen. He was not polite, walked directly to the counter, picked up the storage bag and crackled out a pile of medicinal materials. And with Jiang Chen this pile of medicinal materials poured out. The weather in the hall became strong at this moment. It's worthy of being a great man who broke 2 records in one day, and there are so many medicinal materials. Tisk tusk. So rich energy, these medicinal materials are not ordinary products at first glance, then the Fu family brothers might really be planted. Everyone looked at the pile of medicinal materials that Jiang Chen poured out, with shocked expressions on their faces. And in front of Jiang Chen, the person in charge of the handyman task also began to count with a shocked look. 53rd grade medicinal materials. 19 product medicinal materials. 5 grade medicinal materials and 8 plants. 2 class medicinal materials. You got a total of 2,850 honor points. 2,850. Hearing the astonishing numbers reported by the person in charge of the handyman, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Earn nearly 3,000 honor points in one day with the task of collecting medicine. This Tamar is too evil. Chapter 419. As soon as the 7th grade elixir came out, it shocked the audience. Fu Yong stared at this scene with a dull gaze, and his face instantly turned pale. Jiang Chen's ability to pick medicine has actually reached such a level of evil. He can really rely on this unremarkable handyman task to get more honor points than their star-level task reward. Thinking of the 2,000 points he had earned so hard, he lost to Jiang Chen. Fu Yong only felt that his heart was bleeding. And beside Fu Yong, Fu Teng's face was also ugly to the extreme. Fu Teng finally understood that he had miscalculated this time. He underestimated Jiang Chen's ability to gather herbs. Jiang Chen was able to break 2 records of medicine collection a day, not because his luck was against the sky, but because he really had this ability. Jiang Chen, you have 2,851 honor points, take out your identity token. It took a while for the person in charge of the handyman task to recover from the shock. He didn't know what language to use to describe Jiang Chen's ability to gather herbs against the sky. Jiang Chen broke 2 records of medicine collection with more than 1,300 honor points. This is enough to guard against the sky. Who knew that Jiang Chen was even more perverted this time, and he doubled his single-day medicine collection record in one breath. Don't be too exaggerated. When Jiang Chen heard the words of the person in charge of the handyman task, he couldn't help but smile faintly. No hurry, isn't this not over yet? It's not over yet. When Jiang Chen said this, everyone's eyes fell on the storage bag in Jiang Chen's hand. Could it be that Jiang Chen still has medicinal materials in his storage bag? Also, more, the corner of the handyman's mouth trembles, and even his heart can't help but twitch. Okay, Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. There is also a special medicinal plant that will run by itself, so I didn't pour it out. Medicinal materials that will run away. Everyone was speechless for a while. No matter how special this medicinal material is, you can't run away by yourself. Are you sure this is not teasing us? Some people in the hall who were proficient in medicinal materials had an inconceivable horror in their eyes. The person in charge of the handyman task was even more shocked at this moment to speak uncomfortably. What did you say? Did you really pick medicinal materials that move? Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word. He reached directly into the storage bag. He saw a giant ginseng exuding lavender light and was pulled out by him. Fuck, what a terrifying energy fluctuation. Look, the roots of that ginseng really keep moving. Seeing the giant ginseng pulled out of brother Jiang Chen's storage bag, everyone showed a shocked expression. 7 rank elixir Ziyang Zan Ling Ginseng. You actually got a 7th grade elixir. The person in charge of the handyman task fixed his eyes on the giant ginseng in Jiang Chen's hand. His incredible scream finally rang in the hall. This turned out to be the legendary 7th grade elixir. I heard the scream of the head of the handyman. The huge Zongwu temple fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. 7 Panacea. Jiang Chen actually picked up the legendary 7th grade elixir. Chapter 420. Set a new record. He actually picked a 7th grade elixir. The Fu family brothers looked at the Ziyang Xuanling ginseng in Jiang Chen's hand with horror. They only felt that their heart was squeezed severely. The whole person was breathing disorder, dumbfounded. This is the 7th grade elixir that the Shanghai realm great Neng will be heart-stricken. A new disciple who has just entered the sect. It just broke 2 records quickly on the first day. Now even the legendary 7th grade elixir has been picked back. What kind of abnormality has this guy's method of collecting medicines? Brother, please help me change this purple sun profound spirit ginseng into honor points. Just when everyone was still in shock, Jiang Chen's faint voice rang in the hall. You wait first, I'll report to the senior sect. The person in charge of the handyman task recovered. He said to Jiang Chen intermittently, and then left quickly. Since the establishment of Taishuzong, there has never been a precedent for Taishuzong disciples to collect 7-level elixir. In their handyman task, there is no reward for the 7th grade elixir at all. But he never thought of it. Jiang Chen, this crazy guy, actually picked up the 7th grade elixir. Faced with such a situation, he didn't know what to do, so he could only ask the senior management of the sect to deal with it. The person in charge of the handyman task hurried back to the Zongwu Hall with an old man in a green robe. The old man in the green robe was ordinary, short and thin, and he didn't seem to have anything special. Only the 7-star alchemist badge with golden light on his chest looked particularly dazzling. 7-rank alchemy master. Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. This very ordinary-looking old man in green robe in front of him is an existence that is not inferior to the owner of the Palace of True Dragon Kingdom Pill, Ping Yixian. But the other disciples in the hall didn't even dare to make a sound at this moment. Although none of the disciples present knew the old man in Qingpao. But just relying on the status of the 7th-rank alchemy master of the Qingpao old man, it was enough to keep them silent. Jiang Chen, let me introduce to you, this is Qin Zhu, the deputy head of our Taishu Zong Dantang. The person in charge of the handyman walked straight to Jiang Chen with the old man in green robe, and introduced to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was surprised. Dantang, this is one of the most important components of Taishu sect. It is said that the hall master of Dantang is a person who can sit on an equal footing with the 4 elders of the divine sea realm. Even if it is Dantang's deputy hall master, his status is very detached. Sure enough, it is the 7th grade elixir Ziyang Zan Lingshan. Just when Jiang Chen looked at Qin Zhu glanced at the Ziyang Xuanling ginseng in Jiang Chen's hand, and immediately smiled and said, "Little guy, you can even get this thing." Jiang Chen smiled, neither humble nor arrogant. The juniors are just lucky. Little guy, don't be too humble. Qin Zhu laughed dumbly. As a 7th-rank alchemy master, Qin Zhu knew very well about the characteristics of many 7th-rank elixir. How could this purple sun Zan Ling ginseng be harvested by luck alone? But since Jiang Chen didn't want the famous saying, Qin Zhu didn't plan to ask more. He groaned slightly, and the faint voice rang in Jiang Chen's ear again. Little guy, you have collected the 7th grade elixir, setting a new record for the task of collecting medicine. I will redeem you 20,000 points for this purple sun mysterious ginseng, and then give you a reward of 20,000 points, how about? Chapter 421. Qin Zhu, the 7th-rank alchemy master. Ziyang Xuanling ginseng exchanges 20,000 points, and there are 20,000 points reward. Hear the reward given by Qin Zhu. All the Taishu Zong disciples in the hall, their eyes looking at Jiang Chen showed envy, jealousy and hatred. This is 40,000 honor points. Most of their outer disciples may not be able to make it back in a year. But this kid is good, he can easily make a profit when he goes to Yaoshan to pick a medicine. The most enviable thing is that Qin Zhu also made a new record of collecting 7-level elixir. Set a new record. This is the existence that can stay in the history of Taishu Zong. Thank you, Hall Master Qin. Jiang Chen was slightly startled, and immediately there was a look of joy in his eyes. Although he knew that there should be a lot of honor points for the 7th grade elixir Ziyangzan Lingshan, he didn't expect to get 40,000 honor points at once. So many rewards have completely exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations, and Jiang Chen naturally has no objections. You are welcome, this is what you deserve. Qin Zhu smiled slightly, and immediately took out a simple purple gold token and passed it to Jiang Chen. 40,000 honor points. 40,000 honor points, plus more than 10,000 otherwise, Jiang Chen has more than 50,000 honor points at once. With these honor points, he can get a lot of resources in Taishuzang. As long as Taishu Zanying is cultivated to perfection, he wants to understand the Taishu sect's heavenly martial art Taishu combat body, and the honor points are more than enough. Qin Zhu transferred 40,000 honor points to Jiang Chen, and then received Ziyangzan Ling Jinseng. He smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. Little guy, your name is Jiang Chen, right? You can gather 7th grade elixir, and you must have a strong talent in the pill way. Are you interested in being my disciple? As Qin Zhu said this, all the disciples around were in an uproar. I heard you right. Unexpectedly, Hall Master Qin actually took a fancy to Jiang Chen and wanted to take Jiang Chen as a disciple. Jiang Chen is now a step up to the sky. Qin Zhu, this is the Deputy Hall Master of Taishu Zong Dantang, a high-ranking 7th rank alchemy Grandmaster. In this Taishu Zong, Qin Zhu's status is even higher than most of Taishu sect's elders in the condensed pill stage. Even Tai Zuzong's 5 great divine sea realm powerhouses might have to give Qin Zhu some face. If Jiang Chen really became Qin Zhu's disciple, his status would be almost the same as his own disciple. When everyone was envious of Jiang Chen's fate, Jiang Chen tactfully rejected Qin Zhu. Thank you, senior, but the junior has no intention of becoming an alchemist. I'm afraid I will disappoint senior's kindness. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone in the hall opened their eyes wide in disbelief. To be able to become a disciple of Qin Zhu, this is a dream existence for all outer disciples. But this kid turned down. This guy, I'm afraid that his head was kicked by a donkey and he was stupid. Since you are not here, then I won't force it. In the future, if you get a 7th grade elixir or change your attention, you can come directly to the Dantang to find me. Qin Zhu said with a smile, then turned and left the Zongwu Palace. Seeing Qin Zhu disappeared from the Zongwu Temple, everyone was mad with jealousy. With Qin Zhu's words, as long as Jiang Chen is willing, he can become Qin Zhu's disciple at any time. A new disciple who is just getting started can enjoy such treatment in Taishu sect. This guy is definitely the first one ever. Chapter 422, the new disciple ranking tournament is on. He walked in front of the two Fu family brothers, demanded the 2,000 points for winning the bet, and then drifted away under countless shocking gazes. Back to the residence of the upper courtyard. The next day, Jiang Chen stayed in the courtyard and did not go anywhere. He did not go to the Zongwu Hall to accept the task of collecting medicine, nor did he go to Zongyuegu to refine the invincible body refining technique. Because tomorrow is the Taishuzong new disciple ranking tournament. 2 days ago, Jiang Chen had written to Zhao Nan, who was ranked 10th on the outside. This new disciples ranking competition, he naturally cannot be absent. Jiang Chen went straight out and headed for the outer arena. Taishuzong's new disciple qualifying competition, this is the first battle of the new disciples. This battle is a very important battle for all new disciples. Because after the new disciples are ranked, they can receive certain honor points every month just like the old disciples. The higher the ranking, the more honor points will naturally be received. Moreover, if the new disciple can reach a higher ranking, he can also get an extra reward from Taishuzong. Of course, rewards are still secondary. More importantly, if he performed well in the new disciple ranking competition, he might even be favored by the senior sect. In the previous ranking competitions for new disciples in Taishu, there are many people who have been favored by the experts of the Shanghai realm of the sect, and become direct disciples of the sect in one fell swoop. Almost all the new disciples attach great importance to this qualifying match and want to make a blockbuster. Jiang Chen came to the Taishuzong outer gate arena. The arena that can hold thousands of people is already overcrowded at this moment. Almost 90% of the outer disciples have gathered here at this moment. The ranking competition for new disciples is not just a matter for new disciples. In the previous ranking competitions for new disciples, there will be some geniuses, and there are even some enchanting evildoers who have reached the top of the outside world. They also want to know who among the new disciples this year can pose a threat to them. Look at it, Jiang Chen is here. What? He is the Jiang Chen who broke 2 records of collecting medicine on the first day and challenged the 10th to the outer door. Fuck. A new disciple is like challenging the top 10 outside the door. I think this kid is just dead. Today's Jiang Chen is also a small and famous figure in Taishuzong's outer sect. Jiang Chen broke 2 records in one day, challenged Zhao Nan, the 10th in the outer door, and even picked up a 7th grade elixir. These news have been spread through the outer gate of Taishu sect. Almost most of the outer disciples already knew that such a great man appeared in this new disciple of Taishuzong. But even if this guy is so good, I am afraid he will not have the strength to challenge the top 10 outside the door. In the history of Taishuzong, being able to get into the top 100 in the new disciple ranking competition is already very enchanting. It is almost impossible to make it into the top 10. Clang. While many disciples watched Jiang Chen discussing, a loud bell resounded abruptly in the arena. A white-robed old man with white beard and hair descended on the arena in the center of the arena. His gaze swept slightly, and the faint voice instantly resounded in everyone's ears. Little guys, the old man's outer door elder, Sun Yang, is responsible for hosting this new disciple ranking competition. Now I announce that this new disciple ranking competition is officially open. All new disciples, come to the arena. Chapter 423, Lei Dao's True Meaning in the Triple Realm. With the faint voice of the outer door elder Gong Sun Yang fell. More than 100 new disciples all flashed towards the central arena. Jiang Chen naturally did not hesitate, and directly stepped onto the arena. Brother Jiang Chen, you are here too. Jiang Chen boarded the arena, and Lei Haokong and others quickly greeted him. Yes, you have already broken through the Kaiyuan realm. This time the new disciple ranking competition, you should also get a good place. Jiang Chen smiled slightly on Lei Haokong and said with a smile. Thanks to the honor points of the Jiang Chen brothers. Lei Haokong said gratefully. If Jiang Chen had not given them 10,000 honor points, allowing them to exchange a lot of training resources in a short period of time, it would have been impossible for them to break through the Kaiyuan realm so quickly. It's just a matter of hand, you don't have to be polite. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and immediately changed the subject and said, which one will you take the assessment for this ranking match? The Taishuzong New Disciple Ranking Tournament is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the initial ranking competition. The initial ranking match was evaluated by one of the 5 great Divine Sea Realm experts of Taishu sect. They will use the perilous coercion of the power of the Divine Sea Realm in the air. The length of time all new disciples persist under the pressure of the Divine Sea Realm is the initial ranking. I don't know, the coercion of any Divine Sea Realm might be extremely terrifying, and I don't know how long I can support it. Lei Haokong's expression was solemn and authentic. Little guys, the initial ranking assessment of this new disciple will be taken by the sovereign. After 5 minutes, you will bear the pressure of your suzerain from the air, and then you will perform the initial ranking for the time you insist. Anyone who enters the top 10 in the initial ranking can get a certain amount of honor points rewards. When Jiang Chen was talking with Lei Haokong, Gong Sun Yang's faint voice resounded through the arena again. When everyone heard Gong Sun Yang's words, they couldn't help but stun in their hearts. They are all sitting cross-legged on the arena, ready to deal with the next initial ranking match. Under the waiting of everyone, there was a sudden sound of tearing air over the arena. I saw a huge illusory figure with a height of 5 or 6 feet and flashing thunder light instantly stepped out of the sky and hovered directly above the arena. I am afraid that coercion spread throughout the arena, causing most of the new disciples on the arena to tremble. Some of the weaker people even turned pale. My God, this time the coercion of the new disciple ranking tournament is too terrifying. It deserves to be the sect master himself, who has displayed such a terrifying Thunder Dao true intentions for the assessment. Hey! This new disciple is miserable. Seeing the huge phantom in the air, many old disciples shook their heads in awe. This is the true meaning of Lei Dao in the Triple Realm. Jiang Chen stared at the thunderous shadow in midair, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. This sect master Taishu is worthy of being the top figure standing on the peak of the northern wilderness, and he is really extraordinary. Although Jiang Chen did not know where the Taishu sect master was. But at least there are thousands of meters away from the arena. Can cast the true meaning of Thunder Dao in the air, and condense the true meaning of Thunder Dao into a human form. The true meaning of Lei Dao so arbitrary, this is definitely the true meaning of Lei Dao that has reached the Triple Realm. Chapter 424, 50,000 honor points, a huge bet. The true meaning of Lei Dao in the triple realm is interesting. Jiang Chen's thunder phantom in midair caused a slight smile on his mouth. This new disciple ranking competition is not so much an assessment, as it is an opportunity for all new disciples. To comprehend the true meaning of martial arts in the triple realm in Taishu sect, you need no less honor points than to comprehend the Taishu warfare body. Able to experience the true meaning of martial arts in the triple realm. For new disciples who have just entered the sect, this is almost an opportunity that can be met but not sought. If you can comprehend something from the true meaning of the triple thunder in midair, this will definitely benefit people infinitely. Jiang Chen, do you dare to compare with me in this ranking match for new disciples? As Jiang Chen looked at the thunderous shadow in the air, a familiar sneer suddenly rang in his ears. Jiang Chen tilted his head and saw Fu Yongzheng, who was not far from him, looking at him provocatively. You have to compare with me. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously and said, why, don't you think I was abused enough by me the previous few times? In this new disciple ranking competition, I will never lose to you again. A cold light flashed in Fu Yong's eyes. This time I want to bet 50,000 honor points with you, do you dare to gamble? Bet 50,000 honor points. Hearing Fu Yong's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. 50,000 points, can you get it? With a move of his palm, Fu Yong directly took out his identity token. I saw that on his identity token, there were 50,000 honor points displayed impressively. Jiang Chen, 50,000 honor points are here. Fu Yong raised the identity token in his hand. He stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. If you have a seed, then you can last longer with me in the initial ranking match. For this competition, Fu Yong felt confident in his heart, because he got the full support of a core disciple of the Fu family. That wuxia inner sect disciple took a fancy to the 50,000 honor points in Jiang Chen's hand. In order for him to win Jiang Chen's 50,000 honor points, the core disciple of the Fu family had lost his blood. With the help of this Fu family inner sect disciple, both he and Fu Teng's cultivation realm has broken through the Kaiyuan dual layer. They also obtained a secret method. Once the secret method is used, he and Fu Teng can join forces to fight the coercion in the initial ranking match. Fu Yong really didn't believe it. With so many whole cards in his body, he still couldn't beat Jiang Chen. He will definitely retrieve everything he has lost from Jiang Chen 10 times. Haha. The smashing bet of 50,000 honor points is really a big deal. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, but, since you want to bet, then I will be with you. Although Jiang Chen also knew that Fu Yong's huge bet was premeditated. But Jiang Chen was not afraid. As a person who masters the 5 true meanings in the sword, intent reaches the dual state. When it comes to the coercion of fighting against the true meaning of martial arts, I am afraid that no one of the outer disciples of Taishu Zong can match. Since this guy took the initiative to send the 1,000,000 points to the door, why would Jiang Chen refuse? I heard it right, they are going to gamble 50,000 honor points. This is too exaggerated. I heard the conversation between the two Jiang Chen. Everyone in the arena was stunned in shock. A bet of 50,000 honor points. This is really a huge gamble. Chapter 425, Ding. Your Lei Dao true intention breaks through the duality. Tisk tusk. That kid should be Jiang Chen, the most recent herb picker. Fu Yong's move is obviously prepared. This Jiang Chen is afraid that he is crazy, he even dares to accept the bet. Hey. The honor points that this guy has gotten by breaking the record are worthless. It really won't happen if you don't die. After a brief shock, some people who know Jiang Chen and Fu Yong could not help shaking their heads and sighing slightly. They all looked at Jiang Chen with a look of sympathy. The true Dragon Kingdom Fu family is not weak in Taishu sect. Fu Yong was able to take out 50,000 honor points to bet that it must be supported by a core disciple of the Fu family. And for this gambling game, Fu Yong would have been fully prepared long ago. But Jiang Chen now bet 50,000 honor points with Fu Yong foolishly. What's the difference between such a stupid move and giving points to others? Just when everyone was talking about Jiang Chen and their huge gambling, the huge thunder light phantom standing proudly above the arena suddenly exploded with a loud noise. All the new disciples on the arena only felt a sudden thunder explosion in their minds. The coercion of terror swept away. The bodies of most of the new disciples couldn't help shaking violently. Just less than a few breaths. Some weaker new disciples could no longer withstand this terrifying coercion, and were then sent out of the arena by Gongsunyang one after another. With a move of his mind, he also used Lei Dao's true meaning to lightly resist the coercion in the air. It turns out that you have also realized the true meaning of Lei Dao. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. But, if the true meaning of this Thunder Dao is your trump card, I am afraid you will lose today. Upon seeing this, Fu Yong couldn't help but laughed contemptuously. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Fu Yong, but concentrated on using Thunder Dao to resist the pressure in midair. Because Jiang Chen found out, he used Thunder Dao's true meaning to resist the pressure of the triple Thunder Dao's true meaning in midair, and could actually obtain a large amount of experience bonus. I really hope this initial ranking assessment can last longer. Maybe I can rely on the pressure of the triple Thunder Dao True Will to make my Thunder Dao True Will break through the dual realm in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, his eyes also showed an extremely hot light. The pressure of the true meaning of the triple thunder in midair became stronger and stronger, and the number of people on the arena became less and less. Less than 10 minutes, even Lei Hao and the others had reached their limit and were sent off the arena by Gongsun Yang. Only Jiang Chen and the Fu family brothers were left in the huge arena. The number of people on the arena is gradually decreasing, but the pressure in midair is becoming more and more terrifying. Even Fu Yong and the others, facing the terrifying pressure in midair, the cold sweat on their foreheads was sloppy. Only Jiang Chen was still sitting there with no expression on his face, fully displaying his true meaning of Thunder Dao to confront the pressure of midair. A series of reminders sounded continuously in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You cast Thunder Dao True Intentions against the triple realm of Thunder True Intentions and gain 3000*100 experience. Ding! Your Lei Dao True Intention breaks through the second layer. Chapter 426. With one enemy and two, I, Jiang Chen, are so afraid. Lei Dao's true meaning finally broke through. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lift up a slight smile. Following the double épée sword intent, he finally has another kind of martial arts true will to break through the dual realm. After Lei Dao's real intention breakthrough, Jiang Chen undoubtedly became more relaxed in the face of the pressure of the triple Thunder Dao's true meaning in midair. How do I feel that Jiang Chen has become easier to resist coercion? Seeing Jiang Chen's calm look, everyone on the arena was in a daze. With the passage of time, the pressure of Lei Dao's true meaning in midair has been continuously increasing. In order to resist this terrible coercion, Fu Yong and the others have already exploded the power of blood. Even so, they became more and more struggling to resist. But this kid is good, and he has become more and more free to deal with. Fu Yong, who had been paying attention to Jiang Chen's situation, had a look of anger in his eyes. Fu Yong thought, he is now breaking through the Kaiyuan second layer, and his strength has risen so much that he should be able to compete with Jiang Chen. In reality, Jiang Chen slapped his face with a slap. Now the gap between him and Jiang Chen is getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, he still has the biggest hole card in his hand. Otherwise, this time he really will lose to Jiang Chen. Brother Tang, this kid is really a freak. It seems that if we want to defeat him, we can only use secret methods. Fu Yong took a deep breath and spoke to Fu Tang beside him. Competing with Jiang Chen this time was a huge bet related to 50,000 honor points. 1. Everything is easy to say. If he loses, his life in Taishuzong will probably not be easy. Fu Tang nodded blankly, and then quickly changed his hands into a mysterious gesture on his chest. Seeing this, Fu Yong couldn't help but quickly cooperated with Fu Tang to start the secret method. I saw the bodies of the Fu family brothers, and a faint cyan streamer circulated around them. And with the appearance of these cyan streamers, the pressure of the two people dropped sharply, and it became much easier in an instant. Liangyi Green Halo, this is the mystery secret method Fu Yong got. Once cast, they can combine the power of the two to form a powerful guardian halo, and their resistance can instantly skyrocket several times. What is Fu Yong and the others? It seems that the two of them have performed a secret method, and the ability of the two to fight against coercion has become stronger. Grass. This Fu Yong is too shameless, isn't this Nima cheating? Everyone saw this scene, and the eyes that looked at Fu Yong couldn't help showing a look of contempt. Jiang Chen, we are just trying to see who can last longer. In the initial ranking, but we didn't say that it is not allowed to ask for help. Now that we use the secret method, the ability to withstand pressure is stronger, but I don't know how many times. This time, you are sure to lose. Fu Yong ignored the contemptuous gazes around him. He looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer, and there was an extremely proud look in his eyes. Is this the trump card you dare to gamble with me? But, do you really think this will win me? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and the domineering voice instantly resounded throughout the arena. Although let the horse come here, even if one enemy is two, I, Jiang Chen, should not be afraid. Chapter 427, Double Thunder Road's True Meaning, condensed to me. Even if one enemy is two, I, Jiang Chen, should not be afraid. Jiang Chen's arrogant and dry laughter also deeply shook the hearts of everyone present. Everyone's gaze at Jiang Chen couldn't help showing an expression of admiration. Facing an amazing bet of 50,000 honor points. Facing Fu Yong's opportunism, he cheated openly. Jiang Chen was still not panicking, as if he was holding the winning ticket. This guy is really not an ordinary man. I want to see, how long can you be so hard? Hearing Jiang Chen's domineering words, Fu Yong couldn't help but sneered. Now the real coercion of Lei Dao in the air has become very powerful to a terrifying point. This kid alone can hold on longer than the one who used the secret method. Hee. Then you can open your eyes and watch. He stared closely at the mid-air thunder phantom that broke out again with terrifying coercion. Rays of dazzling lightning flashed above him out of thin air like a dragon and a snake. Jiang Chen also spit out a thunderous anger. Zhuang Lei Dao's true meaning, condense me. With Jiang Chen shouting angrily fell. The thunder light and lightning hovering above Jiang Chen's head also instantly condensed a thunder phantom that was 3 feet high. Lei Guangxiang stood proudly on top of Jiang Chen's head, directly resisting the full force of Lei Dao's true meaning in the air. Grass. This. What's the situation? The real meaning of Lei Dao in the dual realm, Jiang Chen's real intent of Lei Dao has reached the dual realm. With this dual realm of Lei Dao's true meaning, maybe he can really defeat Fu Yong and them. It directly caused everyone in the arena to be stunned. Jiang Chen understood the true meaning of Lei Dao, and he had a natural advantage against the pressure of the same attribute of Lei Dao. And once Yang's Lei Dao's true intention reached the dual realm, his resistance ability increased geometrically. Fu Yong put forward a huge bet of 50,000 honor points. I am afraid it is really a steal. The true meaning of Lei Dao in the dual realm, this. How is this possible? Fu Yong looked at Jiang Chen, who was displaying the double thunder with a look of astonishment, and his expression was extremely flustered. Stay steady, don't think too much. Even if he understands the true meaning of the double thunder road, we may not lose. Fu Teng's cold drink also exploded directly in Fu Yong's ears. That's right, even if that kid understands the true meaning of the dual thunder road. With the secret method of the Liangyi blue halo, I will never lose to Jiang Chen. Fu Yong took a deep breath and immediately used his secret method to fight against the pressure of thunder in midair. Reality is often crueler than traditional Chinese medicine. As time passed, the pressure of thunder in midair became stronger and stronger. Even Fu Yong, who used the cyan halo of Liangyi, felt under the pressure of the real meaning of thunder Dao in midair, feeling breathless. And the cyan halo swirling around them also became illusory and flickering under the tremendous pressure. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was on the sidelines. I saw him still sitting there calmly, as if he hadn't been threatened by the true meaning of thunder in the air at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that their eyes almost stared out. This guy named Jiang Chen is really extraordinary. Chapter 428, Take first place in the initial ranking contest. This Jiang Chen is too awesome. It's not an ordinary awesome. Is this guy really just a new disciple who just entered the sect? Fu Yong is completely planted this time. Arena. Many people came back to their senses, and they all showed expressions of wonder. Jiang Chen took the earth-shattering bet that Fu Yong put forward. They thought that this kid was kicked in the head by a donkey and became an idiot. But now they realized that it was themselves who were idiots. Jiang Chen dared to take a huge bet of 50,000 honor points. That is because he has this ability. Even if Fu Yong used all his cards, or even resorted to shameless means like 2-on-1, he was still abused by Jiang Chen and turned into a scum. The current situation on the arena can be seen at a glance, which is better. As long as there are no accidents, Jiang Chen's winning the 50,000 honor points gamble is just a matter of time. When everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's powerful strength, the two Fu family brothers on the arena were supported by the two cyan halos of Liangyi. Fu Yong gasped heavily, and the big beads of sweat kept rolling down from his forehead. The long-time use of the Liangyi Cyan aura has made his body's vitality almost exhausted. That kid should be about to die. As long as I hold on for a while, the one who wins must be me. Fu Yong gritted his teeth and insisted, hypnotizing himself in his heart. Fu Yong felt that he really couldn't hold it anymore and couldn't help but glance at where Jiang Chen was. It's just that when he saw Jiang Chen still sitting there like an old monk in concentration, he was completely sluggish. Fu Yong's face instantly turned pale, and there was an incredible scream in his mouth. In order to be able to defeat Jiang Chen, Fu Yong not only improved the strength of a small realm, but also prepared a powerful trump card like Liangyi Qinghuan. I thought that with such sufficient preparation, he could easily defeat Jiang Chen this time. Jiang Chen relied on his own strength to abuse him again. Such a huge mental blow was like the last straw that crushed the camel, causing Fu Yong, who had already reached its limit, to completely collapse. In midair, another even more fierce thunder pressure instantly oppressed. Fu Yong, who was already on the verge of collapse, trembled suddenly under the pressure of this terrifying thunder. I saw a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground with a puff. After Fu Yong fainted, Fu Teng was also alone, and soon followed in Fu Yong's footsteps. With the Fu family brothers out of the game, only Jiang Chen remained on the arena. After taking a look at Jiang Chen, the thunder phantom in the air immediately tore the space and disappeared above the arena. After that thunder shadow disappeared, Gong Sunyang's figure appeared in the center of the arena in a flash. Little guy, I didn't expect you to be so old that you can comprehend the true meaning of Thunder Dao in the dual realm, which is very good. Gong Sunyang said to Jiang Chen with a smile on his face, and then began to announce his place in the initial ranking. And Jiang Chen was naturally no surprise, taking the first place in this initial ranking match. Chapter 429, No One Dares to Rely on Me. The initial ranking will be announced soon. Jiang Chen first. The Fu Teng Fu Yong brothers ranked second and third respectively. Duan Xing and Lei Haokong both entered the top 10. Little guys, this is the end of the initial ranking competition for new disciples. A ranking challenge will be held tomorrow, and all new disciples can challenge the outer disciples who are ranked higher than themselves. If you can sprint to a higher ranking, you can get rich rewards. Get ready. After Gong Sunyang announced the rankings, he spoke lightly to all the new disciples, and then disappeared into the arena in a flash. Brother Jiang Chen, tomorrow you are really going to challenge Jiao Nan, the 10th outer door. After Gong Sunyang left, Lei Haokong didn't need to ask Jiang Chen beside him. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, yes, if I want to enter the inner door, I must first challenge the top 10 of the outer door. Outer disciples are not qualified to comprehend the martial arts of heaven. To comprehend the celestial martial arts Taishu combat body, you must first become an inner disciple. The top 10 disciples of the outer sect are also called the disciples of the inner sect. Only the top 10 outer disciples are qualified to assess inner disciples. Challenge the top 10 outside and enter the inner door. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lei Haokong and others couldn't help being speechless for a while. They haven't even gained a foothold at the outer door. But Jiang Chen did well, he was already thinking about entering the inner door. This guy really is a pervert that can't be described by common sense. When Jiang Chen was talking with Lei Haokong, the two Fu family brothers on the side also recovered from their coma. They didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen, and they turned around and left in a desperate manner. Looking at the two Fu family brothers who want to leave, Jiang Chen's figure flashed and stopped in front of the Fu family brothers. He looked at Fu Yong and said indifferently, so I want to leave. You seem to have forgotten one thing. Jiang Chen, I just said it casually. You don't have to take it seriously, do you? When Fu Yong heard Jiang Chen's words, his face instantly became extremely difficult to look. Just say it casually. The gambling agreement of 50,000 honor points was proposed by yourself. If you wish, you will lose. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and he directly stretched out his hand and said, stop talking nonsense, give me 50,000 honor points. Jiang Chen, these 50,000 honor points are not mine, but the inner disciple of my Fu family. If you want to stay in Taishuzong safely, you'd better stop this matter. Fu Yong stared at Jiang Chen with a ferocious expression, his eyes faintly revealed a certain threat. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. It seems that you are planning to fall back on the bill. Huh, what if it is? Fu Yong snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The gambling agreement between him and Jiang Chen was just a verbal agreement, leaving no real evidence. Even if he really repented, he would be ridiculed at best. With the strength of their Fu family in Taishu sect, Jiang Chen couldn't do anything to him at all. I don't care who owns your 50,000 honor points. Since you lose it to me, it belongs to me. Whether you like it or not, I have to set the 50,000 honors today. In this world, no one can rely on me. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and his whole person instantly became murderous. Chapter 430, Inner Disciple, I can't beat it. Tisk tusk. Fu Yong really can't afford to lose, he actually wants to go wrong. This is 50,000 honor points, if you are willing to hand it over so easily. Fu Yong is backed by an inner disciple of the Fu family. It's not easy for Jiang Chen to get these 50,000 honor points. Looking at Jiang Chen and others in the confrontation, many people couldn't help but talk about it. He stared at Fu Yong coldly. I will ask you one last time, do you give or not give 50,000 honor points? Jiang Chen, Fu Yong was just impulsive just now, why should you be more serious? This matter will stop here. Otherwise, it will really cause trouble, it will not benefit everyone. Fu Teng on the side also said lightly. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and Zhang Lei Dao's true meaning brought a terrifying power to oppress the Fu family brothers. The Fu family brothers only felt that their hearts were hit hard. Immediately, the figures of the two of them trembled suddenly, and they flew out directly like a kite with a broken line. The two brothers of the Fu family were all embarrassed and smashed to the ground several feet away, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. They looked up at Jiang Chen, who was opposite, and there was an unconcealable panic in their eyes. Just one step forward, Fu Yong stepped on his feet. He looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and his cold voice resounded. I said, no one in this world dares to rely on me. The 50,000 honor points you lost to me, today I am going to set it. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he did not give Fu Yong a chance to speak, and he reached out to grab Fu Yong's identity token. A fierce punch that contained fist intent, but suddenly struck from behind Jiang Chen. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he also displayed a heavy punch, and the reflexive rescue was a punch. Two equally fierce punches collided in midair, and there was a bang. Jiang Chen took a few steps back slightly. He stared at the black-clothed youth who had also stepped back a few steps opposite, and said coldly, who are you, why bother with me? Futong, the inner disciple of Taishuzong. The black-clothed youth looked at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, Your Excellency has insulted my Fusho family so much, it would be too unreasonable to put my wuxia in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Fu Tong, the inner disciple of the Fu family, came in person. Now Jiang Chen is in trouble. Seeing the sudden appearance of the young man in black, everyone couldn't help worrying about Jiang Chen in their hearts. In Taishu, the inner disciples and outer disciples are almost indistinguishable from each other. Even the weakest disciple of the inner sect is enough to abuse any outer disciple. If Jiang Chen had a conflict with the inner disciple Fu Tong, it would be no different from hitting a rock with an egg. Fu Yong just lost to me 50,000 honor points, I just took what belonged to me from him. Jiang Chen said lightly, It seems you want to stand up for him. I don't care what happened to you before, I only know that you are bullying my Fu family now. Fu Tong snorted coldly, While I don't do anything now, quickly disappear from me. Jiang Chen stared at Fu Tong coldly, and his proud voice resounded instantly. HMPH, I don't care who you are. If you really want to prevent me from taking things that belong to me, even if you are an inner disciple, I will not miss it. Chapter 431, Be prepared to give way. Jiang Chen's arrogant words also caused everyone on the arena to be in an uproar. This Jiang Chen is too crazy. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with shocked faces, and their eyes were full of admiration. A new disciple who has just entered the Zong. Having the courage to challenge the top 10 outside the door is already aggressive enough. But now facing the inner disciple Fu Tong, Jiang Chen still faced him head-on without fear, and even threatened to beat Fu Tong. This Tamar can no longer be described as awesome. Do you really think that you can be arrogant in front of me by blocking my punch just now? Since you don't know good or bad, then I don't blame me for being rude. A frigid chill flashed in Fu Tong's eyes, and the powerful aura of Kaiyuan's sixth layer also burst out instantly. Fu Tong, you are a disciple of the inner sect, and you went to the outer sect to bully a new disciple who just entered the sect. I think you are really going back more and more lively. Go back to the inner door for me. Just when Fu Tong was about to start his hands, a faint anger blew up above the arena. The sudden roar of anger also caused a slight change into Fu Tong's face. The person who spoke was at least an outer condensed pill stage elder. Although he was an inner disciple, he did not dare to stray wildly in front of a strong man in the pill condensation stage. Moreover, the talking pill condensation realm powerhouse obviously meant to favor Jiang Chen. I'm afraid that even if he really did it, he might not have moved Jiang Chen at all. But I took note of today's affairs. When you enter the inner door, I will settle this account with you. Fu Tong grumbled coldly. He ignored Fu Yong on the ground and turned around and walked away. After Fu Tong left, Jiang Chen walked straight to Fu Yong. Under Fu Yong's pale gaze, he transferred the 50,000 honor points on Fu Yong's identity token, and then under countless shocking gazes, he slowly walked outside the arena. Just as Jiang Chen walked a few steps away, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. This person who suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen was not someone else, but Zhao Nan, who was ranked 10th in the outer door. Unexpectedly, you still have some ability to get the first place in the initial ranking. Zhao Nan looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and there was also a sneer in his eyes. If I don't have the ability, how dare I challenge your 10th position in the outer door? He smiled and looked at Zhao Nan. You should go back and get ready to abdicate and lead xianxia. Tomorrow's ranking challenge, you are the 10th position in the outer door, I have to decide. Huh, my Zhao Nan's position is not something anyone wants. With your strength, I haven't paid attention to Zhao Nanki. Tomorrow's ranking challenge, if you dare to challenge me, I will let you know how big the gap between you and me is. Zhao Nan let out a cold snort, and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. The gap between you and me is indeed very big, but this gap is a little different from what you imagined. Looking at Zhao Nan's disappearing back, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth made a strange arc, turned around and strode out of the arena. Chapter 432, The Personal Disciple Guangquan. Into the night, Taishuzong Outer Gate, in the middle courtyard of the upper courtyard residence. A slender young man dressed in a white coat stood with his back to the gate of the courtyard. Behind him, I saw Zhao Nan, the top 10 in the outer door, standing there respectfully at this moment. Zhao Nan, what is the matter when you call me so late? The faint voice of the white-clothed youth rang in the courtyard. Brother Guang, it's like this. Zhao Nan didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly told the young man in white what had happened at the outer door. Humph, you and Chen Lang are really promising. One of the outer sects is 10th, and the other is 18th. Even a new disciple who has just entered the sect can't handle it. Hearing Zhao Nan's words, the white-clothed youth couldn't help but let out a faint hum. Brother Guang, Jiang Chen is too enchanting. He not only has the ability to gather medicine against the sky, but he also comprehends the true meaning of various martial arts, and the true meaning of Lei Dao has reached the dual realm. Zhao Nan said with a wry smile. Speaking of which, that kid is a bit capable. The young man in white turned around. He glanced at Zhao Nan lightly. You are looking for me because you are worried that you will lose to Jiang Chen tomorrow. Brother Guang, I'm not doing this just in case. Zhao Nan said awkwardly. The top 10 figures in his dignified door, naturally would not admit that he is not as good as Jiang Chen as a newcomer. If it is a single theory of cultivation, with his Kaiyuan quadruple strength, he is not afraid of Jiang Chen from the Kaiyuan second layer. It's just Jiang Chen's double thundering true meaning that really made Zhao Nan feel a little jealous. Tomorrow's battle with Jiang Chen is a very important battle for him. If he, the top 10 outside disciple, really loses to Jiang Chen in the new disciple ranking challenge, what face will he have in the future to gain a foothold in Taishuzong? Just in case, Zhao Nan directly found his patron and inner disciple Guangquan. The white-clothed youth Guangquan looked indifferent. With a move of his palm, he directly took out a pill from Najia and threw it to Zhao Nan. The 4th grade high-level pill Dari Boom Yuan Dan, after taking it, can increase your combat power by 30% in 1 hour. I have taken a fancy to Jiang Chen's honor points, you can find a way to get it for me. The faint voice of the square fell, and his figure disappeared in front of Zhao Nan in a flash. Jiang Chen, if you dare to challenge me tomorrow, I will make you pay a heavy price every time. Zhao Nan tightly held the great sun-blasting yuan pill in his hand, and an extremely hideous look appeared in his eyes. It was slightly bright the next day. All the disciples of Taishuzong's outer gate appeared in the arena again. Today's new disciple ranking challenge is not just a matter for new disciples. Every year in the new disciple ranking challenge, there are some talented young people with outstanding talents. They challenged all the way, killing many old disciples in the outer sect, and even turned them into the top 100 in the outer sect. And this year's new disciple ranking tournament is even worse than before, and there is an enchanting like Jiang Chen. The new disciple ranking challenge has not yet started. Jiang Chen has already challenged Zhao Nan, who is ranked in the top 10 outside the door. For this challenge, all the outer disciples are looking forward to it. They all want to know, can Jiang Chen, an enchanting fellow, become the first person in Taishu sect's history to enter the top 10 with a new disciple? Chapter 433, Zhao Nan, roll up and die. I heard that he will challenge Zhao Nan, who is ranked 10th in the outer door today, but I don't know if it is true. If he can really beat Zhao Nan, it's really awesome. When Jiang Chen came to the arena, many disciples watched Jiang Chen talk in private. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the surrounding voices. He randomly found a spot in the arena, quietly waiting for the start of the ranking challenge. This wait did not last long. The elder of the outer gate, Sun Yang, who was in charge of presiding over the game, also quickly came to the arena. Everyone, today is the new disciple ranking challenge. Now I announce the rules of the new disciple ranking challenge. Sun Yang did not talk nonsense. His gaze swept across the arena, and then he began to announce the rules of the new disciple ranking challenge. In the new disciple ranking challenge, the new disciples are ranked first. All new disciples will be added to the ranking of outside disciples according to the ranking of yesterday's initial ranking match. Jiang Chen, who ranked first in the initial round, will take the last place among the outer disciples and go down. There are now a total of 2005 disciples in Taishuzong outer sect, and all Jiang Chen's rank is 2006, and so on. Every new disciple has a chance to challenge the outer disciple who ranks higher than him. If the challenge fails, keep your original ranking. If the challenge is successful, it can replace the challenger's ranking and continue to attack higher rankings. The first game of the new disciple ranking challenge, and Jiang Chen, ranked 206th, will play. After Sanyang announced the rules of the game, he soon reported the candidates for the first game. This person is no one else but Jiang Chen, the new disciple ranked number 1. As Sanyang's words fell, everyone in the arena couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen. Humph, I hope you'd better not challenge me somehow. Zhao Nan looked at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the arena, Jiang Chen slowly walked onto the arena. Little guy, who are you going to challenge? Sanyang looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, and there was a look of expectation in his old eyes. He also wanted to know who he would challenge in the first game of this exceptionally dazzling performance in the initial ranking. I challenge the outer door 10th, Zhao Nan. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and chose Zhao Nan without hesitation. Jiang Chen really wanted to challenge Zhao Nan, the 10th outer door. Although many outer disciples had already heard the rumors that Jiang Chen would challenge Zhao Nan. But when Jiang Chen really said these words, their hearts still seemed extremely shocked. A new disciple who just entered the sect, directly challenged the top 10 figures in the outer door for the first challenge. Even in the thousands-year history of Taishuzong, it was the first time in history. Sanyang was shocked immediately. Although he had a hunch that Jiang Chen's challenge should not be low, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to directly challenge the top 10 outside. I confirm. His gaze swept across the arena, and quickly locked in where Zhao Nan was, and the faint voice resounded through the arena instantly. Zhao Nan, roll up quickly and die. Chapter 434, Fists can blow you up. Fuck, this guy, want to be so awesome. Jiang Chen's domineering words also left everyone in the arena speechless for a while. A new disciple who just entered Taishu sect, challenged the outer door 10th in the new disciple ranking challenge, and opened his mouth to let the family come to death. Is this Nima so strong? Zhao Nan snorted coldly. He stepped on the ground, and immediately a volley appeared on the arena. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have the guts to challenge me. Zhao Nan stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer, his mouth also raised a sorrowful smile. Challenge you? To be honest, there is no challenge for me to beat you. From the moment I called you up, your 10th position on the outer door was destined to belong to me. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. I will give you a choice now. Do you voluntarily surrender, or do you want me to confess to you? A new disciple who just entered the sect, dared to be arrogant in front of me. I want to see how you can beat me today. Zhao Nan laughed angrily. His palm faced the void in front of him, and a huge black claw figure grabbed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood there with no expression on his face, and blasted out a fist without fancy, instantly smashing Zhao Nan's black claw shadow. I saw that this temptation attack was blocked by Jiang Chen so lightly. Zhao Nan's eyes couldn't help getting cold, and the strength of the Kaiyuan quadruple realm also burst out with all his strength. He looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly. Show your true intentions of double thunder, otherwise you won't have any chance. Hee. You can't help but value yourself too much. To deal with things like you, don't talk about the true meaning of the double thunder Dao, even if the true meaning of the martial Dao is the same, I don't bother to use it. My fists are enough to blow you up. Jiang Chen's faint chuckle fell, and the invincible body refining technique instantly turned to the extreme. Seeing his fist clenched, the whole person was like an overlord coming to the world, with an unrivaled force blasting towards Zhao Nan. Feel the terrifying power of Jiang Chen's punch. Zhao Nan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly used the Yuan Li in his body with all his strength, and fisted against Jiang Chen fiercely. Two equally powerful forces collided in an instant, and there was a loud noise in the air, and the terrifying energy ripple swept across the two people as the center. Zhao Nan's figure trembled. Under the impact of energy ripples, Zhao Nan stepped back 7 or 8 steps. But Jiang Chen, who was opposite him, stood still in place. Let him move, I am as strong as a rock. Damn, this guy has even practiced physical training. Zhao Nan was immediately frightened. Jiang Chen is actually a physical cultivator. Even with physical strength alone, he already has a strength comparable to Kaiyuan quadruple. Just when Zhao Nan was horrified, an extremely oppressive boxing force has already broken through the air. Zhao Nan's face suddenly changed. Sky Shadow Claw, where did he dare to hesitate at all, and quickly displayed his strongest skills to meet Jiang Chen's fist. Another violent impact resounded above the arena. I saw Zhao Nan's body trembled, and the whole body flew out again in embarrassment. Chapter 435, It's just a needless struggle. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Nan, who was flying upside down indifferently. He flashed away and followed Zhao Nan directly like a shadow. Before Zhao Nan's body fell from midair, Jiang Chen hit Zhao Nan's body with a heavy punch. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Zhao Nan's mouth, and the whole person fell a few meters away once again. Looking at Zhao Nan, who was limp on the ground, Jiang Chen said lightly, "You lose." I didn't expect Zhao Nan to lose so soon. This kid is too tough. Seeing the situation on the arena, everyone around couldn't help taking a breath. Although they also knew that Jiang Chen was a monster that couldn't be described by common sense at all, they didn't expect Jiang Chen to be such a monster. Zhao Nan, this is the top 10 genius in Taishuzong's outer door. But just such a genius who was famous in Taishu sect's outer sect, now the 2 or 3 punches that Jiang Chen underestimated were blown. This kid is simply a monster among monsters. This son's talent in martial arts is really amazing. I am afraid that even if compared with those direct disciples of Taishuzong, it will not be inferior in the slightest. Gongsunyang murmured to himself, and there was an unconcealable shock in his eyes. He shook his head, and was about to announce Jiang Chen's challenge to victory, but an extremely violent aura suddenly filled the arena. The sudden violent aura also made Gongsunyang's face change in vain. He glanced at the place where Zhao Nan was. I saw that Zhao Nan, who had been limp on the ground, turned over and got up from the ground. Zhao Nan seemed to be like a mad beast. His whole body was a lot higher than before, and he looked extremely violent. Little miscellaneous hair, die for me. Zhao Nan stared at Jiang Chen ferociously, and the overwhelming black claws once again attacked Jiang Chen. Damn, this kid actually took the great sun blasting Yuan Dan. Gongsunyang looked at Zhao Nan's body, and his face suddenly became unwell. The 4th grade high-level pill Da. Re-Boom Yuan pill. This is a pill that can restore the user to the peak state in a short time and increase the combat power by 30%. In the new disciple ranking challenge, there was also no rule that medicines were not allowed to be used, and it was not good for Gongsunyang to intervene openly at this moment. Taking Da Re-Boom Yuan pill, Zhao Nan's strength has skyrocketed to the late stage of Kai Yuan 5th layer within an hour, and I don't know that the little guy can't stop it. Gongsunyang's eyes flickered slightly, and there was also a strange light in his eyes. I'm not mistaken, why did Zhao Nan's strength suddenly become stronger? He has taken a pill that can improve his strength in a short period of time. Now the aura on his body has reached the stage of the late Kaiyuan 5th stage. In the late stage of the 5th layer of Kaiyuan, Jiang Chen is afraid it is dangerous now. Seeing the situation on the arena, everyone couldn't help but talk. Hehe. Even if you take the 4th grade high-level pill Dari Boom Yuan Dan. In my eyes, it's just a needless struggle. No matter what method is used today, it is destined to not change the outcome of being defeated by me. Jiang Chen calmly looked at Zhao Nan, who was once again using the Sky Shadow Demon to catch an attack. He smiled faintly, and his proud voice also instantly rang in the sky above the arena. Chapter 436. Challenge the first outside door. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the power of Kai Yan Guiyuan's bloodline burst out instantly. With the blessing of bloodline power, the power of Jiang Chen's invincible body refining technique naturally became even more terrifying. Seeing his fist clenched, he directly brought up a terrifying force that would blast through the void, fiercely blasting with Zhao Nan's oncoming blow. Fists and claws collided in midair. Zhao Nan's hideous face suddenly became extremely pale. The red blood also kept spilling from the corner of Zhao Nan's mouth. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and the fist that shone with a faint purple-red light slammed forward. I saw Zhao Nan's body like a broken kite, smashing out of the arena. Looking at this shocking scene before me, the huge arena fell into deathly silence at this moment. In everyone's eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was a horror that could not be concealed. A new disciple who just entered the sect, 3 punches blasted Zhao Nan, who was ranked 10th in the outer door. Even more terrifying is, even if Zhao Nan relied on pill to improve his strength to the late stage of Kaiyuan 5 layers in a short period of time, he was still hit by Jiang Chen. How terrible is this guy? It's a peerless evildoer that's rare in a million years. This son's martial arts talent, I am afraid that even in the entire Taishu sect, it is still one of the few. Gongsun stared blankly at the situation in front of him, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. The true meaning of dual martial arts, at least comparable to Kaiyuan quadruple body refining technique. There is such a powerful bloodline power. The more he came into contact with Jiang Chen, the more Gongsun felt the terrifying talent of Jiang Chen's martial arts. Jiang Chen, ranked 206, challenged Zhao Nan, ranked 10th, and Jiang Chen won. It took a long time for Gongsun to recover from the shock and announce the result of this challenge. He smiled and looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Little guy, congratulations on replacing Zhao Nan as the 10th ranked outer disciple. According to the rules of the challenge, you still have the right to challenge higher rankings." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. "If I continue to challenge, is there any benefit?" Gongsun smiled and said, "Yes, every time you rise in the ranking. You can get 10,000 honor points. Forget it, I am not interested in this reward." Jiang Chen curled his lips and turned around to leave the arena. He now has a full 100,000 honor points, and Jiang Chen is really not paying attention to the 10,000 honor points reward. "Little guy, wait a minute. Someone told me just now that if you can reach the top of the outer sect, you can skip the examination and be directly promoted to the inner disciple." Just as Jiang Chen turned around, Gongsun suddenly stopped him. He turned his head and looked at Gongsun indifferently. "Elder Gongsun, are you serious about this?" "Of course, this is one of my 5 great divine sea realm experts from Taishu sect. As long as you have the ability to be the first in the outer sect, you can directly become an inner disciple." Gongsun looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. "Little guy, I wonder if you are willing to accept this challenge. Promoting directly to inner disciple, this reward is a little interesting for me." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly turned up a slight arc. "If this is the case, then I will challenge the outer door first." Chapter 437. Lin Tianzong, the first outer door. With Jiang Chen's words, everyone in the arena couldn't help but feel an uproar. This kid, he really wants to challenge the outer door first. Niu Cha, it's really awesome. A new disciple who has just entered the sect has reached the top 10 in the new disciple ranking challenge, which has broken the historical record of Taishu sect for thousands of years. If this guy can really successfully challenge the outer door first, he will definitely be unprecedented. Outer door ranked 10th Jiang Chen, challenge Lin Tianzong the first outer door. Please come to the competition stage quickly. Seeing Jiang Chen accept the challenge, Gongsun also sent a message directly to Lin Tianzong's identity token. In the new disciple ranking challenge, although most of the outer disciples have come to the arena, there is still a small number of people who have not appeared. This includes most of the top rankings. Among the top 10 disciples in the outer door, except for Zhao Nan, who had already been challenged by Jiang Chen, almost none appeared. These outer geniuses, most of the time, the existence of the dragon sees the head and the end. They are either busy cultivating, or preparing for the assessment of inner disciples. And with their strength, the probability of being challenged in the new disciple ranking challenge is almost zero, and it makes no difference whether they come or not. It's just that no one thought of it. Among the new disciples of this year, Jiang Chen, an evil spirit among the evil spirits, appeared. He not only defeated the 10th ranked Zhao Nan simply and neatly, but also directly challenged Lin Tianzong, who was the number 1 in the outer door. Gongsunyang can only summon Lin Tianzong through the communication function of the Taishuzong disciple identity token. When Gongsunyang summoned Lin Tianzong, Taishuzong's upper-class courtyard residence, in a quiet room, a blue-clothed young man with sword eyebrows, star eyes, Yushu facing the wind, sitting on the stone platform in the center of the room with a pale face, meditating and adjusting his breath. The pale face of the blue-clothed youth finally recovered a trace of blood. I saw his eyes that had been closed open suddenly. The assessment of the inner disciples of Taishu sect is not simple at all. Fortunately, at the critical moment, my spear intent broke through the dual realm, and finally passed the assessment of the inner disciple. The blue-clothed youth muttered to himself, and there was also an expression of joy that could not be concealed in his eyes. Just when he was about to clean up and report to the inner door, he sensed a message from the identity token. Isn't Zhao Nan the 10th outer door? When did he become a guy named Jiang Chen, and he would challenge me? After receiving the message, the blue-clothed youth couldn't help flashing a look of astonishment in his eyes. Lin Tianzong entered Taishu sect for 1 year, and since he won the first place in the outer door 6 months ago, he has not been challenged by anyone. But he didn't expect that when he passed the inner door assessment and was about to enter the inner door, he would receive a message of being challenged. Moreover, the person who challenged him is still a stranger to him. I heard that today seems to be a ranking challenge for Taishuzong's new disciples. Could this Jiang Chen be the one to kill in the new disciple ranking challenge? If this is the case, then I am a little interested in this guy named Jiang Chen. Lin Tianzong murmured to himself, and immediately disappeared into the room. Chapter 438, Stop talking nonsense and make a move. With everyone waiting, 10 minutes passed without knowing it. Seeing that Lin Tianzong had not appeared, Gongsunyang's brows couldn't help but frown. Just as he was not allowed to call again, a ghostly blue figure suddenly galloped from the edge of the arena. The figure of the blue figure turned into a streamer and fell directly on the middle arena. Lin Tianzong, the first one in the outer door, is here. Who do you think will win this challenge? Isn't this obvious? No one is Lin Tianzong's opponent at this Taishuzong's outer door. Jiang Chen deliberately wants to challenge Lin Tianzong, but he is humiliated. Seeing Lin Tianzong appeared, many people around couldn't help but talk. Lin Tianzong, now the first genius of Taishuzong's outer door. When I entered Taishu sect last year, Lin Tianzong's achievement in climbing the Taishu ladder is very good, and he can be directly promoted to the inner disciple with only 1 step. Although he did not directly become an inner disciple, Lin Tianzong still showed his extraordinary talent. In last year's new disciple ranking competition, although Lin Tianzong didn't have the evil spirits like Jiang Chen, he also rushed into the front 30 of the outer door in 1 breath. And in the next 6 months, Lin Tianzong broke through 3 small realms in a row and ascended to the top of the outer door in 1 fell swoop. Now at the outer door of Taishuzong, no one can compete with him. Even though Jiang Chen had just defeated Zhao Nan, who was the 10th in the outer door, most people still didn't like Jiang Chen. Lin Tianzong, the number 1 in the outer door, is far beyond what Zhao Nan can compare. When everyone watched Jiang Chen and Lin Tianzong discussing on the arena, Lin Tianzong looked at Jiang Chen lightly, smiled and said, "Are you going to challenge my Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I want to challenge you." When Lin Tianzong heard the words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but set up a slight arc. Hee. It's really interesting. Since I entered Taishu sect, Lin Tianzong has been challenging others, but I have never been challenged. Unexpectedly, when I passed the inner gate assessment and was about to enter the inner gate, someone would challenge me. And the person who challenged me was a new disciple who had just entered the sect. Following Lin Tianzong's words, an uproar immediately occurred in the arena. Song. Lin Tianzong has actually passed the examination of the inner disciple. This guy really isn't an ordinary man. That kid Jiang Chen, I'm afraid this challenge is lost. The assessment of the inner disciples of Taishu sect is very strict. If you want to pass the assessment of the inner disciple, you must at least have the strength of Kaiyuan 6th layer. Jiang Chen wants to defeat Lin Tianzong. It is no different from Tianwangye talk. He could hear Lin Tianzong's faint words and the disdainful ridicule from all around. Jiang Chen's face did not change in the slightest. He stared at Lin Tianzong and smiled faintly. As expected, you are the number one in the outer sect. As expected, you have passed the inner disciple assessment. Lin Tianzong raised his sword eyebrows and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. Are you still challenging me now? Someone told me that if I can successfully aspire to be number one in the outer sect, I can skip the assessment and be promoted directly to the inner sect disciple. So, as long as you are still number one in the outer door, then I will defeat you. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and made a pleased gesture to Lin Tianzong. Stop talking nonsense, make a move. Chapter 439, Budo Real Duel. Make a move, only you, I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to let me shoot. Lin Tianzong sneered disdainfully. He stood with his hand directly, his domineering voice resounding in the middle of the arena. Just like you, Lin Tianzong can easily kill you in seconds even if I don't do anything. With this domineering voice fell, Lin Tianzong's momentum changed. An illusory flame of 2 to 3 feet long condensed on top of his head. Under Lin Tianzong's control, the illusory flame oppressed Jiang Chen with a hot mood that could burn everything. A little boy who has just entered the sect, unexpectedly wants to use him as a stepping stone to enter the inner door. He wanted this kid to know what the price would be if he dared to be arrogant in front of him, Lin Tianzong. Although Lin Tianzong didn't do anything, he relentlessly displayed the true meaning of fire, and wanted to rely on the true meaning of martial arts to completely crush Jiang Chen. Does Yi Zhonghedao really mean it? Since you want to play the true meaning of martial arts, then I will play with you. When his thoughts moved, the true meaning of the Great Fire Dao was also condensed in an instant, and then intertwined with Lin Tianzong's true meaning in the air. An invisible wave of air swept across the arena. Lin Tianzong was caught off guard, and his whole body was shaken to the ground and took 2 or 3 steps back. Song. Lin Tianzong unexpectedly lost in the confrontation just now. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen's true meaning of fire is stronger than Lin Tianzong. This kid, and this is a monster that can't be judged by common sense. Seeing Jiang Chen gaining the upper hand in this confrontation, everyone's shocked eyes almost fell out. You actually realize the true meaning of a great achievement. Lin Tianzong stared at Jiang Chen closely, and there was an incredible shock in his eyes. The true meaning of martial arts I understand as far more than the true meaning of martial arts. He looked at Lin Tianzong with a joking expression. Don't you want to play the true meaning of martial arts? If there is any true meaning of martial arts, just use it. HMPH, since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Lin Tianzong burst into anger and screamed out of anger. The wind and thunder surged above his head, and a huge silver thunder was pressing against Jiang Chen. Hee. The real meaning of Lei Dao, a great achievement, is not bad. But the true meaning of Lei Dao is still not enough in front of me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and the true meaning of the double thunder Dao instantly condensed into a thunder phantom on the top of his head, lightly killing Lin Tianzong's thunder Dao. Lei Dao's true meaning was easily pierced by Jiang Chen, and Lin Tianzong's figure stepped back a few steps again. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his eyes were filled with unconcealed horror. The real meaning of Lei Dao in the dual realm. This kid actually understood the true meaning of Thunder Dao in the dual realm. Lin Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have realized the true meaning of Thunder Dao in the dual realm. I have to admit, I really underestimated you. But even if your Lei Dao true intent reaches the dual realm, in today's martial arts true intent showdown, you will still be the one who loses. Lin Tianzong stared at Jiang Chen gloomily, and a fierce and domineering martial arts true intent burst out of him again. Chapter 440, Double Sword Intent versus Double Gun Intent. With Lin Tianzong's fierce martial arts true will skyrocketed. On top of his head, I saw a black phantom that was 10 meters high also quickly condensed. The black phantom was dressed in black armor, holding a 2 to 3 foot long black giant robber, like a general on the battlefield, looking down at Jiang Chen below. This is the gun intent of the dual realm. It's worthy of being the first genius at the outer door, really amazing. Tisk tisk. The double gun intent versus the double thunder real meaning, this time there is a good show. Seeing Lin Tianzong's double spear intent, everyone in the arena couldn't help but exclaim. Do you want to double gun? Jiang Chen looked at the black phantom above Lin Tianzong's head, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The true meaning of a small fire. The real meaning of Thunder Road. Gun intent of the dual realm. Since the duel with him, Lin Tianzong has displayed 3 martial arts true meanings one after another. And the true meaning of martial arts has become stronger and stronger. Now the spear intent he displayed has reached the dual realm. Jiang Chen, you are proud enough to force me to use double spear intent. Lin Tianzong stared at Jiang Chen sternly. Show your true intentions of double thunder, otherwise you probably won't have any more chances. Haha, in this world, you are not the only one who understands the true meaning of the 3 martial arts. Since you have displayed the 3rd kind of martial arts, then I will use the 3rd kind of martial arts to crush you. Jiang Chen chuckled incomparably, his eyes condensed, and his double sword intent rose to the sky. A golden phantom several feet high condensed on top of his head. The golden phantom stands proud of the sword, like a king looking down on the world, powerfully everywhere. Wow. It turned out to be the sword intent of the dual realm. Looking at the golden shadow on Jiang Chen's head, everyone on the arena was completely sluggish at this moment. Facing Lin Tianzong's dual spear intent, Jiang Chen really did not display the dual thunder intent, but displayed another brand new martial arts intent. A Maodo boy who had just entered Taishu sect and was less than 20 years old had already understood the true meaning of several martial arts. And there are 2 kinds of martial arts that have reached the dual realm. This is simply beyond the description of a monster. I really didn't expect. You even realize the double sword intent. I want to see if it is your double strike intent, or my double spear intent. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually displayed the double épée sword intent, Lin Tianzong's expression instantly became extremely frightened. With a movement of his mind, the black phantom on top of his head shot Jiang Chen in the past. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and the golden phantom long sword above his head was raised, and instantly collided with the black phantom in midair. 2 phantoms, one gold and one black, clash non-stop in midair. It took less than a while. I saw that the black phantom holding the spear gradually became illusory under the fierce attack of the golden phantom long sword. The black phantom could no longer withstand the fierce attack of the golden phantom, and the huge body shattered suddenly, turning into a little black light and dissipating out of thin air. And at the moment when the black phantom shattered, Lin Tianzong's face suddenly turned pale. I saw him kneeling on the ground with a thud, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 441, The First Person in the Ages. Seeing that Lin Tianzong's double spear intent was defeated again, the huge arena fell into deathly silence at this moment, the first time. Lin Tianzong showed the true meaning of fire and Tao, but Jiang Chen showed the true meaning of fire and Tao, the second time. Lin Tianzong used the real meaning of thunder Tao to achieve a great achievement, and Jiang Chen used the real meaning of double thunder to kill him in seconds. Lin Tianzong showed the double grabbing intent, and Jiang Chen once again showed the double xiaocheng sword intent to completely defeat him. In the 3 martial arts duel, 3 different martial arts true intents, Lin Tianzong was almost completely crushed by Jiang Chen. This kid Jiang Chen is too powerful. Zhang xiaocheng's sword intent, How many kinds of martial arts true meanings have you realized? Lin Tianzong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, an incredible horror also appeared. Lin Tianzong has always been very confident about his ability to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. Now he knows what it means to be someone outside a person, there is a heaven outside the sky. He originally thought that with the 3 kinds of martial arts true intent, especially the spear intent that had reached the 2nd level, he could easily kill Jiang Chen in seconds. But I didn't expect that Jiang Chen's understanding of the true meaning of martial arts was even more evil than him. Of his 3 true meanings of martial arts, almost none of them can get cheap in Jiang Chen's hands. I said long ago that the true meaning of martial arts I understand is more than you think. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. Next, do you want to compare the 4th kind of martial arts true meaning with me, or do you want to do it with me? This guy. actually wants to compare the fourth kind of martial arts true meaning with Lin Tian. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone in the arena couldn't help but twitch fiercely. Since I said not to fight with you, I will not do it. Your understanding of the true meaning of martial arts is indeed the most powerful person I have ever seen in my life. I surrendered in this matchup, and we will compete again in the inner door. Lin Tianzong stared at Jiang Chen for a while, then disappeared into the arena in a flash. I didn't expect Lin Tianzong, the number one in the outer door, would lose. Everyone looked at Lin Tianzong's leaving back, and it was a long time to recover from the shock. Lin Tianzong, the invincible king of the outer sect, would give up in front of Jiang Chen. Even though the confrontation just now was just a martial arts confrontation solution. Maybe Lin Tianzong was completely overwhelmed by the true meaning of martial arts, and that was not something ordinary people could do, not to mention. With the powerful combat power shown by Jiang Chen and Zhao Nan duel, plus 2 martial arts true meanings that reached the dual realm. Even if he really fights Lin Tianzong, he definitely has the power to fight. A new disciple who has just entered the outside world has actually reached the top of the outer door in the new disciple ranking. Challenge. This is too enchanting. This kid's martial arts talent is really the only thing I have seen in my life. It took a while for Gongsunyang to recover from the shock. He has been in the outer gate of Taishuzong for so many years, and he has never seen such an enchanting character. As a new disciple, he reached the top of the outer door. Such a situation has never happened even in the thousands of years of Taishuzong's history. This kid is simply the first person in the outer door of Taishuzong. Chapter 442, Enter the Inner Gate, Taishu Tower. Jiang Chen, congratulations on your successful challenge to the outer sect and the qualification to be promoted as an inner disciple. Gongsunyang calmed down his excitement, then smiled at Jiang Chen and said, you can go to the inner door to report at any time. For Jiang Chen, Gongsunyang was very optimistic. In Gongsunyang's eyes, Jiang Chen's talent will never be inferior to any disciple or even true disciple of Taishuzong. With Jiang Chen's potential, I am afraid that he can at least become a powerhouse in the Divine Sea realm in the future. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Chen held his fist and saluted Gongsunyang, and then floated down from the arena under countless shocking eyes. After Jiang Chen left the field, the new disciple ranking challenge continued. However, with Jiang Chen's aspiration for the first place in the outer door, the next game will undoubtedly be overshadowed by a lot. Even Duan Xingfuyang and others are just a few dozen. After a few hours, the new disciple ranking challenge finally came to an end. According to the ranking of the new disciples in the 2 rounds of competition, Gongsunyang began to give out rewards. And Jiang Chen won the first place in the initial ranking of the new disciple, and in the following ranking challenge, he won the first place in the outer door, and directly won the reward of 100,000 honor points. In addition to the 100,000 honor points he originally had, Jiang Chen's honor points have increased to a full 200,000. Such a huge amount of honor points. Don't say it is at the outer door. I am afraid that even in the inner door, few people can be as rich as Jiang Chen. The new disciple ranking challenge is over. Jiang Chen did not rush to the inner door to report. He first spent tens of thousands of honor points to go to Zongyuegu to practice the invincible body refining technique to the 3rd stage. Jiang Chen began to practice Taishu Zanying with all his strength. Because the invincible refining technique has been greatly enhanced, coupled with the system's 100 times experience bonus. The speed at which Jiang Chen cultivated Taishu and Shadow to gain experience was naturally terrifying. Just a few days, Jiang Chen directly cultivated Taishu Zanying to the realm of Dacheng. After practicing Taishu Zanying to Dacheng, Jiang Chen went to the residence of the new disciple outside, and gave Lei Haokong the upper-class courtyard with 20 days left, and then went to the inner gate to report. Jiang Chen registered in the Zongwu Hall and changed the identity token of the inner disciple, and then under the leadership of a Zongmen deacon, he crossed the Tianwu temple and entered the inner gate of Taishu sect. Jiang Chen came to the inner gate of Taishuzong in front of a tower-like building that was dozens of feet high. This huge tower is the residence of the inner disciples of Taishu sect, Taishu God Tower. Taishu Tower is a landmark building of Taishuzong's inner gate. It is said that in the Taishu Tower, there is a huge 7th stage spirit gathering array, which makes the heaven and earth vitality in Taishu Tower reach an extremely terrifying level. There are 9 floors in the Taishu God Tower, and the richness of vitality will increase exponentially with each level up. Taishu Tower's fees are also very expensive. Except for the disciples who have just entered the inner gate, they can get 1 month of living time at the bottom level for free. Other inner disciples have to spend 100 honor points for 1 day. And the higher you go, the higher the honor points you need. It is said that in the room on the 9th floor of the Taishu Tower, one can earn thousands of honor points every day. This Taishu Tower is a bit interesting. Jiang Chen looked at the Taishu God Pagoda in front of him and muttered to himself, and then strode into the Taishu God Pagoda. Chapter 443. One word, get out of me. Enter Taishu Tower. Jiang Chen soon appeared in a hall covering 1,000 square meters. The hall looked very empty. Except for the office in charge of managing the Taishu Tower, there are only a dozen figures sitting cross-legged in the hall. In these figures, Jiang Chen also found 2 acquaintances, one of whom was Lin Tianzong, who had fought him at the outer door a few days ago. As for the other person, it was Fu Tong, a disciple of the Fu family's inner sect, who had come forward for Fu Yong. Jiang Chen, you finally entered the inner door. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the situation in the hall, Lin Tianzong slowly walked towards him. Lin Tianzong, what are you sitting in this hall? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Tianzong in front of him, and couldn't help asking curiously. The people who are staying in this hall now are people who have not purchased rooms with honor points. Lin Tianzong smiled bitterly. We have nowhere else to go except staying here. Jiang Chen was startled slightly. You just entered the inner door, shouldn't you have 1 month of free check-in time? There is indeed 1 month of free check-in time, but Taishu sect is cruel, and the sect does not interfere too much in the struggle between disciples. When I entered the Taishu Tower, I just received the number of a room, but I was snatched by an old disciple. Lin Tianzong said bitterly. Think of him as a well-known figure in Taishuzong when he was in the outer door. But I didn't expect to enter the inner door, and it would be so embarrassing to enter. Your room was robbed. A look of stunnedness suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen also had a certain understanding of Lin Tianzong's strength. The cultivation base of Kaiyuan 5 layers, coupled with the 3 kinds of martial arts true meanings that he comprehends, the combat power is very powerful. With his ability, even the average inner disciple might not be able to censor his room. Jiang Chen, don't underestimate Taishuzong's inner disciple. There are less than 300 people in Taishuzong's inner sect. Almost everyone is a genius among geniuses. It is not easy to want to leapfrog in this place. Lin Tian shook his head and sighed, and immediately reminded Jiang Chen, be careful. After you understand the room, I'm afraid someone will trouble you. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Just as he was about to go to the office in the middle of the hall to check in, a voice with cold murderous aura suddenly sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to enter the inner door so soon. It's true that there is a way to heaven and he doesn't go, but there is no way to censor, but you broke in. Today I want to see who else can save you. The sudden sound also made Jiang Chen pause. He followed the sound and saw Fu Tong rushing towards him fiercely. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Fu Tong, what do you want to do? What are you doing? When I was at the outer door, I already said that when you enter the inner door, I will settle the account with you. Fu Tong said with stern eyes, give you a chance to return me what you took from me. Otherwise, then don't blame me for being rude to you. I haven't taken any of your things, and you shouldn't come in front of me to look for trouble. Jiang Chen's expression became cold, and a few cold words came out directly from his mouth. One word, get out of here. Chapter 444, I have never put you in my eyes. Hey, that kid is actually a new disciple who just entered the inner door. Why did he conflict with Fu Tong? Oh, finally there is a newcomer. I am afraid that Fu Tong will be the first to board. The hall on the first floor of Taishu Tower. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen who was confronting Fu Tong, and they all sighed with regret. The newly promoted inner sect disciple can get a free room in Taishu Tower for 1 month. For those of them who have no honor points to buy a room, they are naturally very greedy. It's just that Fu Tong is one of the best in their strength. Fu Tong ranks not weak in the inner door, but he used to be at least a triple figure living in the Taishu Tower. Now that Fu Tong has taken the first step, they don't have the strength to compete with Fu Tong. Roll. Jiang Chen, this is not the outer door. Do you think someone will protect you like that day? In this Taishu Tower, you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Fu Tong smiled angrily. He stared at Jiang Chen with a murderous expression. I will give you one last chance. If you still want to hang out in this Taishu Tower, then give me 50,000 honor points. Trough. That kid actually took Futong's 5 honorary points. What's the situation? When Futong said this, many people in the hall were dumbfounded. This Jiang Chen was just a newcomer who had just entered the inner door from the outer door. How did he take away 50,000 honor points from Futong? As far as I know, just a few days ago, Futong took 50,000 honor points to the Fu family outside disciple for gambling with others, and the result was that Fu Jia outside disciple lost 50,000 honor points. Could it be that Futong's 50,000 honor points were lost to this kid? A person who knew some insider said in surprise. I'm going. No wonder Futong, who lives on the 3rd floor of Taishu Tower, will come to the hall. This kid is too awesome. After taking Futong's 50,000 honor points, he even dared to come to the inner door. Tisk tusk, I think he is just sending him to the door to die. Everyone couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing after learning about Jiang Chen's grievance with Futong. They really don't understand. Why would Jiang Chen stupidly come to the inner door at this time? Jiang Chen could completely exchange 50,000 honor points for cultivation resources at the outer door, and only enter the inner door when he was strong enough to compete with Futong. Among the nearly 300 inner disciples of Taishu sect, although the ranking of Futong is not high, it is only ranked 166th. But with such strength, to deal with a newcomer who has just passed the assessment and entered the inner door, isn't it a matter of hand? When did I get your honor points? Jiang Chen sneered coldly. The 50,000 honor points I won from Fuyong honestly at the time did not seem to have anything to do with you. Jiang Chen, it seems that you insist on going against me. Fu Yi snorted coldly, and the look in Jiang Chen's eyes became fiercer. Hee. Even if I really want to fight you, what about you? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and his proud voice resounded in the hall instantly. At the beginning you couldn't help me at the outer door, but now at the inner door, you still can't do anything to me. From the beginning, I have never put you in my eyes. Chapter 445, If you want to be beaten, I will fulfill you. Hearing Jiang Chen's proud words, everyone in the hall couldn't help but feel an uproar. What Futong said was lousy, who ranked more than 100 in the inner door, and his strength reached the 6 peaks of Kaiyuan. I really don't know where this kid's courage comes from, but he dared not put Futong in his eyes. Jiang Chen, I have to say, you successfully angered me. Today I will let you know what it will cost to offend me, Futong. Futong laughed extremely angrily, and a fierce killing intent radiated from him instantly. You are so much nonsense. Since you don't want to go, let me personally let you go. He squeezed his fist suddenly, and blasted out directly at Futong with a sharp fist. Futong's complexion was suddenly cold, and a transparent giant palm of Yuanli suddenly condensed on his right palm, and he squeezed it towards Jiang Chen. A fist and a palm slammed into each other in midair, and a thunderous noise instantly reverberated in the hall. The violent energy ripples swept the hall like ocean waves. Futong's giant palm of Yuanli was impacted by Jiang Chen's explosive force, but after a while, it shattered. One punch shattered Futong's palm's strength. He stepped on the ground with the soles of his feet, and his figure shot out again at Futong. This kid, how can he have such a domineering power? Futong was frightened. He dared not be the slightest negligence, and a silver chi appeared from his body in an instant. Jiang Chen's fist fell on the silver chi on the surface of Futong's body in the blink of an eye. A powerful counter-shock force passed along Jiang Chen's fist. The defensive martial arts that can counter-shock the attack. Jiang Chen stepped back slightly, warding off the counter-shock force on his arm, and the look of Futong couldn't help showing a look of surprise. This is the mysterious high-level martial arts Tianlei Gang. Shocked, I didn't expect Futong to cultivate to the fullest. Tianlei Gang Zhen, this is Taishu sect's famous defensive martial arts. It is said that Da Cheng's Tianlei Gang Zhen can bounce back at least 60% of the attacks. Tisk tusk, Tianlei Gangjun is notoriously difficult. That kid is going to have a headache now. Everyone saw the thunder of Futong's great achievement, and they felt a little sympathy for Jiang Chen. Haha, Jiang Chen, my Tianlei Gangjun has been cultivated to great success, and it can countershock more than 60% of the attacks to you. No matter how strong you are, if you attack me, you will be the first to suffer. Futong looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and the proud laughter also rang in the hall. It's just a high-level profound martial art of great achievement, what do you think? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, In my eyes, your so-called thunder and tremor is not worth mentioning. HMPH, don't you want to speak up in front of me? Fu Tong smiled coldly. He looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. If you have a seed, come and hit me. Since you want to be beaten by me so much, there is no reason why I can't fulfill you. I saw his figure flashed and disappeared in vain. Chapter 446, Absolute Power Rolling. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Fu Tong ghostly, and the fist that contained the power of 1,000 juns slammed down against the silver qi around Fu Tong. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice also resounded in the hall instantly. In the face of absolute power, no matter how strong defensive martial arts are, it is of no use. Next, you will know what absolute force rolling is called. With this faint voice fell. Jiang Chen's fist also immediately collided with the silver qi of Fu Tong's body. The crisp sound of impact instantly resounded through the hall. I saw the silver qi trembling violently around Fu Tong, and the cracks visible to the naked eye spread like a spider web. You weren't hurt by the thunder and gang quake, how is this possible? Seeing that his Tianlei Gangjun was broken by Jiang Chen with a punch, Fu Tong's whole body was like a ghost, and there was an incredible scream in his mouth. His Tianlei Gangjun has achieved great success in his cultivation, which can bounce back more than 60% of his attacks. But how could Jiang Chen not be hurt by the thunderstorm in the least? This is too unreasonable, right? I said long ago that in the face of absolute power, any of your methods are futile. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, his right fist shook suddenly, and a more powerful force burst out instantly. In this world, no matter how powerful martial skills are, there are limits. Fu Tong's Tianlei Gangjun is nothing but a profound martial art after all. It can rebound more than 60% of the attacks, but there is a limit. Once the attack from Tianlai Earthquake exceeds the limit, it is useless. However, Jiang Chen's invincible body refining technique broke through the late stage of the third stage, and his strength was already sufficient to match the martial artist of the Kaiyuan 7th stage. With his power, it is naturally easy to blast through the Tianlai Earthquake of Fu Tong. With Jiang Chen's power erupted, I saw Fu Tong's body, which had already reached its limit, suddenly shattered. However, the strength on Jiang Chen's fist was undiminished, and it hit Fu Tong's chest heavily. The blood spurted out from Fu Tong's mouth, and his figure resembled a broken kite and dropped more than 10 meters away. The whole person passed out directly. Seeing that Fu Tong who was punched like a dead dog by Jiang Chen, everyone in the hall couldn't help taking a breath. I'm not dazzled, Fu Tong actually lost. A strong body cultivation base, this kid's body cultivation strength is probably already comparable to the 5 internal organs of Kaiyuan 7. This guy who just entered the inner door is really a pervert. While everyone marveled at Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, they were also grateful in their hearts. Fortunately, Fu Tong just rushed in front of them to find Jiang Chen's trouble. Otherwise, if they just rushed to find Jiang Chen's trouble, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know how to die. I didn't expect the strength of this guy to reach such a terrifying point. It seems that in the first battle at the outer door, even if I tried my best, I am afraid I would still lose. Lin Tianzong gave a wry smile in his heart. Lin Tianzong knew how big the gap between him and Jiang Chen was. If he were to face Fu Tong's Tianlei Gang, he would be really helpless. Solved Fu Tong lightly. Under countless shocking gazes in the hall, Jiang Chen strode towards the central office. Chapter 447, Conditions for Entering the 9th Floor. Boy, the strength is good. Looking at Jiang Chen coming by, the black deacon in the central office of the hall couldn't help but smile. Regarding Jiang Chen's powerful combat power just now, the black deacon was also shocked. This kid in front of him is indeed a very extraordinary character. A newcomer who had just entered the inner sect had defeated Fu Tong, who was ranked more than 100 in the inner sect. Even if he stayed here for several years, it was the first time he met him. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, "Thank you, senior, to help me check in. This is your room number. According to the rules of Taishu Tower, you have 1 month of free check-in time. If you want to stay in after a month, you have to pay 3,000 honor points every month. If you can't hand over the honor points in a month, you can only stay in this hall like them." The black deacon quickly completed the formalities for Jiang Chen, and then handed a house number to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, "Can I change to a higher level room?" "Of course can. As long as you have enough strength, there is no problem if you want to live on any floor of the Taishu Tower. If you want to change to a higher level room, I will convert the house number in your hand into 3,000 honor points. You must make up the rest. The black deacon said with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said astonishingly, swap me to the 9th floor room. Change to the 9th talent room. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the corners of everyone in the hall couldn't help but twitch. A new disciple who has just entered the inner gate will open his mouth to live on the 9th floor of the Taishu Tower. The fees on the 9th floor of the Taishu God Tower are ridiculously expensive. You get 1,500 honor points in one day. If you buy it for a month, that's a full 45,000 honor points. Of course, points are still secondary. There are only 5 rooms on the 9th floor of Taishu Tower, and the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect are currently living. If you want to live on the 9th floor, you must first challenge the 5 true disciples. This guy, does it still want to challenge the true disciple? You. What did you say? You want to live in the 9th floor room? The black deacon was stunned. He looked at Jiang Chen incredulously, and even wondered if his ears had misheard. Jiang Chen frowned. I just want to live on the 9th floor, is there any problem? In Taishu sect, earning honor points is to exchange training resources. Since the 9th floor of the Taishu Tower has the best results, he has too many points to spend, so naturally there is no reason not to exchange it. Jiang Chen, the higher the Taishu Tower, the fewer rooms on each floor. On the 9th floor of Taishu God Tower, there are only 5 rooms in total, and now the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect are living. You want to enter the room on the 9th floor. In addition to paying honor points, the most important thing is to defeat a true disciple. The black deacon gave a wry smile. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen and said, now one of the 10 rooms on the 8th floor of Taishu Tower is vacant. If you have enough honor points, then live on the 8th floor. He thought that as long as he had honor points, he could choose at will in Taishu Tower, but he didn't expect that there would be such a condition to stay on the 9th floor. 5 true disciples of Taishuzong. It is said that these 5 people have at least reached the peak of Kaiyuan 9th layer, and even half of their feet have entered the pill condensation realm. Chapter 448. Your face is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Okay, then live on the 8th floor. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, nodded directly. The 5 true disciples of Taishuzong are extraordinary in strength. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even if he tried his best, he still failed to challenge the true disciple. At this time, Jiang Chen didn't want to conflict with the 5 true disciples. For Jiang Chen, the most important thing now is to use Taishuzong's cultivation resources to improve his cultivation. On the 8th floor of the Taishu Tower, you need 30,000 honor points a month. I will subtract 3,000 honor points for you. You still need to pay 27,000 honor points. The black deacon didn't talk nonsense, and said directly to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Just as he was about to take out his identity card to pay 27,000 honor points, a faint voice suddenly rang in the hall. Wait a minute, the last room on the 8th floor, I want it. Hearing this sudden sound, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. He followed the voice and saw a young man in white clothes walking in from the outside of Taishu Tower. As soon as the white-clothed youth entered the Taishu God Tower, Jiang Chen felt a strong pill-fragrant pounce on his face. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly couldn't help but narrow slightly. This young man in white will almost always be an alchemist who deals with elixirs all the time. Fuck, isn't this Shen Linfang? He is also looking at the room on the 8th floor. Although Shen Linfang ranks not much higher than Fu Tong in the inner sect, he is a 5th-rank alchemy genius. Even if it is Taishu sect's many direct disciples, he has to give him some face. Tisk tusk. Now that kid is in trouble. Seeing Shen Linfang's appearance, many people in the hall couldn't help showing a look of gloat. Shen Linfang walked straight to the office in the middle of the hall. Deacon Shu, my room on the 7th floor has just expired. Could you please give me the room on the 8th floor? Shen Linfang didn't even glance at Jiang Chen beside him, and said lightly to the black deacon. Seeing Shen Linfang's domineering behavior, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly chilled. His somewhat displeased cold snort also resounded in the hall instantly. I'm sorry, the last room on the 8th floor was my first choice. You should choose another place to live. What about what you saw first? At the inner gate of Taishuzong, as long as I fancy something, no one would dare not give me some face. Shen Linfang raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen contemptuously, and then said domineeringly, whether you let it or not, I have to make a reservation for the 8th floor room. After Shen Linfang finished speaking, he ignored Jiang Chen. He took out his identity token to pay honor points to buy a room. With a flash of his figure, he appeared ghostly beside Shen Linfang, reaching out and grabbing Shen Linfang's identity token. Jiang Chen shook hard and directly grabbed Shen Linfang's identity token. The huge counter-shock force also made Shen Linfang's figure back several steps in a row. Jiang Chen stared at Shen Linfang indifferently, and threw Shen Linfang's identity token away. His cold voice echoed in the hall instantly. Others will give you face, but it doesn't mean that I will give you face. Your face is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Hold your identity token and get out of here. Chapter 449, 5-Level Alchemist. I don't know how much I offended. Seeing Jiang Chen's behavior and listening to Jiang Chen's arrogant words, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. This kid is really not ordinary arrogant. Although Shen Linfang's martial arts strength is not outstanding in the inner sect of geniuses, he is one of the characters that most of the inner sect disciples of Taishu sect are not willing to provoke. As a 5-rank alchemy master, Shen Linfang's connections in the inner door are far from comparable to those of ordinary people. As long as Shen Linfang said a word, many of the inner sect disciples in the inner sect were willing to stand up for Shen Linfang. Even some direct disciples were willing to make friends with Shen Linfang. For any martial artist to practice martial arts, pill is an indispensable existence. If you can get acquainted with a 5-rank alchemy master like Shen Linfang, and let Shen Linfang refine the pill, it will undoubtedly be much more cost-effective than going to the sect to exchange the pill. Faced with such an existence in the inner door of Taishu sect, Jiang Chen stupidly collided head-on. In the eyes of everyone, Jiang Chen's move is no different from looking for death. At this inner gate of Taishu Zong, you dare to be the first to have trouble with me like this. Shen Linfang smiled angrily. He stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. Boy, if you are more acquainted, then obediently. Kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I will let you know the consequences of offending a 5th-rank alchemist. Ha, is the 5th-grade alchemy master great? He watched Shen Linfang understatement and said, to be honest, I don't even remember how many 5th-rank alchemists I have offended. The 5-rank alchemy master, even the average pill-condensing realm expert would have to show some face. You a hairy boy in the Kaiyuan realm, dare to speak loudly to the 5th-grade alchemist. I don't know how much offended. This guy, the cowhide is about to blow through the sky. Boy, you are toasting and not eating fine wine. Since you must die, then I will fulfill you. Shen Linfang exasperated and yelled angrily. His eyes swept slightly in the hall, and his cold voice instantly resounded in everyone's ears. Who wants to help me clean up this kid? I will give him 10,000 honor points. 10,000 honor points. After hearing Shen Linfang's words, many people in the hall couldn't help showing a flush of jealousy in their eyes. For those of them who can only stay in the lobby, 10,000 honor points are undoubtedly a lot of wealth. This is enough for them to purchase a room for 3 months on the 1st floor of the Taishu Tower. They couldn't wait to rush up to clean up Jiang Chen's meal and take the 10,000 honor points in their hands. Just thinking of Jiang Chen's powerful strength to crush the Confucianism just now, they had to forcibly suppress this impulse in their hearts. Although honor points is a good thing, it also has to have that life flower. Brother Shen's 10,000 honor points, I want it. At this moment, when everyone in the hall was afraid of Jiang Chen's strength and did not dare to take action, a hearty laugh suddenly sounded in the hall. The sudden loud laughter also caused everyone in the hall to be stunned. They followed the reputation and saw a burly young man with fat head and big ears walking out of the 2nd floor of the Taishu Tower. Chapter 450. He doesn't even deserve to lift my shoes. Isn't this Lei Guangyan, the 92nd genius in the inner sect? Unexpectedly he shot. Then why don't the kid have to fight Shen Linfang? In this inner sect, fighting against Shen Linfang will not end well. Seeing the burly youth coming out of the 2nd floor entrance of Taishu Tower, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Lei Guangyan, one of the new geniuses of the inner door of Taishuzong. Less than a year after he entered the inner door, he successfully entered the top 100 in the inner door, and now ranks 92 in the inner door. Lei Guangyan cultivated both physical and martial arts. His strength reached the Kaiyuan 7th level, and he also understood the double fist intent, which is very powerful. Seeing that Lei Guangyan agreed to take action for Shen Linfang, they can almost imagine how miserable Jiang Chen will end next. It turned out to be Brother Lei. Shen Linfang looked at Lei Guangyan who came forward, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha, don't worry about Brother Shen." Lei Guangyan laughed. He walked straight to Jiang Chen, with a domineering expression on his face. "Boy, do you kneel down and make compensation for Brother Shen, or do you want me to do it myself? You count that green onion, what right do you have to say this in front of me?" Jiang Chen glanced at him faintly, and a sneer of disdain rose from the corner of his mouth. Dignantly, a person who ranks in the top 100 in the inner door wags his tail in front of someone who ranks dozens behind you. You are not ashamed. This kid dared to be so arrogant in the face of Lei Guangyan, who is among the top 100 in the inner door. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put Lei Guangyan in his eyes, everyone in the hall was once again shocked and stunned. When Lei Guangyan heard Jiang Chen's words, his lungs almost exploded. His eyes were cold, and he sneered at Jiang Chen. Although Brother Shen is not ranked high, he is the #1 alchemy genius in the inner sect. Who doesn't give Brother Shen some face in this inner sect? Looking at his appearance, I am afraid he is at least 24-5 years old. At such an age as a 5th-rank alchemist, his alchemy talent is just so-so. Jiang Chen curled his lips, and the contemptuous sneer resounded instantly in everyone's ears. Perhaps he used to be the #1 alchemy genius in the inner sect, but now that I am here, the name of the #1 alchemy genius, when will it be his turn? As Jiang Chen said this, an uproar sounded in the hall again. This kid doesn't even care about Shen Linfang, a 5th-rank alchemist. Listening to this guy's tone, could his alchemy talent be more powerful than Shen Linfang? Ha ha, I'm not afraid to flash my tongue when I speak big words. You said that Brother Shen's alchemy talent is nothing more than that, can you still be more powerful than his alchemy talent? Lei Guangyan seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and couldn't help laughing. The promotion of the alchemist is not known how many times more difficult than the promotion of martial arts strength. Shen Linfang is now Tai Zuzong's first alchemy genius. Lei Guangyan really didn't believe that this little boy in front of him was better than Shen Linfang in the rank of alchemist. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, and the disdainful sneer resounded in the hall instantly. Hee. Is it harder to be better than him? To be honest, in terms of alchemy talent, he might not even be worthy to lift me shoes. Chapter 451, Let him disappear from me. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Shen Linfang, this is Taishuzong's first alchemy genius. However, he became a 5th-rank alchemy master in his 20s, and hopes to be promoted to a 7th-rank alchemy master in the future. Such an enchanting alchemy genius, Jiang Chen dared to say without shame that they are not worthy of shoes for him. This kid is so arrogant. Boy, you will take advantage of my tongue. Didn't you say that your alchemy talent is better than Brother Shen? Then I will give you a chance to show it. Today, if you can show a stronger alchemy talent than Brother Shen, I will only follow you from Lei Guangyan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being polite. Lei Guangyan sneered with disdain. Even if he was killed, he would not believe that this kid's alchemy talent is so powerful that Shen Linfang is unworthy of carrying shoes. I just entered the inner door, and I just happen to lack a little brother who runs away. Since you took the initiative to send it to the door, I will accept it with reluctance. When his mind moved, a gleaming 5-star alchemist badge appeared in his palm. 5-star alchemist badge. This guy, he turned out to be a 5th-rank alchemy master. Wow. It's really a 5-star alchemist badge. Jiang Chen seems to be less than 20 years old, such a young 5th-rank alchemy master, this is too enchanting. Compared with him, Shen Linfang's alchemy talent is really not worth mentioning. Looking at the alchemy badge in Jiang Chen's hand, everyone was so shocked that their eyes almost stared out. 5-rank alchemy master who is less than 20 years old. This is really shocking. 5th-rank alchemist, how could this kid be a 5th-rank alchemist? Shen Linfang's pupils shrank suddenly, and there was an unbelievable whisper in his mouth. In front of him, the brat boy he hadn't put in his eyes, had achieved the level of a 5th-rank alchemist in alchemy. Are you really a 5th-rank alchemy master? Lei Guangyan stared at the 5th-rank alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand with a dull face. His whole person was like a ghost, and even his words became uncomfortable. It's not a 5th-rank alchemist, can I still pick up this 5th-rank alchemist badge? I'm less than 17 years old now. I got this alchemy badge a few months ago. Jiang Chen curled his lips, and immediately looked at Lei Guangyan with a smile. How? I don't know how my talent for alchemy compares with the one next to you. 5th-rank alchemist who is less than 17 years old. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the hearts of everyone in the hall couldn't help but twitch. They finally understand what it means to be someone outside a person. There is a heaven outside the sky. Compared with Jiang Chen, Shen Linfang, the former Taishu sect's #1 alchemy genius, really didn't even deserve to carry shoes. Your alchemy talent is unmatched, Lei is convinced to lose. It took Lei Guangyan a long time to recover from the shock. He took a deep breath and smiled bitterly at Jiang Chen. I wish to give in to the bet. Please do not hesitate to order if you have anything in the future. As long as Lei Guangyan can do it, I will never frown. Jiang Chen rose slightly. He pointed at Shen Linfang with his fingers, and said lightly, "This guy is a bit eye-catching, you can let him disappear from me." Chapter 452, Shen Linfang who was beaten in the face. Let Shen Linfang disappear. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lei Guangyan couldn't help but shudder. Jiang Chen, a 17-year-old 5th-rank alchemist, has a talent for alchemy to the extreme. Shen Linfang, a veteran alchemy genius in the inner sect of Taishu sect, has a very well-connected existence. Lei Guangyan didn't want to offend these two characters easily, but Jiang Chen obviously didn't intend to let him go so easily. In this situation, he had to make a choice between the two. Lei Guangyan's eyes flickered slightly. He finally gritted his teeth and bit his scalp and said to Shen Linfang, "Brother Shen, please leave here." Lei Guangyan really chose to stand with Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall was once again shocked and stunned. Just a few minutes ago, Lei Guangyan swore to Shen Linfang's head. But I didn't expect Lei Guangyan to become Jiang Chen's person in an instant. This is simply Kai Guguo's face slap. Lei Guangyan, what do you mean? Shen Linfang's lungs almost exploded suddenly, and his gaze towards Lei Guangyan also became extremely awe-inspiring. I am willing to bet. Since Lei Guangyan has lost to this little brother, I will fulfill my promise. Lei Guangyan said blankly, "Brother Shen intends to leave by himself, or do you want me to ask you to leave?" Lei Guangyan has always acted very decisively, and since he has made a decision, he will not be dragged down. Regarding the alchemy talent, Jiang Chen did not know how many blocks Shen Linfang had been thrown away. Although after today, he is bound to offend Shen Linfang completely. However, it is not unacceptable to be able to get to know such a wicked alchemy genius who is against the sky. Lei Guangyan, I took this down. I promise you will pay for your decision today. Shen Linfang laughed angrily. He glanced at Lei Guangyan with cold eyes, then turned around and walked away. Brother Jiang Chen, Shen Linfang is a narrow-minded man, and he will report it to you. You have to be more careful in the inner door. Seeing Shen Linfang's leaving back, Lei Guangyan couldn't help but said to Jiang Chen beside him. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's okay, if he dares to trouble me, I will let him know what regret is. At the beginning, in Lingyun Wufu, he was just a newbie, and he was able to impress Yan Qingshan and other 6th-rank alchemy masters. As for Shen Linfang, he really didn't take it seriously. With your talent for alchemy, it is indeed enough to deter most inner disciples, and Shen Lin shouldn't blatantly attack you. But as the saying goes, open spears are easy to dodge and dark arrows are hard to defend, so you have to be careful. Lei Guangyan groaned slightly. If I guess right, Shen Linfang is very likely to get involved in the sect mission. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a while, and asked curiously, what is the sect mission? A disciple of the inner sect of Taishu Zong must complete a task assigned by the sect every month. The completion of the task can get rich rewards. However, if the mission fails, certain honor points will be deducted. If the sect mission fails 3 times in a row, you may even be expelled from the inner door. Lei Guangyan said solemnly, Shen Linfang has a very wide network of contacts in the inner sect, and he will target you on the sect mission in all likelihood. If he wants to target me, let him target it. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. It's just some shameful means, so why should I be afraid? Chapter 453, Breakthrough one after another, Kaiyuan Quad. Seeing Jiang Chen not putting Shen Linfang in his eyes, Lei Guangyan couldn't help but let out a wry smile in his heart. Although he had to admit that Jiang Chen's alchemy talent was completely enough to crush Shen Linfang. But Shen Linfang was finally the #1 alchemy genius in the inner sect, and he had already established a strong network here. At least for now, Jiang Chen still had difficulty contending with Shen Linfang. Brother Jiang Chen, I will pay close attention to Shen Linfang's every move. I will notify you as soon as I find anything. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't take Shen Linfang to heart at all, Lei Guangyan also knew that nothing he said was useless now. But now he and Jiang Chen are on the same bed. If something happens to Jiang Chen, his future life in this inner gate will never be easy. Jiang Chen nodded, and did not continue talking nonsense with Lei Guangyan. He directly took out his identity token, paid 30,000 points to buy a room on the 8th floor, and then separated from Lei Guangyan and went directly to the entrance of the 8th floor. Came to the residence on the 8th floor of Taishu Tower. Jiang Chen rested for a while, and then directly entered the cultivation state. Taishu Zong's inner genius is like a cloud. Especially the 5 true students, the strength is much higher than him. His current cultivation base has just reached Kaiyuan's 2nd level. Regarding the cultivation base alone, he is definitely the lowest existence in the inner sect of Taishu sect. In order to deal with some troubles, he must upgrade his cultivation level as soon as possible. Taishu Tower is the place where the inner sect disciples of Taishu sect lives. The vitality of the world here is many times stronger than the superior courtyard of the outer sect. Especially the 8th floor of Taishu Tower, the vitality has reached a very terrifying point. With the addition of 100 times the experience of the system, Jiang Chen's cultivation experience is also rapidly increasing. Jiang Chen successfully broke through from Kaiyuan double to Kaiyuan triple. After half a month, Jiang Chen Kaiyuan's triple experience was complete and he successfully broke through Kaiyuan quadruple. In just half a month, Jiang Chen broke through 2 small realms one after another. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation is completely enough to completely crush any genius of Taishu sect. Breaking through the Kaiyuan fourfold, Jiang Chen wanted to continue practicing. But a message that came from the identity token suddenly made Jiang Chen stop. Because the first sect mission assigned by Taishu Zong is here, let him go to receive the mission tomorrow. And shortly after Jiang Chen received the news from the sect, the news from Lei Guangyan also came. Brother Jiang Chen, your sect mission is here. Please go to the 5th floor of the Taishu Tower to give a comment. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and soon came to the 5th floor of Lei Guangyan's residence. Brother Jiang Chen, your breath seems to be much stronger than half a month ago. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, Lei Guangyan's eyes also showed a look of surprise. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It's okay, half a month from Kaiyuan's 2nd layer to Kaiyuan 4th layer, barely improved 2 small realms. When Lei Guangyan heard Jiang Chen's words, his heart couldn't help but twitch. In half a month, he broke through 2 small realms one after another, which in his eyes was just barely okay. This Tamar shouldn't be such a blow to people. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, I am afraid that the entire Taishu sect cannot find a second person. Lei Guangyan's heart was shocked. Not only did Jiang Chen's alchemy talent and evildoer reach the extreme, but his martial arts talent also reached such a terrifying level. Chapter 454, Not a Simple Sect Mission. Taishu God Tower has strong heaven and earth vitality, and my strength is weak, so I naturally rise relatively quickly. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, tell me about the task. The corner of Lei Guangyan's mouth twitched. Although he also knows that Taishu God Tower has strong heaven and earth vitality, and it will get twice the result with half the effort. In particular, the 8th floor is several times more powerful than the 5th floor. But even so, if you want to break through 2 small realms in half a month, this is something that most Kaiyuan realm warriors are talking about. This guy is really a monster among monsters. Lei Guangyan was shocked. He calmed his mind and said to Jiang Chen sternly, Brother Jiang Chen, your first sect mission was indeed interfered by Shen Linfang. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Generally speaking, the sect task assigned to the inner disciple for the first time is not too difficult. The assignment you were assigned was originally a 6-star personal mission, but Shen Linfang secretly traded with the deacon who assigned the mission to a 7.5-star team mission. I tried to apply to join this task, but was rejected. Lei Guangyan said here, with a solemn expression in his eyes. Taishu Zongmen missions are divided into 9 stars. The missions below 5 stars belong to the outer sect, and the missions received by the inner sect disciple are all 6-star at least. The 7.5-star team tasks are generally assigned to the top 100 disciples in the inner door. Now such a task is assigned to a newcomer like Jiang Chen, and the trickiness can be imagined. It's just a 7.5-star team mission, it's no big deal. Jiang Chen smiled softly. With his current strength, even the 8-star mission can be completed with confidence. If Shen Linfeng wanted to use a 7.5-star mission to make him unsightly, then his calculation was wrong. Brother Jiang Chen, the task is actually a secondary one. If the first task fails, you will lose a little honor points at most. The key is that the people who perform the task with you are almost all arranged by Shen Linfeng. Lei Guangyan solemnly placed the mission information in front of Jiang Chen. You can see this list. Jiang Chen glanced slightly across the list. There are a total of 5 people on the list, and there are 4 other than Jiang Chen. The captain is a person called Huo Jin, ranked 79 in the inner door, with the strength of Kaiyuan Eightfold. The remaining 3 are clearly Shen Yu, Fu Tong, and Lin Tianzong. Seeing the list and introduction in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. In this task team, Huo Jin, the strongest captain, has a very close relationship with his personal disciple Guang Chuan. Even if this person wasn't arranged by Shen Linfeng, it definitely came for him. Next, Shen Yu, the second strongest in strength, ranked 103rd in the inner sect. He came from the same family as Shen Linfeng. It was obviously Shen Linfeng who arranged to deal with him, and the rest of Fu Tong is also full of grievances with him. Even the last Lin Tianzong might be bought by Shen Linfeng. Haha, it seems that this task is really not easy. In a 5-person team task, almost all 4 of them have grievances with him. For this task, Shen Linfeng really bothered. Chapter 455, Cloud Nation, Great Desolate Martial Mansion. Jiang Chen came to the inner sect Zongwu Hall as scheduled and understood the task. The other 4 people who performed the task with Jiang Chen arrived one by one. Captain Huo Jin was expressionless, his expression indifferent. From his body, Jiang Chen could not see the slightest strange expression. As for Lin Tianzong, as soon as he came up, he greeted Jiang Chen very politely. Only Shen Yu and Fu Tong, their gazes looking at Jiang Chen, both showed ill-intentioned expressions. Everyone is here, let's go. Seeing that everyone was there, Huo Jin said lightly, and then fell on a cyan giant bird next to him. Qingluan bird, a spirit beast tamed by Taishu sect, is also a means of transportation for Taishu sect inner disciples to go out to perform tasks. Jiang Chen and the others didn't talk nonsense, and jumped directly onto the blue Luan bird. The Qingluan bird immediately spread its wings and carried the 5 Jiang Chen to the west of Taishuzong. Jiang Chen's mission this time was to go to Yunshao country, one of the 3 countries under Taishuzong's jurisdiction. It is said that in the great desolate mansion of the Kingdom of Clouds, traces of the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace have appeared, and many warriors are poisonous hands of the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace. Even the palace owner of the Great Desolate Martial Mansion was killed by the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace in the Great Wild Martial Mansion. The purpose of Jiang Chen and their trip was to eradicate the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace in the Great Wild Mansion. Yunshao State is located to the west of Taishuzong, the Great Wild Mansion under its rule, bordering the ancient land of Shenwang. It only took Jiang Chen a few days to arrive at the Great Wilderness Martial Mansion. You? Who are you? What do you mean when you come to Dawang Wufu? When the Qingluan bird that Jiang Chen and the others were riding in arrived at the door of Dawang Wufu, the 2 guards at the door immediately looked like a major enemy, looking at the 5 Jiang Chen nervously. We are the disciples of Taishu sect. We are ordered to come and eradicate the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace in the Great Wilderness Mansion. Let us report quickly. Huo Cinder is an understatement. These people turned out to be Tai Zuzong disciples. The 2 guards were horrified at once, where they dared to hesitate half a minute, and hurriedly reported to the top of the sect. I saw a middle-aged man with a majestic complexion and quickly greeted Jiang Chen and the others with a few figures. 5 admirals came to the Great Wilderness Martial Mansion. Shu He has missed a long way to welcome you, and I hope you will not be offended. Following Shu He's words, the eyes of some Dawang Wufu students who didn't know Jiang Chen's identity became round. The deputy palace master of the dignified Dawang Mansion, the well-known Kaiyuan realm powerhouse in Dawang Mansion, greeted the young people in front of him in such a low voice. What is the origin of these guys? Huo Jin glanced at Shu He lightly. You are Shu He, now Dawang Wufu is in charge of you. Underneath is Shu He. Shu He nodded, and immediately said with a polite expression on his face, Admiral, please come in, Shu Mo will prepare a banquet for you, the envoy will be cleaned up. Palace Master Laozu, Huo Jin said lightly, and then followed Shu He into the Wu Mansion. Who are these young people, who can make Palace Master Shu a solemn reception? They are Taishu sect disciples, and they are said to have been ordered to eradicate the remnants of the blood demon palace that killed the palace lord. It turns out to be a disciple of Taishu sect. It's no wonder the aura on these people is so strong. My instinct tells me that the strength of these people is probably not below Deputy Palace Master Shu. Looking at the back of Jiang Chen and others leaving, many students in the nearby Dawang Wufu had a look of admiration. Chapter 456, Capture the Blood. In the center of Dawang Wufu, in an exquisite room, Shu He and several Wufu elders sat opposite Jiang Chen. Shu He sent people wine and delicacies to entertain Jiang Chen and the others. 3 rounds of wine. Huo Jin finally asked about the business. Deacon Shu, I heard that there has been a remnant of the Blood Demon Palace in the Great Desolate Mansion recently, and your chief of the Great Wildness Martial Mansion Lu Lang was also brutally murdered. What's going on? Shu He couldn't help but straighten up when he heard this. Return to the Admiral, a very cruel demon recently appeared in the Dawang Mansion. This person specializes in hunting high-ranking warriors in the Great Desolate Mansion, and the people killed were sucked into dry corpses, including our Palace Master Lu, who could not escape his clutches. Because of this demon's weird killing method, we have to suspect that he is the remnant of the Blood Demon Palace. Hearing Shu He's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling stunned. The people killed were all sucked into corpses, and the person who committed the crime was definitely a censored practitioner. And in this northern wilderness, almost the majority of blood path practitioners came from the Blood Demon Palace. This censored cultivator who appeared in the Great Desolate Mansion should be the remnant of the Blood Demon Palace in all likelihood. HMPH, I didn't expect the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace to actually appear. Huo Jin's eyes flashed. What strength is your palace lord Lu Lang, and when was he killed? The Great Desolate Mansion borders on the ancient land of Shenhuang, where fish and dragons are mixed, so the power of the palace lord of the Great Desolation Mansion has always been very strong, and Palace Master Lu has the strength of the Kaiyuan 7th layer. As for when Palace Master Lu was killed, we don't know. About 7 days ago, when we found him in Palace Master Lu's residence, he was already sucked into a mummy. Shu He said with a wry smile. It seems that the remnant of the Blood Demon Palace is a bit capable of killing the Kaiyuan 7th layer martial artist without knowing it. Huo Jin sneered. He looked directly at Shu He and said, take us to Lu Lang's residence. Shu He naturally didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly took Jiang Chen and the others to an independent courtyard in the depths of Wufu. My envoys, this is the residence of Palace Master Lu. Since Palace Master Lu's accident, we have listed this courtyard as a forbidden area. Shu He pointed to the courtyard in front of him and said to everyone, standing at the door of the courtyard. Jiang Chen glanced slightly around the courtyard, and a familiar reminder sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You take a look at the 6th rank formation, which will trigger a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You succeeded in comprehending the method to crack the blood repellent formation. Jiang Chen was shocked immediately. The courtyard where Palace Master Lu Lang of Dawang Martial Mansion lived, secretly arranged a blood repellent formation. Is it because of this formation that Shu He and the others were unaware of Lu Lang's death? It's just that after the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace killed Lu Lang, why didn't they get rid of the Blood Demon formation? Is there any other secret hidden in this place? Tell him directly that the death of Palace Master Lu Lang of Dawang Martial Mansion is probably not as simple as it seems. This courtyard really has the aura of blood cultivators. Huo Jin looked at the courtyard indifferently. He directly ordered Jiang Chen on the side. Jiang Chen, you go first to check the situation, we will meet you later. Jiang Chen suddenly sneered in his heart. These guys finally couldn't help but want to shoot him. Chapter 457, Jiang Chen who mysteriously disappeared. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. From the moment he accepted this task, he knew that these guys would do something to him sooner or later. It's just that he didn't take these people in front of him at all. He will let these guys know what regret is. Jiang Chen, Captain Huo asked you to go in and check the situation. What are you doing in a daze? Don't you want to violate the order? It can be seen that Jiang Chen didn't move at all. Fu Tong on the side could not help but drink coldly at Jiang Chen. On the other side, Shen Yu clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Jiang Chen jokingly. Or, I will explore the road with brother Jiang Chen, so I can take care of it. Lin Tianzong's weak voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. No, I'm enough for Pathfinder. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then quickly flashed in towards the gate of the courtyard. Come on. Huo Jin's eyes flashed with surprise, and then led the 3 of them into the courtyard. Seeing Jiang Chen and his party all entering the courtyard, a strange smile flashed across Shu He's eyes. The essence and blood of 5 Kaiyuan realm warriors, and 2 of them will always have special bloodlines. It's really a delicious meal. Shu He muttered to himself, and immediately turned into a blood shadow and disappeared in place. Huo Jin flashed into the courtyard. His eyes swept across the courtyard, only to realize that Jiang Chen, who was still leading the way just now, had disappeared. Jiang Chen, where are you? Come out for me. Huo Jin's heart shuddered. He shouted a few words in succession, but no one responded at all. It seems that Jiang Chen's whole person has evaporated like this. Captain Huo, it's getting late now, this courtyard is a bit weird, why don't we check it out tomorrow? Looking at Jiang Chen who just disappeared inexplicably, Fu Tong's heart was mixed. If Jiang Chen died, Fu Tong would naturally be very happy. But with such a deadly death method, he would never want to take back 50,000 honor points from Jiang Chen. This courtyard is indeed weird, Shu He must have hidden something from us. Let's go to him and ask to understand, and then come back tomorrow. Huo Jin nodded, and then he was about to turn around and leave the courtyard. But when they were just about to leave, the courtyard gate that had been open had been closed with a vain bang. A hey sneer also slowly sounded in the courtyard. Hey! This is not a place where you can come and leave if you want. Since you are here, leave it to me forever. The sudden sound also caused Huo Jin and others' faces to change suddenly. They followed the sound and saw Shu He slowly walking towards them. Shu He, you, when did you come in? Huo Jin was frightened. When he just came in, Shu Hemmingming was still outside the courtyard. But now this guy seems to have entered the courtyard ahead of them. Shu He smiled at the burning ember ghost. Everything in this courtyard is arranged by myself. I am the master here. How did you say I got in? Huo Jin's expression changed. You are not Shu He, who are you? He. I just reacted now, but it's a bit late. Shu Heian sneered coldly, his domineering voice echoed in the courtyard instantly. I am Venerable Blood Cloud, the remnant of the Blood Demon Palace you are looking for is me. Chapter 458, Venerable Blood Cloud. Venerable Blood Cloud, you turned out to be the Venerable Blood Cloud of the Cloud State of Cholera 100 years ago. Huo Jin was horrified. As for the Shenyu Shanren beside him, there was also an inconceivable shock in his eyes. Huo Jin took a deep breath. He looked incredulously and said, how is this possible? Didn't you get beheaded by my Taishuzong power 100 years ago? Venerable Blood Cloud, this is one of the 4 main halls of the Blood Demon Palace, and the once famous God Sea Realm expert in the Northern Wilderness. Since the Blood Demon Palace was defeated by the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness, there were countless deaths and injuries among the strong in the Blood Demon Palace, and they almost disappeared in the Northern Wilderness. Only this Venerable Blood Cloud appeared in the Northern Wild Continent almost every once in a while. In the most recent time Venerable Blood Yun appeared, he appeared in Yunshao country for 100 years. At that time, with his own power, he overturned the entire Yunshao kingdom. In the end, Tai Zuzong dispatched 2 divine sea realm powerhouses before killing Venerable Blood Cloud. Huo Jin never expected it anyway. Venerable Blood Cloud actually appeared in front of him again. Hey! The deity is not so easy to die. The deity's attainments in the blood path are at its peak. Even if there is only a drop of blood left, it can still be reborn with a drop of blood. Yu Taishu sect wants to kill the deity, it's just a wild night. Venerable Blood Cloud smiled, his tone seemed to be full of disdain for Taishu sect. Venerable Blood Cloud, I didn't expect you to be alive in this world. But you are no longer the famous Blood Cloud Venerable in the Northern Wilderness. Dare to run wild in my Taishuzong site, I think you are looking for death. Huo Jin stared at Venerable Blood Cloud with a sneer. Although the Venerable Blood Cloud in front of him was reborn with the help of Shu He's body, his strength was less than 1/10 of his heyday, only the strength of Kaiyuan dual layer. With such strength, Huo Jin naturally won't have the slightest fear. Quack. Find death. The deity deliberately reveals clues in this great desert mansion, in order to lead Yu Taishuzong disciples to come. Because the blood of Yu Taishu sect inner genius disciples is the best tonic for the deity to restore strength. So, obediently dedicate all your blood to the deity. Venerable Blood Cloud looked down at Huojin and others condescendingly, and his laughter resounded in the courtyard instantly. Do you really think you are still the famous Blood Cloud Venerable from the Northern Wilderness? What the Taishu Zong powerhouse did not do 100 years ago, it's up to Huo Jin to do it today, let me die. Huo Jin's eyes flashed with cold light, and the palm power that integrated the true meaning of Huo Dao directly slapped Venerable Blood Cloud with a palm. Watching the oncoming blow of Hu Jin, the corner of Venerable Blood Cloud's mouth raised a joking smile in vain. When he moved his palms, a sharp, censored sword light cut through the space in an instant, and violently collided with Huo Jin's palm. Huo Jin's figure trembled suddenly, and immediately the whole person was shaken by the sword light and flew back several feet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Huo Jin looked at Venerable Blood Cloud with a look of horror, and also let out an incredible roar in his mouth. The expressions of the three people behind Huo Jin also became terrified. Huo Jin has the strength of Kaiyuan eightfold. The breath of this Venerable Blood Cloud clearly stayed in the Kaiyuan second layer. How could he have the terrifying power of severely injuring the flames? Chapter 459, Jiang Chen shot. Quack. You are too underestimating the deity. Since the deity dared to lead you Taishuzong geniuses to come, how could it not be prepared? This courtyard has already been set up by me with a 6th rank formation that captures the heavens in blood. Don't do unnecessary struggles. No one can save you today. One move severely hit the embers. Venerable Blood Cloud couldn't help laughing proudly. The 6th rank formation robs the sky, and the Blood Fierce formation, even if it is a pill-condensing realm strong person, will be afraid at 3 points. In this formation, he is now the censored who rules everything. With these inner disciples of Taishuzong, how could he escape the palm of his hand? 6th rank array formation captures the sky and Blood Fiend array. When Huo Jin and others heard the words of Venerable Blood Cloud, their faces turned pale in an instant. Although they didn't understand the Blood Devil formation, no matter what the 6th rank formation, it was definitely not something Kaiyuan realm could handle. Venerable Blood Cloud, we are the inner disciples of Taishu sect. If you dare to kill us, you will attract the attention of the high-level Taishuzong. Once the Taishuzong powerhouse arrives at that time, your fate may not be much better. Shen Yu, who was always afraid of death, couldn't help but shouted to Venerable Blood Cloud with a look of panic. Hey! Boy, don't you want to presume Taishuzong in front of the deity? Others are afraid that you are too Shushu sect, the deity is not afraid. It will not be long before my Blood Demon Palace will come back and wipe out all 3 of your northern wilderness sects. But you can't see this scene anymore. Obediently hand over your blood. Venerable Blood Cloud smiled darkly, and his hands quickly changed into a mysterious handprint. I saw the blood in the courtyard soaring, and a strange swallowing force burst out in an instant. With the emergence of this force, Huo Jin and others only felt that the blood in their bodies had become violent uncontrollably. Damn! What power is this? Huo Jin was furious in his heart. As an inner disciple of Kaiyuan 8th layer, Huo Jin didn't care about this 7.5-star mission. The purpose of his trip was to solve Jiang Chen for his direct disciple Guang Chuan and get hundreds of thousands of honor points from Jiang Chen. This time the mission will be so perverted. Even if it was Tai Zuzong's 9-star mission, it was probably not as difficult as this mission. If he had known this mission was so abnormal, he wouldn't come even if he was killed. Not only Huo Jin felt regretful in his heart, both Shen Yufetong regretted it to the extreme. They participated in this mission entirely to avenge Jiang Chen, but they didn't expect to ruin them themselves. Feeling the blood that might burst from the blood vessels in their bodies at any time, their eyes were filled with desperate expressions. The blood of Huo Jin and the others was about to be detonated by Venerable Blood Cloud. The strange blood glow in the courtyard that controlled Huo Qing's bloodline disappeared in vain. Venerable Blood Cloud's expression changed slightly. Before he could react, a fist with a faint golden light appeared directly behind him. The golden fist brought up a terrifying force that opened the world and landed heavily on Venerable Blood Cloud. Venerable Shuiyan's throat suddenly became sweet, and a mouthful of red blood mist burst out of his mouth, and the whole person was smashed into a distance of several meters in embarrassment. He suddenly looked up at Jiang Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere, and also let out an incredible scream. Boy, why are you? Chapter 460, The Backhand of Venerable Blood Cloud, God Refining the Clone. Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly appearing, Lin Tianzong looked surprised. While the remaining Huo Jin 3 were surprised, they were also slightly relieved. Although Jiang Chen's appearance surprised them a bit, it finally temporarily resolved the crisis they were facing just now. Boy, why are you here? Venerable Blood Cloud looked at Jiang Chen in anger. This kid who was the first to enter the courtyard had blood power far different from ordinary people. After Jiang Chen entered the courtyard, Venerable Blood Cloud controlled the formation to trap Jiang Chen alone. Originally, he planned to solve these guys first before enjoying Jiang Chen's blood. Venerable Blood Cloud never thought of it. Jiang Chen was able to get rid of the control of the formation, and appeared at the most critical moment and severely injured him. If it weren't for the instincts of a powerhouse in the Divine Sea Realm, I'm afraid his body would be destroyed by Jiang Chen's punch. Why can't I appear here? Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, with your little tricks, you still can't hold me down. HMPH, even if you can get out of trouble. As long as you are still in this deadly blood fierce formation, you can never escape from my palm. Boy, originally I planned to deal with them, and then come to study your powerful bloodline power. Since you have to come and die with them, then I will fulfill you. Venerable Blood Cloud wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and the eyes glowing with monster blood instantly filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. If your reliance is the blood-repellent formation in the courtyard, I am afraid you will be disappointed. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. You now have no chance to control the heaven-seizing blood fiend array. Venerable Blood Cloud discovered something in an instant, and his expression suddenly changed. He quickly squeezed out a handprint that manipulated the heaven-sweeping blood fiend formation, but found that the formation in the courtyard was completely beyond his control. No, impossible. How could you break my blood-repellent formation? Venerable Blood Cloud looked at Jiang Chen with a look of astonishment, and also let out an unbelievable roar in his mouth. This sky-snaking blood-evil formation in his hand was made by a 7th-rank formation master in the Blood Demon Palace. Even a general 6th-rank formation mage can never break this formation unconsciously. The boy in front of me, how did he do it? Venerable Blood Cloud, now your formation has been broken by us, I see how arrogant you are. Venerable Blood Cloud, your death date is here. Seeing that Venerable Blood Cloud's life-threatening blood-evil formation was broken by Jiang Chen, Huo Jin and the others quickly surrounded Venerable Blood Cloud. The 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness and the Blood Demon Palace are in the same situation. In Taishu sect, there has always been a reward quest for the Blood Demon Palace. As long as you kill the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace, you can redeem rewards at the sect. The Venerable Blood Cloud in front of him was one of the 4 hall masters of the Blood Demon Palace, and his status was lofty. If you can bring Venerable Blood Cloud's head back to Taishu sect, the reward must be very rich. A few Taishu sect's juniors also want to take the head of the deity. It's just wishful thinking. Even if the deity is a tiger falling in peace, he will never be deceived by a dog. Today, no matter what, the blood deities of the few of you will be set. Venerable Blood Cloud shouted angrily, and saw his palm move, and a crystal ball emitting censored light appeared in his palm. Next. You are ready to bear the anger of this deity's refining clone. Chapter 461, The Ungrateful Villain. Venerable Blood Cloud's voice fell. I saw the blood-colored light ball in his hand, and instantly turned into a blood-colored figure exactly like him. Facing the appearance of this blood shadow, a palpitating breath also filled the courtyard. God refines the clone. He actually has his own divine refining clone. Looking at the blood shadow formed by the blood-colored light ball, Huo Jin and the others couldn't help but change slightly. Is this the avatar of the divine refining of the strong of the Divine Sea Realm? Jiang Chen looked at the blood-colored figure exactly like Venerable Blood Cloud, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. In the Jade Slip of Taishuzong's introductory Jade Slip, Jiang Chen has seen the record of divine refining clone. God refining clones. This is a clone that can be refined at least by a strong person in the Divine Sea Realm. The strong of the Divine Sea Realm transforms the divine consciousness into the sea. They can divide a small part of the divine consciousness to refine the clone, and then save the clone in a special form. Once the divine refining clone is successfully refined, it can possess part of the strength of the Divine Sea Realm powerhouse. The strength of its strength depends on the strength of the power of the Divine Sea Realm powerhouse and the amount of divine consciousness consumed, but even the weakest avatar of Shen Lian almost has the strength not inferior to Kaiyuan 9 layers. Some powerful divine refining clones can even crush many strong pill-condensing realms. The vast majority of Divine Sea Realm powerhouses refine their divine refining clones in order to protect their outstanding disciples in case they encounter unexpected events. Jiang Chen and the others obviously didn't expect it. Venerable Blood Cloud will refine an avatar of God refining and place it on him early. Venerable Blood Cloud, you don't want to be mad. It's a mere divine refining clone that hasn't reached the condensed pill realm. Do you think it can deal with us? Huo Jin smiled coldly. As the inner disciples of Taishu Zong, they all have the ability to leapfrog battle. With his strength coupled with Shen Yu and others, as long as the avatar of Venerable Blood Cloud does not reach the condensing pill stage, they may not be without the power of a battle. Quack. Boy, it's a price to look down on the deity. This avatar of censored refining, although it was only refined by the deity back then, it is more than enough to clean up you guys. Venerable Blood Cloud smiled sorrowfully. I saw the avatar of God refining in front of him, which turned into a blood shadow and rushed towards Jiang Chen. In the eyes of Venerable Blood Cloud, this Jiang Chen, who unknowingly broke his blood and blood formation, was the most dangerous person. Just in case, he wants to solve Jiang Chen as soon as possible. No, let's do it together. Lin Tianzong's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly brandished his spear, casting a double spear intent to attack the oncoming Blood Shadow. The gap between Lin Tianzong and Blood Shadow's strength was too great. Even if he displayed double spear intent, Lin Tianzong was shot out after just a single shot. Lin Tianzong spouted a mouthful of blood in embarrassment. His gaze swept away, only to find that the Huo Jin trio had already retreated several feet away with indifference. You are really mean. Lin Tianzong was frightened in his heart. Had it not been for Jiang Chen to break the formation, they would have been sucked into corpses by Venerable Blood Cloud. Now that Venerable Blood Cloud shot Jiang Chen, they actually chose to stand on the sidelines, wanting to put Jiang Chen to death. These three guys are really ungrateful villains. Chapter 462. Heaven's sins are forgiven, but you cannot live your own sins. Faced with Lin Tian's angry curse, Huo Jin looked cold and indifferent at all. The world of the sect is that the weak eat the strong, and the strong are respected. To blame, I can only blame this kid for not having long eyes and offending his direct disciple Guangchuan. Guangchuan is not only talented, but also the elder of the divine sea realm of Taishu sect as his backer. And Jiang Chen in front of him, he is just an ant who has no background and has just become an inner disciple. In Huo Jin's eyes, there was no right or wrong, and he didn't know what ungratefulness is. Always stand on the side of the strong, this is the law of survival in the sect. Since Guangchuan wanted him to clean up this kid, no matter what happened, he wouldn't let Jiang Chen return to Taishu sect alive. As for Shen Yu and Fu Yong beside Huo Jin, when they saw that Huo Jin did not make a move, naturally they would not make a move. Without Huo Jin's action, the two of them couldn't stop Venerable Blood Cloud's divine refining clone. And the purpose of their trip was to clean up Jiang Chen. At this time, how could they go up to Jiang Chen stupidly? Jiang Chen looked at the situation blankly, and a sneer sneered slightly at the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for his action, these three idiots would have been sucked into a corpse by the formation of Venerable Blood Cloud. Since these three people are so ungrateful, don't blame him for being rude. With a movement of Jiang Chen's figure, 99 truly uncertain Jiang Chen flashed out of thin air. I saw that every Jiang Chen's fist was smashed against the oncoming Blood Shadow with a mighty force. This is the terrestrial martial arts Taishu War Shadow. He actually condensed dozens of war shadows. How is this possible? Seeing this scene before them, the eyes of the three Huo Jin could not help but shrank suddenly. As a disciple of the Taishu sect's inner sect, they naturally saw at a glance that Jiang Chen was using the Taishu sect's martial arts Taishu War Shadow. It's just that they have never seen it before. Someone can condense so many war shadows. 99 war shadows. Doesn't this mean that this kid's Taishu Zanying has cultivated to the perfect state? When Huo Jin and others were terrified, Jiang Chen's thunderous blow directly shook him a few feet away. One blow shook Venerable Blood Cloud's divine refining clone. Jiang Chen grabbed Lin Tianzong's shoulder, and then disappeared without a trace in the courtyard with Lin Tianzong in a flash. His indifferent voice also echoed over the courtyard. I gave you a chance to survive, but you have to die. If this is the case, then I let you know what it means to do evil in the sky is forgivable, and you cannot live if you do it yourself. Venerable Blood Cloud, I am too lazy to care about the life and death of these three people, you can figure it out. Seeing that Jiang Chen forcibly shakes his own divine refining clone, and then disappears into the courtyard calmly, Venerable Blood Cloud can't help but startle. That kid's cultivation seems to be the weakest among these Taishu sect disciples, but his true strength is undoubtedly the most troublesome existence. Once the avatar is activated, it cannot exist for too long. Venerable Blood Cloud didn't want to waste time like this. Since those two boys have temporarily disappeared from the courtyard, he will first rely on the avatar to solve the three people in front of him and absorb their blood to increase his strength. The strength of these three people is not weak, one of them still has the power of special bloodline. As long as they drain their blood, his strength can be restored to the pinnacle of Kaiyuan realm. It's not too late for him to take care of the remaining two boys. Chapter 463, You won't have that chance, quack. Originally, if you didn't chase that kid away, the deity might really help you today. It's a pity. You ruined the chance to survive by yourself. Venerable Blood Cloud looked at Huo Jin with pity. If these few Tai Zuzong disciples can work together, his plan this time may really fall short and run away. Unfortunately, these guys have their own ghosts and gave him a chance to break them one by one. That being the case, how could Venerable Blood Cloud be polite? Without the slightest hesitation, he directly controlled the avatar of Shenlian and quickly rushed towards them. Venerable Blood Cloud, don't be mad in front of me. Today, I will definitely remove your xianxia head, and then bring it back to the sect to receive the reward. Huo Jin snorted coldly. A huge flame giant quickly condensed between his palms, and patted Venerable Blood Cloud's divine refining clone. And beside Huo Jin, Shen Yu and Fu Tong did not hesitate, and coordinated with the fire to launch an attack. The three teamed up to fight against the avatar of Venerable Blood Cloud. A series of terrifying air waves, accompanied by successive collisions, swept the entire courtyard. After all, the Huo Jin trio underestimated Venerable Blood Cloud's divine refining clone. Even if the three of them work together, it seems very difficult to deal with it. After more than 10 tricks in a difficult battle, the weaker Shen Yu and Fu Tong were caught off guard, and were directly knocked out by the avatar of Venerable Blood Cloud. Huo Cinder's expression changed slightly. He didn't hesitate at all, his figure quickly retreated. At the moment when his figure retreated, a censored arrow appeared in front of Huo Cinder as if piercing through the void. Before he could react, the censored arrow had already landed on Huo Cinder's chest. The flames spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out several feet in embarrassment. Your avatar is clearly only capable of Kaiyuan realm, how could it be so strong? Huo Jin looked at Venerable Blood Cloud in anger, and also let out an unbelievable roar. You geniuses of Taishu sect, you are indeed capable of fighting. If it weren't for this heaven-stealing blood fiend array, I'm afraid my god-refining clone really might not be able to solve you. Venerable Blood Cloud smiled triumphantly and said, the heaven-sweeping blood fiend formation can increase the power of any blood Dao force by 50%. Since you have chosen to enter my formation, you are destined to die. Huo Jin's expression suddenly changed. Didn't your formation have been broken by Jiang Chen? Hey, the heaven-sweeping blood fiend formation is a 6th rank formation, how could it be broken by a little boy? Although I don't know what the kid used to cut off my control of the heaven-removing blood fiend, the heaven-reversing blood fiend formation still exists. Venerable Blood Cloud said proudly, as long as the formation is still in place, you will not be able to escape from my palm today. When the Huo Jin 3 heard the words of Venerable Blood Cloud, they panicked. Jiang Chen, how long will you hide? If you don't help, when you return to the sect, I will definitely let you know what regret is. Huo Jin used his original strength and shouted loudly at the sky above the courtyard. And just as Huo Jin's voice fell, a faint sneer also instantly echoed in the midair of the courtyard. Back to the sect. Sorry, I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Chapter 464, You are dead, I will avenge you. Hearing Jiang Chen's faint sneer echoing over the courtyard, the expressions of the three Huo Jin became extremely difficult. Shen Yu shouted in anger, Jiang Chen, everyone is in the same class anyway, don't go too far. Haha. Now that everyone is the same, when you wanted to kill me just now, why didn't you think that everyone was a disciple? You are asking for all of this, I just follow the way of the other, and I'm still doing the same. Jiang Chen's faint chuckle came from midair again. Brother Huo, it seems that the censored Jiang Chen is determined to get rid of us by the hands of Venerable Blood Cloud, or we should leave here first. Fu Tong said with a gloomy expression. Shen Yu also nodded quickly in agreement. That's right, let's leave this blood-repellent formation first. This heaven-sweeping blood fiend array increased too much against Venerable Blood Cloud's divine refining clone. Even if the three of them join forces, they are not opponents at all. If they continue to stay here, I'm afraid they will really become Venerable Blood Cloud's plate Chinese food. Jiang Chen, wait for me. When I return to Taishu sect, I will report this matter truthfully, and you will wait to be expelled from Taishu sect. Huo Jin snorted coldly, and immediately led Shen Yu and the two quickly to the gate of the courtyard. Just when they were about to leave the courtyard, a strange, censored enchantment appeared out of thin air in front of them. The expressions of the three Huo Jin changed, they all unanimously displayed their unique skills and attacked the censored enchantment. Boom. 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 The attack of the three people fell on the censored enchantment, and a powerful counter-shock force came in an instant. Huo Jin and the three were caught off guard, and were directly shocked by this force and flew back. Although the current heaven-removing blood fiend array is not under my control, it still exists in this courtyard intact. Just because the three of you are delusional to escape from the formation, it is simply wishful thinking. Venerable Blood Cloud laughed disdainfully, and then controlled the avatar of Shenlian to pounce on the Huojin 3 again. In the face of the more and more courageous Shenlian clone, the already wounded Huo Jin 3 were unable to resist. Less than half a cup of tea time. Huo Jin and the three people are all hungry and dangerous. Junior brother Jiang Chen, save me. As long as you save me, I am willing to come forward to resolve the grievances between you and my elder brother, and promise that I won't bother you again in the future. Once again, he was hit hard by Venerable Blood Cloud's divine refining clone. Shen Yu flew upside down in embarrassment a few meters away, and the panicked cry for help finally sounded in the courtyard. Jiang Chen, for the sake of everyone in the same game, I hope you can help. At that time, the grievances between you and me will be wiped out. Fu Tong struggled to get up from the ground in embarrassment, and also begged Jiang Chen for forgiveness in panic. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Only Jiang Chen can rescue them now. If you don't beg Jiang Chen for mercy, I'm afraid their fate will really be explained here today. Hehe, I knew today, why bother? I gave you a chance, but you have to choose to die. Who do you blame? Jiang Chen smiled coldly, his indifferent voice resounding in everyone's ears. Don't worry, it's good to see everyone in the same game. When you die, I will avenge you. Chapter 465, Take your head back and receive the reward. Jiang Chen, you bastard, I curse you not to die. Hearing Jiang Chen's indifferent words, Shen Yu and Fu Tong suddenly couldn't help cursing in angrily. Venerable Blood Cloud, before I change my mind, do it now. Otherwise, if I suddenly change my mind, you probably won't have any chance. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to both Shen and Yu, and the somewhat impatient voice rang directly in the courtyard. Huh, what an arrogant kid. The eyes of Venerable Blood Cloud suddenly chilled. It seems that kid really treats him as fish on the chopping board. He is one of the four main halls of the Hall of Blood Demon, and a peerless powerhouse once known as the Northern Wilderness. No matter how frustrated, he had never been so despised by a kid who hadn't even grown his hair. After he absorbs the blood of these three people to restore a part of his strength, he must make that kid pay a heavy price for it. When my thoughts flashed by, the movements of Venerable Blood Cloud didn't hesitate. He stared coldly at Fu Tong, who was hit hard by the clone again, and immediately appeared in front of Fu Tong in a flash. Looking at the Venerable Blood Cloud who appeared in front of him, Fu Tong suddenly fell into extreme fear. He has been severely injured by Venerable Blood Cloud's divine refining clone one after another. At this moment, where does he have the power to resist Venerable Blood Cloud? Big. Sir, forgive me, I'm willing to take refuge in the Lord, the Blood Demon Palace. At this juncture of life and death, Fu Tong ignored nothing, and kowtowed directly to Venerable Shuiyan begging for mercy. Quack. The deity is not interested in your refuge, you should obediently hand over your blood to me. When he moved his palms, a dazzling, censored brilliance instantly enveloped Zhang Futong's figure. A series of screams came out from the censored brilliance. The screaming scream stopped abruptly before it lasted long, and a shriveled body quickly fell out of the censored brilliance. Tisk tut. It's delicious blood. Venerable Blood Cloud licked his dry lips, and an aura that was several times stronger than before was instantly diffused. Solved the Fu Tong. Venerable Blood Cloud appeared beside Shen Yu in a flash. Shen Yu didn't have any resistance at all, so he was sucked up by Venerable Blood Yun. and the aura on Venerable Blood Cloud's body had once again skyrocketed. Next, it's your turn. After enjoying Shen Yu's blood, Venerable Blood Cloud grinned at Huo Jin. His figure instantly turned into a censored shadow, and appeared ghostly beside Huo Jin. With a wave of his hands, the censored light with mysterious swallowing power enveloped the flames. Huo Jin struggled with horror and despair, trying to escape the censored light of Venerable Blood Cloud. Everything is in vain. In less than a moment, Huojin followed in the footsteps of Futong and became a shriveled corpse. And just at the moment when Venerable Blood Cloud solved the fire, Jiang Chen also showed Lin Tianzong ghostly from the sky above the courtyard. Venerable Blood Cloud narrowed his eyes slightly. Boy, I didn't expect you to come back. First, I said I would avenge them. Secondly, your head is more valuable in Taishu sect. I will naturally take your head back to receive the reward. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, and a faint chuckle instantly resounded in the courtyard. Are you handing your head to me, or do you want me to come and go in person? Chapter 466. Everything here will be controlled by me. Haha. Depends on you. If from the beginning, you guys would join forces to deal with me, the deity might still be afraid of 3 points. Now there are only 2 of you guys with the lowest strength, but the deity has soared in strength. How did you get me? Venerable Blood Cloud laughed wildly with disdain. Having absorbed the blood of Huo Jin 3 people, his strength has been restored to the 9th layer of Kaiyuan. As a former powerhouse of the Divine Sea Realm, with his current combat power, he was invincible under the condensed pill realm. Not to mention that in this stunned blood evil formation, his blood martial arts power can still be added. And the strength of the 2 people in front of them is weaker than the 3 people who were sucked into corpses by him before, so how can they be his opponents? I dare to allow you to kill the Huo Jin 3 to improve your strength, and I am not afraid that you will not be able to deal with you after your strength rises. Since you don't want to give your head to me, I'll take it by myself. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then a strange energy hit a place in the middle of the courtyard. A series of dazzling blood-colored light curtains kept circulating around the courtyard. Seeing this scene before him, Venerable Blood Cloud's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Jiang Chen with a frightened look. You can actually control the heaven-stealing blood fiend formation. How is this possible? I can break your control of the heaven-seizing blood fiend formation, and naturally I can also control this heaven-seizing blood fiend formation. If I can't control this formation in my own hands, I have already taken action to destroy it, so how can I keep it until now? Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at Venerable Blood Cloud, and his sneer resounded instantly. Even if your strength is restored to Kaiyuan 9th layer, now everything here will be dominated by me. With this sharp sneer fell. Jiang Chen waved his palms quickly, and dazzling blood-colored rays of light also continuously erupted from the heaven-seizing blood fiend array. Under the control of Jiang Chen, dozens of dazzling blood-colored lights condensed into a blood-colored long knife 10 feet long. Cut me. Jiang Chen looked indifferent, and pointed directly at Venerable Blood Cloud. The censored long knife carried a force that swallowed everything, and slammed down at Jiang Chen as fast as lightning. Looking at the censored long knife that was rapidly expanding in the pupils, Venerable Blood Cloud's face changed drastically. Blood Cloud turns into heaven palm. Venerable Blood Cloud shouted loudly, and strange blood clouds floated out of his body. Countless blood-colored clouds condensed into a huge blood-colored palm in front of him, and slammed into the blood-colored long knife in midair. 2 terrifying forces collided in midair. I saw that the scarlet palm turned into nothingness under the terrifying swallowing power of the scarlet long knife. Venerable Blood Cloud trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. He looked at the scarlet long sword that was still slashing at him with a terrifying power with a look of horror, and hurriedly controlled the avatar of Shenlian and slammed into the scarlet long knife. Venerable Blood Cloud detonated the avatar of Shenlian, and finally resisted the censored long sword. Taking advantage of this gap, his figure also directly turned into a blood shadow, instantly retreating to 100 meters away. Want to escape? A sneer appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. When he moved his palms, another censored long knife condensed on top of his head. Chapter 467. Back to the sect, the disciple is in trouble. Seeing that censored long knife condensed in midair again, Venerable Blood Cloud's expression changed drastically. He slapped his chest with a fierce palm, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth in an instant. The essence and blood directly turned into a strange blood mist in midair, enveloping venerable blood cloud in it. And the space within a few meters of venerable blood became distorted under the blood mist. The figure of venerable blood cloud disappeared out of thin air in that twisted space, leaving only a cold voice echoing slowly in the courtyard. Boy, you wait for me. One day, the deity will find today's insult 10 times more from you. Looking at the place where venerable blood cloud disappeared, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sighed helplessly. Space-shifting technique, I didn't expect that I had controlled this heaven-sweeping blood fiend array, but I still failed to keep him. Venerable blood cloud is a well-known expert in the blood demon palace, how can it be so easy to be killed? Lin Tianzong smiled bitterly. 100 years ago, they Taishuzong dispatched 2 divine sea realm powerhouses, but they failed to kill them. This time venerable blood cloud set up a 6th-rank sky-raising blood fiend array here, waiting for them to cast themselves into the trap. Had it not been for Jiang Chen, they would really have been wiped out. He is lucky this time, and if I meet him next time, I will definitely take someone else's sect to receive a reward. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and then said to Lin Tianzong, let's go, this mission is over, let's return to our sect. Brother Jiang Chen, all 3 of Huo Jin died in this mission, and we have to think of a perfect solution. Otherwise, when we return to the sect, Shen Linfang and Guangchuan will probably not give up. Lin Tian's face is heavy and authentic. It's okay, they carefully calculated this sect mission to me, and I happen to have an account for them to calculate. If people don't offend me, I don't offend people. They don't need to trouble me. If they dare to come, no matter what their status is, I will let them go without eating. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and disappeared from the courtyard in a flash. Jiang Chen and Lin Tianzong returned to Taishu sect. When they reported the situation of the task to the sect, it also shocked Tai Zuzong. Blood Demon Hall. This is the powerful existence that once shocked the northern wilderness, fighting against the 3 northern wilderness sects with its own power. Even Taishuzong is extremely jealous of the Blood Demon Palace. Now that venerable Blood Cloud, who had disappeared for 100 years, reappeared, Tai Zuzong naturally also attached great importance. The deacon of Zongwutang quickly reported the matter. An old man in a green robe with overwhelming coercion appeared in the Zongwu Hall of the inner door. Meet the Great Elder. As soon as the old man in Xingyi appeared, the deacon of the Zongwu Hall saluted and shouted to Jiang Chen, you guys don't come to see the elder soon. The 2 Jiang Chen were shocked and hurriedly saluted the old man in Xingyi. Great Elder Inner Sect, one of the 5 great divine sea realm powers of Taishuzong, a very lofty existence. Jiang Chen and the others did not expect that this matter would have been personally interrogated by the Great Elder Taishuzong. Jiang Chen, there are a total of 5 people on your trip to perform the task. Why are you only back with Lin Tianzong, and there are 3 others? Just when the 2 of Jiang Chen saluted the Great Elder, a cold questioning sound also rang abruptly in Jiang Chen's ear. Chapter 468, Because I am better than them. He suddenly looked up and saw a slender young man with a grim complexion coming out from behind the elder. Who is your excellency? No matter what our mission this time, it seems that it is not your turn to question it. Jiang Chen glanced at the young man lightly, downplaying authenticity. Jiang Chen, I am my personal disciple Guangchuan, now I am asking you on behalf of Master. The young man's expression turned cold, and he shouted at Jiang Chen, I haven't told the story honestly yet. He is the direct disciple Guangchuan, and he is also the direct disciple of the Great Elder in front of him. He took a deep breath, and immediately said without being humble or overbearing, Elder, what happened is like this. I think it's just a lie, nonsense. You and Lin Tianzong are at the lowest level of cultivation in the team. Even Huo Jian and them were killed by Venerable Blood Cloud. Why do you defeat Venerable Blood Cloud and return to the sect? I think you are spies sent by the Blood Demon Palace. The death of Huo Jin and the 3 of them is completely inseparable from you. Finally, I will give you a chance. If you don't want to die, just give me an honest account of everything. Guangchuan sneered coldly, and a powerful aura pressed against Jiang Chen. Brother Guangchuan, you don't spit people, we have nothing to do with the Blood Demon Palace. Lin Tianzong said angrily. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Guangchuan. He looked up at the Great Elder, his eyes calmly said, Does the Great Elder also think we are spies in the Blood Demon Palace? You have a lot of doubts, and Guangchuan's doubts are not unreasonable. The Elder faintly looked at Jiang Chen and said, If I want to believe in you, then give me a reason to believe in you. Regarding the grievances between Guangquan and Jiang Chen, the elders all saw them. As the elder of Taishuzong, he naturally would not mix up the grudges between the two juniors. It's just that this matter has something to do with the Dao Blood Demon Palace, and Jiang Chen's return is somewhat unreasonable, and he can't help but treat it carelessly. There are 5 people in the task team. The strongest 3 died, but the weakest 2 survived. This situation is really weird. If Jiang Chen were really spies in the Blood Demon Palace, this would definitely be a very dangerous thing for them Taishu sect. Since the Grand Elder needs a reason, I will give you one. Why Huo Jin they died and I came back alive? There is only one answer. Because I am better than them. Jiang Chen looked at the Great Elder calmly, but his faint voice revealed boundless domineering. Haha, I'm not afraid to flash my tongue when talking big. You are no more than a martial artist of the Kaiyuan 4th layer. Even the weakest Futong of the Huajin trio is 2 levels higher than you. Are you embarrassed to say this? When Guangquan heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help laughing in disdain. This is the truth, why can't I say it? Jiang Chenfeng said calmly. A person's strength can't be measured by just looking at his cultivation. Since you said that you are stronger than Huo Jin and others, it means that you have at least Kaiyuan 8th level of combat power. I will give you a chance to prove yourself now. As long as you can stick to the 10 tricks in my hands, I will recognize your strength. Guangquan stared at Jiang Chen aggressively. How about it, do you dare? Chapter 469, Brother Guangquan, please. Move. Elder, do you know what his words mean? Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Guangquan, and directly looked up at the Great Elder. Can. As long as you can prove your strength with 10 tricks in Guangquan's hands, I will not pursue this matter anymore. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Guangquan is the disciple he accepted when he went out and wandered 5 years ago. This son is very talented. He has grown from a young man who has not been exposed to martial arts in 5 years to where he is now. Now that Guangquan is only 20 years old, he already has the strength of the late Kaiyuan 8th layer, and can even compete with some Kaiyuan 9th layer warriors. If Jiang Chen can insist on 10 moves in Guangquan's hands, it will prove that Jiang Chen's previous statement is not a lie. The Great Elder has also heard of Jiang Chen, who reached the top of the outer door in the new disciple ranking competition and then directly entered the inner door. He also wanted to see what kind of strength Jiang Chen had. Jiang Chen, my master has already spoken, what else do you have to say now? Guangquan stared at Jiang Chen provocatively, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since Jiang Chen entered Taishu sect, he has been against him. At the outside door, Jiang Chen successively solved the 2 chess pieces he placed in the outer door, preventing him from forcibly collecting protection fees from the new disciple, so that he could no longer get honor points from the new disciple. In this time Jiang Chen entered the inner door. He joined hands with Shen Linfang, intending to take advantage of the sect mission to clean up Jiang Chen and take back the lost honor points from Jiang Chen. Guangquan never thought of it. This time, all the people sent by him and Shen Linfang died, but Jiang Chen returned to the sect alive. As a direct disciple, he has been crippled twice in a row by a hairy boy who has never seen him before. How does this make Guangquan not angry? Guangquan followed when he reported to his master in Zongwutang. This time, he must let Jiang Chen know what the price would be for daring to fight against him. Guangquan. There's nothing to say, don't you want to fight, I will be with you. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared directly in the open area in the middle of the hall. The corner of his mouth raised a weird curve, and he hooked his finger at Guangquan. Brother Guangquan, please make a move. Fuck. What's the situation? Who is that kid? He wants to challenge his personal disciple Guangquan. Hey. A little-known Maodo boy who also wants to challenge his personal disciple. He won't die if he doesn't die. Because this is the Zongwu Temple, more and more inner disciples who come to take over tasks appear here. They looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the center of the hall and extended a provocative gesture to Guangquan, and they were all dumbfounded. Many people couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen with disdain. Seeing Jiang Chen's provocative look, Guangquan's eyes became increasingly cold. Junior brother Jiang Chen, I didn't expect to have the guts to do it with me. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite, and take my first move. He appeared in front of Jiang Chen as soon as he shook his figure. With a flick of his palm, a giant ice blade that was several feet long brought a cold energy and shot at Jiang Chen like lightning. The ice giant blade cut through the void, and the cold chill instantly filled the entire hall. Some of the weaker inner disciples only felt that their breathing was about to freeze in this cold chill. Chapter 470. What Xuanbing Bloodline? Rubbish. Hi, senior brother Guangquan deserves to be a personal disciple. This chill is too terrifying. It is said that senior brother Plaza has the legendary special physique Xuanbing Bloodline. This should be the power of Xuanbing Bloodline. Such a terrible attack. Is this something humans can stop? Everyone was shocked when they watched Guangquan's horrible blow. Such a powerful attack, even many of the relatively high-ranked Kaiyuan 8th Inner Sect disciples, would be difficult to resist. They can almost foresee what a miserable end Jiang Chen will be under Guangquan's move. Okay. What a strong blow. Lin Tianzong's eyes shrank suddenly, and a worried look appeared in his eyes. This Guangquan is too strong. If it were him, he would be defeated immediately by Guangquan's move. Jiang Chen, taste the taste of my Xuanbing Bloodline. Guangquan's eyes were extremely cold. In the face of this guy who embarrassed him twice, Guangquan was not at all polite, and the first move was to use Xuanbing's blood. Special bloodline power. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows lightly. The bloodline of Xuanbing in Guangquan is almost the same as that of the three ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom. The power of this bloodline was a lot worse than his Qian Guiyuan bloodline, and Jiang Chen didn't take it seriously. Compared with me in blood strength, it's just a shame. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart, and the blood of Kai Yan Guiyuan body burst out instantly. A pressure that was more terrifying than the blood of Guangquan Xuanbing directly swept across the hall. The terrifying chill that originally permeated the hall was washed away a lot at this moment. Unexpectedly, this kid also has a special bloodline, and it is a special bloodline stronger than Guangquan. Seeing that Jiang Chen's bloodline power actually suppressed Guangquan's Xuanbing bloodline, everyone in the hall was so startled that their eyes almost fell out. Even the eyes of the great elder flashed a look of surprise that was not easily detectable. Bloodline power. How can you have such a powerful forehead bloodline power? Guangquan was suddenly shocked. He thought he could easily crush Jiang Chen by displaying the blood of Xuanbing. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen unexpectedly exploded with a more terrifying bloodline power, suppressing his Xuanbing bloodline. Hehe. You are not the only one who has a special bloodline in this world. Censored Xuanbing bloodline, in my eyes it is actually no different from rubbish. There was a flash of golden light on his fist, and a sharp punch directly hit the oncoming ice giant blade. The ice giant blade shattered under Jiang Chen's fist. One blow shattered Guangquan's attack. Jiang Chen stomped on the ground, and the shocking punch that contained blood power hit Guangquan's head. Guangquan's expression changed drastically, and he quickly urged his bloodline power to confront Jiang Chen. The two played quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two made 3 strikes. Until Jiang Chen's fourth fist blasted out, Guangquan finally could not resist the powerful blood force on Jiang Chen's fist. I saw his body tremble, and the whole person was shaken to the ground and backed 7 or 8 steps. He looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly like a censored of war, and his face instantly became extremely difficult to look. Chapter 471. It's just a trick. Seeing that Guangquan, who displayed the blood of Xuanbing, was actually at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Jiang Chen. There was a deathly silence in the hall. Everyone's eyes on Jiang Chen revealed incredible horror. An unfamiliar little boy in the inner door was able to collide head-on with Guangquan to gain the upper hand. I saw that my own disciple was actually suppressed by Jiang Chen, something he had never seen before. A look of anger flashed in Guangquan's eyes. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful and special bloodline, which surprised me a bit. But even so, I can still defeat you within 10 moves. Guangquan shouted angrily. Kai Yuan's 8-fold power source ran to its limit, and the sharp ice blades in his palm instantly pierced the void. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he flicked his fist and clashed with Guangquan. Jiang Chen's invincible body refining technique is comparable to the martial artist of Kai Yuan 7th level, plus the powerful blessing of Kai Yan Guiyuan bloodline. Even in the face of a plaza with full shots, there is still no disadvantage. The two confronted each other again. There is only one last move left to the 10 tricks proposed by Guangquan. After 9 moves against Guangquan in a row, Jiang Chen's expression still seemed calm. He looked at the square opposite. A joking smile appeared on his face. Brother Guangquan, there is one last resort. Don't be smug, I was just playing with you just now. To defeat you, 1 move is actually enough. Guangquan's cold voice fell, and he saw his figure shake, and more than 30 plausible figures condensed in the sight of everyone. This is Zhongmen's strongest martial arts school Taishu War Shadow. With more than 30 war shadows, Brother Guangquan's Taishu War Shadow may have reached the realm of Xiaocheng. As expected to be a direct disciple of the Great Elder, this is really amazing. Everyone could not help exclaiming when they looked at the Taishu Zanying displayed by Guangquan. 2 Virtual War Shadow. This is the weakened version of Taishuzong's only celestial martial art Taishu combat body, and it is almost the strongest martial art of Taishuzong. It's just that Taishu Zanying's requirements for the body are extremely harsh, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even in the entire Taishu sect's inner gate, those who can cultivate the Taishu War Shadow to more than 30 war shadows, I am afraid they can count them with one hand. Now that Guangquan has performed this trick, how can Jiang Chen resist it? It seems that Jiang Chen is destined to be unable to survive this last move. Jiang Chen, you are proud enough to be defeated under my shadowy battle. Just when everyone was shocked by the Taishu Zanying displayed by Guangquan. More than 30 Guangquan figures spoke almost at the same time, and their cold voices blasted through the hall like thunder. What's wrong with your last trick? You have to use a virtual war shadow. To tell you the truth, you are too imaginary war shadow, you are nothing but an axe in front of me. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the 30-odd figures in front of him, and a joking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing his soul stepped on the ground, the whole person disappeared instantly. The countless figures of Jiang Chen appeared in the eyes of everyone instantly. Chapter 472, Let You See the Real Taishu War Shadow. Trough. This kid has also displayed an imaginary war shadow. 99 war shadows, how is this possible? Hey! It is said that Taishu War Shadow can only gather 99 war shadows until it reaches the perfect state. Seeing that Jiang Chen also displayed the Taishu War Shadow, the number of war shadows reached the horrible 99 ways, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. 99 war shadows, this is the strongest state of Taishu War Shadow. In today's Taishu sect, only the physical cultivation genius among the 5 true disciples has cultivated Taishu Zanying to perfection. Jiang Chen actually cultivated Taishu Zanying to such a level. This son is really extraordinary. The Great Elder took a fancy to the scene before him, and there was also an unconcealable shock in his old eyes. This kid is just a newcomer who has just entered Taishu sect. In less than 2 months, he actually cultivated Taishu Zanying to the perfect state. The Great Elder has been in charge of Taishu sect for so many years, and has been accustomed to seeing all kinds of geniuses, but it is also the first time to see someone who cultivates Taishu Zanying at such a terrifying speed. It seems that this is too imaginary war shadow, born to be tailor-made for this. The Great Elder even had a feeling. Jiang Chen may be the first person in the Taishu sect in the past 30 years to successfully practice the Taishu combat body of the heavenly rank martial arts. Senior Brother Plaza, see what the real Taishu War Shadow is. When everyone was overwhelmed by the Taishu Zanying shown by Jiang Chen, 99 voices instantly exploded in the hall. 99 Jiang Chen brought a hurricane that swept the hall, and rushed toward Guangquan on all sides. Hundreds of shadows collided in the center of the hall. The violent collision sounded continuously in the hall. Under Jiang Chen's 99 Taishu Zanying's frantic attacks, Guangquan's more than 30 Taishu Zanying had 2 fists and 4 hands. More than 30 Taishu war shadows in Guangquan have been destroyed. Guangquan's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spewed out, and the whole person flew upside down in embarrassment a few feet away. Grass. Guangquan was actually repelled by Jiang Chen again. This kid, what a monster. Tisk tisk. Guangquan is embarrassed to throw it at Grandma's house this time. Everyone gazed at the scene in front of them with dull eyes, and their hearts were extremely shocked. The disciple Guangquan, who was passed down from his own dignity, was actually forced to be so embarrassed by Jiang Chen, an infamous inner disciple. This is too dreamy. Hearing the discussion around the hall, Guangquan only felt his face was hot. Originally, he put down his cruel words confidently and wanted to solve Jiang Chen within 10 moves. As a result, he failed to take advantage of Jiang Chen's 10 moves in a row, but was accidentally wounded by Jiang Chen's perfect realm Taishu Zanying. One of his disciples who passed on from him to him was wounded by a new disciple who had just entered the sect in 10 moves. If this spreads out, how will he gain a foothold in Taishu Zong in the future? Jiang Chen, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. But then, your good luck ends here. Guangquan stared at Jiang Chen ferociously, an ice-cold mood that seemed to freeze everyone's blood, also instantly filled the hall. Chapter 473, Battle for the Top List. Seeing that Guangquan made another shot regardless of the 10 tricks, Jiang Chen couldn't help flashing an angry look in his eyes. Just when he was ready to shoot with all his strength, the great elder on the side moved. With a random wave of his palm, an invisible force instantly dissolved the true meaning of Guangquan's ice. Enough. Get me back. Don't you think it is not enough to be ashamed? The coldness of Guangquan's true meaning was resolved in an understatement, and the faint cold snort of the great elder resounded in the hall instantly. Hearing the great elder's anger, Guangquan's figure trembled suddenly. Guangquan didn't dare to violate the command of master. He glanced at Jiang Chen with a bitter expression on his face, and had to go back behind the elder with extreme unwillingness. Jiang Chen, your strength is indeed the strongest existence in this mission team. This time you found the trail of Venerable Blood Cloud. The difficulty of the task has been raised to 9 stars, and the rewards will be distributed according to the rewards of the 9 stars. After confirming Jiang Chen's strength, the Great Elder directly announced the result. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiang Chen saluted, neither humble nor arrogant. On the side, Lin Tianzong showed an expression of ecstasy on his face. The task is upgraded to 9 stars, and their rewards will be changed from 100 middle-grade spars and 20,000 honor points to 1,000 middle-grade spars and 200,000 honor points. And now the task team is only left with him and Jiang Chen sharing the rewards. With so many spars and honor points, he can obtain a lot of resources to improve his strength, and he can completely gain a foothold in the inner door. Little guy, practice hard. Half a year later, the competition for the Sky List is about to start, and I hope to see your name on the Sky List by then. The Great Elder smiled lightly at Jiang Chen, immediately waved his big hand, and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen with Guangquan. A battle for the Sky List. Jiang Chen also knew something about the battle for the Sky List of the Inner Gate of Taishu Sect. In Taishuzong, a battle for the top rankings is held every 5 years. Once you can win the battle of the Sky List and get on the Sky List, you will be named as a disciple of the Sky List. There are 20 disciples in Tianbang, and these 20 are also the most dazzling peerless geniuses of Taishu Sect. Once you become a Tianbang disciple, you can enjoy many privileges in Taishu Sect. The most important thing is that the start of the battle for the Taishuzong Tianbang is closely related to the next 3 martial arts. Becoming a Tianbang disciple is eligible to participate in the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness and fight against many geniuses throughout the Northern Wilderness. In the battle for the top rankings half a year later, we must win a spot for a top-ranking disciple. There are a total of 20 disciples in the Tianbang, and after removing the 5 true disciples, there are only 15 places left. These 15 places are basically produced among the top 20 people in the inner door. These people are basically geniuses who have reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan. With his current strength, defeating this level of Guangquan is already the limit. If you face the top 20 talents in the inner door, even if you try your best, there is no chance of winning. Fortunately, the battle for the Sky List will not start until half a year. With the system and the many resources of Taishuzong, Jiang Chen can completely increase his strength to a very terrifying point. Even in the face of the 5 true disciples of Taishu Sect, he has the confidence to step on them under his feet. Chapter 474, Sorry, I am not interested. After the Great Elder left, Jiang Chen received the task reward, and then quickly left under countless shocking eyes. Leave the Zongwu Hall. Jiang Chen did not return to the residence of Taishu God Tower, but went to Taishuzong's Dantang. He planned to go to the alchemy hall to exchange some upgraded pills to quickly increase his cultivation. Jiang Chen also intends to exchange some materials for condensation sword pill. Jiang Chen had already obtained Ningzhan pills pill and 2 main medicines when he was in the Great Sha Kingdom. It was just that Jiang Chen hadn't had a good opportunity to refine the condensed sword pill since he left Daxia Kingdom. This time, Jiang Chen decided to refine the condensing sword pill for the battle for the sky ranking after half a year. He wants to use the condensed sword pill to greatly enhance his double episode sword intent. If he can break through the sword intent to the triple realm in one fell swoop, then I am afraid that he will be able to kill any Kaiyuan realm warrior only by relying on the triple sword intent. When Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of the Dantang, he realized that it was very lively. I saw that in the square at the entrance of Dantang, there were no less than 100 figures in the center of the square at this moment. And in the middle of this group of people, the deputy hall master of the Dantang, who Jiang Chen had a fate, stood proudly in the forefront. In front of him, more than a dozen young people sat cross-legged with frowning brows, seeming to be thinking hard about something. Most of these more than 10 youths seemed to be weak, but Jiang Chen found that their chests were all hung with a silver alchemist badge. Each of these more than 10 young people is an alchemist who has at least reached rank 4 or above. Among these young alchemists, Jiang Chen also found an acquaintance. This person is no one else, but Shen Linfang, who is known as the first alchemy genius of Taishu sect's inner sect. Do you think someone can solve the problem of Dantang this time? It is said that this time the topic was personally written by Dantang Hall Master. If you can solve the topic, you can become his disciple. I'm going. If anyone can answer this question, it will really fly into the sky. Just as Jiang Chen was looking at the situation in front of him, a chattering voice in the square also came to Jiang Chen's ears. It turns out that the hall master of Dantang received the appraisal of the disciples. Jiang Chen curled his lips, and was about to cross the square and walk towards the entrance of Dantang. Jiang Chen had just walked a few steps away, but a voice called him to stop him. Jiang Chen turned his head and found that Qin Zhu had already strode towards him. Jiang Chen, today is the day when the master of my Dantang personally issues the test. If you can solve the problem, you will not only receive a generous reward from the Dantang, but also have the opportunity to become a disciple of the hall master. I wonder if you are interested in trying. Qin Zhu stepped forward and said to Jiang Chen directly with a smile. Following Qin Zhu's words fell. Whether it was the people watching around, or the more than a dozen young alchemists who were participating in the assessment, they all focused their eyes on Jiang Chen. Who is this kid, so awesome? Qin Zhu, the deputy head of the dignified Dantang, personally invited this kid to participate in the assessment. How can this kid, Hida, be so favored by Qin Zhu? Sorry, Hall Master Qin, I am not interested in participating in this. Jiang Chen smiled apologetically at Qin Zhu, then turned around and walked towards the door of the Dantang. Chapter 475, 5 minutes is enough to beat you. This kid turned down. Hearing that Jiang Chen refused Qin Zhu's invitation, everyone was so shocked that their eyes almost fell out. Qin Zhu, this is the vice master of the alchemy hall and the prestigious 7-rank alchemist Grandmaster. What a lofty existence. It is an extremely honored existence for any alchemist to be favored by Qin Zhu. They were the first to see someone who didn't give Qin Zhu face so much. Looking at Jiang Chen who was about to leave, a cold light flashed in Shen Linfang's eyes. Before Qin Zhu could speak, his cold stern shout sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen, don't be too mad. Hall Master Qin invites you to participate in the assessment of Dantang. It is worthy of you. Don't toast or eat fine wine. He looked back at Shen Linfang, and said faintly, even if I reject Hall Master Qin, I have nothing to do with you. Don't bite mice here, just be nosy. Jiang Chen, don't you claim that alchemy is very powerful? If there is a kind, you will compete with me in the assessment of the alchemy. If anyone loses, give them 200,000 honor points. Shen Linfang stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. How about it, do you dare to bet? Shen Linfang thought. With the sect task of controlling Jiang Chen jointly with his personal disciple Guang Chuan, Jiang Chen must have gone away from Taishu sect this time. Jiang Chen actually appeared in front of him alive. Although Shen Linfang didn't know what happened in this, there is no doubt that his plan to use the sect mission to target Jiang Chen completely failed. Since taking advantage of others to fail to deal with Jiang Chen, then he personally took action to let this kid know what it would cost to fight him. Originally, I was not interested in the assessment, but you gave me a reason to refuse. Since you have placed 200,000 honor points in front of me, I will accept it with reluctance. He appeared opposite Shen Linfang in a flash, and then said to Qin Zhu, Palace Master Qin, please give me a question for the assessment. Qin Zhu smiled slightly, and immediately took out a spare question from Najia, and sent it to Jiang Chen with a flick of his finger. Jiang Chen glanced over the subject, and a series of pleasant system prompts sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. Watching the remnant prescription of the 9-aperture divine power pill will trigger a 100-fold comprehension. Ding. You successfully comprehended the 4th rank 9-aperture magic pill. Ding. Watching the Zijin barrier breaking pill remnant recipe will trigger a 100-fold comprehension. Ding. You successfully comprehended the 7th rank purple gold barrier breaking pill. Dantang's assessment question this time was the comprehension of the remnant fang, and he also gave 4 remnants at once. These 4 remnants have 1 each from the 4th to the 7th. Jiang Chen glanced at it, and the system had completely understood the 4 remnants. Jiang Chen, I have studied these topics for an hour. To be fair, I will wait for you for an hour from now on, and I will continue to study for an hour. Shen Linfang's cold voice also rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Shen Linfang, his proud voice slowly resounding in the air. Don't be so troublesome, I want to beat you, 5 minutes is enough. Chapter 476, The Evildoer is Beyond Description. 5 minutes is enough to beat you. Hearing Jiang Chen's domineering words, everyone around couldn't help taking a breath. This kid is too crazy. 5 minutes to solve the problem of Dantang's assessment, I think his cowhide will blow to the sky. Shen Linfang has already been promoted to a 5th rank alchemy master, and his alchemy is among the best among the young alchemists of Taishu sect. This kid dares to be arrogant in front of Shen Linfang, it's just looking for death. Jiang Chen's extremely arrogant words not only left the surrounding audience speechless for a while, even Qin Zhu, the deputy hall master of the Dantang, was terribly shocked. Qin Zhu was very clear about the topic of Dantang hall master Xiao Duli. Each of these 4 remnants is extremely difficult to comprehend. Especially for the last 2 remnants, the rank has reached the 6th and 7th ranks. Such a remnant formula, even if he was the 7th rank alchemy grandmaster, was not an easy task to comprehend. These little guys in front of them can comprehend the first 2 remnants within 2 hours, which is already very remarkable. 5 minutes to comprehend the pill, this is too outrageous. Jiang Chen, you are really brazen. I want to see how you can beat me in 5 minutes. When Shen Linfang heard that Jiang Chen would beat him in 5 minutes, he couldn't help laughing wildly with disdain. He has been comprehending these ruins for a full hour, and he has almost comprehended the first 4th rank ruins. This also means, if Jiang Chen wanted to beat him, he had to comprehend at least 2 remnants. It is simply impossible to comprehend a 4th grade residual formula and a 5th grade residual formula in 5 minutes. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, and immediately began to quickly replenish the full-scale pill. His movements are smooth and flowing, without any hesitation. In less than 5 minutes, all the 4 remaining squares in front of him were filled out by him. I'm not dazzling, that kid seems to have answered all the 4 questions given by Dantang. This is too scary. Seeing that Jiang Chen had completed the 4 remnants of the Dantang assessment in one breath, everyone was stunned. False, it must be false. Shen Linfang looked at the scene in front of him with a dull expression, and also made an unbelievable whisper in his mouth. Jiang Chen ignored the shocked eyes of everyone. With a move of his palm, he directly slapped the completed pill at Qin Zhu. Hall Master Qin, I have already answered the 4th question, please go through it. Qin Zhu looked at the pill that was flying towards him, and finally recovered from the shock. He grabbed the pill that Jiang Chen had completed and opened it quickly. When he saw what Jiang Chen had completed, a shock that could not be concealed instantly emerged from his eyes. Jiang Chen actually completed all the 4 remaining squares. The most frightening thing is that the 4 residual formulas are not different from the complete pill formula. A boy who is less than 20 years old has completed 4 remnant squares in 5 minutes. And one of them has a remnant square that has reached rank 7. Such an anti-theft method is beyond words to describe the enchanting way. Chapter 477, Convince You of Losing. Qin Zhu stared at the pill that Jiang Chen had completed, and it took him a long time to recover from the shock. Jiang Chen, comprehend the 4 remnants of this assessment within 5 minutes, and the comprehension result is completely correct. Qin Zhu took a deep breath of cool air, and then slowly announced Jiang Chen's achievements under the gaze of everyone on the square. As Qin Zhu announced this result, there was an uproar in the square. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with incredible horror. Wish slot. This kid really understood all 4 questions in 5 minutes. Dantang's assessment questions have always been very difficult. In previous Dantang assessments, as long as you can answer 1 or 2 of the Dantang assessment questions, you are already a great alchemy genius. And like Jiang Chen, just 5 minutes to answer it lightly, this is definitely the first time in history. No. It's impossible. Hall Master Qin, are you wrong? How could he understand all the 4 alchemy prescriptions in 5 minutes? Shen Linfang roared in disbelief. In terms of the time he has been exposed to alchemy, he is longer than Jiang Chen. Regarding the rank of alchemist, Jiang Chen is the same as him. Facing the 4 examination questions of Dantang, it took him a full hour to comprehend the first 4th grade ruin prescription. He did not believe that Jiang Chen could comprehend all the 4 remnants in such a short time. The 2 pills behind have reached the 6th and 7th ranks. Is such a remnant formula really something a 5th rank alchemist can comprehend in a few minutes? I have seen clearly that Jiang Chen has indeed understood all the 4 remnant prescriptions, and the answers he has obtained are exactly the same as the complete pill prescription. Qin Zhu faintly ignored Shen Linfang and snorted coldly, "Why, are you suspicious of me?" "No. Dare not." Shen Linfang's body trembled suddenly, and his face became extremely pale. "Shen Linfang, I would like to accept the bet and give me 200,000 honor points." Jiang Chen looked at Shen Linfang, who was pale in front of him, and his faint voice rang directly in the air. "No, I didn't lose. Jiang Chen, if I guessed correctly, you must have known the complete pill for these 4 remnants. Otherwise, you will never realize them all in a few minutes." Shen Linfang glared at Jiang Chen angrily, "You are clearly cheating. If you have the ability, just compare me with integrity." Jiang Chen glanced at Shen Linfang contemptuously, "Do I need these tricks to deal with someone like you? Jiang Chen, don't you want to quibble in front of me? You are a mere 5th rank alchemist. If you have not known the complete pill formula for a long time, how can you comprehend the 6th rank and 7th rank remnant prescriptions? If you have a seed, come to a real alchemy duel with me." Shen Linfang stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer, "Why? Aren't you scared? Hee. Afraid? In my Jiang Chen's dictionary, I have never been afraid of this word." Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, and the faint voice instantly spread in midair. "If you want to compete again, let's compete again. Since you are not convinced, then I will convince you to lose." Chapter 478, Contest Questions, Refined Tianyuan Concentration Pill. Shen Linfang sneered and said, "Do you think you will have the good luck just now? Stop talking nonsense, it's better than just a little bit." Jiang Chen said with an impatient look, "Let's talk, how do you want to compare this time? Since everyone is a 5th rank alchemy master, we will directly try to refine a 5th rank pill this time. Although Jiang Chen is a 5th rank alchemist like him, it takes longer than Jiang Chen to reach the 5th rank alchemist. Today, he almost has the strength to attack a 5th rank mid-stage alchemist. On the alchemy experience of the 5-grade pill, he is much richer than Jiang Chen." Shen Linfang believed that if he tried to refine a 5-grade pill, he would definitely defeat Jiang Chen in front of him. "Okay, let's try to refine a 5-tier pill." Jiang Chen said lightly, "You will decide what pill you want to refine, so you don't have to admit it if you lose for a while. We will try to refine the 5-grade primary pill Tianyuan Ning Shen Dan." Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all, Shen Linfang's expression was also ugly. He must let Jiang Chen know what the price will be for despising him. Tianyuan Ningxian pill, a common 5-grade primary pill. The effect of this kind of medicine is to assist the martial artist at the peak of Kaiyuan realm to condense the pill and increase the chance of Kaiyuan realm martial artist breaking through the condensed pill realm. Although Tianyuan Ning Shen pill is a common 5-rank primary pill, it is also a dream pill for many Kaiyuan realm peak martial artists. Since breaking through the 5th rank alchemy master, Shen Linfang has refined Tianyuan Ning Shen Dan for Taishu sect inner disciples no less than 10 times. Tianyuan Ning Shen pill has long become the most familiar pill that Shen Linfang refines. Since Jiang Chen despised him so much and let him directly decide what pill to refine, Shen Linfang naturally chose Tianyuan Ning Shen pill without hesitation. In the next competition, he will use what he is best at to completely kill Jiang Chen. Tianyuan concentration pill, but I don't have the medicinal materials for refining Tianyuan concentration pill. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "If you have more, then give me a copy." "Haha. The medicinal materials for the 2 competitions will come from my Dantang." At this moment, Qin Zhu on the side suddenly smiled and stepped forward. With a move of his palm, he directly took out a bunch of medicinal materials from Najia and distributed them to Jiang Chen and Shen Linfang. "There are a total of 6 Tianyuan Ning Shen pill medicinal materials here, 3 of you each. You use these 3 materials to refine Tianyuan condensation pill. Whoever refines the number of Tianyuan concentration pills will win. If the number of refined products is the same, how about the time period?" Qin Zhu was also happy about the confrontation between Jiang Chen and Shen Linfang. Just now Jiang Chen had been too enchanting when he was comprehending the 4 problems of the alchemy hall, and Qin Zhu even doubted whether Jiang Chen had already known the complete alchemy. Now Shen Linfang is going to compete with Jiang Chen to make a 5-tier pill. Qin Zhu also wanted to see whether Jiang Chen's attainments in alchemy were as enchanting as before. Hall Master Qin's test rules are very reasonable, I have no opinion. Shen Linfang raised his eyebrows, then turned his head to look at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, what do you think? You don't have any opinion. What can I do? Jiang Chen curled his lips, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If you want to compare, let's just start. Chapter 479, How can the pill furnace make up for our gap? Humph, since you are so anxious to lose, then I will fulfill you. Shen Linfang snorted coldly. As soon as he moved his palm, a pill furnace with a faint red light radiating from its entire body emerged in front of him. Psychic pill furnace. Jiang Chen curled his lips and immediately took his pill furnace out of Naji. Jiang Chen, don't tell me, do you want to compare with me with this broken pill furnace? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was too ordinary to be in an ordinary pill furnace, Shen Linfang's eyes suddenly showed an unbelievable look. This kid actually wants to use an ordinary pill furnace to compare with Shen Linfang to refine the pill. Shen Linfang's psychic pill furnace can increase the speed of refining the pill and the rate of pill formation by more than 30%. The situation in front of him also stunned everyone who looked around. Compared with the ordinary pill furnace, the effect of the psychic pill furnace used to refine the pill is completely one above the other. And Jiang Chen is now refining the same pill as Shen Linfang, and the increase of the psychic pill furnace will undoubtedly become more obvious. Even if Jiang Chen really has the strength of a 5th-rank alchemist, he would definitely lose if he used an ordinary pill furnace to compete with Shen Linfang to make Tianyuan Ning Shen pill. He glanced at Shen Linfang lightly. I'll just use this pill furnace, is there any problem? Jiang Chen, if you can't get the psychic pill furnace, I advise you to borrow one from Hall Master Qin. You should be very clear about the difference between the ordinary pill furnace and the psychic pill furnace. If you really use this pill-breaking furnace to refine alchemy, you will probably lose in this competition. Shen Linfang said with a sneer. As soon as Qin Zhu lifted his palm, a pill furnace with a black stream of light appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen, or you can use my pill furnace. Thank you, Hall Master Qin. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but I am used to using this pill furnace, and there is no need to change it. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, his eyes turned directly to Shen Linfang who was opposite, and his proud voice instantly echoed in the air. Shen Linfang, I said that this time you will lose heartily. So, why don't you give you a psychic pill furnace? The gap between you and me cannot be made up by a mere pill furnace. As Jiang Chen's arrogant voice fell, Shen Linfang's expression also became extremely hideous. Jiang Chen, you are really arrogant, but soon you will pay for your arrogance. He directly looked up at Qin Zhu and said, Hall Master Qin, please be the judge of this competition. Qin Zhu nodded. He looked at the 2 Jiang Chen who had been prepared, and immediately gave an order to announce the start of the game. At the moment Qin Zhu's voice fell, the 2 began to light fire in the pill furnace at almost the same time, and then quickly entered the state of alchemy. In less than a few minutes, Jiang Chen skillfully completed the steps of the furnace. And because Shen Linfang used the psychic pill furnace, he had a speed increase of 30%, almost completely keeping up with Jiang Chen's speed. After the 2 completed the first step, it was the same time that they began to put the medicinal materials into the pill furnace. It's just that this time when taking medicine, their operations are completely different. Shen Linfang followed the normal procedure, adding 1 type of medicinal material to the pill furnace. And Jiang Chen, who was opposite him, directly threw all the medicinal materials of Tianyuan Ning Shen pill into the pill furnace. Chapter 480, Intrepid Alchemy Operation. Trough. What kind of censored operation is this? Put all the ingredients into the pill furnace in one go. This Nima is 100% going to be fried. If you don't understand such basic common sense, will this kid make alchemy? Jiang Chen's aggressive medicine operation directly shocked everyone's eyes and almost stared out. In the process of the alchemist refining the pill, the medicine phase is the most dangerous. As long as you are careless and fail to control the energy of the pill furnace, fire will occur. Like Jiang Chen, adding all the ingredients to the pill furnace at one time, this is a strange thing about Tamar's non-frying furnace. One-time medicine, can this child have such a powerful control? Seeing Jiang Chen's medicine method, Qin Zu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. As a 7th-rank alchemy master, Qin Zu naturally knew that the technique of taking medicine at one time in alchemy existed. It's just this kind of technique that requires the alchemist to control the energy of the pill furnace to a very precise point. Although this technique can greatly increase the alchemist's alchemy speed, Qin Zu is very clear about how difficult it is to refine the pill using this technique. If the 5th-rank pill is refined by one-time use of medicine, even if he is a 7th-rank alchemist, his chance of becoming a pill is less than 1/10. I don't know what to say. Would you like to use this method to grab time? It's a dead end. Shen Linfang sneered disdainfully, and immediately began to refine his own medicine. Jiang Chen used such a reckless way to add medicine, it was only a matter of time before the friar. As long as he successfully refines the first pill, he will be able to completely take advantage of this competition, and winning the competition is just around the corner. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen and both of them were fully concentrating on controlling the pill furnace in front of them. The eyes of all the people around, almost all focused on Jiang Chen's pill furnace. Jiang Chen put the medicinal materials into the pill furnace at one time, and the pill furnace would soon be restless, and then the friar would occur. The reality is completely different from their imagination. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Jiang Chen's pill furnace still looked unusually calm, there was no sign of a friar at all. I used all the medicinal materials in medicine at once, and it was successful. What kind of abnormality is this kid? Shen Linfang is completely planted now. Seeing this scene before them, everyone has been unable to recover from the shock for a long time. This kid added the pill of Tianyuan concentration pill into the furnace for refining in one breath. There was no friar. Not even a trace of energy riot happened in the furnace. This is simply beyond their knowledge of alchemy. Under the shocking eyes of everyone, Jiang Chen calmly controlled the pill furnace to refine the medicinal materials in the pill furnace. Unconsciously, 20 minutes passed. A strong pill incense first floated out of Jiang Chen's pill furnace. Danxiang, this kid's pill is almost finished. Everyone glanced at Shen Linfang, who had not yet refined the medicinal materials, and then looked at the pill furnace with a rich pill fragrance in front of Jiang Chen, and they were completely sluggish. Shen Linfang, this is Taishuzong's famous alchemy genius. They didn't expect it. With the increase in possession of the psychic pill furnace, Shen Lin was still killed by Jiang Chen's fierce alchemy operation. This kid's alchemy is really strong. Chapter 481, No Tears Without the Coffin. After Shen Linfang saw that Jiang Chen had put all the medicinal materials into the pill furnace, he didn't bother to pay attention to Jiang Chen anymore. In the eyes of Shen Linfang, Jiang Chen's outrageous operation, this time it is absolutely impossible to succeed in alchemy. As long as he fights steadily and smoothly refines the pill, it is only a matter of time before he wins the competition. Shen Linfang concentrated all his energy to refine medicinal materials. Seeing that he was about to refine all the medicinal materials, a strong pill fragrance passed into his nose. How can there be Danxiang? Could it be? Shen Linfang was startled, and a bad premonition came to his heart. He suddenly raised his head and looked at where Jiang Chen was. When he saw Jiang Chen pulling out a golden pill directly from the pill furnace, his whole body was directly stiff. Shen Linfang couldn't help but let out an unbelievable roar. Jiang Chen added all the medicinal materials to refine at one time without a friar. Instead, he was one step ahead of him to refine the pill. Shen Linfang is going crazy. When most alchemists were refining medicinal materials, they had to be cautious about adding one kind of pill furnace. But the boy in front of him was doing well, and he extracted all the medicinal materials needed for alchemy in one breath. This to Mars is too unreasonable. Because his mind was all attracted by the pill in Jiang Chen's hand, Shen Linfang even forgot that he was at a critical time for alchemy. After losing his control, the pill furnace in front of him was directly blasted. Under the impact of the energy of the explosion of the pill furnace, Shen Linfang's whole person became embarrassed. He looked at the pill furnace that kept blowing green smoke in front of him, his face instantly became extremely gloomy. Under the influence of Jiang Chen just now, he accidentally failed the first alchemy. Shen Linfang, it's not a good habit to be absent from alchemy. You failed in alchemy this time, and you won't have any chance again. I think you should give up your defeat obediently. Looking at Shen Linfang with a gloomy face, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, and a faint voice rang directly in Shen Linfang's ears. Jiang Chen, don't be too happy. Even if you take the lead in refining a pill, it may not have won me. Shen Linfang hummed coldly, I don't believe you can refine the remaining 2 pills 100%. The alchemy rate of the 5th-rank alchemy master refining the 5th-rank pill is not high. And Jiang Chen didn't have the bonus of the psychic pill furnace, and it was unlikely that he wanted to successfully refine the next 2 Tianyuan concentration pills. As long as he seizes the opportunity, the next 2 pills will be refined in front of Jiang Chen, and he will still be able to win the final victory. Hee. You really can't cry without seeing the coffin. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. He was too lazy to pay attention to Shen Linfang, and directly began to refine the 2nd Tianyuan concentration pill. When Shen Linfang saw this, he did not dare to neglect the slightest, and devoted all his energy to alchemy. Jiang Chen's speed of making alchemy was faster this time, and even if Shen Linfang made his full effort, he couldn't keep up with Jiang Chen's rhythm at all. Just halfway through the process of Shen Linfang's medicinal material extraction, Jiang Chen's 2nd pill had already been refined. When Shen Linfang's 2nd pill was refined, Jiang Chen played another pill condensation technique, and the 3rd pill was quickly refined by him. Chapter 482, This time, you lose well. Unexpectedly, Shen Linfang really lost, and he lost so thoroughly. Hi. This kid's alchemy is too awesome. Seeing Jiang Chen refining all 3 Tianyuan concentration pills like running clouds and flowing water, all of them were shocked to the extreme. Shen Linfang, a well-known pill refining genius in Taishu Zong, would be so miserably defeated in the hands of Jiang Chen. Even with the advantage of the psychic pill furnace, Jiang Chen was still easily crushed. A mere teenager, alchemy has reached such a terrifying point. This can no longer be described as a monster. No, this is not true. Shen Linfang stared blankly at the situation in front of him, and also let out an unbelievable roar. This kid's alchemist rank, but just like him is a 5th-rank alchemist. How could his alchemy reach such a powerful level? Such a speed of alchemy and such a terrifying rate of alchemy, I am afraid that even some 5th-rank high-level alchemists would be unable to achieve it. Shen Linfang, I said long ago, your alchemy skills are not worth mentioning in front of me. Jiang Chen spread his palm and directly presented the 3 refined heavenly origin pills in front of Shen Linfang. He looked down at Shen Linfang condescendingly, and said lightly, This time, are you convincing to lose? When Shen Linfang heard Jiang Chen's words, the expression on his original gloomy expression became even harder to look at. Although he didn't want to admit that he had lost. But this time he decided on the subject of the test. In the course of the competition, he still occupies a huge advantage of the psychic pill furnace, but the result is still such a complete defeat. Moreover, in this competition, Qin Zhu, the deputy chief of the Dantang, was the referee. How dare he not admit it? Jiang Chen, I didn't expect your alchemy to reach such a level, this time I will admit it. He directly took out the identity token and transferred the 200,000 honor points to Jiang Chen, and then left dingily under everyone's attention. Jiang Chen, your alchemy talent is definitely the best I have ever seen. Follow me to see Hall Master Xiao. I think Hall Master Xiao must be very interested in your alchemy talent. Qin Zhu looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. His eyes also showed an unconcealable exclamation. The last time Jiang Chen picked up the 7th tier elixir, Qin Zhu felt that this kid's talent for alchemy was extraordinary the first time he saw Jiang Chen. He still did not expect that Jiang Chen's alchemy talent had reached such a level of evil. Such an enchanting alchemy genius, I am afraid that only their hall master is qualified to accept this kid as a disciple. Thank you very much, Hall Master Qin, but the younger generation has no intention of making alchemy. I am afraid I have to thank you for your kindness. Jiang Chen refused with a smile. Becoming a disciple of Dan Tang Hall Master, this may be a dream thing for many. But Jiang Chen didn't seem to be a pure alchemist. Top priority. The most important thing for Jiang Chen is to improve his strength and participate in the battle for the top rankings 6 months later. He can participate in the 3 sects Huiwu as a disciple of the Tianban, and compete with the martial arts geniuses of the northern wilderness to see a wider world. This kind of life is what Jiang Chen yearns for. Rejected Qin Zhu's invitation. Directly under Yigenren's incredible gaze, Jiang Chen strode in toward the door of the Dantang. Chapter 483, Retreat and Practice, Crazy Upgrade. Jiang Chen entered the Dantang and spent more than 200,000 honor points in exchange for a large amount of medicinal materials. After everything is ready, Jiang Chen returned to the Taishu Tower. He first went to the office on the first floor and spent 100,000 points to extend the use of his room for 3 months. Jiang Chen returned to the room and started the alchemy state. The next long period of time. In addition to eating and sleeping, Jiang Chen spent most of his time on alchemy. In addition to refining a large number of 4th rank and 5th rank pills, Ningjian pill was also refined by Jiang Chen. 1 month later, all the medicinal materials exchanged from the pill hall were all refined into pill by Jiang Chen. Looking at the pile of pills in front of him that shone with various lights, Jiang Chen turned on the swallow mode without hesitation. Ding! You have taken the 4-stage primary medicine Weiyuan pill and gained 4,000*100 experience. Ding! You have taken the 4th grade high-level pill Shenyuan pill and gained 4,900*100 experience. Ding! You take the 5 grade high-level pill mixed element golden pill and gain 5,900*100 experience. The 8th floor of Taishu Tower, room 10. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in the room, and quickly sent a pile of pills in front of him to his mouth. A series of pleasant reminders also sounded in Jiang Chen's mind continuously. And Jiang Chen's cultivation level also soared rapidly amidst these pleasing sounds. Ding! You successfully broke through Kaiyuan 5. Ding! You successfully broke through Kaiyuan 6th layer. Under such crazy swallowing, Jiang Chen's cultivation level quickly soared from Kaiyuan 4th layer to Kaiyuan 6th layer, and he raised 2 small realms in a row. After swallowing these 4th grade and 5th grade pills, Jiang Chen then began to swallow another bunch of Ningjian pills. Ding! You swallow the special pill, condensing sword pill, and gain 4,000*100 sword intent experience. Ding! Your double AP sword intent breaks through. After taking 7 or 8 Ningjian pills in a row, Jiang Chen's double sword intent finally succeeded in breaking through from Xiaocheng to Dacheng. The only regret is, after taking the remaining Ningjian pill, Jiang Chen's sword intent still failed to break through the triple. The 6th level of Kaiyuan's cultivation base, and the sword intent of the 2 major achievements, are not bad. After swallowing all the refined pills, feeling his strength more than 10 times stronger, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a slight arc. 1 month's hard work was finally not in vain. With his current strength, even if he faced many inner disciples of Kaiyuan 9th layer, he was completely qualified for a battle. Although this 100-fold cultivation system can allow me to increase my strength without limitation, the resources consumed are not at all affordable by ordinary people. Thinking of the resources he had consumed this time, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. This time he made a breakthrough from Kaiyuan 4 to Kaiyuan 6, and he spent more than 200,000 honor points, plus 100,000 honor points paid in this place of residence. The 400,000 honor points that Jiang Chen originally had, were spent by him. Although my strength has increased a lot now, there is still a certain gap with Taishu sect's 5 true disciples. It seems that I have to find a way to get more honor points to improve my strength. Just as he was about to get up and go out, a piece of news suddenly came from his identity token. Chapter 484, Inner Door Exchange Meeting. Lei Guangyan, what is he doing with me? Jiang Chen looked at the message from the identity card, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen had not seen Lei Guangyan since the last time Lei Guangyan reminded him of the sect mission. During this time, Lei Guangyan has not contacted him. Now suddenly a message came, presumably something happened. Jiang Chen went directly to the 5th floor of Taishu God Tower and saw Lei Guangyan already waiting for him at the door of his room. Lei Guangyan looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but quickly walked up to meet him. He smiled at Lei Guangyan and said, "Senior brother Lei, what have you been up to lately? Why haven't I seen you in the inner door? Accepted a mission from Yunshao Nation. At the time I went to the wild city to find you, but when I got there, you were no longer there." Lei Guangyan said with a smile. Some time ago, after Jiang Chen went to execute any of the sects, Lei Guangyan was worried that Jiang Chen would be conspired by Huo Jin and others, so he also accepted a mission from Yun Shaoguo. When Lei Guangyan rushed to the wild city and asked someone about Jiang Chen's mission, he was shocked. The 3 Huo Jin that he was worried about were all killed in the mission. Instead, Jiang Chen and Lin Tianzong returned to Taishu sect. This is incredible. Lei Guangyan left the wild city in a panic. When he completed the mission and returned to Taishu sect, he actually heard the news that Jiang Chen defeated his personal disciple Guangchuan with 10 moves. Guangchuan's ranking in the inner gate of Taishu sect was much higher than him. That moment, Lei Guangyan finally understood why Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Huo Jin and others at all. Not only did this guy's talent in alchemy reach the extreme, his martial arts talent was also a perverted level existence. This guy is a worthy person. Hearing that Lei Guangyan had gone to the wild city, Jiang Chen also had a look of surprise in his eyes. Jiang Chen didn't get too entangled in this issue either. He directly asked Lei Guangyan, "Senior brother Lei, I wonder if you are looking for me this time. Today is a rare inner door exchange meeting in Taishuzong." Lei Guangyan explained with a smile. "I'm here to invite brother Jiang Chen to the exchange meeting." Jiang Chen also heard about this internal exchange meeting. The Battle of Taishuzong Tianban is about to be held, and all inner disciples are obtaining resources to improve their strength through various channels. Precisely because of this, before the start of each competition for the rankings, there will be a grand exchange meeting in the inner door. You can use the exchange meeting to obtain resources that suit you. In this internal exchange meeting, I really want to see it through. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Brother Lei, lead the way." Lei Guangyan didn't talk nonsense, and took Jiang Chen directly out of the Taishu Tower. Lei Guangyan took Jiang Chen to a Beizong mountain peak that didn't seem obvious. At the top of the mountain is a huge square of thousands of square meters, and dozens of large and small pavilions stand around the square. In the center of the square, there is a 3-foot-high competition platform. There are 2 figures on the arena in a duel. When he saw one of the familiar figures on the arena, a look of stunnedness appeared in his eyes. Lin Tianzong, why is he? Chapter 485. I'm a little bit interested in this rule. On the arena in the center of the square, Lin Tianzong is fighting fiercely with the young Eagle Eye. However, the strength of that eagle-eyed youth was obviously much stronger than Lin Tianzong. Even if Lin Tianzong's strength has recently improved, he has broken through Kaiyuan's 6th layer, but he is still surrounded by danger under the eagle-eyed youth's thunder attack. Not a few tricks. Lin Tianzong was shot down from the arena by the eagle-eye youth in embarrassment. Lin Tianzong spit out a mouthful of blood. He was about to struggle to get up from the ground when the eagle-eyed youth landed in front of him in a flash. "Lin Tianzong, this battle axe is a 3rd-ranked spirit soldier I got by chance. The value of the 3rd-ranked spirit soldier is about 10,000 honor points. You can buy it with 100,000 honor points." The young eagle eye threw a battle axe in front of Lin Tianzong casually, and said lightly to Lin Tianzong, I can't get 100,000 honor points now." Lin Tianzong's face looked pale. The last time he performed the sect mission with Jiang Chen, he did get a lot of honor points. But in this period of time, he has spent a lot of time in exchange for resources to improve his strength. Where can he get 100,000 honor points? If you can't get 100,000 honor points, then leave an arm. The young eagle eye's eyes were cold, and he swung his long sword against Lin Tianzong's right arm and cut it out with a single sword. A 3rd-ranked spirit soldier, and still a tomahawk that few people use, had to sell Lin Tianzong 100,000 honor points forcibly. Now that he didn't agree with him, one of Lin Tianzong's arms would be scrapped. This eagle-eyed youth is really not ordinary domineering. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. As soon as the sole of his foot moved, a teleport appeared in front of Lin Tianzong. 2 fingers unbeasedly clamped the blade of the young eagle eye, and directly fixed his long sword in the air. "Boy, who are you, dare to take care of my business?" Seeing Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, the young Yingyan's eyes were cold, and he sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flicked his finger and shook off the young eagle eye's long sword, and said lightly, "You will win or lose in a martial arts contest. Why should you be aggressive? Where did you guys come from? You don't know the rules of this internal exchange meeting. There is a rule in the internal exchange meeting. If both parties voluntarily compete against each other on the arena, the winner will have absolute rights in the transaction. Now I can not only buy one of his things for 1/10 the price, but also let him buy one of my things for 10 times the price." The young eagle eye stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. "What are you? Do you dare to break the rules of the inner door exchange meeting?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. He tilted his head to face Lei Guangyan behind him and asked, "Does the inner sect exchange really have such rules?" "The arena here exists because of this rule." Lei Guangyan nodded and walked forward. He looked at the young eagle eye and frowned slightly and said, "Shu Ying, I don't know if it can give me a face. Just let this deal go, how about it?" "Lei Guangyan, what kind of green onion are you, why should I give you face?" Shu Ying snorted coldly. Today he will either use 100,000 honor points to buy my axe, or he will leave an arm, and I won't give it to anyone. Haha, it's an interesting rule, I'm a little interested in this rule. He raised his head to look at Xu Ying on the opposite side, and said lightly, I have paid out these 100,000 honor points for him. Chapter 486, You Can Roll Up and Die. He quickly took out his identity token and assigned the only 100,000 honor points he had left to Xu Ying. Lin Tianzong, you are lucky this time. After receiving Jiang Chen's 100,000 honor points, Xu Ying did not continue to trouble Lin Tianzong. He glanced at Lin Tianzong coldly, and immediately turned and left in a big stride. Wait, the icy glow in Jiang Chen's eyes flashed away, and he directly stopped Xu Ying, who had turned and left. Xu Ying paused. He looked back at Jiang Chen, with an unhappy expression on his face. Are you still okay? Nothing, just want to compete with you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I wonder if you are interested. Xu Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems you want to win back the 100,000 honor points just now. You can think so too. But I, like Lin Tianzong, are new disciples who have just entered the inner gate. Jiang Chen did not answer Xu Ying's words. He looked at Xu Ying with a smile on his face, and a few provocative meanings appeared on his face. Well, don't you even dare to accept the challenge of a new disciple? You said I dare not accept your challenge. It's just a big joke. Xu Ying laughed disdainfully. He stared at Jiang Chen sternly. Since you have to send it to the door to find death, then I will fulfill you. If Jiang Chen did not reveal his identity, Xu Ying might still have some scruples. Now that he knows that Jiang Chen is also a newcomer who has just entered the inner door, what else does he have to fear? He is a martial artist of the Kaiyuan 8th layer, a top 100 existence in the inner door of Taishu sect. With such strength, to clean up a hairy boy who has just entered the inner door, isn't it a matter of grasping? You fought just now. To be fair, I will give you 10 minutes to adjust your breath. 10 minutes later, let's have a showdown on the arena. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he ignored Xu Ying. He walked directly in front of Lin Tianzong and asked Lin Tianzong, Brother Lin, are you okay? A little injury, nothing serious. Lin Tianzong looked at Jiang Chen gratefully. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you again this time. It's just a matter of effort. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and asked curiously, how did you provoke Xu Ying? Xu Ying's younger brother is the one who robbed me of my residence in Taishu Tower last time. That guy came to trouble me again a few days ago, and I was beaten up by me. Xu Ying was here for his brother. Brother Jiang Chen, Xu Ying ranks behind me in the inner door, and his strength is extremely strong. It is said that not long ago, his sword intent even broke through the double realm. Now his strength, even if I am not sure to defeat it, you must be careful in a while. At this moment, Lei Guangyun's voice also rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Haha. Don't worry, if even he can't solve it, how can I participate in the battle for the top rankings in half a year? It's almost time, I'll come as soon as I go. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and disappeared in the same place in a flash. Jiang Chen's figure was already standing proudly on the arena in the center of the square. He condescendingly looked down at Xu Ying below, and his faint voice instantly resounded in the midair of the square. Xu Ying, 10 minutes have come, you can roll up and die. Chapter 487, can kill you in seconds without doing it. Huh, I think you are the one looking for death. Xu Ying's expression turned cold, and he suddenly rose into the air, landing in front of Jiang Chen like an eagle spreading its wings. The appearance of Jiang Chen and Xu Ying on the arena also quickly attracted the attention of many people around. Look, Xu Ying is playing against others on the arena again. Huh, another Maodo kid from Kaiyuan 6th layer. I'm afraid this kid is also a newcomer who just entered the inner door. Tisk tusk. These newcomers are really not knowing the heights of the sky. Many people could not help but shook their heads secretly looking at the situation on the arena. They almost all looked at Jiang Chen with idiot eyes. The arena of the inner door exchange meeting is not an ordinary arena. Once the arena of the inner door exchange meeting is won, you can get 10 times the huge gain in the transaction between the two sides. The discussion in the internal exchange meeting is voluntary, and no one is allowed to rely on the bully and force the discussion. That kid competed with Xu Ying on a voluntary basis. Kaiyuan 6th layer's strength, this is the weakest existence in the inner door. With such strength to compete with Xu Ying, who is 100 in front of the inner door, on the arena, what is the difference between this and sending him to the door for death? When everyone was silent for Jiang Chen's next end, Xu Ying stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Boy, I don't care who you are. If you dare to take care of my nostalgia, I will make you pay a heavy price. If you want me to pay, it depends on whether you have that ability. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Stop talking nonsense, do it. Do it, it's censored like you, but you are not qualified to let me do it. Xu Ying sneered with disdain, his sharp eyes staring at Jiang Chen tightly, and an invisible sword intent oppressed Jiang Chen. This time, Xu Ying didn't want to waste time with Jiang Chen on the arena. He directly exerted the coercion of the double épée sword intent and pressed against Jiang Chen, trying to solve Jiang Chen in one fell swoop. Hee, I'll give you these words. Trash like you, I can really kill you in seconds without doing anything. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. The sword intent coercion of the two great achievements also swept out against Xu Ying in an instant. Two invisible force of sword intent collided in midair. It's just that Xu Ying's sword intent, which has just reached the second level, can be compared with the sword intent of Jiang Chen. The pressure of Xu Ying's double sword intent was completely shattered by Jiang Chen. After crushing Xu Ying's sword intent and coercion, Jiang Chen's sword intent was like an invisible sword, stabbing Xu Ying's chest heavily. Xu Ying trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole body was pale and flew out of the arena. Seeing Xu Ying smashed down from the arena in just one face, the square fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen on the arena with shocked faces, and couldn't help taking a breath in their hearts. They even couldn't believe their eyes. Xu Ying of the dignified Kaiyuan 8th layer, one of the top 100 existences in the inner door, was defeated by a single face of a Maodo boy from Kaiyuan 6th layer. This is too shocking. Chapter 488, Honestly Pigyu. Why is that kid so strong? What the censored is this? How did Xu Ying lose inexplicably? Around the square, the eyes of countless onlookers were unbelievable. A martial artist of Kaiyuan 8th layer was hit and killed by a fighter of Kaiyuan 6th layer. This Tamar is too imaginary. The two had a sword intent showdown just now, and Xu Ying's double sword intent was defeated in an instant. If I guess right, then the kid's sword intent may have reached the realm of two major achievements. One of the people who saw more thoroughly said suddenly. The sword intent of two great achievements. When everyone heard this, they were once again shocked severely. In the entire inner gate of Taishu sect, the disciples who can comprehend the true meaning of martial arts in the dual realm are almost less than 1/10. These people are either strong in the inner door rankings very high, or they are geniuses who have entered the inner door but are already well known. And this Jiang Chen in front of him is just a little-known Maodo boy, whose sword intent has reached the realm of two major achievements. This is too incredible. I'm afraid that even a Taishu sect, there are only a handful of them that can be displayed. This guy is really a monster. Lei Guangyan grew up looking at the scene before him, and it took him a long time to recover from the shock. Although Lei Guangyan already knew that Jiang Chen's martial arts strength was very strong, he was no less inferior to Kaiyuan 8th's inner disciple. But he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so strong. Even Xu Ying, who was comparable in strength to him, was easily killed by Jiang Chen with one move. When everyone was overwhelmed by the situation in front of them, Jiang Chen floated down from the arena in a flash. Xu Ying, you lost this time. According to the rules, can I let you buy something from me at 10 times the price? He turned his head to the side Lei Guangyan and smiled and said, I don't seem to have any good things to sell to him. Do you have anything that is more valuable and not needed? With a move of Lei Guangyan's palm, he directly took out a scroll from the ring. He smiled at Jiang Chen and said, I don't know how brother Jiang Chen feels about my incomplete elementary hammer technique in this volume. Yes, that's it. The ground hammer method was originally an unpopular martial skill, and it was still incomplete, very suitable for pitting Xu Ying. Jiang Chen took the incomplete ground hammer technique from Lei Guangyan. He ignored Xu Ying's extremely obsessive expression and threw the scroll directly in front of Xu Ying. Xu Ying, it takes 100,000 honor points to redeem a real martial art in Taishu sect. This volume of martial arts is incomplete. I will give you a half discount, just count your 50,000 honor points. Jiang Chen looked at Xu Ying with a smile on his face, but according to the rules, you get 10 times the price to buy, which is 500,000 honor points, should I be right? A volume of incomplete land quality hammering requires 500,000 honor points. Aren't you showing up? Xu Ying gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Chen, his expression extremely angry. I just acted according to the rules of the exchange meeting. Even if I cheat you, it is also an honest cheating. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and the somewhat impatient voice instantly resounded in midair. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. 500,000 honor points, do you give it or not? Chapter 489, 6th Rank Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill. Xu Ying's expression was hard to see the extreme. The inner door exchange meeting of Taishu Zong was jointly organized by the 5 true disciples. Xu Ying did not have the guts to break the rules of the internal exchange meeting. He had to take a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart, and then said to Jiang Chen, I can't get 500,000 honor points now. I don't know if I can relax and give me some time. For the present, he can only use delaying tactics. As long as he left the inner door exchange meeting, Jiang Chen would never want to get these 500,000 honor points from him. Yes, I'm not the kind of unkind person. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Hand over the honor points you have, and I will give you 3 days to prepare for the rest. Xu Ying had to take out the identity token with a sullen expression and transfer all the more than 200,000 honor points to Jiang Chen. According to you 260,000 honor points, you still owe me 240,000. Remember to obediently deliver it to me within 3 days, otherwise you will be at your own risk. After receiving Xu Ying's honor points, Jiang Chen grinned at Xu Ying, then turned and left. Solved Xu Ying. Jiang Chen and Lei Guangyan wandered around the pavilions around the square. In these pavilions, there are many inner disciples gathering here to buy and sell things. Jiang Chen and the others could still hear shouts coming into their ears from time to time. The price of buying a bingpa grass is easy to say. Sold a volume of the elementary physical skills of local products, and those who need it can come and have a look. Jiang Chen wandered around for a while, and found that this inner door exchange meeting was buying and selling some very ordinary resources, and there was nothing he dared to be interested in. Just when he was about to leave, a faint voice came from the front abruptly. 6th Rank Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill, in exchange for a 5th Rank Pill, 2 Pure Yuan Pill. There is actually a 6th Rank Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill here. Jiang Chen was startled slightly, and then a look of joy passed in his eyes. Since leaving the Great Sha Kingdom, the fire beast in the taming bag has fallen into a deep sleep state, and has not woken up until now. Jiang Chen vaguely felt that Daohuo Lin should be awakening from evolution. Once awakened, the Fire Lin beast will have a qualitative leap in terms of bloodline and strength. Jiang Chen had always wanted to help the Fire Lin beast, but he didn't find a fire element heaven and earth treasure suitable for the Fire Lin beast to awaken. Now the inner alchemy of this 6th rank Fire Lin beast is undoubtedly a very suitable existence to help the Fire Lin beast awaken. Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed. He did not hesitate in his footsteps, and walked directly towards a pavilion in front of him. Jiang Chen came to the pavilion. With a slight glance, he fell on one of the black-clothed youths with a grim complexion. In front of the black-clothed youth, there was a red sandalwood box with a fist-sized fiery red inner alchemy inside. Sure enough, it is the inner alchemy of the 6th rank Fire Lin beast. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He walked straight to the face of the black-clothed youth, and smiled at the black-clothed youth. Brother, I am very interested in your 6th rank Fire Lin beast inner alchemy. I wonder if you can trade it to me. The black-clothed youth raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen, with an indifferent expression on his face. I only exchanged 2 pure yuan dan. Jiang Chen nodded, just about to speak, but an unkind voice came from behind him abruptly. Boy, get out of my way, I want this 6th rank Fire Lin beast inner core. Chapter 490, The Lonely Genius is Cold. He turned his head and looked behind him, watching a young man in a gorgeous brocade walk slowly into the pavilion. Shenle, ranked 28th in the inner door, didn't expect it to be him. Seeing this young man in Jinyi who suddenly appeared, Lei Guangyan's expression could not help changing slightly. This guy doesn't seem to have the strength of Kaiyuan 7th layer, so he can rank in the inner door more than 20. Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised when he heard Lei Guangyan's words. According to his understanding, in the inner gate of Taishu Zong, almost all of the top 50 who can reach the Kaiyuan 9th layer exist. And the guy named Shenle in front of him was ranked 28th with the strength of Kaiyuan 7th layer. Being able to step on the feet of many people beyond the 2 realms of Taishuzong's inner gate, a genius concentration. Such a talent is definitely a genius in a million. Shen Li's martial arts strength is indeed not strong. If you only talk about martial arts strength, he may not be ranked in front of the inner door. What this guy is best at is not martial arts, but beast taming. It is said that he is already a 5th grade beast trainer. Lei Guangyan said with a solemn expression, he has a 4th stage monster beast in his hands. This is the reason why he can rank so high in the inner door. 5th rank beast trainer. Today, there is no 6th rank Fire Lin beast inner pill, he is bound to win, and no one wants to censored it from him. Shenle swaggered into the pavilion. He didn't even bother to look at the 3 of Jiang Chen, and said directly to the cold young man, Lang Tianan, make a price, I want this 6th rank Fire Lin beast inner alchemy. He turned out to be Lang Tianan, the 10th rank Lang Tianan in the inner door. After hearing Shenle call out the name of the cold young man, the 3 Jiang Chen couldn't help showing shocked expressions. The battle for the top rankings will begin soon. Jiang Chen has recently learned about the top 10 geniuses of Taishu sect's inner sect. Jiang Chen naturally heard about this cold weather. Lang Tianan, the direct disciple of the Taishu sect master, is known as the first genius of Taishu sect in 30 years. Less than 3 years after this person entered the sect, he quickly rose from a Maodo boy who hadn't broken through his innateness to Kaiyuan 9th layer, and even reached the top 3 of the inner door. Originally, as long as there is no accident, Lang Tianan is bound to aspire to the inner door of Taishu sect and become one of the 5 true disciples. Lang Tianan retreated without advancing in strength in the following time. His ranking in the inner door was also abruptly squeezed from 3rd to 10th. Since then, Lang Tianan also gradually faded out of everyone's vision, and almost disappeared from the inner door. The person in front of him who sells the 6th grade Fire Lin beast inner alchemy will turn out to be the cold weather who used to be in the Taishu sect's inner door. Lang Tianan raised his head and glanced at Shenle, still with an indifferent expression on his face. I only need the 5th grade Taiching Yuan pill, and if I want the Fire Lin beast inner pill, I will exchange it for the Taiching Yuan pill. It's not easy for you to ask for a 5 rank pill. The inner 5 rank alchemy genius Shen Linfang and I are brothers. Shenle patted his chest and said, you give me the Fire Lin beast inner pill, and I will let Shen Linfang refine a pill for you, how about? I'm sorry, this 6th rank Fire Lin beast inner alchemy was my first fancy. If you want to trade this Fire Lin beast inner core, then you have to ask me the same difference first. Just as Shen Li's voice fell, a faint voice came from his side. Chapter 491, Phagocytosis. Jiang Chen's sudden voice also made Deshen Li's face sink. His gaze suddenly turned to Jiang Chen, and he shouted with a murderous face, boy, didn't I let you go away? You don't understand human words, do you? First, I'm here before you. It seems you should be the one who should go. Second, you said that if you let me go, I have to go, who do you think you are? Jiang Chen sneered and cast a glance at Shenle. He didn't bother to care about Shenle and smiled directly at Lang Tianan and said, Senior brother Lang, I'll change your Fire Lin beast inner alchemy. Yes, as long as you can take out the Taishu Jingyuan pill. Lang Tianan said blankly. Jiang Chen spread his hands. Taishu Jingyuan Dan, I can't get it out temporarily. There is no such thing as a pure pill, what are you talking nonsense in front of me? Hearing that Jiang Chen was not too vacant, the original indifferent expression of Lang Tianan instantly became even colder. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and a sharp chill instantly spread. From him, get out of here, don't waste my time here. Ding, you found a special physique that eats toxins, which triggers a 100-fold understanding. Ding, you successfully comprehended the method to crack the poisonous body. At the moment when Lang Tianan's breath broke out, a familiar reminder sounded abruptly in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen felt that a lot of information about the biophagosome appeared out of thin air in his mind. Phagocytosis, this is also a physique with a special bloodline. It's just that this physique is different from the general bloodline physique. Most people with special blood physique will gain exponentially increased power after their blood awakens. The biophagocytosis is the opposite. Once the bloodline power of the poisonous body awakens, it will produce a mysterious poison in the body of the awakened. This virus not only swallows the power of the awakened, but also makes the power of the awakened retreat. It can even swallow the life of the awakened, and make the life of the awakened lose quickly at double the speed. No wonder Lang Tianan suddenly fell to the altar, it turns out that he awakened the poisonous body. Jiang Chen finally understood why Lang Tianan had fallen into such a field from the most dazzling genius of Taishu sect, all because of this terrifying poisonous body. Lang Tianan exchanged Taishu Jing Yuan Dan, presumably to restrain his biophagocytosis. Looking at Lang Tianan, who was already on the verge of rage, Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. With a move of his palm, he directly took out the pill furnace and placed it in front of him, and said indifferently to Lang Tianan, "I don't have too much pure essence pill, but I can refine one here." Ha ha. What a big joke. Taishu Jingyuan pill is a 5th grade pill, so you dare to refining Taishu Jingyuan pill here without shame. Hearing that Jiang Chen was about to refine the Taishu Jingyuan pill, Shenle on the side could not help laughing in disdain. Shenle had been practicing in retreat for this period of time, and didn't know that Taishu sect had a pill-refining genius who was stronger than Shen Linfeng. In his eyes, in the Taishuzong inner sect, only his worshipping brother Shen Linfeng was the 5th grade alchemist. How could this kid in front of him be able to refine the 5th grade pill? Shenle sneered in her heart. With a slight glance, he found that Shen Linfeng, who he had recruited through the identity token, was striding towards the pavilion where they were at this moment. Chapter 492, No one can take my things. Brother Shen Xian, you came just right. I now need a 2 pure essence pill in exchange for something, you quickly help me refine one. Shenle was overjoyed immediately, and hurriedly welcomed Shen Linfeng in. He looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. Boy, everyone is in the same class, and I don't want to bully the small. This 6th rank Fire Lin Beast Inner Alchemy, let's all compete fairly. If anyone refines the 2 pure essence pill first, who will belong to the Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill, what do you think? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly raised a playful smile. Okay, then I will give you a chance to play fairly. Seeing that Jiang Chen agreed to a fair competition, Shenle couldn't help but a hint of conspiracy succeeded in his eyes. He has Shen Linfeng, the #1 alchemy genius in the inner sect, to help him. Wouldn't it be easy if he wanted to refine the pure essence pill before Jiang Chen? Brother Shen Xian, I will rely on you next. This kid actually wants to compare your alchemy with you, so let this kid see your alchemy. Shenle glanced at Jiang Chen contemptuously, then said directly to Shen Linfeng. Hearing Shen Li's words, Shen Linfeng suddenly felt hot. On his face, Shen Linfeng never thought of it. Shen Leihui confronted Jiang Chen, and also used the identity token to send him over to test Jiang Chen's pill. Last time in Dantang, he relied on his proud alchemy to challenge Jiang Chen, but he was abused by Jiang Chen and turned into scum in the alchemy competition. Jiang Chen's attainments in alchemy are many times higher than him. At this time, I tried to make a pill with Jiang Chen, isn't it sent to the door to give Jiang Chen a face? Fortunately, he now has a 2 pure essence pill on his body, otherwise he would really be abused by Jiang Chen again. Big brother Shen, alchemy is not necessary. I happen to have a 2 pure essence pill on my body, so you can exchange this pill for the inner pill of the fire monster. With a move of his palm, Shen Linfeng directly took out a Taiching Yuandan from Naji. It's best to have a ready-made one. Shenle burst into laughter. He directly took the Taiching Yuandan, and then said to Lang Tianan, the Taiching Yuandan is here, now you can trade the Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill to me. Lang Tianan nodded indifferently. Shenle immediately glanced at Jiang Chen with a smug look, and was about to step forward to make a deal with Lang Tianan. However, Jiang Chen stopped in front of Shenle in a flash. He stared at Shenle with cold eyes. Senior brother Shen, we just said that we can use alchemy to compete fairly. You turned back so quickly, is this really good? Humph, even if I turn back, what can you do? Shenle smiled triumphantly. If you have the ability, let Lang Tianan not trade it to me. Lang Tianan really needs 2 pure essence pill, he now has 2 pure essence pill in hand, he is not afraid that Lang Tianan will not trade with him. This kid has come forward to stop now, that is, can't get through with Lang Tianan. I am afraid that without him, Lang Tianan will tidy up this kid. Do you think that you can trade this 6th grade Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill if you take out the 2 pure essence pill? Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and his proud voice instantly resounded in the air. Since the 6th rank Firelin Beast Inner Alchemy is my favorite, it belongs to me. No one in this world can take away my things. Chapter 493, Trade your life for it. Haha, I don't know what to say. Shenle laughed disdainfully. He put his hands on his chest and looked at Jiang Chen with a playful look. I want to see, what else do you have to compete with me for the inner alchemy of this fire monster? Shenle really didn't believe it. Lang Tianan would put the finished 2 pure pill without trading, but would trade the too pure pill that Jiang Chen had not yet refined. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Shenle. He turned his eyes and smiled directly at Lang Tianan and said, "Senior brother Lang, this fire beast inner alchemy is very important to me. You should trade it to me. I have made it very clear that I will trade to anyone who has a too pure pill." Lang Tianan said with an indifferent expression, "If you can't take out the pure essence, then immediately let me go. I really can't get a too pure essence pill now, but I think brother Lang's life should be more valuable than a too pure essence pill." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. "I am willing to use brother Lang's life in exchange for the fire Lin beast inner pill." Lang Tianan's eyes froze, and the murderous intent was instantly diffused from his body. "Are you owed? Give you 10 seconds and immediately disappear from me. Don't force me to do it." Facing the outbreak of Lang Tianan, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He still looked at Lang Tianan with a smile on his face. "I don't want to fight, but I really want to trade with you." Before Jiang Chen could finish speaking, Lang Tianan, who was already on the verge of an outbreak, finally broke out completely. He suddenly squeezed his fist, directly bringing up a cold energy that almost condensed the surrounding air, and blasted towards Jiang Chen unceremoniously. Seeing Lang Tianan's oncoming fierce punch, Jiang Chen's expression still seemed unusually calm. He stood motionless on the spot, with no intention of resisting at all. His flat voice resounded directly in Lang Tianan's ears. "If I guessed correctly, there is a black line at the daling point on your wrist. As time goes by, this black line is spreading to your arm. Once the black line spreads along your arm to your pubic area, you will probably die." Laugh. Following Jiang Chen's words, Lang Tianan's Senin boxing strength that was less than a foot away from Jiang Chen dissipated in vain. "You? How did you know?" Lang Tianan stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and on that face that had been so indifferent, at this moment, there was an inconceivable shock. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, without answering Lang Tianan. He pointed at Shenle who was aside, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "If brother Lang wants to know, let him go." Lang Tianan took a deep breath. He did not hesitate at all, and directly said to Shenle coldly, "Shenle, you are not welcome here, you can go now." Lang Tianan has been tortured since his body mutated 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, he has tried his best, and he has not found a solution to the abnormal changes in his body. Now, the boy not only saw through his situation at a glance, but he even had a way to solve his body abnormality in his words. Lang Tianan has had enough of this condition of his body. After Lang Tianan heard Jiang Chen's words, he did not hesitate at all, and directly ordered Shenle to drive away. Although Lang Tianan didn't know whether Jiang Chen really had the ability to solve his body abnormality. Even if there is a chance for a solution, Lang Tianan will pay any price at all. Chapter 494. The deal is concluded, the inner alchemy is in hand. Lang Tianan, you, what do you mean? Seeing that Lang Tianan had even ordered him to chase away guests, Shen Li's face suddenly became unsightly. With just a few words, Jiang Chen made Lang Tianan change his mind, and even resolutely gave up trading 2 quiet yuan dan with him. "I told you to censored off, don't you understand human words?" Lang Tianan said with an indifferent expression. "Are you going to roll by yourself, or do you want me to make you roll?" "Lang Tianan, you have already promised to trade the fire Lin beast inner pill to you just now, how can you turn back?" Shenle shouted in anger. "Even if I turn back, what can you do? Fire Lin beast inner alchemy is mine. I can trade with whomever I want to trade with. Can you control it?" The cold weather gave Shenle a cold look. "If you are not satisfied, you can try it." When Shenle heard Lang Tianan's words, his lungs almost exploded. It's just that he really doesn't have the guts to start with Lang Tianan. Lang Tianan was once one of the top 3 inner sects. Although his strength fell again and again, he had fallen back to inner sect's 10th. But even so, it is not something he can handle. "Lang Tianan, count you as ruthless." Shenle smiled angrily. He cast a cold glance at Lang Tianan and Jiang Chen, then turned around and walked away. Lang Tianan's strength has been regressing, but his strength is steadily improving. Sooner or later, he will let Lang Tianan pay a heavy price for today's behavior. Lang Tianan didn't even look at Shenle again. He directly looked at Jiang Chen in front of him. "The man has already gone, let's talk now. The reason why you are in this state is that you have awakened a special physique, a poisonous body. The blood of the poisonous body has a mysterious toxicity. This toxicity will not only make your cultivation regress, it will even gradually threaten your life. But, I have a method to solve the poison of the biophagosome. When Jiang Chen said this, his tone was a little bit. He smiled and looked at Leng Tianan. I don't know if I use this method, can I exchange it for senior brother Leng's Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill? What you said is true. Leng Tianan couldn't help but flashed an expression of excitement in his eyes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, he took out the pen and paper directly, wrote down a few lines and handed it to Leng Tianan. You gather these materials, then follow the steps I left to boil them into liquid medicine, soak them once a day. In less than 3 months, you will be able to completely solve the problem of biophagocytosis. Leng Tianan stared at Jiang Chen's hand tightly, if it can't be solved. The problem with him, but even the hall master of Dan Tang is powerless. Leng Tianan really didn't believe that Jiang Chen could solve his problems so easily. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, if you can't solve it, I will solve it for you for free if you want to be too pure in the future. 6th rank Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill, it's yours. Leng Tianan heard Jiang Chen's words, and without any hesitation, he threw the Fire Lin Beast Inner Alchemy to Jiang Chen. He didn't even say hello, so he hurriedly left with the method Jiang Chen gave him. Rank 6 Fire Lin Beast Inner Core, finally got it. After fancying the Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill in his hand, Jiang Chen's face also vaguely showed a look of expectation. With this inner alchemy, the Fire Lin Beast is expected to awaken. Chapter 495, Fire Monster, Awaken. When the Fire Lin Beast's inner alchemy was obtained, Jiang Chen did not stay too much in the inner door communication. Back to the Taishu Tower. Jiang Chen directly entered the closed state again. He released the fire beast from the beast-taming bag, and then used the secret method in the ancient beast control technique to inject the energy of the 6th rank Fire Beast inner alchemy into the body of the fire beast. And as the fire attribute energy of the fire monster inner alchemy is injected, I saw the faint crimson light all over the Fire Lin Beast's body, which became a bit rich in an instant. Really effective. It seems that Xiaohuo's awakening does require a lot of fire attribute energy. And this 6th rank Fire Lin Beast Inner Pill, which is the same as Xiaohuo, is undoubtedly the best tonic for its awakening. He no longer hesitated, and focused on manipulating the secret method, continuously injecting the energy in the inner alchemy into Xiaohuo's body. Time goes by little. With the assistance of Jiang Chen, the energy in the 6th rank Fire Lin Beast inner alchemy was absorbed by the small fire almost at all. And after Xiaohuo absorbed the energy of the 6th rank inner alchemy, Jiang Chen also clearly felt that an aura that resembled a resurrection of a dragon was gradually radiating from Xiaohuo. With the gang leader of this 6th rank Fire Lin Beast inner alchemy, it seems that it won't take long for Xiaohuo to complete this awakening. Feeling the breath of the Fire Lin Beast about to wake up, Jiang Chen was also very happy. He observed for a while, and found that the fire beast had begun to awaken steadily, and only then did he meditate and practice. An unusually powerful energy wave finally awakened Jiang Chen during his cultivation. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and his gaze fell directly on the Huo Lin Beast aside. The Fire Lin Beast, who had been lying on the ground, trembled, and his eyes suddenly opened. Roar! The Huo Lin Beast raised his eyes to the sky and let out a long howl, and the entire body doubled in vain, and a powerful pressure that was like the presence of a beast king instantly radiated from its body. Yes, one awakening can directly reach the pinnacle of Tier 4 monster beasts. With that stronger bloodline power, I am afraid it is already invincible in Kaiyuan. Looking at the awakened Fire Lin Beast, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but a slight arc was raised. Now that the fire beast has awakened, he will surely have his place in the battle for the rankings in half a year. Not to mention anything else. Based on the strength that the Fire Lin Beast possesses now, I am afraid that only the 5 true followers can pose a threat to it. After the fire monster was awakened, when it swept its eyes, it found Jiang Chen on the side. His figure was extremely shrunk, and he turned into a fiery red kitten and made affection with Jiang Chen. Have fun with the fire beast for a while. Jiang Chen threw out the beast-taming bag, then got up and walked outside. Although the awakening of the Fire Lin Beast gave Jiang Chen the strength to compete for the ranking, Jiang Chen did not slack in the slightest. Jiang Chen didn't plan to rely on Fire Lin Beast for everything. He wants to challenge the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect, and then compete with the geniuses of the entire Northern Wilderness sect. The most important thing is to improve his strength. Jiang Chen decided to go back to Dantang in exchange for some medicinal materials. He wants to use all the resources in his hand to try his best to raise his strength to a new level before the battle for the Heaven Stick comes. Chapter 496, Repaying Debts is Justified. Jiang Chen soon came to the hall on the first floor of Taishu Tower. Just as he was about to go to the Dantang, two familiar voices at the door suddenly entered Jiang Chen's ears. Junior brother Shu, I have taken note of your love this time. Senior brother Shen is polite, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have had such a gain this time. He looked up towards the door and saw Shenle and Shu Ying walking in from outside with smiles on their faces. Jiang Chen looked at Shu Ying walking towards him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but a slight arc was raised. At the last internal exchange meeting, Shu Ying owed him more than 200,000 honor points. He is now in need of a large number of honor points to exchange for training resources in the Dantang. Now that I met Shu Ying, I could just take back the honor points Shu Ying owed him. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Jiang Chen strode directly towards the two of Shu Ying. The two of Shenle also discovered the existence of Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen oncoming, Shenle's eyes suddenly cold. Shenle, I'm not here to look for you this time, just leave me alone. Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Shenle, Zan even ignored it. He looked at Shu Ying directly and said with a smile, Shu Ying, 3 days have passed, should you give me the honor points you owe me? Jiang Chen, don't you want to slander people, when do I owe you honor points? Shu Ying's expression sank, and he shouted to Jiang Chen with a sneer. At the inner door exchange meeting, he only verbally admitted that he owed Jiang Chen more than 200,000 honor points, and did not leave any evidence. Now that he has left the inner door exchange meeting, he is supported by Shenle, who is ranked more than 20 in the inner door. Shu Ying really didn't believe what Jiang Chen could do with him. It can be seen that Shu Ying denied that he owed himself honor points. Jiang Chen's eyes looking at Shu Ying couldn't help but condensed in vain, it seems that you are planning to go wrong. I don't owe you honor points at all, so how can I rely on your account? Shu Ying snorted coldly. Jiang Chen, you must pay attention to evidence in everything. You said I owe you honor points, do you have evidence? There is no evidence, but you still owe me 240,000 honor points. This is an indisputable fact. Jiang Chen looked at Shu Ying with a flat face. Give you a chance, you may give me the honor points now, maybe it's still too late. I want to see, what can you do to me today? Shu Ying couldn't help laughing disdainfully. Although this kid is indeed stronger than him. But Shu Ying really didn't believe it. Jiang Chen dared to do it in front of Shenle. I gave you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being rude to you. Jiang Chen stared at Shu Ying with cold eyes, and his Senran voice rang directly in Shu Ying's ears. Repaying debts is justified. Since you can't get the honor points, then follow the rules of the internal exchange meeting and leave me an arm. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the sword intent of Dacheng instantly condensed a silver long sword above his head. Under Jiang Chen's stern cry, the silver long sword directly turned into a silver sword light to lock Shu Ying, and cut it at Shu Ying as if it penetrated the void. Chapter 497. Don't be nosy if you don't want to die. Shen, brother Shen, save me. Seeing that he was locked in by the sword light of Jiang Chen's second major sword intent, Shu Ying suddenly felt the souls of the dead, and quickly asked Shenle for help with a look of horror. Shenle looked cold. He slapped his palm on the animal tampering bag on his waist, and a fiery red tiger sprang out of the animal tampering bag instantly. As soon as the fire red tiger appeared, he immediately sensed a hint of danger. Seeing it screamed up to the sky, its figure rose 3 feet in the blink of an eye, and it opened its mouth as a fireball sprayed against the oncoming sword light. The silver sword light collided with the fireball in midair, and a terrifying wave of air instantly swept away. Jiang Chen's figure receded slightly. He looked at the behemoth that stood in front of Shu Ying, his eyes condensed. Flame Tiger King of 4th stage late monster beast. An adult Flame Tiger King, almost has the strength comparable to Kaiyuan Zhouzhang. It is said that Shenle has more than one tier 4 monster in his hand, and it is no wonder that he can rank in the more than 20 places in the inner gate of Taishu sect as a beast trainer. Jiang Chen, Shu Ying is now covered by me, so you dare to do something with him, so you don't think I am too much. Shenle released the Flame Tiger King to block Jiang Chen's blow, and the faint cold snort rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Fuck, who is that kid who actually clashed with Shenle, who is ranked over 20 in the inner door? He is Jiang Chen. Recently, a relatively famous newcomer in the inner sect, he has been undefeated in the 10 moves against his personal disciple Guangquan. It turns out that he is Jiang Chen. This guy is really awesome. He dares to have trouble with Shenle. Isn't this looking for death? The sudden confrontation between Jiang Chen and Shenle quickly attracted the attention of many passing disciples. While they were talking about it, they couldn't help but mourn Jiang Chen. Although Guangquan is a direct disciple, he hasn't cultivated for a long time after all. In terms of strength, Guangquan is probably out of the 50th in the inner door. And Shenle was ranked 28th in the inner sect, with 2 4th-rank monsters in his hands comparable to Kaiyuan 9th layer. Such strength is simply not comparable to Guangquan. Jiang Chen now insists on having trouble with Shenle. What's the difference between being sent to the door for death? The rumbling voices around did not change Jiang Chen's expression in the slightest. He looked at Shenle calmly, and his faint voice spread directly to everyone's ears. Shenle, I will say it for the last time, today this matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, don't be nosy. This guy, I'm afraid he is crazy. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, everyone around couldn't help being speechless for a while. This kid really thought that he would be invincible in the world by fighting his direct disciple Guangquan with 10 moves. Shenle's strength is not comparable to Guangquan. As a 5th-rank beast trainer, the 2 beast trainers in Shenle's hands both have combat power comparable to Kaiyuan 9 tier. And the kid in front of him even dared to say such a thing in front of Shenle. I really don't know who gave him the courage. Since I entered Taishu sect, Shenle, you are the first person to dare to speak like this in front of me. Today's matter, I just decided to Shenle. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly. If you dare to touch Shu Ying's hair today, then you will be my enemy, Shenle. Chapter 498. Yes, I just want to challenge you. Shenle stared at Jiang Chen coldly, a sharp chill flashed in his eyes. Last time at the inner door exchange meeting, this kid used Leng Tianan to embarrass him. He hadn't found this kid to settle the account, but he didn't expect that this kid would take the initiative to send it to the door. Since this kid is looking for death on his own, does he have any reason to fail? He was too lazy to pay attention to Shenle, took out his identity token, and quickly entered a message behind the identity token. Challenge Shenle, rank 28th in the inner door. Following the input of Jiang Chen's message, Shenle's identity token quickly responded. He took out his identity token and took a look. When he discovered the message on the identity token, an unbelievable look finally appeared on his face. You actually want to challenge me? Yes, I want to challenge you. Jiang Chen said lightly. Nosy is at a price. Since you have to make an appearance for Shu Ying, then give up the position of the 20th in the inner door. Hearing the conversation between the two of Jiang Chen, everyone around was instantly stunned. Jiang Chen would not put Shenle in his eyes, and now he still has to challenge him in an open manner. A newcomer who has just entered the inner gate has to challenge the 20-odd figures in the inner gate, swift and fierce. This Tamar is too aggressive. If you want the position of my inner door 28, do you deserve it? Well, since you have to send it to your door to find death, then I will fulfill you. Shenle laughed disdainfully, and stood with his hands behind him, quietly waiting for the referee to arrive. In the inner gate of Taishu Zong, the challenges between the inner disciples became more casual and free. Any disciple who challenges the disciple ranked higher than himself only needs to enter the challenger's information on the identity token. At that time, no matter where you are, the deacon of the sect will soon come to preside over the challenge. Less than a while after Jiang Chen entered the challenge information, a black-robed deacon arrived in the lobby on the 1st floor of Taishu Tower. The black-robed deacon swept his eyes in the hall, and his faint voice resounded instantly. Shenle, where are Jiang Chen? The disciple is here. Jiang Chen and Shenle both bowed slightly to the black-robed deacon. The deacon has just received the news and came here to preside over the challenge of the two of you. The black-robed deacon looked at Jiang Chen calmly and said calmly, if you have no objections, then let's start. Following the words of Deacon Black Robe fell. Shenle couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen contemptuously. Jiang Chen, don't you want to challenge me? Then do it. Ha ha. A mere flaming tiger, I don't need to do anything to solve it. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. Don't you have 2 4th stage late stage beast tamers? Summon the other one together. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't even put his flame tiger king in his eyes, Shenle looked cold and directly ordered the Flame Tiger King to attack Jiang Chen. The Flame Tiger King seemed to feel Jiang Chen's contempt for it. After receiving the owner's order, it opened its mouth and sprayed a flame at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stared at the flame that hit him indifferently. I saw his palm flicked on the beast tamer bag around his waist, and a fiery red shadow flashed out of thin air in front of him in an instant. Chapter 499, Solve You as a Trainer. That kid Jiang Chen also let out a monster beast. I'm not mistaken, right? Is Jiang Chen going to use this little thing to deal with Shen Li's Flame Tiger King? Looking at the little red beast that Jiang Chen released, many onlookers were stunned. Shen Li's Flame Tiger King is a monster in the late 4th stage. Yuahi made a cute pet like a mascot to fight the Flame Tiger King. Isn't this looking for death? Just when everyone looked at the little red beast that Jiang Chen summoned with sympathy, the next scene made them completely dumbfounded. I saw the little beast, which looked like a fiery red cat, looked at the oncoming flame with contempt. Until the flame sprayed by the Flame Tiger King appeared less than 1 meter away from it. The small fire-red beast stood upright, waving 2 paws and lightly grabbing the flame. What is more shocking is, after catching the flame, it quickly ate the flame as if eating snacks. Seeing this scene before him, countless people around were shocked that their eyes almost fell off. A blow from the dignified 4th stage monster Flame Tiger King. This is the existence of many Kaiyuan realm warriors who have to avoid xianxia. But the little one in front of him is good, and he just ate the attack of the Flame Tiger King. This seemingly inconspicuous little thing is too awesome. Are you also an animal trainer? Seeing that the small red beast that Jiang Chen summoned directly ate the Flame Tiger King's attack, Shen Li's eyes shrank suddenly. The fire-red little beast did not reveal its body, and Shenle did not see its origin for a while. This thing can abruptly eat the attack of the Flame Tiger King without revealing its body. It is definitely not a simple monster. I am a person with a wide range of interests, and the skills of the trainer can be considered a little familiar. Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows, and said lightly, since you are facing an animal trainer, the best way to defeat you is to use the identity of the animal trainer to solve you. If you want to defeat me as an animal trainer, I am afraid you are not qualified enough. Flaming Tiger King, give it to me. Shenle sneered disdainfully, and directly directed the Flame Tiger King to rush towards the Fire Lin beast in front of Jiang Chen. Looking at the Flame Tiger King who was coming, the Fire Lin beast let out a low roar, and a dazzling red light burst out all over its body, and its figure grew sharply, and it quickly revealed its body. An extremely terrifying blood pressure instantly spread from the fire monster. The Flame Tiger King, who is also a fire attribute monster, felt this terrifying pressure from the depths of his soul, and his huge eyes were suddenly terrified, and even his huge body couldn't help shaking. The Fire Lin beast suddenly broke out of bleeding and pressure and suppressed the Flame Tiger Queen. It didn't give the Flame Tiger King any chance to react, and directly turned into a fire-red afterimage, bringing a domineering force into the Flame Tiger King. After hearing a loud noise, the Flame Tiger King suddenly let out a stern wailing. I saw the huge body of the Flame Tiger King directly smashed into a distance of several meters, struggling for a long time, but could not get up from the ground. Chapter 500. The Fire Beast is Majestic. The scene before him directly caused the hall on the first floor of the Taishu Tower into a dead silence. When everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help taking a breath. Jiang Chen's little red beast was so powerful. Even the powerful monster beasts of the late 4th stage, such as the Flame Tiger King, were completely knocked to the ground by just an understatement of brutal collision. How could you have such a strange beast as the Fire Lin beast? Shenle stared closely at the Fire Lin beast that directly smashed his Flame Tiger King into serious injuries, with incredible horror in his eyes. Huo Lin beast, this is the legendary strange beast. An adult Fire Lin beast, but reached the rank 6 monster. Moreover, the Fire Lin beast still has the blood of the ancient divine beasts, and its strength is among the 6th rank beasts, and it is also the most advanced existence. Although the fire monster in front of him has not reached the adult stage, it has also reached the pinnacle level of the 4th rank monster. In addition, the fire monster has the noble bloodline of the censored beast, which is absolutely suppressing any ordinary fire attribute monster beast. Thought of this, Shen Li's face suddenly became unsightly. The strength of this fire monster is too strong, almost invincible among the 4th grade monsters. Even if he summoned his own other beast, he might not be the opponent of the fire beast at all. Why do I own the fire monster? you don't need to know. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said lightly, you just need to know that if you don't summon another beast, you will lose this challenge. Xianxia clenched his fists and felt angry. After his gaze changed for a while, he finally suppressed the anger in his heart. Jiang Chen's Fire Lin beast is too strong, he has no chance of winning at all. If another beast tamer is summoned to fight Jiang Chen forcibly, there will only be one result in the end, that is, another beast tamer is also hit hard by Jiang Chen's fire beast. His other tame beast is in a critical stage of advancement. As long as the advancement is successful, he can possess the strength of the 4th rank peak monster beast. At that time, he might be able to occupy a place in the battle for the rankings. Xianxia didn't want to be affected by what happened today to participate in the battle for the ranking list. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have a strange beast like the Fire Lin beast. In this battle, I give up, Xianxia said to Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression, before he took the seriously injured Flame Tiger King into the animal training bag, and then quickly disappeared into the hall on the 1st floor of the Taishu Tower. Inner disciple Jiang Chen challenged Xianxia, ranked 28th in inner sect, Jiang Chensheng. The black-robed deacon gave Jiang Chen a surprised look, and then announced the result of the challenge. Jiang Chen actually successfully challenged Xianxia, who is ranked 28th in the inner door. This kid is not so tough. Hearing the black-robed deacon announce the result of the challenge, it has been a long time for everyone to recover from the shock. A newcomer who has just entered the inner door, he has successfully challenged Xianxia, ranked 28th in the inner door. What makes them most incredible is, Jiang Chen still challenged Xianxia as an animal trainer. The first beast trainer of the inner sect of the dignified Taishu Zong was defeated by Jiang Chen in this way. What kind of evildoer is he? Chapter 501. Peerless Treasure, Shanhai Lingye. Under the shocking eyes of everyone, Haipao Deacon announced the result of the challenge, and then changed the inner door ranking on Jiang Chen's identity token to 28, and immediately disappeared in front of everyone. Watching the deacon Heijiao leave, Jiang Chen glanced away and found Xu Ying, who wanted to flee in panic. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and immediately appeared in front of Xu Ying as if he were teleporting. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? Xu Ying looked at Jiang Chen in horror, and his face suddenly turned pale. Since leaving the inner door exchange meeting, Xu Ying has not taken the honor points owed to Jiang Chen into heart. Especially when Jiang Chen came to ask for honor points when he was with Xianxia, Xu Ying was even less concerned. Xu Ying originally thought, there is Xianxia, who is ranked 28th in the inner door, even if he does not admit the honor points he owes, Jiang Chen can't help him. Xu Ying's imagination is very beautiful, but the reality is that he slapped his face with a slap. Jiang Chen's strength has become so terrifying. Even someone as strong as Xianxia had to give up in front of Jiang Chen. Without Shenli's asylum, Xu Ying can almost imagine how miserable his next end will be. Where did he dare to stay for half a minute, turning around to escape from the Taishu Tower? As long as you leave here and avoid Jiang Chen cautiously in the future, Jiang Chen may not be able to do anything with him. Xu Ying had just walked a few steps away, and Jiang Chen had already stopped him ghostly. What I want to do, you should know it very well. Lastly, I will give you a chance, whether to pay back the honor points owed to me, or leave an arm, you choose. Jiang Chen stared at Xu Ying indifferently, his faint voice resounded directly in Xu Ying's ears. Xu Ying looked pale and said, I can't get so many honor points now, can I give me a few days of grace? First, I can't believe in your character. Second, you are not qualified to bargain with me. Since you can't get the honor points, leave your arm behind. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and a sharp killing intent instantly spread from his body. Wait a minute. Xu Ying's expression instantly became terrified. He hurriedly begged Jiang Chen for forgiveness. Jiang Chen, I have treasures to give you instead of honor points. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and said lightly, then give you one last chance. As long as you can come up with something worth 240,000 honor points, I will spare your life. Xu Ying moved his palm and quickly took out a transparent jade bottle from the ring. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found a drop of sky blue liquid the size of a thumb in the jade bottle. This drop of liquid is the Divine Sea Spirit liquid that was only refined by the Divine Sea Realm experts through Divine Sea. It should be able to offset the honor points I owe you. Xu Ying looked at the jade bottle in his hand, only feeling that his heart was dripping blood. This drop of Shanhai Lingye, but he finally got it. As long as he takes this drop of Shanhai Lingye, his strength will skyrocket, and he will even have a chance to compete for the rankings in a few months. But now facing the evil star Jiang Chen, in order to protect himself, he had to take out this drop of Shanhai spirit liquid. It turned out to be Shanhai Lingye. Jiang Chen looked at the jade bottle in Xu Ying's hand with a shocked look, his eyes solidified instantly. Chapter 502. Ding. You break through Kaiyuan Zhouzhang. Shanhai Lingye. This is a kind of peerless spiritual liquid extracted by the power of the divine sea realm through divine consciousness sea. Shanhai spirit liquid can greatly enhance the strength of the martial artist, and there are no side effects. Anyone can swallow it, refine and absorb it. It is said that the energy contained in a drop of Shanhai spirit liquid is enough to increase the strength of a strong person in the pill condensation stage. If the Kaiyuan realm warrior absorbs a drop of Shanhai spirit liquid through refining, his strength can definitely be improved by more than a small realm. As for Jiang Chen, who has a hundredfold cultivation system, the effect of using Shanhai spirit liquid will undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Although Shanhai Lingye is the peerless treasure that countless cultivators dream of, it is extremely rare. It would take at least 10 years for a divine sea realm powerhouse to extract a drop of divine sea spirit liquid. Even in the entire Taishu sect, very few disciples were able to obtain Shanhai Lingye. Xu Ying didn't know where he got a drop of Shanhai Lingye. Okay, I'll accept this drop of Shanhai Lingye. The 240,000 honor points you owed me are written off. Jiang Chen smiled and took the Shanhai Lingye from Xu Ying's hand. 200 and 400,000 honor points, in exchange for a drop of Shanhai Lingye, this is simply a profit. With this drop of Shanhai spirit liquid, he doesn't need to go to the Dantang to exchange for any cultivation resources. I am afraid he can raise his cultivation base to the level of Kaiyuan 9th layer. Received Xu Ying's Shanhai Lingye. Jiang Chen didn't plan to go to the alchemy hall in exchange for cultivation resources, but disappeared into the entrance of the second floor of the Taishu Tower under countless envy and jealous eyes in the hall. Back to the 8th floor of Taishu Tower. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He sat cross-legged in the room, took out the Shanhai spirit liquid and swallowed it. Ding. You take the Shanhai Lingye and get 200,000 *100 experience. Ding. You successfully broke through Kaiyuan 7th layer. Ding. You successfully broke through Kaiyuan 8th. The moment Jiang Chen swallowed Shanhai Lingye, his cultivation level also rose rapidly at a terrifying speed. It took less than a moment. Jiang Chen's cultivation base has skyrocketed from the early stage of Kaiyuan 6th layer to the late stage of Kaiyuan 8th layer. Tisk tusk. It's cool to have the system, a cheat guard. A drop of divine sea spirit liquid instantly raised my cultivation base to nearly 3 small realms. Feeling his instantaneous soaring strength, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder. Although Shanhai Lingye possesses very powerful energy, it may take at least 2 or 3 months for the general Kaiyuan realm martial artist to refine and absorb it. However, Jiang Chen, who has the system, completed this process in just a few moments. It is not too awesome. Now my cultivation base is only one step away from breaking through the Kaiyuan 9 layers. It's better to practice for a period of time in retreat and raise your cultivation base to Kaiyuan 9 layers in one breath. Jiang Chen said to himself, and immediately entered the cultivation state. Time passed bit by bit in Jiang Chen's practice, unconsciously. Half a month passed in a flash, under Jiang Chen's continuous gaining experience. His Kaiyuan 8-fold cultivation experience finally reached its full value at a certain moment, and a familiar system prompt sounded directly in his mind. Ding! You succeeded in breaking through Kaiyuan 9th layer. With the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly opened. With a drop of Shanhai Lingye and more than half a month of retreat practice, his strength finally broke through Kaiyuan 9th layer in one fell swoop. Chapter 503. The Third Inner Door, Dongfang Hao, Master Fire. With good luck this time, I got a drop of Shanhai spirit liquid from Xu Ying, which saved me a lot of resources and time for breaking through Kaiyuan 9th layer. Feeling the powerful force in his body, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but set off a slight arc. Now that he has broken through the 9th layer of Kaiyuan, the gap between his cultivation and the top disciples of Taishu sect's inner sect is almost negligible. He also mastered several methods of leapfrog fighting such as the true meaning of martial arts and Taishu Zanying. In this Taishu Zong inner door, Jiang Chen is no longer afraid of any opponents, even facing the top 10 geniuses in the inner door, he is confident to defeat them. Even facing the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect, he may not have the power to fight. Now that my cultivation base breaks through the Kaiyuan 9th layer, it's time to go to the Tianwu Temple and learn about the legendary Tian Wushui Taishu combat body. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly hesitating, and he already had the next plan in his heart. Now that he has reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan, even if he continues to practice and raises his cultivation base to the peak of the 9th level of Kaiyuan, his strength will not be greatly improved. And to break through from Kaiyuan 9 layers to the pill condensation realm in one fell swoop, it would be impossible in the short term without a large amount of cultivation resources. Jiang Chen decided to go to the Tianwu Temple to see the Taishu battle body. Taishuzong's only celestial martial art Taishu combat body is many times stronger than the earth martial art Taishu combat shadow. If you can successfully comprehend the celestial martial arts Taishu combat body, I am afraid that even the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect have to turn into scum in front of him. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, just stood up and walked out of the room. Jiang Chen came to the gate of the inner gate of Tianwu Temple. Just when Jiang Chen was about to enter the Tianwu Temple, he found that Lei Guangyun's familiar figure suddenly walked out of the Tianwu Temple. Brother Jiang Chen, why did you come to the Tianwu Temple? Lei Guangyun looked at Jiang Chen coming towards him, and a look of consternation appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and asked curiously, why can't I come to the Tianwu Temple? Brother Jiang Chen, the fact that you got a drop of Shanhai Lingye from Shu Ying has been spread by Shu Ying in the inner door. Now including many inner geniuses are looking for you, they all want to get the Shanhai Lingye in your hands. Lei Guangyun's expression was condensed and said, while there is no strong insider to find you, Brother Jiang Chen, please go back to the Taishu Tower and retreat, and wait until the Shanhai spirit liquid is refined. Every husband is not guilty, but he is guilty. This is a treasure that even the 5 true followers of Taishu sect will be jealous. If they were targeted by those people, the consequences would be really unimaginable. Boy, are you Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Lei Guangyun in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, a faint voice came from behind abruptly. He turned his head and looked behind him, and saw a group of people walking towards the Tianwu Temple. In this group, the head is a red-haired young man in a red robe. The red-haired young man's eyes were red as fire, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura that people would not dare to look at. At first glance, he was not an ordinary person. The third inner door, Dongfanghao, Master. Huo. Looking at this red-haired young man, Lei Guangyun's face instantly became extremely difficult to look. Chapter 504. My person is not something you can move if you want. He is the third in the inner door, Dongfanghao, Master Huo. Hearing Lei Guangyun's exclaim, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. As far as Jiang Chen knows, in Taishuzong's inner sect, only the top 3 geniuses in the inner sect were awarded the title of Master. These 3 people also became the 3 sons of the inner door. The inner sect 3 young masters are very strong, and they are also the characters who have the most opportunity to challenge the 5 true disciples. The Dongfanghao in front of him was one of the 3 sons of inner sect. Dongfanghao Shu is tyrannical and has already reached the late stage of Kaiyuan 9th layer. Not only that, his dual fire Dao true meaning has reached the point of superb abilities, and it is almost impossible to meet opponents in the inner door. It is precisely because of his comprehension of the true meaning of Huo Dao that no one can match, that is why he was crowned the title of Master Huo. Jiang Chen stared at Dongfanghao for a moment, and then said faintly, I am Jiang Chen, I don't know why Dongfang brother is looking for me. Jiang Chen, senior brother Dongfang wants to exchange the Shanhai spirit liquid in your hand. If you are acquainted, take out Shanhai Lingye immediately. Just as Jiang Chen's words fell, Shu Ying's familiar figure jumped out directly from behind Dongfanghao. He stared at Jiang Chen icily, and a smile of conspiracy also appeared in his eyes. Since the last time Jiang Chen was forced to surrender the Shanhai Lingye, Shu Ying hated Jiang Chen to the extreme. He secretly vowed in his heart that Jiang Chen must pay a heavy price for this. He didn't hesitate to circulate the news of Jiang Chen Shanhai Lingye to the inner door, making Jiang Chen the target of public criticism. Recently, Shu Ying has been following Jiang Chen's movements all the time. Only then was he able to get the news that Jiang Chen had come out of the Taishu Tower for the first time. After receiving the news, Shu Ying also notified Dongfanghao, who had a certain intersection with him, immediately and brought Dongfanghao to the door. Jiang Chen didn't bother to look at Shu Ying. He looked at Dongfang Hao with a plain expression. Senior brother Dongfang really came for Shanhai Lingye. Not bad. Dongfang Hao looked at Jiang Chen without any doubt, and said lightly, Shanhai Lingye is very important to me, and I hope you can exchange it for me. I'm afraid I will disappoint senior brother Dongfang. Jiang Chen spread his hand and said, Shanhai Lingye has been taken by me. I can't take out the second drop of Shanhai Lingye to exchange with senior brother Dongfang now. Humph, you really treat me as a fool. It will take at least 2 or 3 months for the Kaiyuan realm martial artist to refine the Shanhai Lingye. Now it's only more than half a month before you get the divine sea spirit liquid. How can you swallow the divine sea spirit liquid? Dongfang Hao's expression sank. I will give you one last chance. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Seeing that Dongfang Haoda had a stance that he had to do something about it. Lei Guangyun also gritted his teeth and stood up and said to Dongfang Hao, Senior Dongfang, I can testify that Jiang Chen has swallowed Shanhai Lingye. What are you? I'm talking to Jiang Chen, how can you interrupt here? A red glow flashed in Dongfang Hao's eyes, and an overwhelming hot breath pressed against Lei Guangyun. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, his sharp sword aura rose directly into the sky, and instantly crushed Dongfang Hao's true meaning of fire. His faint cold snort also resounded directly in the air. Huh, what are you? My Jiang Chen's person is not something you can move if you want. Chapter 505, The Third Son of the Inner Door, but that's all. It turned out to be a double sword intent. Seeing Jiang Chen displaying the double sword intent to understate the power of his double fire Dao true meaning, Dongfang Hao's eyes condensed suddenly. It's a bit capable, no wonder you dare to be arrogant in the inner door. But don't think that you have some ability, you can really run wild in front of me. Dongfang Hao's mouth lifted a cold smile. Shanhai Lingye, this is not something you can have. Exchange it for me, this is the best choice for you. How do I choose? It's not my turn to teach me. Don't say that I can't get Shanhai Lingye now, even if I can get it, I won't exchange it for you. If senior brother Dongfang has nothing else to do, don't bother me to go to the Tianwu temple. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, Zan even stopped paying attention to Dongfang Hao. He smiled and greeted Lei Guangyun, and he was about to turn around and walk towards the Tianwu temple. Huh, stop for me, did I let you go? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't take him so seriously, Dongfang Hao's face suddenly couldn't hold back. A magical red glow suddenly flashed across his eyes, and the right fist wrapped in the scarlet light directly brought a fiery fist and screamed towards Jiang Chen's head. This kid, he dared to anger senior brother Dongfang so much. A mere newcomer, I don't know who gave him the courage to fight against one of the 3 inner sect sons. I don't know how to live or die, this kid is going to be finished. Behind Dongfang Hao, a group of inner disciples including Shu Ying saw that Dongfang Hao was completely irritated by Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen directly and unceremoniously shot them, and they couldn't help showing a look of pity. 3 sons of the inner door. This is the most dazzling genius of Taishuzong besides the 5 true disciples. In the last few years of Taishuzong, apart from Leng Tianan, who had regressed, and fell to the altar, almost no one could challenge the power of the inner sect 3 young masters. The Jiang Chen in front of him was just a newcomer who had just entered the inner door. Even though this kid is extremely talented, how can he become a well-known genius in the inner sect? Dare to run wild in front of the most violent of the 3 inner sect masters, who, oh master, this is still no different from dying. Looking at the red shadow that struck him like lightning, Jiang Chen's eyes also flashed a sharp light. He directly ran the Kaiyuan 9th layer's Yuan power to its limit, and immediately blasted it with a punch without evasiveness. 2 equally powerful punches collided in midair, and the terrifying air waves swept away, making the 2 of them both kicked and kicked back 2 or 3 steps. How could this kid be so strong? The scene before him also made the group of inner disciples behind Dongfang Hao completely dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Jiang Chen would have to peel off his skin to survive Dongfang Hao's fist. Jiang Chen could actually be able to bang Dongfang Hao's front face without letting go. Isn't this Tamar too fancy? I didn't expect that you actually have the strength of Kaiyuan 9 layers, but I just missed it. Dongfang Hao stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and there was also an inconceivable shock in his eyes. It seems that you are not the only one who misses you. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, and his proud voice instantly resounded in Dongfang Hao's ears. You, Lord Huo, one of the 3 inner sect sons, are actually nothing more than that. Chapter 506. Do you dare to hurt his hair and die? What Jiang Chen said made everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Mr. Huo, one of the three sons of the inner door of the hall, was thought by Jiang Chen as nothing more than that. This kid is so arrogant. Brother Jiang Chen is really getting more and more perverted. Lei Guangyun looked at Jiang Chen, who was facing Yu Dongfanghao, and his whole body was also stunned. He remembers clearly, at the inner door exchange meeting more than half a month ago, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was only at the 6th level of Kaiyuan. Within half a month, Jiang Chen's strength skyrocketed to the level of Kaiyuan 9th layer at a terrifying speed. Originally, Lei Guangyun didn't believe that Jiang Chen had absorbed Shanhai Lingye through refining for half a month. But now he has to believe it. In addition to the legendary Shanhai Lingye, what else could make Jiang Chen's cultivation soar to 3 small realms in such a short time? To refine and absorb Shanhai spirit liquid, the general Kaiyuan realm warrior would not be able to complete it in less than 2 or 3 months. But Jiang Chen resolved it in just over half a month. Jiang Chen is really a freak that can't be described by common sense. Humph, don't be ashamed. Do you really think that you have the strength of Kaiyuan 9 layers, so you can be rampant in front of me? Dongfang Hao's eyes were staring at Jiang Chen coldly with red glow, a monstrous hot aura that swept through the air like a volcanic eruption. The air within 10 feet of a radius became a bit hot instantly. Jiang Chen, since you have to go to death, then I will let you know how big the gap is between you and my son. Dongfang Hao looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly. When he moved his palm, the dazzling fiery red light burst out instantly, and immediately condensed into a huge flame with a length in his palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Burning heaven, Dongfang Hao let out a cold drink, and the right hand controlling the giant flame slammed Jiang Chen with a palm. Laugh. Laugh. The giant flame directly carried a fiery energy that seemed to burn even the space, and shot towards Jiang Chen. Just as he was about to take a shot, a giant ice palm that exuded a cold chill seemed to penetrate the void, directly grabbing the giant flame that was flying. I saw that ice giant palm slammed, and instantly annihilated the giant flame. A faint cold snort also resounded in midair instantly. Dongfang Hao, the 3 characters in front of your dignified inner door, are you embarrassed to start with a newcomer who just entered the inner door? It seems that in the past 2 years, you really survived to get it from a dog. As this cold snort fell, a ghostly figure flashed out in front of Jiang Chen. Lang Tianan, it turned out to be you. Looking at the black-clothed youth who appeared out of thin air, Dongfang Hao's eyes shrank suddenly. Dongfang Hao never expected that this Lang Tianan, who had disappeared from the inner gate of Taishu sect for 2 years, would appear in front of him at this time. Lang Tianan stared at Dongfang Hao expressionlessly. Once again his indifferent voice slowly rang into everyone's ears. Dongfang Hao, get out of here. My Lang Tianan friend, you can't be bullied if you want to. If you dare to hurt his hair in the future, die. Chapter 507. Lang Tianan's terrifying strength. Lang Tianan, do you think you still failed the inner door on the first day? Now that you retreat and then retreat, I am afraid that soon you will not be able to keep your position in the top 10 of the inner door. Do you think you still have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me? Dongfang Hao laughed disdainfully when he heard Lang Tianan's crazy words. Although Dongfang Hao had to admit that the talent that Lang Tianan had shown was not something he could match. If it weren't for Lang Tianan's strength not to advance and retreat 2 years ago, he would never have the opportunity to set foot in the top 3 of inner sect and become one of the 3 inner sect sons. Everything about Lang Tianan has long since become a past tense. Lang Tianan now is just a fallen genius, his strength regressed to barely rank 10th in the inner door. How could Dongfang Hao take such cold weather into his eyes? Lang Tianan's eyes were cold. It seems that you are not going to roll. I think you should be the one to go. Dongfang Hao smiled disdainfully and said, Lang Tianan, you don't take a picture of yourself without soaking pee, can you manage the affairs of this son? Originally. If you leave now, you still have a chance to stay at the 3rd position in the inner door for 2 more days. Since you have to force me to do something, then give me my position now. Lang Tianan stared at Dongfang Hao coldly, and a bit of biting chill instantly spread from his body, as if even the surrounding space was freezing. Lang Tianan, I didn't expect your strength to regress a lot in the past 2 years, but people have become more and more arrogant. If you want to get back the top 3 positions in the inner door, it depends on whether you have the ability. Dongfang Hao laughed disdainfully, and the monstrous fiery energy radiated from him again. Brother Jiang Chen, Lang Tianan's strength has deteriorated a lot in the past 2 years, do you think he will be Dongfang Hao's opponent? Seeing the raging battle in front of him, Lei Guangyan couldn't help but his expression dignified. Lang Tianan's retreat is due to the influence of the poisonous body. As long as he controls the biophagosome according to the method I gave, his strength will skyrocket to an extremely terrifying point. What's more, even if Lang Tianan's poisonous life has not been resolved, Dongfang Hao may not be his opponent if he really wants to fight his life. Jiang Chen said slowly. Is it impossible? Lei Guangyan said incredulously. Lang Tianan's strength has regressed to the top 10 of the inner door in the past 2 years, everyone can see the existence. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, without speaking. Intuition told him that Lang Tianan was at least far more dangerous than the opposite Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao, if it wasn't for my physical problem, do you think you would have a chance to get involved in the top 3 of the inner door? Today I will let you know that you, the so-called fireman, are not worth mentioning in my eyes. When Jiang Chen was talking with Lei Guangyan, Lang Tianan's cold, biting voice resounded abruptly in midair. Seeing his palm moved, a horrible icy true meaning instantly filled Dongfang Hao's body out of thin air. Dongfang Hao's expression changed drastically. As soon as he was about to make a move, the terrifying cold ice instantly froze his body, standing there like an ice sculpture. Seeing this shocking scene in front of them, not only Lei Guangyan and others were shocked. Even Jiang Chen, who knew the cold weather was extraordinary, was shocked. Only one move overpowered Dongfang Hao. This Lang Tianan's strength is really not ordinary horror. Chapter 508. The third floor of Tianwu Temple. Good. Terrifying strength. Lei Guangyan stared at this scene in a daze, with an incredible shock in his eyes. One trick to solve the Fire Sun Dongfang Hao, one of the 3 inner men. This Lang Tianan, is it really the Lang Tianan who dropped in the inner gate rankings again and again? His true meaning of cold ice is very strong, he has reached the realm of double perfection, and he is only one step away from true meaning of triple cold. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. On this basis, Dongfang Hao is a big margin. When Lei Guangyan heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help but breathe in his heart. No wonder Lang Tianan was able to freeze Dongfang Hao into an ice sculpture with such an understatement. It turns out that what he just displayed was the true meaning of the double perfect realm. When everyone was shocked, there was a sudden bang in the air, and Dongfang Hao's whole body burst out with a hot red light, finally shattering the ice layer all over his body. At the moment when the ice broke, Lang Tianan's figure also appeared ghostly in front of Dongfang Hao. Before Dongfang Hao could react, Lang Tianan's extremely cold palm strength had already been stamped on Dongfang Hao's chest. Dongfang Hao's face suddenly turned pale after receiving Lang Tianan's punch, which was too late. I saw that his figure was like a kite with a broken line and fell several feet in embarrassment. Dongfang Hao looked at Lang Tianan with horror on his face, and immediately felt a sweet throat, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person passed out directly. Didn't Lang Tianan's strength regress to the 10th inner door? How could it be so strong? It seems that Lang Tianan has solved the physical problem. The first genius who used to be the famous inner sect is probably coming back soon. Seeing that Lang Tianan defeated Dongfang Hao in such an understatement, everyone had been unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Dongfang Hao, one of the 3 sons of the dignified inner door, had no power to fight back in front of Lang Tianan. With such a terrifying strength, I am afraid that they are already qualified to challenge the 5 true disciples. Almost everyone already understands. Lang Tianan, a peerless genius who had been silent for 2 years in the inner door, has once again returned to the king. Jiang Chen, your gift of reconstruction is more unforgettable for Lang. If it is useful in the future, please send it to me. Solving Dongfang Hao lightly, Lang Tianan greeted Jiang Chen, Zan even turned around and left. What an interesting guy. Seeing Lang Tianan's leaving back, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, and then bid farewell to Lei Guangyan, and walked in towards the Tianwu Temple. The Tianwu Temple has 3 floors. The first floor has many powerful martial arts of Taishu sect, and the second floor is a place to understand the true meaning of various martial arts. As for the 3rd level, only one martial arts can be understood. This martial arts is the only heavenly martial arts Taishu fighting body of Taishu sect. The conditions for entering the 3rd floor of the Tianwu Temple to understand the Taishu battle body are extremely harsh. Not to mention that every hour spent on the 3rd floor of the Tianwu Temple would cost 10,000 honor points. Just to cultivate Taishu Zanying to the perfect state is enough to make more than 99% of Taishu Zong's disciples sigh. Jiang Chen entered the Tianwu Temple and walked directly to the third floor of the Tianwu Temple. Chapter 509. You are not qualified to let me get out. Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of the third floor of Tianwu Temple, but was stopped by a transparent light curtain at the entrance. On that light curtain, a line of unusually conspicuous writing appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. Those who are not consummated in Taishu War Shadow are not allowed to enter. With a change of Jiang Chen's expression, the Taishu fighting shadow of the consummation realm was also displayed instantly. And after Jiang Chen showed the perfect state of Taishu War Shadow, his figure was directly immersed in the transparent light curtain. Enter the third floor of Tianwu Temple. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, only to find that the third floor of the Tianwu Temple seemed extraordinarily simple. This is a quaint hall of about 100 square meters. In front of the main hall, there is a crystal stone wall that Jiang Chen is very familiar with. This crystal stone wall is undoubtedly the place where the heavenly grade martial arts Taishu combat body is preserved. The only thing that surprised Jiang Chen was that, at this moment, 3 feet away from the crystal rock wall, there was a burly youth in golden robes standing there. This guy, is it Ao Tiankui, one of the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect? Looking at this burly young man, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a strange look appeared in his eyes. As far as he knows, now in Taishu sect, only Ao Tiankui, a physical cultivation genius, has cultivated Taishu Zanying to the perfect state. Except for this person, there will be no other disciples of Tai Zuzong who are qualified to come to the third floor of the Tianwu Temple. Boy, who are you? How come you came to the third floor of Tianwu Temple? While Jiang Chen was looking at Ao Tiankui also spotted Jiang Chen, who had suddenly appeared, and his faint voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly raised a slight arc. He looked at Ao Tiankui with a faint smile and said, "This is brother, this is not yours, why can't I come? On the third floor of the Tianwu Temple, is this a place where you, a hairy boy, can come?" Ao Tiankui grimly shouted, "Give you 10 seconds, get out of here immediately. Don't interfere with my comprehension of the Taishu fighting body here. Since I can come here, it proves that I have the qualifications to enter the third floor of the Tianwu Temple." Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. "What are you? What right do you have to let me get out? To obtain the qualifications to enter the third level of the Tianwu Temple, you must cultivate the Taishu War Shadow to the consummation realm. Don't tell me, you have cultivated the Taishu War Shadow to the consummation realm." Ao Tiankui sneered with disdain. It can be said that Ao Tiankui knows better than anyone how difficult it is to cultivate Taishu Zanying to the realm of consummation. Even among the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect, he was the only one who succeeded. In front of him, the boy he had never seen before, was absolutely impossible to cultivate Taishu Zanying to the perfect state. 0.80% of this kid came in by using some improper means, opportunistically. Aren't you nonsense? If I hadn't cultivated Taishu War Shadow to the perfect state, how could I appear here? Jiang Chen curled his lips. In this world, you are not the only one who can cultivate Taishu Zanying to the perfect state, is it? Then let me see the perfect state of perfection in your mouth. Ao Tiankui's eyes were cold, and the 99 Taishu War Shadows exuding fierce energy also condensed in an instant. Chapter 510. Let you be removed from the true disciple. Seeing that Ao Tiankui said to do it, a cold expression flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. With the sole of his foot on the ground, the 99 Taishu War Shadows directly collided with Ao Tiankui's Taishu War Shadow. 99 ways of Taishu War Shadow. This kid has actually cultivated Taishu Zanying to the realm of perfection. Seeing Jiang Chen, who showed the perfect realm of Taishu Zanying in his stalemate, Ao Tiankui's eyes shrank sharply. Taishu Zong really has a second disciple who has cultivated Taishu Zanying to the perfect state. And he was still a little boy who looked less than 20 years old. Could this kid's talent in this area be stronger than him? Brother, now I should be qualified to come to the third floor of the Tianwu Temple. Just when Ao Tiankui was horrified, Jiang Chen's faint laughter rang in his ears. I admit that you have the qualification to enter here. But, I'm used to being alone, and don't like having others by my side when I am enlightening to martial arts. So you'd better go out first. When I leave here, you won't interfere wherever you want. A cold light flashed in Ao Tiankui's eyes, and he said domineeringly. As the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect, He is also the only person in Taishu sect who has cultivated Taishu's war shadow to perfection. In Ao Tiankui's heart, he had already regarded the heavenly grade martial arts Taishu combat body as his exclusive martial arts. Now suddenly there is a figure like Jiang Chen to meddle with his Taishu fighting body. How can he make Jiang Chen wishful? You are used to being alone, that's your business. Jiang Chen said lightly. I want to comprehend the Taishu combat body here, and you don't seem to have the right to interfere. Ao Tiankui's eyes sank. Boy, it seems that you don't plan to leave. If I don't leave, what can you do? He was too lazy to pay attention to Ao Tiankui and walked directly towards the crystal stone wall. The kid is looking for death. Ao Tiankui's face was cold, and a look of anger flashed in his eyes. He is one of the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect. What a lofty existence. After so many years, how can anyone dare not give him face like this kid in front of him? Since this kid had to die, he let this kid know what it would cost to fight him. Ao Tiankui. Ao Tiankui clenched his fist suddenly. Just when he was about to start working on Jiang Chen, a majestic spatial force instantly wrapped his body. Damn it, time is up. Ao Tiankui's face changed slightly. He has stayed on the 3rd floor of the Tianwu temple for a day in a row, and the honor points on his body have been consumed less than 10,000, and there is no way to stay here anymore. You better pray not to meet me, otherwise I will make you die ugly next time. Ao Tiankui gave Jiang Chen a fierce look, and an extremely unwilling expression appeared in his eyes. Looking at Ao Tiankui, who was about to be expelled from the Tianwu temple, Jiang Chen curled his mouth in disdain, and the faint chuckle also directly passed into Ao Tiankui's ears. I think the person who should pray is you. Otherwise, the next time I meet you, I promise you will be removed from the 5 true disciples. Chapter 511, Ding. You comprehend the celestial martial arts Taishu combat body. After Ao Tiankui disappeared, Jiang Chen walked straight to the center of the main hall, his eyes fixed on the crystal stone wall directly in front. I saw it on the crystal stone wall. A man in a golden robe stood proudly in the air. The palm of the man in the golden robe slammed into the void, and 99 golden phantoms instantly gathered around the man in the golden robe. A faint shout also came from the man in the golden robe. Taishu combat body, condense me. As the man in the golden robe fell down, his palms suddenly closed on his chest. 99 golden lights and shadows fell into the body of the man in the golden robe like a ghost. And the body of the man in the golden robe rose by a foot in an instant, standing proudly in the void like a censored of war. A punch shakes the mountains and rivers. 2 fists break the void. 3 punches, on the crystal stone wall. After condensing the Taishu combat body, the golden-robed man successively demonstrated the Taishu combat body's 3-style boxing in midair. With these 3 punches thrown out, I saw that the space within several tens of meters in front of the man in the golden robe was blasted out of countless space cracks abruptly. Is this the celestial martial arts Taishu combat body? It is. Really strong. Seeing the Taishu combat body demonstrated by the man in the golden robe on the crystal stone wall, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocking look in his eyes. It is worthy of the legendary martial arts of heaven. If he can completely master the Taishu combat body, there will never be anyone in Kaiyuan to be his opponent. Even facing some strong pill condensing realm who just broke through, I am afraid they are fully qualified to fight. Ding. You can comprehend the celestial martial arts Taishu combat body, trigger a 100-fold comprehension, and gain 100*100 experience. When Jiang Chen was shocked by the powerful power of the Taishu body, a familiar reminder sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Today's martial arts Taishu combat body is really much harder to comprehend than the local martial arts Taishu combat shadow. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. When he first participated in Taishu War Shadow, he could gain 1000 experience points in 1 minute. Now, you can only get 100 points for comprehending the Taishu combat body, which is 10 times slower. With a systematic 100-fold bonus, Jiang Chen still has the confidence to understand the Taishu combat body in a short time. Ding. You can comprehend the celestial martial arts Taishu combat body and gain 100*100 experience. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the center of the main hall like this, staring motionlessly at the crystal stone wall in front of him, and the system prompts in his mind continued to sound. 5 hours passed in a flash. After constantly gaining experience points like this, Jiang Chen's understanding of the Taishu combat body became clearer and clearer. Another half an hour passed. The mechanical beep in Jiang Chen's mind for gaining experience points finally changed. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the Taishu combat body of heavenly martial arts. Ding! You successfully comprehend the first type of Taishu combat body, a punch that shakes mountains and rivers. Is it finally successful? Hearing the reminder in his mind, Jiang Chen's slightly tired face also couldn't help showing a look of joy. With the help of the system, he spent more than 5 hours in succession to gain experience points, and finally succeeded in comprehending the Taishu sect's only heavenly martial arts Taishu combat body. Chapter 512. Hit if you want, what are you talking about? After comprehending the Taishu combat body, Jiang Chen found that the 6th hour he had purchased was nearly half of the time, so he planned to continue to understand and obtain the experience value of the Taishu combat body. The Taishu combat body he now understands is only in its infancy, and can only use the first move of the 3 Taishu formulas to shake the mountains and rivers. But if you want to use the second move, Shattering the Void, you have to cultivate the Taishu combat body to a small level. As for the third move, Heaven and Earth Silence, this requires the Great Void War body to be able to perform. Ding! You can comprehend the Taishu combat body and gain 1*100 experience. I go. You can only get a little experience point. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help being speechless. It seems that after comprehending the Taishu battle body, he wants to quickly upgrade the Taishu battle body by watching this crystal stone wall. Get a little experience point at a time. Even if he had the system's 100 times the experience bonus, I am afraid he would need a lot of time to upgrade the Taishu combat body to the realm of Xiaocheng. Just when Jiang Chen was a little speechless about the speed of gaining experience now, a faint fluctuation was uploaded from his identity token. Li Shangdong, ranked 16th in the inner door, challenges you and comes to the arena. After receiving the news on the identity token, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stunned. This Li Shangdong was ranked 16th in the inner door, how could he come to challenge him at 28th? What made Jiang Chen even more puzzled was that Zongmin sent him an identity token, which meant that he could not refuse this challenge. In Jiang Chen's memory, only the low-ranked disciple challenged the high-ranked disciple, the high-ranked disciple could not refuse. But this Li Shangdong is 12 places higher than him, but he has no right to refuse Li Shangdong's challenge. What is happening? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately disappeared into the 3rd floor of the Tianwu Temple. Jiang Chen came to the inner gate arena. Is this kid stupid? He really dares to accept Li Shangdong's challenge. He doesn't want to accept it. It is said that Li Shangdong looks at the room on the 8th floor of this kid Taishu Tower. It turns out that this is the case. I'm afraid this kid is going to be unlucky. When everyone looked at Jiang Chen who strode towards the arena, they couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. The battle for Taishuzong Tianban is about to start. Many of the top-ranked inner disciples are practicing with all their strength to prepare for the upcoming battle for the rankings. The high-level room of Taishu Tower became extremely tense. Jiang Chen, a disciple ranked 28th, occupies the room on the 8th floor of the Taishu Tower, which naturally makes many people greedy. The Li Shangdong in front of him seemed to be here for this. I heard the voices of discussion all around. Jiang Chen couldn't help but lifted up a cold smile. He directly watched countless gazes in the arena and slowly walked towards the central arena. I'm only here today for the room on the 8th floor of the Taishu Tower. If you are more acquainted, please take the initiative to give it to me. Watching Jiang Chen slowly walking onto the arena, the young man in white who had already stood proudly on the stage glanced at Jiang Chen with disdain. His faint tone seemed beyond doubt. Hee. You want me to let you give my things, do you deserve it? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and his proud voice instantly resounded through the world. Aren't you going to challenge me? Fight if you want, what are you talking about? Chapter 513, An Incredible Punch. Li Shangdong's eyes were cold, and Kaiyuan Zhouzhang's momentum burst out instantly. When he moved his palm, a long knife flashing with thunder light appeared out of thin air in his palm. Li Shangdong suddenly clenched the long knife, and countless thunder and lightning shot into the sky. The sky over the entire arena suddenly became surging. This is the advanced martial arts Mad Thunder sword technique. It's worthy of being a genius ranked 16th in the inner sect. He has actually learned the extremely difficult martial art of the Kuang Lei sword technique. Seeing the martial arts displayed by Li Shangdong, many onlookers in the arena couldn't help but exclaim. High-level martial arts Mad Thunder sword technique. This is one of the most difficult martial arts of Taishuzong except Taishuzaniang. Jiang Chen, have a taste of my crazy thunder sword technique. Li Shangdong stared at Jiang Chen sternly, brandishing a long knife and slashing at Jiang Chen like lightning. The sharp silver sword light smashed down towards Jiang Chen like a 9-day thunder. Many people in the arena shook their heads unbearably. Now Jiang Chen is afraid that he will have to peel off if he is not dead. Isn't it just a high-class martial art? You are ashamed to show off in front of me. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and immediately his right fist was casually punched. At the oncoming blade light, a punch shakes the mountains and rivers. Although Jiang Chen didn't use the Taishu combat body, he couldn't really exert the power of the first type of Taishu combat body, but it was completely enough to clean up the guy in front of him. Following Jiang Chen's seemingly unremarkable punch, a violent spatial vibration was suddenly heard in the air. The silver blade light that was slashing down towards Jiang Chen suddenly trembled, and it instantly turned into a bit of silver light, and it shattered in midair. And at the moment when the silver sword light shattered, Li Shangdong spouted a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew upside down like a broken kite. Seeing that Li Shangdong fell from the arena and died in a pool of blood. There was a dead silence on the huge arena. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with unprecedented horror. He defeated Li Shangdong with just an understatement. What shocked them even more? Jiang Chen's punch just now looked dull, and they couldn't even sense any energy fluctuations. But with such a flat punch, it was easy to kill Li Shangdong, who displayed the advanced martial skills of the ground-level martial arts, the thunder sword technique. Jiang Chen's punch just now was really incredible. The punch that this kid just... Looking at Jiang Chen standing proudly on the arena, and the black deacon who was in charge of the challenge beside him, there was also an unconcealable horror in his eyes. As a pill condensation realm powerhouse, his eyesight is naturally much older than these inner disciples on the field. With the punch that Jiang Chen cast at random just now, he actually vaguely felt the charm of a kind of heavenly grade martial arts Taishu combat body. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen's Taishu fighting shadow had been cultivated to the perfect state, and he had the qualifications to comprehend the Taishu fighting body of heavenly grade martial arts. But he never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen was able to comprehend the fur of the Taishu combat body in such a short time, and it was also used in combat. This son really is a monster that cannot be described by common sense. Chapter 514. The battle for the top rankings is on. An understatement to solve Li Shangdong. Jiang Chen left the arena under countless shocking eyes. Jiang Chen spent 100,000 honor points to extend his room for another 3 months, and then planned to retreat in practice, waiting for the battle for the rankings to come. Time passed slowly without knowing it. In a blink of an eye, 2 months passed. In these 2 months, Jiang Chen spent almost most of his time cultivating the heavenly rank martial art Taishu battle body, so his cultivation level did not improve significantly. In order to better practice Taishu combat body, Jiang Chen also went to Zhongyu Valley to raise the invincible body refining technique to the 3rd level. Under such practice, Jiang Chen Taishu's combat body is also infinitely close to Shaocheng's realm. Now there is still a month away from the battle for the top rankings. Try to make a breakthrough before the battle for the top rankings starts. Just as he was preparing to use the Taishu combat body to continue practicing, a message was suddenly uploaded from the identity token. The battle for the sky list has started ahead of schedule. All the top 50 inner disciples will go to Tianlong Valley to gather quickly. The battle for the top rankings has started in advance. Jiang Chen received the message in the identity token, and Jiang Chen couldn't help flashing a look of astonishment in his eyes. Although there are some doubts in my heart. But Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, got up and flashed out of the room. Tianlong Valley, the forbidden area of the inner gate of Taishuzong, is also the place where Taishuzong specializes in the battle for the sky list. It only opens every 5 years. When Jiang Chen came to a huge square in Tianlong Valley, he saw hundreds of inner sect disciples gathered here. Although only the top 50 inner sect disciples were eligible to participate in the Tianban competition, this was after all Taishuzong inner sect's 5-year event. Therefore, the vast majority of inner disciples do not want to miss a glimpse of the battle for the Tianban, and witness the birth of the new Tianban disciple of Taishuzong. Looking at Jiang Chen who appeared in the square, Lei Guangyan and Lin Tianzong came over with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Are you here too? We are naturally here to cheer for brother Jiang Chen, by the way, to witness brother Jiang Chen becoming a disciple of the Tianban. Lin Tianzong smiled. Brother Jiang Chen really made me look ashamed. After entering the inner gate for less than half a year, I already have the strength to become a top disciple. Lei Guangyun also sighed authentically. This 6 months, Lei Guangyun almost witnessed how Jiang Chen grew up quickly. Today's Jiang Chen has the terrifying power to defeat Inner Sect 16 Li Shangdong. This time the Tianban disciples will definitely have a place in Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen and the others were talking, the flow of people gathered in the square was also increasing. Except for the 5 true disciples, all the inner disciples, including the inner sect Sangongzi, appeared one by one. Why are there no 5 true disciples? Just when Jiang Chen felt a little doubtful, a terrifying pressure instantly filled the top of the square. I saw a middle-aged man in a black robe exuding a faint blood, descending directly above the square out of thin air. A faint voice also spread to everyone's ears instantly. I am Mo Jun, the 4th elder of Taishu sect, and I am responsible for presiding over the competition for the current ranking. Now I announce that the battle for this day's ranking has officially started. Chapter 515, The Bold Jiang Chen. The 4th elder Mo Jun's faint voice fell. With a wave of his palm, the entire square shook violently at this moment. With the violent vibration resounding in midair, a pitch-black stone platform suddenly emerged from the ground. This is a round stone platform about 10 meters in size. There are some lifelike dragon patterns carved around the stone platform. The entire stone platform exudes a very mysterious atmosphere. Rumble. After this stone platform rose to a height of about 5 meters above the ground, another loud bang resounded in the square. Beside this stone platform, another exactly the same stone emerged from the ground. The 3rd and 4th. In less than a moment, the 20 stone platforms lined up in the eyes of everyone. The only difference is, the height of the 20 stone platforms appearing on the ground is higher than one. Especially the last 5 stone platforms, almost each of them reached a height of more than 20 meters, which looked extremely dazzling. Is this the legendary Tianlongtai? It is really spectacular. It's not just magnificent. It is said that every Tianlongtai contains mysterious power. As long as you win the battle in the sky list, you can get huge benefits through Tianlongtai. Oh, I am really envious. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to participate in the battle for the top rankings in the future. Seeing the 20 stone platforms that appeared in the center of the square, many disciples onlookers couldn't help but wonder. 20 Tianlong terraces represent the positions of 20 Tianlong disciples. Now we are going to the first round of the battle for the sky list. All the disciples participating in the battle for the sky list, let's occupy the Tianlong platform by themselves. At this moment, the faint voice of the 4th elder came again. Call out. Call out. Call out. With the words of the 4th elder, countless figures rose into the sky, and rushed directly toward the 20 Tianlong terraces. The 2 figures have already occupied a position respectively. One of them was Leng Tianan, whom Jiang Chen was more familiar with. Go away from me. Dongfang Hao exuded this terrifying hot energy, lightly shook the surrounding inner sect disciples, and landed directly on a stone platform next to Leng Tianan. All the participating disciples used their full strength and wanted to occupy a place in these 20 Tianlong platforms. While observing the situation in the field, Jiang Chen rushed towards Tianlong Terrace without a hassle. He found that the 15 Tianlongtai in the front were all vying to occupy, but the 5 highest Tianlongtai in the back were unattended. It seems that all the inner disciples who participated in the battle for the rankings have ignored these 5 Tianlongtai. Could it be that these 5 Tianlong terraces are the places reserved for the 5 true education disciples? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly turned up a strange arc. Regardless of whether it is the position of the 5 true education disciples, he will occupy one first and then talk about it. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and directly under countless shocking gazes, he jumped to the 5th from the bottom of the Tianlong platform. Jiang Chen's move also caused everyone's eyes on the square to converge on him. They all looked at Jiang Chen like a fool. In the previous battles for the Tianban, the last 5 Tianlongtai were prepared for the 5 true followers of Taishu sect. And Jiang Chen in front of him actually wanted to get involved in the position of the 5 true disciples. This guy, really brave. Chapter 516. I stand here, no one can let me go down. Does Jiang Chen know that the last 5 Tianlong terraces are reserved for the 5 true students? Dare to challenge the majesty of the 5 true students, he is afraid that he is living impatiently. The 5 true disciples of Taishuzong have always been inner disciples far superior to the average in strength. Even the inner sect San Young Master had a certain gap compared with the 5 true disciples. Every day in the battle for the rankings, the last 5 positions are left tacitly to the 5 true students. And Jiang Chen in front of him actually directly occupied the position of one of the 5 true followers. Such behavior is no different from sending it to your door to find death. Oops, brother Jiang Chen didn't know that the last 5 positions were reserved for the 5 true passion disciples. Seeing Jiang Chen directly occupy the 5th from the bottom Tianlongtai, Lin Tianzong's expression could not help changing slightly. Lei Guangyun's face also showed a solemn look. Jiang Chen occupies one of the last 5 Tianlong terraces, which means that he has challenged one of the true disciples. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was very evil, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could be evil enough to challenge the 5 true disciples. Jiang Chen, the last 5 Tianlong terraces are the positions of the 5 true disciples. You dare to occupy the position of true disciple, I think you really don't know how to write dead words. When Dongfang Hao on the side saw this, he couldn't help but ridicule Jiang Chen loudly. Jiang Chen paid no attention to Dongfang Hao's mockery. He sat down directly in the center of the stone platform, quietly waiting for the start of the next round of battle. Humph, just put on it. Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored him, Dongfang Hao's eyes also flashed a cold smile. Waiting for the arrival of the 5 true disciples, he wants to see how this kid ends up. Time passed bit by bit in the fierce competition among all the participating disciples. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the 15 Tianlong terraces in front had been occupied. And just when all 15 Tianlong terraces were occupied, 5 powerful figures rushed from outside Tianlong Valley, and appeared on the square in the blink of an eye. One of the burly youths with golden light swept his eyes on the 5th from the bottom of the Tianlong stage, and immediately the whole person became murderous in an instant. When he stepped on the ground, his whole person rose into the sky, like a golden meteorite, and landed on the Tianlong platform where Jiang Chen was with a thud. His anger that resembled thunder also exploded in midair instantly. Boy, it's true that there is a way to heaven and he won't go, but there is no way to hell, but you broke in. I haven't asked you to settle the account at the Tianwu temple that day, you dare to come to take advantage of the position of my Tianlongtai. Leave an arm, and then immediately roll off from here. Looking at Ao Tiankui who descended in front of Jiang Chen like a censored of death. Everyone couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen with sympathy. This kid is going to be completely finished. Jiang Chen calmly looked at Ao Tiankui in front of him. He patted the dust on his body, and then slowly stood up from the stone platform. His proud voice also instantly resounded across the sky. It should be you who should roll off. Since I am standing here, this position belongs to me, and no one can let me roll from here. Chapter 517, Dual True Disciple. I stand here, no one can let me go down. Hearing Jiang Chen's extremely proud words, everyone was so shocked that their eyes almost fell out. Shouldn't this kid be so arrogant? The 5 true disciples of Taishu sect, these are all the top figures who have already reached the peak of the 9th layer of Kaiyuan, and have even stepped into the condensed pill realm with half their feet. Their combat power is superb, even facing a real pill condensation realm powerhouse can contend 1 or 2. And Ao Tiankui in front of him was the chief disciple under the seat of the 4th elder Mo Jun, and was also Taishuzong's first physical cultivation genius. Ao Tiankui not only cultivated his body to the point where he could hardly shake the peak martial artist of Kaiyuan 9th layer, he was also the first person of Taishuzong to cultivate Taishu Zanying to the perfect state. Although Ao Tiankui was the weakest among the 5 true inheritance disciples because of the short time he entered Taishu sect, it was by no means comparable to that of ordinary inner disciples. I really don't know where Jiang Chen's courage came from, so he dared to speak such wild words in front of Ao Tiankui. Since I entered Taishu sect, Ao Tiankui has dared to be so arrogant in front of me, you are the first one. Since you don't roll, then die for me. Ao Tiankui screamed, and the shiny golden fist burst out directly, smashing Jiang Chen's head. Hee. Good job, I'm just about to see how you, Taishu sect's first body cultivation genius, have some abilities. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, the invincible body refining technique was running at full force, and he punched Ao Tiankui without evading. The 2 huge powers from their bodies shook together, and there was a loud noise in the air. Jiang Chen turned out to be a physical practitioner, and he dared to confront Ao Tiankui in a physical training confrontation. This is incredible, right? Seeing the situation on the high platform, everyone in the square showed an unbelievable look. They originally thought that Chen would be as helpless as a baby in front of Ao Tiankui. But the reality is that they blindly light up their dog's eyes. Not only did Jiang Chen not lose, but relying on the strength of physical training, he competed head-on with Ao Tiankui. This Tamar is too dreamy. Your physical strength has indeed reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan. It's no wonder that you can cultivate Taishu Zanying to the perfect state. But even so, you still have no right to be wild in front of me. Ao Tiankui stared sharply at Jiang Chen. A violent bloodline force suddenly erupted, making Ao Tiankui's figure a little bit taller in an instant. I saw his fist that glittered with golden light suddenly clenched, and directly brought a shattered space power and blasted towards Jiang Chen. Want to rely on the power of blood to suppress me? It's a pity. The power of blood is not only for you. A sneer appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, and the blood of Kai Yan Guiyuan burst out instantly, and once again met Ao Tiankui head-on. Two equally powerful forces collided again, and a deafening metal collision sounded through the air. Pedal, pedal, pedal. Ao Tiankui stepped back 3 steps, he looked at Jiang Chen who had also only stepped back 3 steps, and finally there was an unconcealed horror in his eyes. Ao Tiankui never thought of it. Not only does Jiang Chen's physical cultivation strength rival him, but even his bloodline is so powerful. Chapter 518. Do you have any means, just use it. It was seen that Jiang Chen once again had a match with Ao Tiankui who had burst of bleeding power. There was a dead silence in the huge square. Everyone opened their mouths in shock and looked at Jiang Chen with monster eyes. They finally understand. Jiang Chen occupies the position of the 5 true school disciples in full view. He is not seeking his own death at all, but he really has the strength to challenge the 5 true school disciples. A disciple who has entered the inner door for less than half a year has grown to the point where he can challenge the 5 true disciples. Terror. This kid is terrible. Lin Tianzong looked at Jiang Chen who was banging hard with Ao Tiankui time and time again, and it took a long time for the whole person to recover from the shock. Lei Guangyan also looked at the situation on the high platform with shock. Although he had already understood the level of Jiang Chen's enchantment for a long time, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to compete with his true brother Ao Tiankui. This guy is really a monster. I didn't expect his strength to be so strong. It seems that even if I didn't make a move last time, Dongfang Hao was not his opponent at all. Lang Tianan watched the fight between the two Jiang Chen, a look of surprise flashed in his cold eyes. Originally, he was ready to save Jiang Chen from defeat, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so strong. He even has a feeling. Ao Tiankui, the 5 true disciple of Taishu sect, might really be planted in Jiang Chen's hands this time. Ao Tiankui, it seems that you, the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect, are nothing more than that. Do you have any means, just show it. Otherwise, today you will really be expelled from the 5 true disciples of Taishu sect. When everyone was overwhelmed by the scene before them, Jiang Chen's faint chuckle also rang in the air. It's just taking my 2 tricks. You really think you are invincible? If you want me to be removed from the true disciple, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Ao Tiankui's expression was cold, and his figure burst out again facing Jiang Chen. The bodies of the two collided again, and 2 fists, as hard as steel, fought continuously in midair. The sound of metal crashing in the air was endless, shaking everyone's hearts. Ao Tiankui banged more than 10 punches against Jiang Chen, and realized that he hadn't been able to get the slightest bargain from Jiang Chen, and his expression instantly became extremely difficult to look at. 2 virtual war shadow. Ao Tiankui shouted angrily, and the 99 Taishu war shadows swept out instantly. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he also showed Taishu Zanying to collide with Ao Tiankui. Jiang Chen, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to fight with me to such a degree. But this battle is also time to end. Ao Tiankui stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Seeing his palms closed, nearly half of Taishu Zanying instantly sank into his body. Ao Tiankui's figure skyrocketed 3 feet again, like a golden giant standing proudly in front of Jiang Chen. His extremely cold voice also spread in midair instantly. Jiang Chen, you can push me to such a point, it's enough to be proud. Next, let you see the power of the heavenly grade martial arts Taishu combat body. Chapter 519. Taishu combat body, shocked the audience. Taishu fighting body. Ao Tiankui has actually realized the Taishu fighting body of heavenly martial arts. It deserves to be Taishuzong's first body cultivation genius. It's really awesome. Everyone looked at Ao Tiankui, who was soaring again on the high platform, with incredible exclamations. Even the 4 true disciples who had occupied the last 4 Tianlong terraces next to them had a shocked look in their eyes. 2 Virtual combat body. This is the only martial art of Taishuzong, and its power is naturally beyond doubt. Since Taishuzong's generation of Tianjiao Shixingqi was born 30 years ago, no one has successfully cultivated Taishu combat body. They obviously did not expect it. Ao Tiankui actually realized the Taishu combat body. Without Tiankui's strength at the pinnacle of the Kaiyuan 9 layers, coupled with the terrifying heaven-rank martial arts Taishu combat body, he can almost sweep any Kaiyuan realm warrior. Even if it was them, facing the Ao Tiankui who used the Taishu combat body, I am afraid they would have to be afraid at 3 points. Yes, this kid Tian Kui really didn't disappoint me. He has already realized the essence of a virtual combat body. Looking at Ao Tiankui below, the 4th Elder Mo Jun also showed a faint smile on his face. Now Ao Tiankui has realized the embryonic form of Taishu combat body. It won't take long for Ao Tiankui to comprehend the complete celestial martial arts Taishu combat body, thus ascending the throne of the first true disciple. At that time, his position in Taishuzong will become more stable. Even the successor to the next Taishu sect sovereign is not without a chance. When Ao Tiankui used Taishu combat body to shock everyone, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He curled his mouth, and a faint chuckle sounded in the air. Ao Tiankui, you just comprehend the fur of the Taishu combat body. Just your half-slapped Taishu battle body, even 1/10 of the Taishu battle body can't compare to it, so I am embarrassed to show off here. Jiang Chen's faint laughter also caused another uproar in the square. He didn't even put out Tiankui, who had displayed the Taishu combat body, in front of him. Although my Void War body is not really a true Void War body, it is more than enough to clean up you. Ao Tiankui smiled sternly. His tower-like tall body suddenly exploded with a shocking force, and the huge force waved with his fist, suppressing Jiang Chen like a mountain on top. You want to clean up me with your half-hearted Taishu combat body? You are only insulting yourself when you use the Taishu combat body in front of me. Next, I will let you see what the real Taishu combat body is. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and immediately his palms moved, and all the 99 Taishu war shadows sank into his body. I saw Jiang Chen's body suddenly uplifted by 3 feet, with golden light flowing all over, like a censored of war, exuding a terrifying aura that people dare not look at. They stared at Jiang Chen on the high platform with dull faces, and they looked like a ghost. Jiang Chen also successfully comprehended the celestial martial arts Taishu combat body. Chapter 520. A punch shakes the mountains and rivers. Ao Tiankui gazed at Jiang Chen, who was displaying the Taishu combat body with a dull look, and his mouth couldn't help but let out an incredible roar. Complete Taishu combat body. How could this kid comprehend the complete Taishu combat body? Ao Tiankui knew better than anyone how difficult it was to comprehend the Taishu combat body of the heavenly grade martial arts. Since he cultivated the Taishu War Shadow to the perfect state a year ago, Ao Tiankui has entered the 3rd floor of the Tianwu Temple to understand the Taishu War body no less than 10 times. But even so, he only comprehend the fur of Taishu combat body. The boy in front of him, it took only a few months to enter the Taishu sect's inner gate. Ao Tiankui couldn't believe it anyway. In just a few months, Jiang Chen not only cultivated the Taishu War Shadow to the perfect state, but also successfully comprehended the Taishu War body. There are so many things you think impossible in this world. He looked down at Ao Tiankui condescendingly, and said lightly, "Are you going to roll down by yourself, or do you want me to blow you down? Jiang Chen, don't you want to bluff in front of me? I really don't believe that you can comprehend the complete Taishu combat body in such a short time." Ao Tiankui's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. He saw his tower-like body tighten instantly, and an invisible powerful physical force converged directly on his fist. Success! Ao Tiankui roared grimly, and the fist that contained monstrous power once again slammed Jiang Chen. It seems that you can't cry without seeing the coffin. In that case, let you see the true power of the Taishu combat body. Jiang Chen shook his head, and swiped his huge golden fist directly at Ao Tiankui through the air. A faint soft shout also came from Jiang Chen's mouth in an instant. I saw a violent tremor in the space within a few meters in front of Jiang Chen, causing Ao Tiankui's bursting figure to stop instantly. And at the moment when Ao Tiankui's figure stagnated, an invisible force of terror spooked out of Ao Tiankui's chest, and hit Ao Tiankui's chest hard. Ao Tiankui's face suddenly paled, and a censored mist burst out of his mouth immediately, and the whole person fell to the bottom of the Tianlong platform in embarrassment. My goodness, he actually defeated Ao Tiankui, one of the 5 true disciples. This is too scary. Whether it was the other disciples on the Tianlong platform, or the crowd on the square, they all showed incredible horror. Jiang Chen, he is still a newcomer who has entered the inner gate for less than a year. But just such a newcomer has grown to such a terrifying point in such a short time. Not only did his physical training strength rival that of Ao Tiankui, he even mastered the Taishu combat body, which had not been successfully comprehended for 30 years by Taishuzong. Such a terrifying talent directly crushed the true disciple Ao Tiankui into scum. This kid, what kind of evildoer is he? Boy, compete with each other, you will be a bit too vicious next time. Just when everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's powerful strength, a ghostly black shadow fell from the sky and instantly stabilized Ao Tiankui's figure in the air. The terrifying coercion spread directly on the Tianlong terrace where Jiang Chen was located. Chapter 521, Dan Tang Hall Master Xiao Duli. The sudden terror pressure also caused Jiang Chen's eyes to shrink suddenly. With a move of his mind, the sword intent of the 2 great achievements rose into the sky, and directly collided with the terrifying coercion that swept through invisibly. Jiang Chen's figure trembled, and the whole person stepped back 10 steps. He forcibly suppressed the churning aura in his body, staring straight at the black shadow that descended on the heavenly stone terrace, and the faint sneer sounded instantly in the air. 4 elders, what do you mean? The battle between me and Ao Tiankui was nothing more than a normal fight for Tianlongtai. Ao Tiankui was defeated in my hands. It was because he was inferior to others. Wouldn't it be possible that the 4 elders had to take action personally to find a place for him? My day, can anyone tell me if this Tamar is true or not? Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to resist head-on in the face of the coercion of the 4th elder, everyone directly fell into a complete sluggish state. 4th elder Mo Jun, this is one of the 5 great divine sea realm powerhouses of Taishu sect. Not only did this kid dare to resist, but he also sneered openly. Crazy. This Tamar is too crazy. What I want to do, but it's not your turn for a little boy to tell me. Relying on your own talent, you understand that you are too virtual, and you want to harm your fellow students. Such an unrighteous person will only be a scourge to stay, how can I forgive you? The 4th elder Mo Jun looked cold. Seeing that he held his palm, a terrifying force of space emerged from Jiang Chen's body, directly confining Jiang Chen's figure. This Jiang Chen's talent is too enchanting. The existence of this son has completely affected his next plan. He would never allow Taishu sect to have such a terrifying evildoer. It was seen that the 4th elder Mo Jun really wanted to attack him. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed, and a few crazy expressions flashed in his eyes. Just when he was about to fight back with all his strength, an invisible force suddenly descended from the sky, directly shattering the spatial force of the 4th elder confining Jiang Chen. A faint chuckle also came slowly from the sky. Mo Jun, I said that you are one of the 5 great divine sea realm powerhouses in Taishu sect anyway, and you are embarrassed to bully an inner sect junior. It is not ashamed, not to mention, my Xiao Duli's disciple, you can't be bullied if you want to. With this faint laughter fell. I saw a middle-aged Xingyi fluttering from the sky, and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Dan Tang Hall Master Xiao Duli. Seeing this middle-aged Xingyi suddenly appeared, Jiang Chen's eyes also flashed a strange look. Xiao Duli, what are you doing here? Mo Jun coldly snorted. Don't forget the original agreement. You have no right to interfere with my 2 Zuzong's affairs. I'm not interested in interfering with your Taishuzong affairs. Xiao Duli curled his lips in disdain. He looked at Mo Jun faintly, and said domineeringly, but Jiang Chen is my disciple. If anyone dares to hurt his hair, then I should blame me for being polite. Xiao Duli, do you really think I'm afraid that you won't succeed? Mo Jun's face was cold, and the terrifying aura of the powerhouse of the divine sea realm also burst out of him instantly. Chapter 522, Xiao Duli accepts disciples. Xiao Duli, because you have refined a lot of pills for Taishu sect over the years, I don't want to do it to you. You leave here now, maybe it's still too late. Mo Jun stared sharply at Xiao Duli. Although Xiao Duli had a mysterious origin, He was an alchemy master of the late 7th stage. But Mo Jun really didn't believe that Xiao Duli was able to fight the entire Taishu sect with his own power. It's just a mere cultivation base of Shanghai First Heavy, and I dare to do it in front of me. I want to see, the person Xiao Duli wants to protect, who can hurt his hair in front of me. Xiao Duli laughed disdainfully, and a breath of weather that was several times stronger than Mo Jun also radiated from him instantly. Shanghai Quadruple. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Duli's body, Mo Jun's expression changed drastically, and there was an inconceivable horror in his eyes. Mo Jun didn't expect it. This mysterious man who lived in Taishu sect was not only an alchemy master in the late 7th stage, but even his martial arts cultivation reached such a terrifying level. Although their Taishu sect has 5 powers in the Divine Sea Realm, even the supreme master of the Taishu sect with the strongest cultivation base is only the strength of the Shanghai Triple Peak. The powerhouse of Shanghai 4 layers. This is almost enough to dominate the northern wilderness. Thinking that he was delusional to start with Xiao Duli, a pale expression appeared on Mo Jun's face. With the strength of his own Shanghai First Heavy, starting with Xiao Duli is no different from sending death. Mr. Xiao, I don't know what caused you to make such a fuss. Just as Mo Jun was struggling to ride a tiger in his heart, when he didn't know what to do, a faint chuckle suddenly resounded across the sky. An old man in a green robe also appeared in midair instantly. The green-robed old man who suddenly appeared was no one else, but the great elder Pang Shou who Jiang Chen had a relationship with. Pang Shou was originally discussing the recovery of the Blood Demon Temple with several other elders, but suddenly he sensed that the breath of 2 powers of the Divine Sea Realm suddenly broke out. Pang Shou didn't dare to neglect, and hurried over to the place where the breath was emitted. Especially when he saw Mo Jun actually confronting Xiao Duli, he didn't dare to hesitate for a while, and quickly jumped out of the void. As for Xiao Duli's details, Pang Shou knew better than anyone. If you really angered this guy, the consequences would not be something that Taishu Zong could bear. Great Elder, this is how things are. Jiang Chen didn't wait for Xiao Duli to speak, but walked forward and explained what had happened just now. Mo Jun, I asked you to host the battle for the top rankings for me, how did you host it? The 5 great elders of Taishu Zong, whose skills are not as good as others, are so embarrassed to take action for your disciple. You really let me down. Hearing Jiang Chen's narration, Pang Shou's expression became extremely gloomy. I really can't preside over this day's ranking competition. Next, you should preside over it, the great elder. Mo Jun let out a cold snort, and immediately took out Tiankui who was unconscious, and disappeared in a flash. Xiao Duli didn't bother to pay attention to Mo Jun's departure. His slightly smiling gaze also fell on Jiang Chen instantly. Little guy, your talent should not be buried in this remote northern wasteland. Would you like to worship me as a teacher and let me see the wider world? Chapter 523, comparable to the 4-fold divine refining clone of Ning Dan. Jiang Chen stared at Xiao Duli in a daze, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't think about it. The Hall Master of Taishu Zong Pil Hall, Xiao Duli, is not only the alchemy master of the late 7th stage, but also martial arts cultivation has reached such a powerful level. What shocked Jiang Chen even more? Listening to Xiao Duli's tone, he was obviously not from the northern wilderness, but from the wider world outside the Shenwu continent. Disciple Jiang Chen, meet master. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then solemnly bowed to Xiao Duli. Xiao Duli has an extraordinary background and a mysterious identity, and he has a very strong strength in Dandao martial arts. Moreover, in order to accept him as a disciple, Xiao Duli did not hesitate to openly hostile Taishu Zong. With this sincerity alone, Jiang Chen couldn't refuse Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also very moved by Xiao Duli's words. With the system in place, Jiang Chen didn't need much guidance in his cultivation. Jiang Chen has never been a person willing to be ordinary. Now someone wants to take him to see the wider world beyond the northern wilderness, why would Jiang Chen refuse? Xiao Duli laughed loudly. As soon as his palm moved, a crystal ball radiating cyan light appeared in his palm. Good apprentice, this is a divine refining clone made for the teacher, and it is strong enough to match the strength of the 4-fold pill. I didn't prepare any gifts for the teacher today, so let this divine refining clone give you self-defense. Seeing that Xiao Duli gave Jiang Chen a divine refining clone that was enough to rival the 4-layered pill, everyone couldn't help showing envy in their eyes when looking at Jiang Chen. Thank you, master. Jiang Chen respectfully took over the avatar of Shenlian, and he was shocked. I remember that when I met Venerable Blood Cloud in the Cloud Nation, the divine refining clone made by Venerable Blood Cloud was only comparable to Kaiyuan 9 layers. But this master's divine refining clone is actually comparable to a powerful person with the 4 levels of pill. Doesn't this mean that the strength of his own master has far surpassed Venerable Blood Cloud, the powerhouse of the divine sea realm who was once famous in the Northern Desolation? Since you and I are a master and apprentice, you don't have to be polite. I will leave after 3 months as a teacher. If you have anything else to do as soon as possible, I am waiting for you in Taishu sect. Xiao Duli's faint laughter fell, and immediately disappeared in front of Jiang Chen with a flash of figure. Seeing that Jiang Chen was accepted as a disciple by Xiao Duli and would be taken away by Xiao Duli in 3 months, Pang Shou's old face also showed a look of regret. Jiang Chen's martial arts talent is close to demon, even in the 1000-year history of Taishuzong, it is one of the few existence. As long as Jiang Chen is given decades of time, he is bound to become the top powerhouse in the Northern Wilderness and even rewrite the pattern of the 3 sects in the Northern Wilderness. But such a peerless genius, he just missed Tai Zuzong. Pang Shou sighed softly in his heart, and immediately left his happy thoughts, and began to continue to support the battle for the top rankings. Now for the second round of the battle for the top ranking. All the disciples who occupy the Tianlong Terrace have a chance to challenge the higher Tianlong Terrace. Whoever wants to attack the higher Tianlong platform, please report yourself. As soon as Pang Shou said this, everyone recovered from the shocking scene before, and once again focused their eyes on the battle for the sky list. And some people on the Tianlong stage who felt that they had the ability to attack higher positions became eager to move around. Chapter 524, Jianyi Double Perfection. Tianlong Valley. This is a forbidden area that Taishuzong only opened once in 5 years. Every time the Tianlong Valley opens, these 20 Tianlong platforms prepared for the Tianban disciples will give birth to a mysterious power after 5 years of precipitation. This kind of power can greatly enhance the strength of the Tianban disciples in a short time, and the higher the Tianlong Tai, the stronger the power it contains. Even when you are lucky, you can get the inheritance of a certain ancestor of Taishu sect. None of the Tianban disciples occupying the Tianlong Terrace naturally hoped to send an impact to a higher position. Under the auspices of the great elder Pang Shou, the second round of the Tianban competition was carried out very quickly. Many of the lower-ranked Tianban disciples have issued challenges one after another, and the battle situation appeared extremely fierce. It's just that this fierce battle is only limited to the 10 or so lower Tianlong terraces. As for the position of Jiang Chen and their 5 true disciples, no one cares at all. Even the 3 sons of the inner door were not challenged. Only one of the top 10 inner disciples challenged Leng Tianan deadly, but was solved by Leng Tianan, and no one dared to take advantage of the next 9 positions. The second argument for the battle for the rankings has finally come to an end. The battle for the top ranking is over. Now I will open Tianlongtai, and all of you will be baptized with the power of Tianlongtai. What kind of opportunities you can get under the baptism of Tianlongtai's power depends on your good fortune. Pang Shou's eyes swept over Jiang Chen's 20 people one by one, and the faint voice resounded in midair instantly. He saw his palms transform into a weird gesture in midair, and immediately slapped a palm towards the center of the square. As Pang Shou's palm fell, the 20 Tianlong stations all trembled violently at this moment. The dragon patterns around the 20 Tianlong platforms all exudes different degrees of light. These mysterious rays of light, from bottom to top, quickly wrapped up the 20 Tianban disciples on the Tianlong platform. Is this the baptism of Tianlongtai? Sooner or later, I will become a disciple of the Tianban. Countless people looked at the Tianbang disciples who were being baptized by Tianlongtai, with envy, jealousy and hatred in their eyes. The baptism of Tianlongtai, this is the opportunity that every Taishuzong disciple dreams of. Every disciple of the Tianban who accepts the baptism of Tianlongtai will rise in strength. Some people even got the inheritance of Taishuzong's ancestors by chance, and since then they have grown into a peerless powerhouse famous in the northern wilderness. How can such an opportunity not make them envy and jealous? Look at it, Zhang Yang, who is ranked 5th in Nei, has broken through the late stage of Kaiyuan 9th layer. There is also Dongfang Hao, one of the 3 sons of the inner door, who is the true intention of the fire in the realm of breaking through the 2 major achievements. Fuck, the vitality of the heavens and the earth within a radius of 100 meters has been aroused. Is this true disciple who wants to break through the condensed pill realm? As the mysterious power of Tianlongtai appeared, the successive visions stunned everyone in an instant. On the fifth to last Tianlong stage, Jiang Chen shrouded in the mysterious light of Tianlong platform, and a strange message appeared in his mind ghostly. A sweet reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! You receive the sword will practice experience taught by the strong swordsman, and gain experience 30,000*100. Ding! Your sword intent has broken through the realm of double perfection. Chapter 525, The True Meaning of Martial Arts is Greatly Advanced. WHH. Wow. Who broke through this? What a terrifying sword intent. This sword intent seems to be emanating from Jiang Chen's Tianlong platform. The sword intent is double perfect, and his sword intent has broken through to the realm of double perfect. Everyone stared at the Tianlong terrace where Jiang Chen was, and there was an unprecedented shock in their eyes. They never expected it anyway. Jiang Chen is not only talented in physical cultivation to the extreme, but his understanding of the true meaning of martial arts is also so terrifying. The true meaning of martial arts in the realm of double perfection. Even if the entire Taishu sect can comprehend the true meaning of martial arts to this point, I am afraid it can be counted with one hand. Just when everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen or Zong's full sword intent, another strange message suddenly disappeared into Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You receive the experience of fist and enlightenment, gain experience 10,000*100. Ding! Your fist will break through the double. As the prompt sound in his mind fell, Jiang Chen's aura suddenly changed, and his double fist intent burst out. My God! Jiang Chen's fist has broken through again. Seeing that the sword intent of Jiang Chen's double perfect realm had just dissipated, and the double fist intent radiated again, everyone was shocked and opened their mouths. It's not that they haven't seen a genius who understands the true meaning of two kinds of martial arts. But Jiang Chen's two martial arts' real meanings have broken through the dual realm. This is definitely the first one they have seen in history. Before everyone could recover from Jiang Chen's double fist, Jiang Chen's momentum suddenly changed. The true meaning of the fire realm of the double realm radiated from Jiang Chen's body. Everyone gazed at the scene in front of them with dull eyes, and the whole person was completely petrified, as if he had seen a ghost. This kid has actually realized the true meaning of martial arts in three dual realms. Exaggeration. This Tamar is too exaggerated. The thing that shocked them is far from over. Jiang Chen's dual fire Dao true meaning did not last long before it changed again, and the dual wind Dao true meaning radiated from him. Another dual realm of martial arts true meaning. There was a fierce twitch in everyone's heart, and even their expressions were shocked and a little numb. Jiang Chen ignored the shocked and numb expressions of everyone. I saw that the true meaning of martial arts in his body continued to change, and the true meaning of Thunder Dao of Zhang Shaocheng permeated his body. The baptism of Taishuzong's Tianban disciples is really a rare opportunity. Feeling the huge benefits that he had gained under the mysterious power of Tianlongtai, Jiang Chen's eyes also showed an expression of joy. In less than half an hour, the 5 true meanings of martial arts he had comprehended had all been improved to varying degrees. This time the baptism of Tianlongtai directly brought his martial arts true meaning to a complete advancement. I am not dreaming of this Tamar. Everyone saw Jiang Chen burst out of 5 double realms of martial arts true meaning. Almost all of them couldn't believe his eyes. It is enough for one person to comprehend the 5 true meanings of martial arts, and all the 5 true meanings of martial arts have broken through the dual realm. In this world, how could there be such a terrible evildoer? Chapter 526, I will be there on time for the 3 congresses. This son is really a stunning wizard that has never been seen in a million years. Grand Elder Pang Shou looked at Jiang Chen below, and his muddy old eyes also revealed unprecedented shock. One person understands the 5 true meanings of martial arts, and each of them has reached the dual realm. Especially the sword intent in it has reached the dual perfection realm, which is only one step away from the sword intent triple realm. Such an evil genius. Don't say that their Taishu Zong has never appeared before. I am afraid that even in the entire northern wilderness, it is unique. Although Pang Shou was shocked by Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent that has been rare in thousands of years, he did not have any thoughts of keeping Jiang Chen in his heart. Jiang Chen is a peerless evildoer who will not be born for 10,000 years. He is destined not to belong to the northern wilderness, nor is it something Taishu sect can keep. Jiang Chen has been adopted as a disciple by Xiao Duli, and their Taishu sect has no strength to compete with Xiao Duli for Jiang Chen. Tianlongtai baptism is also quickly coming to an end. And Jiang Chen became the biggest winner without exception, and the most dazzling existence of Tianlongtai this time. Even if Luo Tianshu, the first true disciple of Taishu sect, successfully broke through the pill condensation realm, he was still covered by the dazzling light from Jiang Chen. After receiving the baptism of Tianlongtai, Jiang Chen did not stay too much on the Tianlong platform. He floated directly from the Tianlong platform, and then walked outside the Tianlong Valley under countless shocking gazes. In 3 months, he will leave Beiwang with Xiao Duli to see the wider world outside. Before leaving the northern wilderness, Jiang Chen naturally had to go back to Daxia country first. Just as Jiang Chen jumped off the Tianlong platform, the old voice of the great elder Pang Yu rang in Jiang Chen's ears. He looked back at the Pang Shou who stepped slowly from the void, and asked with a puzzled look, "What else is the great elder?" "Jiang Chen, congratulations on becoming Mr. Xiao's disciple. You are a dragon, now with Mr. Xiao's help, you are destined to fly into the sky in the future. No matter what, you are still a disciple of my Taishu sect. Before you leave Taishu sect, the old man has a merciless request, and I hope you can agree." Grand Elder Pang Shou said to Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. "The great elder wants me to participate in the 3 sects of the northern wilderness in a month, right?" The great elder nodded and said, "The 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness Association will take place. For a long time, even though the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness have joined forces to control the Northern Wilderness because of the existence of the Blood Demon Palace. But the 3 cases are also competing with each other. In order not to affect the alliance of the 3 sects, Sanzong planned the 3 sects confederation once every 5 years, through which the strength and resources of the 3 sects were divided. In the past 2 decades, Tai Zuzong has not produced any enchanting genius, and its strength has always been the bottom of the 3 sects. And Jiang Chen in front of him undoubtedly gave him a glimmer of hope. Grand Elder, rest assured, I will be there on time for the 3 martial arts in a month." Jiang Chen nodded and assured Pang Shou. The 3 sects Huiwu, this was a grand event held every 5 years in the northern wilderness. Jiang Chen did not intend to miss it. His maid, Meng Qingxie, has always been in Tianyazong. Jiang Chen also took the opportunity of the 3 sects Huiwu to bring Meng Qingxie back from the Tianyu sect. Chapter 527, Great Sha Kingdom Changed. Leaving Tianlong Valley, Jiang Chen cleaned up briefly, and then called Lei Guangyan and Lin Tianzong over. He gave the remaining honor points to the 2 of them, and asked them to take care of Lei Haokong and the others outside. After arranging everything, Jiang Chen said goodbye to Lei Guangyan and directly flew towards the Great Sha Kingdom on the Fire Lin Beast. Since the Fire Lin Beast awakened last time, it had gained a new ability to walk in the air. Moreover, the speed at which it walks in the air is not inferior to some 4th-rank bird monsters. It is also because of the existence of the fire monster. This time, the time it took Jiang Chen to return from Taishu sect to Daxia Kingdom was almost cut in half. Jiang Chen's fire beast appeared hundreds of miles away from the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom. In order not to cause unnecessary troubles, Jiang Chen planned to find a secluded place to descend, collect the fire beast and enter the imperial city on foot. But at this moment, a cold stern shout came suddenly from the forest in front of him. "Sha Dongwang, your strength is one of the few in the royal family, so why bother to sell Sha Zan? Today's Great Sha Kingdom is already the world of my lord Sha Lin. As long as you obediently surrender, you will still be the elder of the Great Sha Kingdom's royal family, with endless glory and wealth. Now I give you the last chance, whether to surrender to my lord, or to be buried with Sha Zan, you choose." The voice from the mountains and forests below also caused Jiang Chen's expression to change slightly. When he was in the Great Sha Kingdom, he was the 3rd Prince Sha Zan who won the Emperor's assessment, and Sha Zan also successfully inherited the throne of the Great Sha Kingdom. He had only left Daxia for more than half a year, and the eldest Prince Sha Lin actually seized the throne of Sha Zan. Behind Sha Zan is the support of the old Sha Huang Shachong. And the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, which is close to him, will definitely support Sha Zan. According to common sense, it was almost impossible for Sha Lin to seize the throne of Sha Zan. But this almost impossible thing has happened now. Jiang Chen looked gloomy. What he most urgently needs now is to know what has happened in the Great Sha Kingdom in the past 6 months. How could such a change occur? Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly instructed the Fire Lin Beast to rush down towards the forest 100 meters away. Only for a moment, Jiang Chen appeared above the forest. He swept his eyes, and found Sha Dongwang's figure in a clearing in the forest. I saw Sha Dongwang leaning on a huge rock with his back, a golden robe that had been dyed red with blood, and his whole body was disheveled, looking extremely embarrassed. Around Sha Dongwang, a group of menacing men in black surrounded him. Sha Dongwang, I will give you 5 minutes to think about it. If you don't choose to surrender after 5 minutes, this will be your burial place. The first black-clothed man who had reached the 7th stage of Kaiyuan's aura stared at Sha Dongwang, his whole body exuding cold-killing intent. If you want me to surrender to him, go dream. Sha Dongwang sneered disdainfully. Even if I die, Sha Dongwang will not surrender to a brute who openly murdered his father for the throne and took refuge in the Blood Demon Palace. Old man, since you must die, then I will fulfill you. The headed man in black looked cold and waved his hand. Do it, kill him for me. Chapter 528, Taishuzong Disciple, Jiang Chen. Following the order of the black man fell. A group of people in black waved their palm weapons and slayed Sha Dongwang aggressively. You have to pay a heavy price if you want my Sha Dongwang's life. Looking at the group of people in black who had killed him, Sha Dongwang's muddy old eyes couldn't help flashing a hideous look. Just when he was about to explode his dantian and drag a few people in black to bury him with him, a figure that made him a little familiar appeared in front of him ghostly. Jiang Chen, why are you here? Sha Dongwang looked at Jiang Chen in front of him in disbelief. Jiang Chen faintly smiled, and said, I have left Daxia for half a year. I wanted to come back and have a look, so I came back. Jiang Chen, you shouldn't be back at this time. The eldest Prince Sha Lin took refuge in the Blood Demon Temple for the throne, and with the help of a Blood Demon Palace powerhouse, killed Lao Sha Huang. Now Daxia Kingdom is almost under Sha Lin's world. You immediately return to Taishuzong, report this to Taishuzong, I will hold them. Sha Dongwang quickly said with an anxious expression. The current situation in the Great Sha Kingdom can only be solved by the powerhouse of Taishuzong. Seeing Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, the black-clothed man who was headed across from him narrowed his eyes and sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. Taizuzong Disciple, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Taishu sect's territory, but it is not your turn to go wild. Give you a chance and stop by yourself. This kid turned out to be a disciple of Taizuzong. Hearing Jiang Chen's answer, the black-clothed man's expression suddenly changed. It is impossible for Taishuzong to know everything that happened recently in the Great Sha Kingdom. How could Taishuzong disciples suddenly appear in the Great Sha Kingdom? Ha ha. A little boy who dares to be arrogant in front of me. I don't care who you are. Since you like to be nosy, then I will send you to the funeral of this old guy. The black-clothed man smiled sorrowfully. Give me your best effort and send them to Wangquan as company. Taizuzong is thousands of miles away from Daxia Kingdom, and the news here has been completely blocked by them. It is impossible for Taizuzong to know about Daxia Kingdom so quickly. If this kid is a disciple of Taishuzong, in order to avoid the leakage of the news, he will even keep this kid behind. Although Taizuzong's disciples are all peerless geniuses selected from a million, the boy in front of him is after all a hairy boy who is less than 20 years old. He really didn't believe that he couldn't even deal with such a hairy boy. Jiang Chen, leave it to me here, you go. Seeing the group of people in black who were killed again, Sha Dongwang's expression suddenly changed. He was about to reverse his meridian and explode his dantian, but Jiang Chen pressed his shoulder. Elder Sha, just a few small trash fish, but you don't need to work so hard. After I solve them, I will tell you the old times again. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and immediately disappeared in the same place in a flash. Haven't waited for Sha Dongwang's reaction. I saw one of the men in black, who was aggressive, and fell to the ground with a thud. Then, there was a second and a third. It took less than a minute. The 5 black clothes had all fallen to the ground and turned into cold corpses. Sha Dongwang looked at the scene in front of him with a shocked face, and the whole person was petrified in an instant. Chapter 529. Go into the Imperial City to save people. Sha Dongwang's eyes were dull, and he couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. These people in black who chased him were all martial artists who had reached the Kaiyuan realm. One of them has the strength of Kaiyuan quadruple, and he will not be inferior to him in the peak state. But such a group of Kaiyuan realm warriors were all solved by Jiang Chen with a single sword, like cutting melons and vegetables. Sha Dongwang couldn't imagine. In just over half a year, Jiang Chen has grown to such a strong point. Boy, I didn't expect you to have some strength. I underestimated you. Those who dare to kill me, I will make you pay a heavy price for it. Seeing that some of his subordinates were easily dealt with by Jiang Chen, the man in black looked cold. As soon as the sole of his foot moved, he directly brought a powerful, censored energy and patted Jiang Chen quickly. Only the strength of Kaiyuan 7th layer, you want me to pay the price, are you worthy? Jiang Chen gave the man in black contemptuously. His eyes condensed in vain, and the sharp double-épée sword intent instantly locked the figure of the black-clothed man. The figure of the black-clothed man trembled, and the figure that rushed towards Jiang Chen was as if he had been subjected to a fixation method, and it directly stiffened there. You actually realize the sword intent of the double realm. The black-clothed man's complexion suddenly turned pale, his eyes also showed an unprecedented look of horror. With a movement of his mind, an invisible sword aura cut through the space instantly, piercing through the throat of the man in black. The black-clothed man suddenly turned black, and fell directly toward the ground. Seeing that Jiang Chen easily solved the man in black with the Kaiyuan 7th layer in front of him with just one thought, Sha Dongwang couldn't help taking a breath. The martial artist of Kaiyuan 7th layer, this has been regarded as a powerful person on the famous side in Daxia Kingdom. But such a character can't even stop Jiang Chen from thinking. How terrifying is Jiang Chen's strength now? Elder Sha, tell me about the current situation of Daxia Kingdom. Just when Sha Dongwang's heart was shocked, Jiang Chen's faint laughter rang in his ears. Sha Dongwang took a deep breath and quickly told Jiang Chen about the current situation of Daxia Kingdom. Since Sha Lin conspired to rebel a few days ago, the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom has become a mess. Lao Shahuang was greatly reduced by Sha Lin's secret calculation, and was subsequently harmed by the condensation realm of a blood demon palace next to Sha Lin. After the fall of the old Emperor Sha, Sha Lin quickly defeated Sha Zan and seized Sha Zan's position. Now the entire imperial city of Great Sha Kingdom has basically been controlled by Sha Lin. Only the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce was still contending with Sha Lin and rescued Sha Zan to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Now Sha Lin is launching a fierce attack on the headquarters of the Moon-Scared Chamber of Commerce with the help of the powerhouse of the Blood Demon Hall. The Moon-Scared Chamber of Commerce is already in danger. People from the Blood Demon Palace appear frequently. It seems that the Blood Demon Palace that has disappeared in the northern wilderness for a period of time is really about to make a comeback. Hearing Sha Dongwang's narration, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed Guanghua and he turned to leave. Jiang Chen, where are you going? Sha Dongwang called out quickly. Of course it is to enter the imperial city to save people. Jiang Chen said lightly, and then strode towards the direction of the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom. Chapter 530. Who dares to stop me, I will kill him. This kid actually wants to single-handedly enter the imperial city to save people. Sha Dongwang's face changed slightly. He quickly stepped forward to stop him and said, Jiang Chen, can't you go to the imperial city now? Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows. Why? Beside Sha Lin, there is a strong man in the 4th stage of pill condensation. Except for the fallen old Emperor Sha, there is no second person in Daxia Kingdom who will be his opponent. Now Sha Lin has almost taken control of the imperial city, and even the 4 great families have chosen to surrender. You go to the imperial city now, it is completely no different from sending you to death. Sha Dongwang said solemnly, the only way to solve the affairs of the Great Sha Kingdom is to notify the Taishu sect and let the powerful Taishu sect come to help. Although Jiang Chen's current strength is very strong, even the martial artist of the Kaiyuan 7th realm can easily kill in seconds. Sha Dongwang didn't think that Jiang Chen had the ability to compete with the powerhouse of Blood Demon in the 4th stage of pill condensation. The distant water cannot save the nearby fire. Even if Taishuzong is notified now, I am afraid it will be too late. I promised Lao Shawang to keep Sha Kingdom and Sha Lin worry-free. Now that Sha Lin and Yuehan Chamber of Commerce are at stake, I will naturally not just sit idly by. What's more, a mere 4-layered martial artist, I may not put him in my eyes. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and his figure disappeared in front of Sha Dongfang in a flash. A mere 4-tiered martial artist, I may not put him in my eyes. Sha Dongwang looked at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared and listened to Jiang Chen's domineering words. His heart was shocked to the extreme. Could it be that Jiang Chen has really grown up enough to compete with the strong people in the 4th stage of pill condensation during the 6 months he went to Taishu sect? This is too scary. Sha Dongwang took a deep breath. If Jiang was really able to contend with that strong bloodline palace, Da Sha Guo would really be saved this time. Sha Dongwang was so excited that he quickly took a deep breath and chased Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen appeared at the north gate of the imperial city of Great Sha Kingdom. The gate of the city, where pedestrians were in an endless stream, seemed very deserted at the moment. Except for the guards on both sides of the city gate, there was almost no one in sight. Jiang Chen swept his gaze over the guards, and immediately walked towards the gate of the city. Boy, Emperor Sha has an order. In the next few days, the imperial city is under martial law, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Seeing Jiang Chen walking towards the gate of the city, the guards couldn't help but sternly shouted at Jiang Chen, "If you don't want to die, you can get me as far away as you can. It's right for me to tell you this sentence. I am going to enter the imperial city now. If you don't want to die, get out of it immediately. Who dares to stop me, I will kill him." Jiang Chen was expressionless, and his faint voice resounded in midair. "Boy, I think you have eaten the courage of the bear-hardened leopard. You dare to openly run wild in the imperial city of Daxia. Since you must die, then we will fulfill you." The few yelled, and immediately drew out their weapons and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's figure flickered, passing through the guards like a butterfly through a flower. The bodies of those guards fell to the ground without warning. After solving a few guards, Jiang Chen entered the imperial city in a flash, and then quickly swept towards the direction of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 531, The Crisis of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. While Jiang Chen entered the imperial city alone, Moonmark Chamber of Commerce headquarters, the Prince Sha Lin was wearing a golden dragon robe, and with a group of majestic golden armored men, surrounded the entire Moonscar Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Beside Sha Lin, a middle-aged man with a gloomy blood cloak stood with his hands on his back, exuding a powerful aura. Sha Lin's eyes were all staring at the old man in Taoist robe in front. The old man in Tao robe stared intensively at the dark yellow light cover that enveloped the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in midair, and kept gesticulating in midair with his hands. "Gongqi, it's been 2 days, how long will it take you to break the guardian array of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce?" Looking at the old man in the Taoist robe who has been silent, Sha Lin finally showed an impatient look on the face he was looking at. "Emperor Sha, don't worry, I have learned this formation in the past 2 days. To get rid of this formation, it's just a matter of flicks." The old man in the robe smiled confidently, and the strange handprints kept hitting the dark yellow mask in midair. With the handprints of the old man in the robes, the dark yellow mask that had been calm in midair suddenly became choppy. I saw that the dark yellow light mask became distorted under the handprints of the old man in the robes, and finally banged into little light and dissipated in the air. "You Kangen, the formation of your Moonscar Chamber of Commerce has been broken by me, so don't you obediently bring Sha Zan to me to lead him to death." Seeing that the guardian formation of the Moonscar Chamber was broken, Sha Lin's proud laughter also rang in the air. As Sha Lin's proud laughter fell, Yu Kangen, the chairman of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce, also slowly walked out with Yu Yongzhou and other senior leaders of the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce. "Sha Lin, are you really a soft persimmon for you to need the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce? When your father, Emperor Shachong, was in power back then, that would give me a bit of face for the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. What kind of thing do you dare to come to my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce?" Yu Kangen snorted coldly, and the disdainful voice rang in Sha Lin's ears instantly. "Yu Kangen, the emperor has no patience to talk nonsense with you. Immediately hand over Sha Zan, and then lead the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce to surrender to me. Perhaps the emperor can forget the blame. Otherwise, I don't mind letting the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce disappear from the Great Sha Kingdom forever." Sha Lin's expression turned cold, and his whole body instantly became murderous. "Sha Lin, you're just a trash who doesn't hesitate to seek refuge in the Blood Demon Palace for the throne, and even openly kills his father." Yu Yongzhou sneered and said, "You rubbish, my Moonmark Chamber of Commerce will disdain to be with you. The emperor gave you the opportunity, but you don't cherish it. If so, then don't blame the emperor for being ruthless." Sha Lin laughed angrily, and then said respectfully to the blood-clothed middle-aged beside him, "Master Shui Xing, please take action to solve them." The blood-robed middle-aged nodded indifferently. He stepped out in one step, and the powerful aura of the condensed core fourth stage instantly surged toward Yu Kangen and others. Facing the terrifying aura of the blood-clothed middle-aged man, Even Yu Kangen, who was also in the condensed pill stage, was shocked and took a few steps back. And Yueyongzhou and the others suffered heavy losses under that huge pressure, and directly spewed out blood. The strong man in the fourth stage of the condensed pill is actually terrifying. Yu Kangen's eyes were extremely solemn. Their moonmark chamber of commerce seems to be really dangerous. Chapter 532, You want to deceive me in Daxia country. Yu Kangen, you can't stop me with your mere strength. If you continue to be obsessed, there will be no Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in Daxia Kingdom after today. The blood-clothed middle-aged man looked down at Yu Kangen and others condescendingly, and the indifferent voice spread slowly in the air. Even if my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce is annihilated today, I won't succumb to you, the remnants of the Blood Demon Palace. Yu Kangen let out a cold snort, and immediately shouted at the three people in Yueyongzhou behind him, 3 elders, end up. With Yu Kangen's voice falling, the 3 elders of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, including Yueyongzhou, quickly appeared in 3 different directions. I saw their gestures change for a while, and an invisible force quickly rushed towards Yu Kangen, making the aura on Yu Kangen's body instantly stronger. A good set of secret methods for combined attacks, but it's a pity that your helper is too weak. If the 3 people behind you have the strength of the pill condensation stage, I might still be afraid at 3 points. Now even if you get their power blessings, there are still ants in front of me. The middle-aged blood-clothed middle-aged looked at Yu Kangen with disdain, and raised his palm even if he shook the space in front of him. The scary blood energy spread out instantly, and a huge, censored, palm shadow patted Yu Kangen. Yu Kangen's expression suddenly changed. He fully urged the vitality of his body and clashed with the blood-colored middle-aged palm shadow. 2 terrifying energies collided instantly in midair, making a loud noise in midair. Under the impact of that terrifying energy, Yu Kangen couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. Since you are so stubborn, then I will ruin your Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Defeating Yu Kangen with a palm, the blood-clothed middle-aged smiled coldly, and the bewitching blood-colored light curtain burst out of his body. I saw the blood-clothed middle-aged figure directly turned into a censored afterimage, appearing in front of Yu Kangen like a teleport. His censored palms slapped Yu Kangen fiercely under the pale eyes of Yueyongzhou and others. Just when the palm of the blood-robed middle-aged man was about to fall, a fierce sword intent seemed to shoot out of the void, and appeared behind the middle-aged in blood without warning. The blood-clothed middle-aged look slightly changed. The palm of his hand shot towards Yu Kangen suddenly turned, and his backhand was a palm that shattered the sharp sword intent behind him. Boy, who are you, dare to take care of my nosy? A palm defeated the sudden double épée sword intent. The middle-aged in blood-clothed turned and looked at the oncoming boy, his eyes condensed slightly. A mere remnant of the blood demon hall of condensation pill quadruple, even dared to blatantly go wild in Daxia country. Are you really deceiving me in Daxia country? The young man walked slowly, and a faint chuckle instantly resounded in everyone's ears. Jiang Chen, brother Jiang Chen has returned from Taishu sect. Seeing this young man who appeared suddenly, Yueyongzhou was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to return to the Great Sha Kingdom at this time. It's true that there is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no way to hell, but you broke in. Shaolin looked at Jiang Chen who appeared in his line of sight, and a grinning smile appeared in his eyes. Today, the Emperor will make you pay a heavy price for everything you have done. Chapter 533, Fight against the 4 powers of Ning Dan. If you make me pay, you deserve it. With me, the throne of the Great Sha Kingdom will only belong to Shah Zhan, and there will be no one. I was able to help Shah Zhan take the throne from you that day, and I can take it back for him today. Jiang Chen glanced at Shaolin contemptuously, his proud voice slowly resounding in everyone's ears. The Emperor wants to see today, how can you regain the throne for Shah Zhan? Shaolin laughed wildly with disdain. He turned his head directly to the middle-aged man in the blood coat and said, Master Shui Xing, this kid is a disciple of Taishu sect. In order to prevent the news from being exposed, please solve him as soon as possible. Boy, it turns out that you are a disciple of Taishu sect. It's no wonder that you can reach this level of strength at a young age. Shui Xing stared at Jiang Chen disdainfully. But, with your strength, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. You, a remnant of the Blood Demon Palace, dare to be so blatant in Taishu sect's territory. In that case, today I will clean out the remnants of your Blood Demon Palace for Taishu. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, his whole person instantly became murderous. A junior from Taishu sect, who dares to speak wild words in front of me is really overwhelming. Let me die. Shui Xing's eyes froze, and a censored palm patted Jiang Chen quickly. The true meaning of duofengdao. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, and he directly used the double wind to avoid Shui Xing's attack. The true meaning of the fire realm of the dual realm was also surging out, instantly defeating the censored palm of Shui Xing. The true meaning of duofengdao, the true meaning of duohuo dao, you really understand the true meaning of martial arts. Seeing that Jiang Chen displayed two dual martial arts in succession, Shui Xing's eyes condensed suddenly. With the addition of the previous sword intent, this kid unexpectedly displayed three different dual martial arts true intent. This kid is really a rare evildoer. I understand more than you think. Since entering Taishu sect, I have never had the opportunity to fight with all my strength. Today, I happen to use you to try it out. It seems that my limit can be reached. Jiang Chen was full of fighting spirit. Seeing his thoughts move, the double fist again whistling out to Shui Xing. Shui Xing was full of blood gleams, and he saw a punch out, which lightly blocked Jiang Chen's double punch. Before he had the slightest chance to breathe, a terrifying double thunder road in midair has already overwhelmingly oppressed him. It seems I didn't make a mistake at the beginning. In just over half a year, brother Jiang Chen's strength has reached such a powerful level. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was facing Shui Xing in the field, it took a while for Yueyangzhou to recover from the shock. When I first met Jiang Chen in Thunderstone City, Yueyang Prefecture was shocked by Jiang Chen's enchanting talent. He also firmly believes that as long as Jiang Chen does not fall, he will definitely become a peerless powerhouse of the famous Great Xia Kingdom in the future. But he still didn't expect it. It only took Jiang Chen a year before he had grown to the point where he could fight against the peerless powerhouses of the 4 levels of pill condensation. Such a terrible growth rate is beyond description. Chapter 534, Jiang Chen's terrifying combat power. This kid is indeed very enchanting. It's just that his cultivation is still in the 9th layer of Kaiyuan, and he finally failed to break through the condensed pill realm. Although he can contend with Shui Xing in a short time by virtue of his various martial arts, it is not easy to defeat Shui Xing. While Yu Kangdan was amazed, a worried look appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen's combat power is very strong, even stronger than his combat power in the first stage of condensed pill. The Shui Xing on the opposite side was not an ordinary pill condensing first stage powerhouse, but a peerless powerhouse who had reached the 4th pill condensing stage. With such strength, apart from Lao Sha Huang Shachong, there is no other person in Daxia country that is his opponent. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen was, it would be almost impossible for Jiang Chen to defeat the powerhouse of the 9th layer of Kaiyuan power with the strength of the 4th layer of pill condensation. President, don't worry. From what I know about brother Jiang Chen, although he has always been confident, he has never been arrogant. Since he dared to say that he would clean up the blood demon hall of Shui Xing on behalf of Tai Shuzong, he would definitely be able to do it. Yueyangzhou is confident and authentic. I am also looking forward to whether this little guy can really create an unprecedented miracle as you said. Hearing Yueyangzhou's confident words, a strange light flashed in Yu Kangdan's eyes. When Yu Kangdan was talking to Yueyangzhou, Jiang Chen's Erlay said to his true meaning, and was once again defeated by Shui Xing's powerful force. Zhang Shaocheng's thunderous real meaning was defeated again. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. The sword intent of the double perfect realm was like a piercing through the void, straight down at Shui Xing. Under the attack of Jiang Chen's second consummation realm, the Shui Xing, who had been as stable as Mount Tai, was finally forced to take 3 steps back. He looked up at Jiang Chen opposite, his eyes also looked shocked. A Maodo boy who was less than 20 years old, not only had his cultivation level reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan, but also realized the 5 different martial arts true intentions to the 2nd level. If you give this kid some time, I'm afraid he will really become a confidant of the Blood Demon Palace. Such an extremely talented genius with the potential to influence the situation of the Northern Wilderness, since he is the enemy of their Blood Demon Palace, he has to kill him in the cradle anyway. With the strength of Kaiyuan 9th layer, I was forced to retreat 3 steps. I didn't expect Tai Zuzong to produce a genius like you. But you have even displayed the strongest sword intent of the dual perfection realm. It must be because of the poor skills of the ass. If you don't have other means, your shocking genius will fall. Shui Xing stared at Jiang Chen faintly, and his indifferent voice resounded in midair instantly. If you want me Jiang Chen to fall here, it depends on whether you have that ability. His body flashed suddenly, and 99 Taishu war shadows raged wildly in midair, and then quickly merged into one. I saw Jiang Chen's figure suddenly skyrocketed, and he was directly transformed into a 3-foot-tall golden giant, which appeared in the eyes of everyone. This is. Seeing the changes on Jiang Chen's body, Shui Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. His unbelievable screams echoed in the air instantly. 2 virtual combat body, you. You actually comprehend the Taishu sect's only celestial martial arts Taishu combat body. Chapter 535, Ants can also send you on the road. Jiang Chen actually understood the legendary martial arts of heaven. Shui Xing's incredible exclamation also caused Yu Kangen and the others to take a breath. A young man under 20 years old not only comprehended the true meaning of the 5 dual realms of martial arts, but even mastered the legendary martial arts of heavenly rank. This guy is really a terrible monster. Come on, let me see how strong the strength of the 4 levels of pill condensation is. Jiang Chen displayed the Taishu combat body, and the war spirit in his eyes was violent. He suddenly squeezed his fist, slamming it at Shui Xing Gaia as fast as lightning. An invisible force of fist, carrying a force of breaking the earth, burst out from the front of Shui Xing in an instant. Tianyu blood shield, congeal. Shui Xing's expression changed. He didn't have time to think about it. He quickly waved his palms, and directly condensed a blood shield exuding a strange light in front of him. The invisible Quan Jin instantly fell on the scarlet light shield, bursting out with a loud noise. The censored light shield became distorted under the impact of Jiang Chen's punch. Click. With a burst of crisp clicks, cracks, visible to the naked eye spread like a spider web on the censored light shield. The censored light shield finally couldn't bear the terrifying power of Jiang Chen's fist, and it broke directly in the air, turning into a bit of blood and dissipating in the air. The blood-colored light shield shattered, and Shui Xing was also embarrassed by the impact of that terrifying force back several meters away, and a touch of red blood was also spurted out of his mouth. Is this the power of heavenly martial arts? Seeing that the dignified 4-tier powerhouse was injured by Jiang Chen's boxing, Yu Yongzhou and others were shocked with their mouths open, and their expressions were shocking. Heavenly grade martial arts, the extremely rare anti-Tian martial arts in Beiwang. Even in the entire northern wilderness continent, only the northern wilderness 3 sects have it. Although Yu Yongzhou and the others also knew that the martial arts of the heavenly rank was very against the sky, they had the terrifying power to kill the enemy. But they still didn't think that heavenly martial arts could be so powerful. A martial artist of the 9th level of Kaiyuan can rely on the heavenly martial arts to severely injure the powerhouse of the 4th level of Pill. This is too scary. The Taishu sect celestial martial arts Taishu combat body really deserves its reputation. It's a pity that with your strength in Kaiyuan 9th layer, even if you have learned the Taishui Wushui combat body, you are still an ant in my eyes. Shui Xing wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his hideous eyes. The 4-tiered powerhouse of his dignified Pill was actually forced to such an embarrassment by a junior of Taishu sect. The enchanting degree of this son is still completely beyond his imagination. If you can't get rid of this kid, once he grows up, it will definitely be a nightmare existence for the Blood Demon Palace. The powerhouses in the 4th stage of the Pill condensation are indeed very strong. From the beginning, I never thought I could defeat you. I just have never met such a strong opponent before, and I want to use you as a sparring partner to see how much my combat power can reach. Now that the sparring is over, let me, the ant, send you on the road. Jiang Chen curled his mouth, and the faint laughter spread in midair in an instant. Shui Xing burst into anger and shouted, and the surging weather breath of the 4th layer of Pill condensation also burst out with full force. Chapter 536. Destroy the 4 powers of condensation Pill. As a blood-clothed deacon in the Blood Demon Palace, Shui Xing was a strong man at the peak of the 9 layers of Pill condensation at his peak. Under the realm of Shanghai, there is almost invincible existence. Although there is still some distance from returning to the peak, it has already recovered to the 4th layer of Pill condensation. And the Tai Zuzong disciple, who hadn't even grown his hair in front of him, even dared not put him in his eyes. That being the case, he let this kid know what a heavy price he will pay if he dares to despise him. Shui Xing is going to be true. I'm afraid Jiang Chen can't stop him alone. Let's help him. Yu Kengan looked at Shui Xing, who burst out with all his strength, and his expression changed slightly. The difference between Jiang Chen and Shui Xing's cultivation level is too great. Although Shui Xing was injured by his heavenly rank martial arts, it is still not easy to defeat him completely. However, Jiang Chen's fighting strength is strong, and as long as they join hands, they may not have the power to fight Shui Xing. Let's take a look first. Brother Jiang Chen has never played an unsure man. Since he said he can solve the problem, he will definitely have a second hand. Jiang Chen faintly looked at Shui Xing, who had turned into anger, and made a full shot, and the corners of his mouth could not help but set off a slight arc. As soon as his palm moved, a crystal ball emitting this blue light appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and decisively activated the crystal ball. I saw the cyan light ball directly transformed into a cyan phantom, which appeared directly above Jiang Chen's head. A faint cold shout also instantly resounded through the world. Who dares to hurt the deity disciple? Seeing the cyan phantom standing proudly on top of Jiang Chen's head, exuding a frightening aura, Shui Xing's eyes suddenly tightened. The divine refining clone of the strong man in the sea realm. And there is still a conscious, God-refining clone who can speak. Such a divine refining clone is definitely not something an ordinary divine sea realm expert can refining. A mere condensed pill quadruple ant, dare to hurt the disciple of the deity, not to die for me. The faint cold snort of the cyan phantom fell, and the palm of the hand was directly facing the space where the blood was located below. I saw the space within a 10-meter radius of Shui Xing's body instantly solidified. Shui Xing's expression was suddenly terrified. He tried his best to break free from the constraints of the surrounding space, but he couldn't move a bit in the solidified space. One trick to imprison the blood. With a flick of the cyan phantom, a palm-sized monster fire cloud shot out at Shui Xing. While the fire cloud is flying at high speed, its volume is also rapidly increasing. When the fire cloud appeared on Shui Xing's head, it had already turned into a huge fire cloud about 3 feet in size. Huo Yun carried a hot breath that burned everything, and under Shui Xing's terrified expression, he instantly drowned his body. The fire cloud is like a huge boulder thrown into the calm lake, and the monstrous fire wave sweeps away in the air. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. Everyone was shocked to discover that the space where Shui Xing was previously located has turned into nothingness under the terrifying fire cloud. Including Shui Xing's body, were all annihilated under the fire cloud. Good apprentice, the northern wilderness has not been calm recently, so be careful. After processing the matter, I will return to Taishu sect as soon as possible. I am waiting for you in Taishu sect. Resolving Shui Xing lightly, the cyan phantom smiled and said to Jiang Chen below, and immediately turned into a little cyan light and dissipated in the air. Chapter 537, I am too dirty to kill you. The cyan phantom just now, is it the legendary avatar of the censored refining? Yueyongzhou stared blankly at the place where the cyan phantom had dissipated, and there was an inconceivable shock in his eyes. A divine refining clone can easily kill the powerhouses in the 4th stage of pill condensation. Is this the power of the divine sea realm? That's right. It's the divine refining clone of the strong man in the divine sea realm. It took a long time for Yu Kengan to recover from the shock. He smiled and looked at Yueyongzhou. Yongzhou, it seems that you, little brother, are very popular with Tai Zuzong. For Taishu sect, Yu Kengan naturally understood something. God-refined clones, such protective treasures, are simply not something that ordinary disciples can get. Jiang Chen was able to obtain the protection of the divine refining clone, and his position in Taishu sect was probably also a very detached existence. It is definitely a great thing for their Moonmark Chamber of Commerce to be able to associate with such a Taishuzong genius. To be honest, although I was very optimistic about brother Jiang Chen at the beginning, I didn't expect him to have grown to this point in just 1 year. Yueyongzhou said in amazement. Making friends with Jiang Chen in Thunderstone City was probably the most correct decision he made in his life. Seeing this scene before him, Sha Lin's face suddenly paled, and his mouth also let out an incredible roar. Since losing to Sha Zan in the last emperor's assessment, Sha Lin has been very unwilling. He always wanted to take the throne back from Sha Zan, but he didn't have any chance. Just when he was about to die, Shui Xing, the pill condensation realm powerhouse of the Blood Demon Palace, suddenly appeared, giving him new hope. According to the plan Shui Xing gave him, he grew up to solve the old Sha Huang Shachong, and then relied on the power of Shui Xing Invincible to successfully regain the throne. Shaolin never thought of it. His throne hadn't been hot yet, but Jiang Chen, the evil star he had hit, suddenly came back. Even if he relied on Shui Xing the most, he became even scum in Jiang Chen's hands in a moment. Everything is over. It seems that the strength of my cheap master is more terrifying than I thought. Seeing that Xiao Duli's divine refining clone easily killed the blood Xing of the fourth layer of Ning Pil, Jiang Chen was also shocked. I remember that in Taishu sect that day, Mo Jun, the fourth elder of Taishu sect, believed that Xiao Duli was the strongest of Shanhai's fourfold. But Jiang Chen had a feeling that his cheap master might not be as simple as Shanhai fourth layer. Jiang Chen, why do you have to have trouble with me? I am the great prince of the great Sha kingdom. I should have inherited the throne of the great Sha kingdom. Why do you have to destroy my good deeds over and over again? Just when Jiang Chen was shocked by the terrifying power of cheap master Xiao Duli, Shaolin's hoarse low roar also rang in his ears. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly. He glanced at Shaolin faintly, entrusted by others, loyal to others. As long as I am with Jiang Chen, the Emperor Sha of the great Sha kingdom will only be Sha Zan. Jiang Chen, what benefits Sha Zan has given you, it is worthy of you to treat him this way. Sha approached and said pleadingly, please don't kill me, support me to be the Emperor of Daxia Kingdom. As long as you can support me, Daxia Kingdom has everything you want, I can give you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. A guy like you, I'm too dirty to kill you. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said faintly, Sha Xuanlai decides your life or death. Chapter 538, Desperate Shaolin. This emperor is the only emperor of the great Sha kingdom. What qualifications does his Sha Zan have to decide my life and death? Shaolin roared grimly. Now everything in the imperial city is under my control, even if you don't want to take away the position of the emperor for Sha Zan. His eyes swept across the group of people behind Shaolin, and the faint voice resounded instantly. I know that many of you surrendered to Shaolin because of the situation. Now I give you a chance, willing to continue to support Sha Zan as Emperor Sha, I can leave the blame for the past. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the crowd behind Shaolin also instantly became agitated. Young Master Jiang, the palace family is willing to respect Sha Zan as the emperor. At this moment, Gong Qi, the formation mage of the palace family, was the first to step forward and said respectfully to Jiang Chen. Shaolin was able to seize the throne in a short period of time, relying on the unmatched power of Shui Xing, a strong blood demon palace. The blood demon hall powerhouse of the fourth level of pill condensation was easily killed by Jiang Chen. The battle for the throne started by Shaolin was completely defeated. Their palace's choice to surrender Shaolin is nothing more than fear of Shui Xing's powerful strength. Now that Xing died, Sha Zan, supported by Jiang Chen, was destined to become the only emperor of the great Sha kingdom. Naturally, their palace family would not follow Shaolin to die. With the precedent of Gong Qi, other people also began to stand up and surface their positions. Young Master Jiang, my Jiang family also supports Sha Zan's re-entry. The same goes for my Zhao family. In less than a moment, the countless imperial forces that succumbed to Shaolin under pressure almost all stayed away from Shaolin. Even several of his trusted confidants had betrayed him without hesitation. Shaolin became a lonely man. Seeing that Jiang Chen disintegrated everything under his control in just one sentence, Shaolin's face turned ashes in an instant, and his whole body collapsed slumped. Jiang Chen didn't bother to look at Shaolin again, turned around and walked towards Yuliangzhou and the others. Brother Jiang Chen, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed. This time, thanks to you coming back in time, otherwise our Moonscar Chamber of Commerce might be in danger. Yuliangzhou looked at the oncoming Jiang Chen and couldn't help but said with a smile on his face. What's more, I am also the catching elder of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce is in trouble, so naturally I will not stand by. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Sha Zan is all right. Don't worry, he is in our Moon-marked Chamber of Commerce. As long as the Moon-marked Chamber of Commerce is not destroyed, nothing will happen to him. Yuliangzhou smiled and said, if Brother Jiang Chen wants to see him, I will take you in. No, now the powerhouse of the Blood Demon Palace has been solved by me, and you can completely handle the affairs of the Imperial City. I still have important things to do, so I won't stay in the Imperial City for a long time. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, he now needs to go back to Lingyun Mansion, and then he has to rush to participate in the martial arts meeting of the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness. Time is running out, and Jiang Chen doesn't plan to waste time here. Brother Yu, goodbye today, I shouldn't be back for a long time. I hope you can take care of everything in Daxia country. Simply greeted Yueyongzhou and the others, and Jiang Chen directly summoned the Fire Lin beast. He jumped onto the fire beast, and then clashed under the shocking gaze of Yigan, turning into a red light and disappearing into the sky. Chapter 539, Maple Leaf City Red House. Lingyun County, outside Kangshan City. Standing on the wide avenue paved with bluestone, Jiang Chen stood in the midst of the flow of people coming and going, feeling deeply in his heart. A year ago, he was just the young master of the Jiang family in Kangshan City. But today, a year later, he has grown all the way into a strong man who can call the wind and rain in the great Sha Kingdom. Even Jiang Chen himself has a dreamlike feeling in his heart. Without a year, Kangshan City seems to have become a lot more prosperous. It seems that the Jiang family has also developed well this year. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and then strode in towards the city gate. Entering Kangshan City, no one in Kangshan City recognized him as the Jiang family patriarch. After all, he has left Kangshan for a whole year. Compared to a year ago, his height and appearance have changed drastically. Following the route in his memory, Jiang Chen strode towards the Jiang family courtyard. Jiang Chen appeared at the gate outside the Jiang family courtyard. When he found the situation at the gate of Yang's house, he couldn't help showing a strange look. As the master of Kangshan City, the Jiang family's position in Kangshan City is superb. On weekdays, if nothing happens, almost no one dares to set foot in Yang's house easily. But now, why are there so many people at the gate of the Jiang family? As Jiang Chen walked towards the gate of Yang's house, his gaze also swept over the figures at the door. These figures are mainly divided into 2 parties. One of them is naturally the Jiang family headed by Jiang Kui. Opposite Jiang Kui and the others, a middle-aged man in a red robe with red hair led a group of people to confront Jiang Kui and the others. Who are these people? They dare to be wild at the door of Yang's house. The middle-aged man in the red robe is Hong Zan, the patriarch of the Red family in Maple Leaf City next door. It is said that Xuankang Mountain has discovered a spar mine. The 2 parties seem to be fighting for control of the spar mine. I heard that the Red family of Maple Leaf City has recently increased in strength, and even has an elder Kei Qing from the Kaiyuan realm. I'm afraid the Jiang family is in trouble this time. Are you from the Red family in Maple Leaf City? Jiang Chen heard the discussion coming from around, and a cold expression flashed in his eyes. Jian Kui, Xuankang Mountain is located between Kangshan City and Maple Leaf City. The spar mine found on Xuankang Mountain this time is not something your Jiang family can do alone. The voice of the Red Fight, the owner of the Red family, was also heard in the court. Jiang Kui looked at Hong Zan faintly. The Hong family, although the spar mine is located in Xuankang Mountain, it is completely within the territory of my Kangshan City. It seems that it is no problem to belong to my Jiang family. Jiang Kui, I am not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. No matter what, the spar mine found in Xuankang Mountain must belong to my Hong family. Hong Zan said coldly, if you really push me into a hurry, the 2 will go to war. At that time, I am afraid your Jiang family will pay a heavy price for this. Jiang Kui frowned slightly. Then I don't know what Patriarch Hong wants. Simple. In order not to hurt the harmony between you and my family, it is better for us to decide the ownership of the spar mine by martial arts. Hong Zan smiled and said, we each sent 3 young geniuses under the age of 20 to compete. Who can win this competition? Who will belong to the Xuankang Mountain Spar? How? Hong Zan, don't deceive people too much. Hearing Hong Zan's words, Jiang Kui's face instantly became extremely difficult to look. Chapter 540, Within 10 breaths, get out of Kangshan City. Jiang Kui was very angry. What is the difference between this test proposed by Hong Zan and the forcible seizure of spar mines from their Jiang family, a year ago? Jiang Chen, the young master of the Jiang family, was born and made the Jiang family the overlord of Kangshan City in one fell swoop. This year, although the Jiang family developed extremely rapidly, there was a fault in the younger generation. Although several good seedlings appeared in the Jiang family, they were still some 12 or 13-year-old teenagers who had not yet grown up. Nowadays, apart from Jiang Xing, the first genius in the Jiang family, there are almost no young disciples who can do well. But Maple Leaf City's Red House is a genius. Red Maple, the first genius of the Red family, has become a genius on the Lingyun list for 1 year after entering Lingyun Wufu. If the young disciples competed to determine the ownership of the spar mine, wouldn't their Jiang family be sure to lose? Jiang Kui, in order not to hurt the harmony of the two families, I kindly played fair with your Jiang family. Why did I deceive others too much? Hong Zan smiled coldly. He looked down at Jiang Kui contemptuously. You should be very clear that even if my Hong family really wants to grab it, your Jiang family's strength can't stop it at all. Great Elder, the Red family now has a Kaiyuan realm powerhouse sitting. Even Lingyun Wufu must be afraid of 3 points. With the current strength of our Jiang family, it is difficult to compete with the Hong family. It's better to give them the spar mine for the time being, and we will talk about everything when the patriarch returns. Hearing Hong Zan's overbearing words, Shui Sha couldn't help whispering beside Jiang Kui. Jiang Kui's eyes were gloomy, just as he was about to speak. Behind Hong Zan, a powerful red-clothed boy flew out directly. Jiang family, send your 3 strongest geniuses to fight with me. As long as one person can beat me, Red Maple, the spar mine in Xuankang Mountain belongs to your Jiang family. Otherwise, you Jiang family will hand over the spar mine obediently. In the arrogant position of the red-clothed boy, his indifferent gaze swept the audience. Red Maple, you don't want to be mad, I will fight you. Seeing that Red Maple didn't put Yang's disciples in his eyes so much, Zhang Xing was also very angry. He stood up directly to face Hongfang. Hey, Zhang Xing, you dare to fight against me with your rubbish, it's just looking for death. Hongfang sneered disdainfully. With a move of his palms, a fiery and domineering innate energy surged out instantly. After just a face-to-face meeting, Zhang Xing was knocked out by Red Maple's palm that contained the true meaning of the fire. Zhang Xing spouted a mouthful of blood, and his eyes looked at Red Maple with a look of incomparable horror. Innate, this Red Maple has actually broken through the innate realm. You Jiang family still have 2 chances, who will come next? Red Maple defeated Zhang Xing with 1 move, and stood in the center of the venue and got up. Looking at the extremely arrogant Red Maple in the field. Whether it is Jiang Kui and other high-level Jiang family members, or the Jiang family disciples behind them, their expressions are ugly to the extreme. Hey, except for Jiang Xing in Kangshan City, you don't even have the courage to fight me. If that's the case, then obediently give in, and then let out the spar mine in Xuankang Mountain. Seeing that there was no one in the Jiang family to fight, Red Maple's disdainful laughter resounded once again. Huh, who said that I have no one in Yang's family? You, the Red House of Maple Leaf City, are not qualified to come to my Jiang's house to go wild. Within 10 breaths, get out of Kangshan City. Just as the Red Maple laughter fell, a faint cold snort also resounded in the air instantly. Chapter 541. I don't follow the rules, so what can you do? The sudden faint voice made everyone in the field startled. A ghostly figure flashed out in front of Red Maple. Seeing this familiar figure that suddenly appeared, Jiang Kui and Shui Xiao were a member of the Jiang family, their eyes could not help showing ecstasy. 1 year later, Jiang Chen, the head of their Jiang family, finally returned to Kangshan City. Boy, who are you? Why bother with my Red family? Red Maple stared at Jiang Chen, who appeared out of thin air in front of him, his eyes condensed slightly. Do not know why, he actually felt a dangerous breath from the mysterious young man in front of him. I am the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over Hongfeng and others, and there was a cold chill in his eyes. Within 10 breaths, you will die if you don't roll. Are you the Jiang Chen who is known as the first genius in Lingyun Wufu? Since I entered Lingyun Wufu, I have heard people mention your name. Today, Red Maple wants to learn something and see if you are as powerful as the rumors. Red Maple's cold voice fell, and his whole body's momentum instantly rose to the extreme. Jiang Chen was expressionless. He didn't bother to pay attention to Red Maple at all, spit out cold numbers in his mouth. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Chen's strong and domineering appearance deeply shocked the hearts of everyone present. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes so much, Red Maple's expression was cold. He quickly waved his palms, and a fiery red innate energy whizzed out at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked indifferently at the oncoming innate energy. It wasn't until Red Maple's innate energy appeared less than 3 feet away from his forehead that Jiang Chen stretched out his palm to hold that innate energy slightly. It's just a moment of time. Red Maple's innate strength was crushed by Jiang Chen's understatement. With the innate strength of crushing red maple with one claw, Jiang Chen waved his palm towards red maple at random. I saw red maple's body trembled, and it fell several meters away like a broken kite. Hongfeng looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that Jiang Chen, a genius who had entered Lingyun Wufu a year earlier, had reached such a terrifying level of strength. With his innate strength, he couldn't even stop Jiang Chen's move. Seeing that Jiang Chen's understatement had severely injured his son Hongfeng, Hong Zan's expression couldn't help but froze. He looked at Jiang Chen and said sternly, "Jiang Chen, your dignified patriarch of the Jiang family, you are so unruly to shoot at a junior regardless of your identity. First, what you just agreed is that the two disciples who are under 20 years old will be sent to compete. I am not even 18 years old this year. It is natural to play for the Jiang family. Second, this is Kangshan City, the site of my Jiang family. Even if I don't follow the rules, what can you do?" Jiang Chen stared at Hong Zan calmly. "You still have almost 5 breaths of time. If you don't get out of Kangshan City, I promise you will regret it for life." When Hong Zan heard Jiang Chen's words, the disdainful laughter spread slowly in midair. Now in Lingyun Mansion, even Lingyun Wu Mansion dare not say that the Red family regrets my life forever. What is your Jiang family? Originally, I wanted to leave a way for you Jiang family to survive. Since you are so innocent, then I don't mind having the Jiang family completely removed from Lingyun Mansion. Chapter 542, No one can stop me from destroying you. Hong Zan's disdainful laughter did not change Jiang Chen's expression at all. He still counted down indifferently. 3, 2, 1. With the cold word falling. As soon as Jiang Chen lifted his palm, a majestic strength rushed out against the Red War. This is the strength of the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse. Could it be that this kid has broken through the Kaiyuan realm? Looking at the oncoming horror power, Hong Zan's pupils suddenly shrank, and the 7 innate true power burst out with all his strength, trying to resist Jiang Chen's vitality. His innate true power was completely vulnerable to Jiang Chen's higher level vitality. His innate true power was swallowed by Jiang Chen's vitality. After Yuan Li swallowed Hong Zan's innate true power, it poured directly into Hong Zan's body. The blood spurted from Hong Zan's mouth frantically, and the whole person had smashed a big hole on the ground several meters away, and there was no more breath. The shocking scene in front of him also made everyone in the field take a breath. Fuck, Jiang Chen is too tough. Hong Zan, patriarch of the Red family, this is an innate 7-fold powerhouse, and Jiang Chen has solved it so lightly. Jiang Chen deserves to be the great man who shocked Kangshan City a year ago. He is really not an ordinary man. It was seen that Jiang Chen was able to kill Hong Zan, the 7 innate 7-fold, in one move. Zhang Kui, Shui Sha and others also recovered from the shock for a while. Although they also knew that Jiang Chen's martial arts talent was very enchanting, they did not expect Jiang Chen to be so enchanting. In this place of Lingyun Mansion, that is definitely one of the few extremely strong people. Jiang Chen, do you dare to kill my father? My Hong family in Maple Leaf City will never be at odds with your Jiang family. You wait for me, I will definitely not let your Jiang family go. Hong Maple roared with a grim face, and immediately picked up Hong Zan's corpse, turning around to leave. Hong Feng had just turned around, but Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Red Maple's expression suddenly changed drastically. I just gave you 10 breaths of time, but you don't cherish it yourself. Now the 10 breaths are over. If you want to leave, you have to ask me if I agree. My Jiang family in Kangshan City is not the place where you can come and leave. Now I give you one last chance to abolish your dantian, and I will spare you not to die. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, his eyes calmly looking down at Hongfeng and the others. Red Maple stared at Jiang Chen sharply. My master is Si Kongguang, the #1 expert in Lingyun Mansion. If you dare to move me, the whole Lingyun Mansion will not have your Jiang family's foothold. Ha ha. A big tone. Don't say that master is the #1 powerhouse in Lingyun Mansion, even if he is the #1 powerhouse in the Great Sha Kingdom, that won't stop you from abolishing you. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and a terrifying Yuanli directly slapped Hongfeng's dantian. Hongfeng's expression was horrified, and he was about to resist, when the majestic vitality had already hit his dantian. Hongfeng's mouth suddenly let out a scream, and the dantian in his body and the meridians around his body were all destroyed by Jiang Chen in an instant. Chapter 543, I am waiting for him to come and die. My lord, spare my life. We are only following orders, and hope that the adults can spare us a dog. It was seen that Jiang Chen killed Hong Zan, the owner of the Red family, and turned Hong Feng, a genius of the Red family, into a useless person. The Red family warriors who followed the Red Wars were all scared. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiang Chen, begging for mercy. Get out of here. Go back and tell the people of the Red family in Maple Leaf City that if you don't want the Red family to disappear from Maple Leaf City, then don't come to my Yang's family to go wild. Jiang Chen waved his hand, his expression indifferent. Yes, yes. Those Hong family martial artists hurriedly carried the corpses of Hong Feng and Hong Zan, and escaped from Kangshan City. And after the people in the Red House left, Zhang Kui and Shui Sha also brought a group of Jiang family disciples forward, and bowed to Jiang Chen, welcome to the patriarch, and welcome the patriarch to return to the Jiang family. Uncle Kui, there is no need to make it so formal. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. His gaze swept across Zhang Kui and the others, and then he chuckled slightly. It seems that in the year I left, your strength has improved a lot. 1 year, both Zhang Kui and Shui Shao have broken through the innate realm. Especially the better talented blood fiend, the cultivation base has reached the 4th innate. Behind the two of them, there are still many powerhouses with the 9 layers of Yuki. Such strength is undoubtedly more than many times stronger than the original Jiang family. Thanks to the pill that you left behind, the Jiang family can develop so quickly. It's just that compared to the Hong family in Maple Leaf City, our Jiang family is still a lot worse. Zhang Kui smiled bitterly. If the patriarch didn't rush back today, I'm afraid our Jiang family will be in trouble. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and said, what's the situation of this red house in Maple Leaf City? Maple Leaf City is adjacent to Kangshan City, and Jiang Chen naturally knows a little about the red house of Maple Leaf City. After the Jiang family took control of Kangshan City, the strength of the Red family in Maple Leaf City was even worse than that of the Jiang family. However, this year's time, the Hong family developed faster than the Jiang family. Just a Red clan patriarch whose strength has reached the 7th innate level, Red Zan, is obviously not comparable to the Jiang family. Hearing Jiang Chen asked about the Hong family, Zhang Kui didn't hide it, and said it quickly. Not long after Jiang Chen left Lingyun Wufu, the young master of the Red family, Red Maple, happened to meet Si Kongguang, the first hidden power in Lingyun Mansion, and was favored by Si Kongguang as his disciple. Then, Si Kongguang became the elder Keqing of the Red family. It was precisely because of the existence of Si Kongguang that the Hong clan quickly became the most powerful force in Lingyun Mansion. Even Lingyun Wu Mansion was afraid of him. But this time the Jiang family found a spar mine in Xuankang Mountain, and the Hong family relied on their strength to take it as their own. Fortunately, Jiang Chen appeared in time, which resolved the Jiang family's troubles. Patriarch, Si Kongguang is the most famous strong man in Lingyun Mansion, and he has reached the Kaiyuan state more than 10 years ago. It is said that this person will report to the Canthus and he is extremely short-sighted. You abolished his apprentice Hongfeng's cultivation base, he will definitely not let it go. At this moment, the blood evil spirit also looked dignified and authentic. Lingyun Mansion's #1 powerhouse, I would like to see it. I hope he can come to Yang's house as soon as possible, so that I don't have to visit him personally. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. I will be at Yang's house and wait for him to lead the death. Chapter 544, The Menacing Sikongguang. The next 2 days, Jiang Chen temporarily stayed at Yang's house. He first replaced the Jiang family's guardian formation with a 5-rank high-level defensive formation, and then retired to refine a lot of pills for the Jiang family. 3 days passed in a flash. Just when Jiang Chen was instructing Jiang Xing and others in martial arts at the Jiang family inner courtyard martial arts training ground, a Jiang family warrior hurriedly walked towards Jiang Chen. Patriarch, it's not good. Si Kongguang has already brought a group of people from the Red family to Kangshan City. Hearing what the Jiang family warrior said, Jiang Xing and other Jiang family disciples couldn't help showing a flustered look on their faces. Si Kongguang, the most famous expert in Lingyun Mansion. In this place of Lingyun Mansion, the name Si Kongguang is almost synonymous with invincibility. If their Jiang family couldn't stop Si Kongguang today, it would be really dangerous. Is that guy finally here? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. If this is the case, then go meet him. Daxia Kingdom belongs to Taishuzong's jurisdiction. In this place, Taishuzong is the existence that overrides all forces. Not to mention his strength is not afraid of Si Kongguang at all. Based on his identity as a disciple of the Taishu sect's inner sect, even if the pill condensation realm powerhouse wants to do something against him, it has to be weighed. Jiang Chen didn't care about the Kaiyuan realm martial artist like Si Kongguang. All the way to the front yard of Yang's house, Jiang Chen saw a menacing silver-robed old man, leading a group of people directly into Yang's house. In the courtyard, more than a dozen Jiang family warriors waited on the ground bloody. Even Zhang Kui and Zusha both seemed a little sluggish in their auras, obviously suffering from serious injuries. Zhang Kui, I will give you one last chance to immediately hand over the people who have abolished my apprentice. Otherwise, today is the end of your Jiang family. The silver-robed old man waited for Zhang Kui and the others with a murderous face, his old and thick voice blasted into everyone's ears like thunder. The powerful aura belonging to the Kaiyuan realm permeated him everywhere. Zhang Kui and Shui Sha, who were the first to bear the brunt, only felt their hearts tremble, and even their breathing became unsmooth. Old guy, you really are my Jiang family, you can bully you if you want to bully. With me, you can't touch a hair of the Jiang family today. Just when the silver-robed old man's aura was full, a faint chuckle resounded abruptly in the courtyard. The silver-robed old man suddenly raised his head. He swept his gaze, and saw a smiling young man slowly walking out of Yang's house. The look of the silver-robed old man changed slightly. This kid turned out to be a powerful Kaiyuan realm. Although the silver-robed old man couldn't see what Jiang Chen's strength had reached, he clearly felt the unique aura of Jiang Chen that was unique to the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse. Are you looking for me? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I am the one who abolished your apprentice. Boy, my disciple of Si Kongguang, it's not that you can do it if you want to, don't die for me. The silver-robed old man laughed angrily. When he moved his palm, he directly brought a fierce Yuan Li and grabbed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, looking calmly at the oncoming Si Kongguang, and a faint cold snort came out instantly. Ha, the mere strength of the Kaiyuan fourth layer, dare to be wild in front of me and get out. Chapter 545, Shocking Reversal. Jiang Chen's faint cold snort, but with an invisible coercion, oppressed Si Kongguang. Si Kongguang's figure violently rushing toward Jiang Chen trembled suddenly. His face turned pale suddenly, and he took more than 10 steps to stabilize his figure. The scene in front of him directly caused deathly silence in the courtyard. Si Kongguang, the strongest person in the dignified Lingyun mansion and possessing the strength of the Kaiyuan realm, was shocked by Jiang Chen's shout. Even Zhang Kui and Zusha didn't expect that Jiang Chen was already so powerful. Sikong Guangchang suppressed the writhing aura in his heart, and his old eyes looking at Jiang Chen also revealed unprecedented horror. With just one shout, he can retreat from the Kaiyuan quadruple realm. The strength of this kid in front of him is really not ordinary horror. Who I am, you don't need to know. Jiang Chen said lightly. You just need to know that you injured my Jiang family on the Jiang family's site, should you give me an explanation. Si Kongguang's expression was cold, and he sternly shouted at Jiang Chen, Boy, you are going to be arrogant in front of me, do you know who I am? I know, isn't it Si Kongguang, the #1 powerhouse in Lingyun Mansion? Jiang Chen put his hands on his chest and smiled disdainfully. It's okay for your identity to scare others. It's useless to me. Boy, do you know that Daxia Kingdom is the territory of Taishu sect? Si Kongguang said with a proud face, I am from Taishu sect. If you dare to move me, then you are an enemy of Taishu Zong. When Jiang Chen heard Si Kongguang's words, there was a playful look in his eyes. He smiled and looked at Si Kongguang. Unexpectedly, this time I returned to Lingyun Mansion, I would be able to meet people from the same family. This is fate. This kid is a disciple of Tai Zuzong. Si Kongguang's complexion changed suddenly, and the cold sweat on his forehead was flowing down. When Si Kongguang was young, he did enter Taishu sect by chance. Because talent is limited, Si Kongguang stayed outside Taishuzong until he was 25 years old and failed to break through the Kaiyuan realm. He was expelled from Taishuzong. Now he is just following the reputation of Taishuzong. If this kid is really a disciple of Taishuzong, wouldn't his lie be self-defeating? Old guy, since you say you are from Taishu sect, you should know this stuff. Jiang Chen took out his identity token and lost it in front of Si Kongguang. A joking smile appeared on his face. Inside, inner disciple, Sikong's wide pupils suddenly tightened, and his face was instantly pale. He hurriedly bowed to Jiang Chen. This young man, Sigong Guang has no eye for Taishan, please forgive me for the offense. Si Kongguang said, quickly and respectfully picked up the identity token and sent it to Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene before them, everyone in the Red family was completely dumbfounded, and their faces became extremely pale. And Zhang Kui and Shui Sha and other Jiang family members were also stunned by the scene in front of them. Si Kongguang, who had been aggressive before, was only a promise at this moment, cautiously standing beside Jiang Chen like a subordinate. With just one token, it turned the situation so shocking. Chapter 546. Go to Longxi Mountain. Master, what do you mean? This kid has abolished my Dantian, you should help me kill him soon. Hongfeng looked at Si Kongguang in disbelief, and couldn't help but screamed in panic. Red Maple, you silence me. Si Kongguang glanced at Hongfeng coldly. You dare to offend young Master Jiang. Our Si Kongguang does not have an apprentice like you, and I will never have any ties with the Hong family in the future. Hongfeng was just a disciple he collected casually. But Jiang Chen, the inner disciple of Taishu sect, was not something he could afford. Now that the Hong family has offended Jiang Chen, he can only get a chance of life if he dissociates himself from the Hong family. Abolish these people, and Maple Leaf City will belong to my Jiang family in the future. Is there a problem? Jiang Chen looked at Si Kongguang beside him and asked faintly. No problem. Si Kongguang nodded quickly, and then thunderously shot at the Red family. Just less than 5 minutes. All the high-level members of the Hong family who came to Yang's family were abandoned by Si Kongguang for their cultivation. The situation in front of them also made Zhang Kui and the others excited. Jiang Chen, the head of their Jiang family, is too tough. Even Si Kongguang, the top strongest in the dignified Lingyun mansion, had to obey Jiang Chenyan and abolished all the members of the Red family in 2s or 5s. After the abolishment of the senior members of the Red family, Si Kongguang, directly under the bitter gaze of Yigenhong's family, took the initiative to ask Ying to go to the Red House of Maple Leaf City to help the Jiang family control Maple Leaf City. Jiang Chen did not refuse this. And with the assistance of Si Kongguang, the Jiang family easily controlled Maple Leaf City overnight, making Maple Leaf City a subsidiary city of the Jiang family. Si Kongguang, today I will set off to Longxi Mountain to participate in the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness. For a long time in the future, I should not return to Daxia. I hope you can become Yang's elder to guard Yang's house for me. I don't know if you want to. Yang's inner courtyard. Jiang Chen looked at Si Kongguang, who was returning to his life, and couldn't help but said lightly. After participating in the 3 sects meeting this time, he will leave the Northern Wilderness with Xiaoduli, and he does not know when he will return. Today's Jiang family is still too weak. If there could be the guardian of Si Kongguang, the 4-layer Kaiyuan warrior, the Jiang family would undoubtedly be much safer in Lingyun Mansion. I do. Sigong was overjoyed immediately. Although Si Kongguang only stayed outside the Taishu sect for a while, he also knew what it meant to participate in the 3 sects. In each of the 3 martial arts conferences, only 20 disciples of Taishu sect were eligible to participate. Jiang Chen's ability to participate in the 3 sects meeting martial arts is enough to prove that he is one of the few outstanding geniuses in the Taishu sect inner sect. It is undoubtedly a great honor for him to be able to do things for such a Taishu Zong genius. Take good care of Yang's house, and I will not treat you badly when I return next time. Jiang Chen said indifferently to Si Kongguang. At that time, even if you want to break through the condensed pill realm, I can help you. Patriarch, rest assured, Si Kongguang will do his best to protect the Jiang family. Si Kongguang said respectfully. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately turned his gaze to Zhang Kui, who was aside. Uncle Kui, the Jiang family will leave it to you, take care. Jiang Chen said. Immediately, with a move of his palm, he directly summoned the fire Lin beast from the taming bag. His figure flickered, and jumped onto the fire beast. The fire beast turned into a red light and rose into the sky, and soon disappeared in front of Zhang Kui and the others. Chapter 547. 4th Rank Peak Monster, Purple Patterned Armored Bear. Longxi Mountain. It is located in Heilongling, a well-known area in the Northern Wilderness. Heiyunling is located to the south of the Great Sha Kingdom. It is the junction of the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness and the place where all the previous 3 sects were held. While Jiang Chen rode the fire Lin beast all the way to Longxi Mountain, his whole person was not idle, but entered the cultivation state directly on the fire Lin beast's back. Now Jiang Chen's cultivation has reached the peak of Kaiyuan 9th layer, only one step away from the condensed pill realm. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any time to gain cultivation experience, striving to break through the condensed pill realm as soon as possible. Jiang Chen just practiced like this, while rushing. Jiang Chen left Daxia Kingdom and entered the range of Heilongling. Heilongling has a special geographical location in the northern desolate continent, and it is the most chaotic place in the entire northern desolate continent. There are countless strong people who have fled here for various reasons from the northern wild continent. These powerhouses fled to Heilongling, where they established many forces, large and small. Some of these forces also have peerless powerhouses with the divine sea realm. It is precisely because of Heilongling's complicated situation that even the northern wilderness three sects can only turn one eye on Heilongling. And Heilongling, without the constraints of the three northern wilderness sects, naturally appeared extremely chaotic. In Heilongling, there are basically no restrictions here. The weak eat, the strong, the fittest survive. This is the only law of Heilongling. Although he knew that Longqi Mountain was located in Heilongling, Jiang Chen did not know the exact location of Longqi Mountain. Go down and find someone to ask about the location of Longqi Mountain. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately took the fire Lin beast and floated down in midair. Just as Jiang Chen's figure fell on the ground, there was a loud noise from the forest hundreds of meters to the left. Sister Mu Ling, this beast is too powerful. Let's stop it, you run. Sister Lu, we are fighting with it, and we are going to go together. No, junior sister Mu Ling, you are a disciple of Elder Mingyu. If something happens, how do we return to the Tianyu sect to explain to Elder Mingyu? People from Tianyu sect, hear the dialogue from the forest. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and immediately turned into an afterimage, flashing towards the forest on the left. Jiang Chen appeared on a huge towering ancient tree. Sweeping his gaze downward, he found three young girls holding long swords, fighting fiercely with a huge monster beast. The monster beast is 3 feet tall, has a body similar to that of a bear, and is covered with iron-like scales. On these scales, there are also textures that exude faint purple light, which looks very strange. 4th rank peak monster, purple patterned armored bear. Jiang Chen glanced at it and recognized the origin of this monster beast. The purple patterned iron armored bear, this is the top existence among the 4th rank monster beasts. Its most powerful place lies in the powerful defensive power of the purple patterned iron armor. It can be said that below the condensed pill realm, there are few Kaiyuan realm martial artists who can break the defense of the purple patterned iron armor bear. And the 3 female disciples of Tianyuzong in front of them, the strongest only barely reached the early stage of Kaiyuan 9th layer, obviously not the opponent of this purple patterned iron armor bear. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the situation below, the purple patterned iron-clad bear suddenly roared, and then a savage collision knocked the 2 female disciples of the Sky Moon sect into the air. Sister Lu, Sister Zhao. Seeing this scene, the youngest girl's pretty face changed. She hurriedly drew in front of her body, swung her long sword and slashed out at the purple patterned iron-clad bear. Chapter 548, Kill with a Punch. The girl's sword looked powerful, and it seemed to be a powerful sword skill. It's just that her cultivation is too weak, only the strength of Kaiyuan 7th layer. Even if he displayed the local sword skill, he still failed to hurt the purple patterned armored bear's hair. Although the girl's sword didn't hurt the purple patterned armored bear, it completely angered the purple patterned armored bear. I saw a long roar of the purple patterned iron-clad bear, and the huge figure brought a wind that broke through the air, and rushed towards the girl fiercely. Sister Mu Ling, hurry up and get out of here. The faces of the 2 Tianyuzong disciples who were hit by the purple patterned iron armored bears changed a lot, and they quickly exclaimed at the girl. The girl obviously has no actual combat experience. She looked at the purple patterned iron armored bear that came on her face, her pretty face instantly paled, and her whole person became a little flustered. Jiang Chen shook his head speechlessly. He instantly displayed the true meaning of the double wind path, and his body shape appeared in front of the girl silently, and even if he hit the purple patterned iron armor bear with a fist, Jiang Chen's punch was as fast as lightning, and it hit the abdomen of the purple bear. The huge body of the purple patterned iron-clad bear flew upside down, smashing to the ground like a meteorite. The purple patterned iron-clad bear gave a roar to the sky, then turned over and got up from the ground, and then slammed into Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and Kai Yan Guiyuan's bloodline and double boxing intent exploded at the same time. He squeezed his fist suddenly, and the huge golden fist shadow hit the purple-patterned armored bear on the head like Mount Tai. The crisp sound of broken bones resounded in the silent forest. The purple-patterned iron-clad bear made a scream, and the huge body flew out again, finally smashing into the ground a huge hole the size of 3 feet. Seeing the purple-patterned iron-clad bear who had struggled in the giant pit for a few times, there was no movement. The 3 female disciples of the Tianyu sect were all shocked and opened their mouths. The Kaiyuan Eightfold woman looked at Jiang Chen shockingly, and couldn't help but let out an incredible exclamation. Another woman from Kaiyuan Zhejiang nodded, her expression also shocked. This young man looks almost the same age as them, but he has the ability to kill a purple bear with a punch. Such a terrifying strength, even in their Tianyu sect, that is one of the few peerless geniuses. With an understatement, Jiang Chen smashed the purple-patterned iron-clad bear with a punch. Jiang Chen patted the dust on his body, turned and walked towards the 3 Tianyuzong disciples behind him. Tianyu sect disciple Lu Qin, thank you, Shangtai, for helping me and the other 3 juniors and sisters, but I don't know the name of Shangtai respect. Upon seeing this, the disciple of Kaiyuan Zhejiang Tianyuzong hurriedly stepped forward and thanked Jiang Chen. It's just a small effort, the 3 of you are welcome. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, my name is Jiang Chen and I come from Taishu sect. You are Jiang Chen from the Great Sha Kingdom of Taishu sect. I heard senior sister Xianxia mentioned you when I was in Tianyu sect. Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, the youngest girl said excitedly. Are you Meng Qingshui's junior sister? Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and a look of joy also appeared in his eyes. He was looking for these 3 people to ask about Meng Qingshui, who knew that this girl was actually Meng Qingshui's junior sister. This really gave him an unexpected surprise. Chapter 549. The road is heading towards the sky, go to each side. Yes, senior sister Qingshui and I both worshipped at the door of the elder Ming Yuexin of the Divine Sea Realm of the Tianyu sect. The girl smiled sweetly. Brother Jiang, my name is Yu Muling, these 2 are my senior sisters Lu Qin and Zhao Yunxiang. Hello. Jiang Chen smiled and greeted the 2 women, and then asked, how is your senior sister Meng Qingshui? Very good. Senior sister Qingshui is a peerless genius that our Tianyu sect has rarely encountered in a century. 1 year after entering Tianyu sect, she is already one of the 6 true disciples of Tianyu sect. After a few days, you should be able to see her when the 3 sects will meet martial arts. Yu Muling said with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately looked at the 3 Yu Mu Ling with a puzzled look. Are you also here to participate in the 3 sects meeting? Senior brother Jiang said and laughed. How can our strength be qualified to participate in the 3 martial arts? Yu Muling spit out her cute tongue. Master asked me to practice in the Tianyu sect, but I wanted to see the 3 sects of martial arts, so I secretly ran out with my master and 2 senior sisters. It happens that I also want to participate in the 3 sects Huiwu, so let's go to Longxi Mountain together. This little girl is really brave enough to sneak to Heilongling. Heilongling is a mixture of fish and dragons, with the strength of the 3 Yu Mu Ling, appearing in this place is undoubtedly very dangerous. Since Yu Muling was Meng Qingshui's junior sister, Jiang Chen would naturally not let the 3 of Yu Muling leave her alone. Brother Jiang, there will be a few days before the 3 sects will be held. It is getting late, and we can't make it to Longxi Mountain. Why don't we go to Black Dragon City to settle down first? How about going to Longxi Mountain tomorrow? At this moment, Lu Qin suddenly said. Jiang Chen nodded indifferently. Okay, let's go to Black Dragon City first. Brother Jiang, wait a minute. Yu Muling pointed at the corpse of the purple-patterned iron-armored bear with his finger, and said to Jiang Chen, this purple-patterned iron-armored bear has a lot of valuable materials on its body. If you want it, go and collect it, it's a gift for you. Jiang Chen really didn't pay attention to the materials on a 4th-rank monster beast. Thank you brother Jiang. Yu Muling smiled sweetly, and her crooked eyebrows turned into crescent moons. Just when she was about to call the 2 senior sisters to collect materials from the purple-patterned iron-clad bear, Jiang Chen grabbed her. Wait, someone is coming. When the 3 Yu Muling heard Jiang Chen's words, their expressions became tense instantly. When they looked up to the side of the forest, they saw more than a dozen big men swishing out. These big men are extremely powerful, at least they are all martial artists above Kaiyuan 7th layer. Especially the headed scarred giant, the aura on his body is far beyond that of the ordinary Kaiyuan realm martial artist. He is obviously a strong man who has reached the condensed pill realm. Boss, look, there is a corpse of a purple patterned armored bear. Not only the body of the purple patterned armored bear, but also 3 nice chicks. Ha, it seems we are lucky. Looking at the more than a dozen menacing men in front of them, the pretty faces of the 3 Yu Ling instantly turned pale. Don't worry, it's okay. Jiang Chen patted Yu Muling on the shoulder. He slowly took a step forward, his faint voice resounding directly in the forest. Everyone, the road is heading towards the sky and go aside. If you don't want to regret it, you'd better not trouble me. Chapter 550. Robbery and Anti-Robbery. Ha. Boy, I think you have eaten the courage of the bear hardened leopard, dare to be so arrogant in front of us. Boss, this kid is so innocent, let's talk nonsense with him, just kill it. More than a dozen middle-aged men seemed to hear the world's funniest joke, and they couldn't help laughing in disdain. Although their Black Wind Adventure group is not a big deal in Heilongling, the boss is also a strong pill condensate. I really don't know where the courage of this hairy boy is arrogant in front of them. Boy, I gave you a chance to survive, but you didn't cherish it yourself. Since you have to choose to die, then I will fulfill you. The giant scared man who was headed waved his hand and said sharply, kill him for me. With the shout of the scared man, he fell. I saw the 2 swordsmen of Kaiyuan 9th layer behind him brandishing long swords and rushing towards Jiang Chen aggressively. Jiang Chen faintly looked at the 2 oncoming swordsmen, a sharp sword intent instantly filled the air. I saw the 2 swordsmen trembled all over, and they were unable to move under the pressure of Jiang Chen's sword intent, and stood stiff in place like 2 human sculptures. Good. Terrible sword intent. The faces of the 2 swordsmen turned pale suddenly, and their expressions became extremely frightened. With a movement of his mind, the long swords in the hands of the 2 swordsmen trembled suddenly, and then they let out a crisp sword chant. Seeing the long sword broke free from the hands of the 2 swordsmen uncontrollably. Before the 2 swordsmen could react, the long sword turned 180 degrees in midair, and then passed through the throats of the 2 swordsmen with lightning speed. Puff. Puff. The 2 swordsmen suddenly widened their eyes in horror, and fell unwillingly toward the ground. Brother Yang's sword intent is so strong. Yeah, I have seen senior sister Xianxia use a double episode sword intent, and it is not as strong as senior brother Yang's intent. With the strength of senior brother Jiang, this time the 3 martial arts will have his place in the top 10. Seeing this shocking scene in front of him, the beautiful eyes of the 3 daughters of Tianyuzong were filled with unconcealed exclamation. Double sword intent, and at least the sword intent of 2 great achievements or even double consummation. Seeing that Jiang Chen lightly killed his 2 swordsmen of Kaiyuan 9th layer, the complexion of the giant scared man finally became extremely solemn. A look of horror appeared in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. The little brother has cultivated his sword intent to such a realm at such an age, and Mo admires him. The offense just now, I am Mo Yang here to accompany you, I wonder if this matter can be exposed. The scared man took a deep breath and held his fist at Jiang Chen. The words of the big man scared suddenly made the eyes of more than a dozen big men behind him show incredible horror. The boss of their Black Wind Adventure group, a strong man in the dignified Dan realm, unexpectedly bowed his head in front of a little boy who was less than 20 years old. Ha, I just want to expose this in one sentence. It's too simple for you to think about it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and his proud voice instantly resounded in the air. Now you have 2 choices, whether to keep taking the ring, or to keep your life, choose one of the 2 yourself. Chapter 551. Black Dragon Ridge, Black Dragon City. Boy, don't think our boss gives you a bit of face, you really think we are afraid of you. Boss, we fight with him. Seeing that Jiang Chen was going to rob them in turn, the group of big men behind Mo Yang was immediately angry. Their Black Wind Adventure group has been in Heilongling for so many years, and they have always been the only ones who robbed others. Have they ever been robbed by others? If they were really robbed by Jiang Chen, this hairy boy today, wouldn't they be laughed out of their teeth? Little brother, stay on the sidelines in everything, so that you can meet each other in the future. Do you have to do it this way? Mo Yang's face also instantly became extremely difficult to look. Since you dare to rob me, then you must have the consciousness of being robbed by me. Jiang Chen hugged his chest and looked at Mo Yang with a smile. I advise you, don't try to challenge my patience. Otherwise, you might not even have the chance to choose for a while. Mo Yang was so angry that his fists creaked. His complexion changed for a while, and finally he took off his ring and threw it to Jiang Chen. Although the boy in front of him had not broken through the pill condensation realm, his combat power alone would not be inferior to the general pill condensation realm powerhouse. Relying on the intuition of many years of wandering the world, Mo Yang instinctively felt a hint of danger from Jiang Chen. If he insists on doing something with Jiang Chen today, he will probably be the last person to die. Mo Yang threw his acceptance of the ring to Jiang Chen, immediately waved his hand, and quickly turned and left with his hands. It was seen that Jiang Chen instantly killed 2 Kaiyuan 9th layer swordsmen, and even robbed a strong pill condensation realm in turn. The third daughter of Tianyuzong took a long time to recover from the shock. Senior brother Jiang, I used to hear senior sister Xianxia say that your martial arts talent is better than her. I still don't believe it. Now I know that you are really so good. Yu Muling looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes. Her delicate and pretty face also showed a look of incomparable worship. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at the sky and smiled slightly. It's getting late. If you don't want to spend the night outside, then quickly pack up and go to Black Dragon City. Yu Muling spit out her cute tongue, and then asked the 2 senior sisters to jump around to collect materials from the purple patterned armored bear. The trio of Yu Muling collected the materials of the purple patterned iron armor bear. The 4 of them headed directly towards Heilongcheng, the only city in Heilongling. There are no dangers along the way. At dusk, a huge city made of black strange stones appeared in Jiang Chen's vision. The city is completely dark and its walls are as high as tens of feet, making it very magnificent. From a distance, it looked like a giant black beast lying on the ground. It deserves to be a city built by the first family of the northern wilderness 1,000 years ago. Jiang Chen looked up at the city in front of him, and his heart was shocked. According to the records of Taishu Zong classics, the Black Dragon City was built by the Long family, the first family of the northern wilderness thousands of years ago. Later, this family suddenly disappeared mysteriously, and the Black Dragon City was left behind. Sanzong was also out of fear of that mysterious family and had not controlled Heilongling. This made Heilongling the most chaotic place in the northern wilderness. Let's go in. Withdrawing his thoughts, Jiang Chen greeted the 3 of Yu Muling and strode towards the city gate. Chapter 552, It is you who should go. Enter the Black Dragon City. Jiang Chen and the others began to look for the inn, preparing to take a rest in Black Dragon City. Perhaps due to the upcoming 3 rallies, the flow of people in the Black Dragon City has obviously increased a lot. Jiang Chen and the others searched for several inns, and almost all of them were full. Jiang Chen and the others came to an inn called Qingfenglu. The shopkeeper, do you still have a room? Jiang Chen walked straight to the counter and asked the middle-aged shopkeeper in the counter. The middle-aged shopkeeper raised his head to Jiang Chen and the others, and said with a smile. Several guest officers are lucky. We happen to have 2 guests withdrawing from 2 rooms. We want these 2 rooms. Yu Muling heard what the shopkeeper said, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said quickly. The current Black Dragon City Inn is almost full. If they miss these 2 rooms, I am afraid they will really have to sleep on the street. Ho, please come with me 4 of you. The middle-aged shopkeeper nodded, and then he was about to take Jiang Chen and the others upstairs. The shopkeeper, we want these 2 rooms. Just when Jiang Chen and the others were about to go upstairs, a faint voice came abruptly from the inn door. He tilted his head and looked at the sound, and saw 4 young people wearing white moire robes with an inverted sword-shaped mark embroidered on their chests walking in from the door strode. The first one is about 20 years old. His eyebrows are like swords, his eyes are as sharp as swords, and his whole body exudes an aura that makes people afraid to look at him. A member of the Excalibur sect. Seeing the 4 uninvited guests entering the inn, Lu Qin and the others couldn't help but change their pretty faces. Sorry, the last 2 rooms in the shop have already been taken care of by them. Please ask some guest officials to find another place. The middle-aged shopkeeper looked at the 4 young people who walked in and couldn't help but said apologetically. They haven't moved in yet, you just let them give us the room, and we can double the price. The headed Janmei youth said lightly, as if to say a trivial matter. The middle-aged shopkeeper suddenly showed a look of embarrassment. What the hell, don't you hear what our senior brother Luo said? Don't you let them get out. Seeing the embarrassed look of the middle-aged shopkeeper, a thin young man behind Janmei youth also stood up and shouted impatiently at the middle-aged shopkeeper. A few friends, we were first interested in these 2. It seems you should get out. Jiang Chen frowned, and an unpleasant expression appeared in his eyes. I think it is better for you to get out. Since I said that I want these 2 rooms, then these 2 rooms are destined to belong to me only. The Jianmei youth looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly, his expression extremely arrogant. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and said in a serious manner, "What I am after is not something that a cat or a dog can get involved." "Boy, who are you?" censored, scolding. "Dare to be so arrogant in front of our senior brother Luo? I think you are impatient with your life, and you won't die for me." The thin young man was suddenly furious. Before Jianmei youth could speak, he wielded a long sword and pierced Jiang Chen's eyebrows with a sword. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and a cold word came out from his mouth. The thin young man trembled, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his figure flew upside down like a broken kite. Chapter 553, God Sword Sect Genius, but so. The Jianmei youth's eyes narrowed. He peeped his palm slightly, and directly grabbed the thin young man who was flying back, and stabilized his figure on the ground. "Senior brother Luo, this kid is very strong." The thin young man gave Jiang a horrified look, and said palely. He obviously did not expect that the strength of this kid in front of him was so terrifying. With his strength in the late Kaiyuan 8th stage, he was hit hard by this guy's shout. Jianmei youth did not care about being thin and accepting youth. He stared straight at Jiang Chen, his eyes awe-inspiring. "Boy, you are good." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. "Since you know my strength, those who don't bring you will immediately disappear from me. Although you still think about your strength, you still don't have that qualification if you want to go wild in front of my Luo Feng. I will give you 1 minute now. If you don't get out, then don't blame me for being polite." The Jianmei youth smiled coldly, his domineering voice resounding directly in everyone's ears. "He is the genius disciple Lei Mingzhan Luo Feng of the Divine Sword Sect." Hearing the words of the Jianmei youth, the pretty face of Tianyuzong's Lucan could not help but suddenly changed. She hurriedly whispered to Jiang Chen and said, "Brother Jiang, Thunder Sword Luo Feng is a very famous genius in the Divine Sword Sect, or let's give them the room." "What about the genius of the Divine Sword Sect?" Jiang Chen cast a faint look at Luo Feng, and his proud voice echoed in the air instantly. "Heilonggaling always relies on strength to speak. Since everyone wants these 2 rooms, let's see the truth under your hand. I have long heard that the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect have outstanding sword intent. Today I happen to be instructed. Come on, I want to see how you are rude to me." Since the battle for the Taishuzong Tianban, Jiang Chen's combat power has reached a very terrifying point. Even if it is a strong person in the 4th stage of pill condensation, he can contend against 1 or 2. As for the Divine Sword Sect genius who hadn't broken through the pill condensation realm, Jiang Chen really didn't take it seriously. Luo Feng's expression was cold, his sharp sword intent turned into an invisible force, oppressing Jiang Chen. Facing the oppression of Luo Feng's sword intent, Jiang Chen looked calm and calm. Just like this, Jiang Chen stood proudly in place, letting Luo Feng's sword intent oppress him, and his body was as firm as a rock. "I see how long you can last." Luo Feng let out a cold snort, and his sword intent rose up steadily. Double sword intent, double Shaocheng Jianyi, 2 majors become sword intent. Luo Feng used his sword intent to the limit. Even if he used the sword intent of the 2 great achievements, Jiang Chen on the opposite side still stood still. "You? How is this possible?" Seeing this scene before him, Luo Feng's eyes finally showed unconcealed horror. As one of the few sword repair geniuses in the Divine Sword Sect, Luo Feng is very confident of his sword intent. Even in Taishuzong, among his peers, there are only a handful of people who can resist his 2 great sword intentions. How could this kid in front of him resist his sword intent so easily? The sword intent of Dacheng, it seems that you, the genius of the Divine Sword Sect, are nothing more than that. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Feng contemptuously, and his cold voice exploded in Luo Feng's ears like thunder. "If you only have this ability, then get out of here." Chapter 554, Black Dragon City Auction. Jiang Chen's icy voice fell, and the sword intent oppression of the 2nd consummation realm swept out instantly. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's powerful sword intent, Luo Feng's 2nd major sword intent was almost collapsed. Luo Feng's figure trembled, and the whole person stepped back 7 or 8 steps. Luo Feng was also shocked by Jiang Chen. The scene before him directly caused the surrounding air to fall into a dead silence. Whether it was the disciple of the Divine Sword Sect beside Luo Feng or the 3 of Yu Muling, there was an incredible shock in their eyes. Luo Feng, true disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, a famous sword repair genius. Even in the entire Northern Wilderness 3 sects, Luo Feng's talent is one of the best. As long as there are no accidents, Luo Feng's place will be given to the top 10 outstanding figures of the Northern Wilderness in this 3 martial arts conference. But such an extremely talented genius was yelled back by Jiang Chen. What a strong sword intent, this kid's sword intent is even above me, I am afraid that he has reached the realm of double perfection. Luo Feng was terrified. Among peers, Luo Feng only felt such a powerful sword intent from their Divine Sword Sect's first true disciple. The sword intent of this kid in front of him has reached the point of being shoulder to shoulder with the first true disciple of their Divine Sword Sect. Luo Feng really couldn't believe that in addition to their Divine Sword Sect, the Northern Wild Continent had such a powerful sword repair genius. Do you want to continue? If you don't continue, take your people and let me go. Just when Luo Feng's heart was shaking, Jiang Chen's faint voice rang in his ears again. Luo Feng's expression turned ugly to the extreme. This son's cultivation is not inferior to him, and his kendo attainments are even better than him. Even if it continues, his chances of getting it are small. Today's matter, Luo Mo admits it, let's go. Luo Feng took a deep breath, then gave Jiang Chen a cold look, then turned and left with several Divine Sword Sect disciples. After Luo Feng and others were resolved, Jiang Chen and the 4 stayed in the inn. In the early morning of the next day, as soon as Jiang Chen woke up from meditation, Yu Muling knocked on his door. Brother Jiang, I heard that there is an auction in Black Dragon City today. Should we go and take a look? Opening the door, Yu Muling's 3 daughters appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 women and asked with a puzzled look, what auction? The Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Black Dragon City will hold an auction in Black Dragon City every once in a while. The auctions of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce are extraordinary, and there are often some rare treasures that are rare outside. It is said that the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce once had an auction, and the legendary martial arts of heavenly rank appeared. Lu Qin, who is more familiar with Black Dragon City, explained with excitement. They just came to Heilongling. In addition to watching the 3 Huiwu, another purpose is to participate in the auction of Heilongcheng. In the auction of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, heaven-grade martial arts appeared. Jiang Chen was also surprised. Heavenly rank martial arts, this is extremely rare in the Northern Wild Continent. Even Taishu Sect, one of the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness, is only a martial arts school like Taishu Battle Body. Okay, then go take a look. Jiang Chen nodded, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Anyway, there are still 2 days before the 3 sects Huiwu, so go and see the auction of the Black Dragon Merchant Guild. Chapter 555, Who do you think you are? Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The only Chamber of Commerce in Black Dragon City is also one of the oldest and mysterious forces in Black Dragon City. Since the establishment of Black Dragon City, the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce has appeared in Black Dragon City. There are even rumors that the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce has an inextricable relationship with the former ruler of the Black Dragon City, the Long family of the Northern Wilderness First Family. Even if the Long family disappeared from Black Dragon City for hundreds of years, the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce still dared not provoke it. Jiang Chen and the others left the inn, and soon came to the center of Black Dragon City, and their sight of a magnificent megalithic building appeared. Above the gate of the megalithic building, on a dark dragon-shaped plaque, the 4 golden characters of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce are extremely conspicuous. On the street outside the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, countless figures swarmed towards the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Why come to participate in the auction? It seems they are all young warriors. Jiang Chen looked at the figures coming to the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Senior brother Jiang does not know that the admission conditions of each auction of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce are different. Generally speaking, only a certain group of people can participate in each auction. It is said that the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce once held an auction specifically for the strong of the Sea of God. The auction we are participating in is an auction specifically for genius disciples, and only Kaiyuan realm martial artists under 25 can participate. Lu Qin explained with a smile. Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows. It seems that this Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction is really extraordinary. Sister Mu Ling, why did you come to Black Dragon City? Just when the 4 of Jiang Chen were about to enter the Black Dragon Merchant Guild, a voice of laughter suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen and the others looked at the voice, and saw a young man wearing a pink robe, who looked a bit evil and charming, came over with a smile on his face. Seeing the evil and enchanting young man approaching, the expressions of the three Yu Mullings changed slightly. Damn, how come I met him in this place? Brother Leng, we are just here to see the auction of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, so I won't disturb you. Lu Qin took a deep breath, held a fist at the young man, and took Yu Muling and the two to turn around and leave. Since the three juniors are here to participate in the auction, why bother to leave? I also happen to be going to the auction to check it out. Why don't you join us? With a move, the evil charm young man directly stopped in front of the three Yu Muling and said with a smile. No, senior sister Xianxia should be here soon, I'll wait for her to be with her. Yu Muling shook his head quickly. The young man in front of him could be said to be the nightmare of countless female disciples of the Tianyu sect, and Yu Muling would not say anything with him. Sister Muling, Meng Xianxia has already gone to Longxi Mountain a long time ago and will never come to Black Dragon City. The evil charm youth said with a smile. Black Dragon City is a mixed bag. The three juniors are too dangerous here. I think you are better with me. Seeing that the evil charm youth didn't intend to let them go, the pretty faces of the three Yu Mullings turned pale in an instant. Hee. Treat me like air. What are you? If you let them follow you, they have to follow you. My people, you can't take them away if you want. At this moment, a faint cold snort sounded abruptly in the air. Chapter 556, Never seen you so weak. The sudden faint snort made the evil charming young man stunned for a while. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes fell on Jiang Chen's body in an instant. I'm talking here with my junior sister, when will it be your turn to interrupt? The evil spirit youth looked cold, and sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at the evil young man lightly. I don't care who you are, as long as the three of them don't want to go with you, no one can force them in front of me. Be nosy, and die. A sharp cold light shot out from the eyes of the evil charm young man, and a terrifying elemental force was directly brought up on his fist, rushing out toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, his invincible refining technique worked instantly, and he raised his hand with a punch in the evil charm youth. The muffled explosion resounded in an instant, and the invisible air waves swept away centered on the two. The evil charm young man's figure trembled, and he staggered back a few steps. The evil charm young man's right hand trembled slightly, and the gaze towards Jiang Chen also showed incredible horror. As the top three true disciples of the Tianyu sect, the evil spirit youth is still very confident in his own strength. Even in the entire northern wilderness three sects, there are only a handful of young talents who can defeat him. But the boy in front of him, without even using true yuan just now, knocked him back with a punch. Such a terrible physical strength. I'm afraid that even Taishuzong's true disciple, Ao Tiankui, who is well known for physical cultivation, is far from being able to compare with this kid. Yuan Li is imaginary and chaotic. At first glance, your cultivation base of Kaiyuan 9th layer peak was raised through external forces. To be honest, I have seen a lot of geniuses at the peak of the North Desolate. 3 sect Kaiyuan 9th layer, but I have never seen you so weak. You are just like you, but you are not qualified to be wild in front of me. Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at the evil charm youth. Are you going to roll by yourself, or do you want me to make you roll? The evil young man looked gloomy. He glanced at Jiang Chen coldly, and then walked towards the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce without a word. Heroes do not suffer from immediate losses. Now his strength is at the pinnacle of Kaiyuan 9 layers, and he will soon be able to break through the pill condensation realm through secret methods. He must make this kid pay a heavy price. Brother Jiang, thank you just now. Watching the evil charm youth leave, the 3 women of Yu Muling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and said to Jiang Chen with gratitude. If Jiang Chen were not here today, I'm afraid they would really be unable to escape the clutches. Jiang Chen looked at the back of the evil charm youth leaving, and asked curiously, who is this guy? You seem to be afraid of him. He is Leng Yao, our true disciple of Tianyu sect, who has practiced a double cultivation secret method. Leng Yao relied on his status as a disciple of the sect master, and harmed many female disciples of the Tianyu sect. Not long ago, Leng Yao even secretly wanted to attack senior sister Xianxia. Master almost fought with sect master because of this. Yu Muling said angrily. It turned out to be a censored, trained by this secret method. When Jiang Chen heard Yu Mulling's words, a sharp light burst into his eyes. This guy dared to hit his maid Meng Qingshui's idea. It would be fine if this Leng Yao be honest in the future. If he dared to fight Meng Qingshui's idea, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind letting him disappear completely from this world. Chapter 557. I want a supreme VIP order. Walk into the lobby of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen and the others saw a group of young warriors forming a long line in the hall. At the forefront of these young warriors, two middle-aged men wearing the costumes of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce are issuing tokens to these young warriors. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. What is the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce doing? This is issuing a VIP order for the auction. The VIP orders of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction are divided into 3 levels: ordinary, advanced, and supreme. VIPs of different levels enjoy different treatments. VIP orders are collected by those who participate in the auction, but they cannot be collected randomly, otherwise they will be expelled by the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Lu Qin explained in a low voice. The auction of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is really interesting. Jiang Chen and the 3 daughters of Lu Qin waited in line while chatting. After more than 10 minutes, it was finally Jiang Chen's turn. Sweeping his gaze on the counter in front of the 2 Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce warriors, Jiang Chen found that there were 3 types of tokens on the counter. The most common silver VIP order can be received by martial artists in the Kaiyuan realm under the age of 25. The more advanced golden VIP order can only be received by warriors under the age of 25 and reaching the 9th level of Kaiyuan. As for the last black VIP order engraved with dragon patterns, it must be a genius who has reached the condensed pill stage under the age of 25 or can be recognized by the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Follow the rules of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Lu Qin understood the golden high-level VIP order, while Yu Mulling and Zhao Yunxiang received the ordinary silver VIP order. Next it was Jiang Chen's turn. He walked to the counter and said to the 2 warriors of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, I want a supreme VIP order. When Jiang Chen said this, there was an uproar in the hall. Who is this kid? He wants to receive the supreme VIP order. Hey, he can receive the supreme VIP order of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction if he wants to. The eyes of everyone in the hall fell on Jiang Chen, and they couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen. It was seen that Jiang Chen actually wanted to receive the supreme VIP order. The Leng Yao, who had already received the token and went to the auction, stopped in an instant. He turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, his eyes also showed extreme disdain. Haha. That's ridiculous. If you want to receive the supreme VIP order, you don't have to look at the conditions for receiving the supreme VIP order first. Do you think you have the qualification? Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Leng Yao and the people around him. He looked calmly at the 2 warriors of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Thank you 2 for giving me a piece of supreme honor order. Your strength has not broken through the condensed pill realm. If you want the supreme VIP order, you have to use the ability we recognize. Otherwise, we will expel you from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. You can think about it. Do you really still have to receive the supreme VIP order? One of the warriors of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce looked at Jiang Chen faintly, and the powerful aura of the strong pill condensation realm also instantly filled the hall. Facing the outbreak of this Black Dragon Guild warrior, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm and calm. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and his proud voice instantly resounded in the hall. His name is Jiang Chen, he is less than 18 years old, his cultivation base is Kaiyuan Ninefold Peak, he has comprehend the double sword intent, and is already a 5th rank alchemy master. I don't know what I am capable of. Do you qualify for the supreme VIP order of your Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Chapter 558. This product is really bullish. Jiang Chen's proud words echoed slowly in the hall, directly causing a dead silence in the hall. A sneer of disdain rang again in the hall. I heard it right, this kid is too pretending to be so awesome. It's really looking for death. If you want to pretend to be forceful, you don't have to look at the place first. Is the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce a place where he can pretend to be forceful? At the age of less than 18 years old, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of Kaiyuan 9 layers, comprehending the double sword intent, and he was still a 5th rank alchemy master. This guy is simply bragging not to draft. If you are so awesome, why don't you go to heaven? The skill in your mouth is indeed very good. As long as you can prove that what you have said is true, the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce will definitely give it to you with both hands. The warrior of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce condensed his eyes, and the tone of his words became much more polite. If what this kid said just now is true, then whether he is martial arts or alchemy talent, he is an inexhaustible enchanting genius. Such a peerless person is exactly the existence that their Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce needs to make friends with. As you wish. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately moved his palm, and a badge appeared out of thin air in his palm. This is the badge of the 4th stage mage. Looking at the badge in Jiang Chen's palm, some people who knew the goods around could not help but exclaimed. The two warriors of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce were slightly startled. Didn't this kid just say that he was a 5th rank alchemist? How could he become a 4th rank array mage again? Sorry, I seem to have taken it wrong. Jiang Chen smiled apologetically. He quickly retracted the badge of the 4th rank array mage, and another badge appeared in his palm. 5 rank beast tamer badge. Everyone looked at the badge in Jiang Chen's hand with dull faces, and couldn't help but breathe in their hearts. The two warriors of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce looked at each other, and both saw an inconceivable shock in each other's eyes. A young man under the age of 18 has the dual identities of a rank 4 array mage and a rank 5 beast trainer. What shocked them most was what this kid told them was a 5th grade alchemist. If the real boy can really take out the 5th rank alchemist badge, it would be too tame or evil. It seems to be wrong again. Sorry, I have a lot of part-time jobs. As Jiang Chen said, he took back the 5th grade animal trainer badge in his palm. He took out a dazzling 5th rank alchemist badge. Looking at the 5th rank alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand, the hearts of countless people around couldn't help but twitch. 5th rank animal trainer badge. This kid actually took out so many badges in one breath. This product is not pretending to be compelling at all, but it is really awesome. The three of Yu Muling stared at Jiang Chen blankly, and it was too long for them to recover from the shock. As Tianyazong disciples, geniuses have seen a lot of them, but they had never seen anyone so genius in every aspect. This senior brother Jiang from Taishu sect is really a monster. Jiang Chen shook the 5th rank alchemist badge in his hand and smiled faintly at the two Black Dragon Guild warriors. The 5th grade alchemist badge is here. Do I still need to show other strengths? Chapter 559. Incomplete Heaven Grade Martial Arts, Slashing the Sky with a Sword. No need, Mr. Jiang, this is your Supreme VIP order, and the number on the token is your Supreme box. With the Supreme VIP order, Mr. Jiang will be able to enjoy a 20% discount for settlement of everything he buys at this auction. The two warriors of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and quickly handed the Supreme VIP order to Jiang Chen. With this son's enchanting talent in alchemy, animal training, and formation. Even though his martial arts talent is not very good, he is fully qualified to receive the Supreme Honor Order. Jiang Chen took the order of the Supreme Distinguished Guest, and under countless shocking gazes, he led the three women of Yu Muling towards the auction house in the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The auction house of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is huge. The surrounding walls are inlaid with various gems, which is very magnificent. Enter the auction house. Jiang Chen presented his order for the Supreme Distinguished Guest, and a maid respectfully took Jiang Chen and the others to a private room on the 2nd floor. This private room is facing the auction table on the 1st floor, and is almost one of the best places to view the entire auction house. Jiang Chen and the others sat down in the box. The maid on the side poured tea for Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen swept slightly, his eyes fell on a list of items on the coffee table. Sir, this list is specially prepared by the Chamber of Commerce for the distinguished guests. It contains a detailed introduction of all the auction items in this auction. Seeing this, the maid on the side couldn't help but smile and introduced to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, and immediately picked up the auction list on the coffee table. I flipped through the auction list roughly. Jiang Chen discovered that the items auctioned at the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction were indeed extraordinary. Among the items on the auction list, the worst are the medicines and precious materials of grade 4 or higher, and the martial arts of Zanpin martial arts are countless. Although there are many treasures on the auction list, Jiang Chen didn't have anything that interests Jiang Chen too much. When he turned to the last page of the finale, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shrank. Incomplete Heaven Grade Martial Arts, Slashing the Sky with a Sword. In this auction of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, heavenly martial arts really appeared. Although it was only an incomplete celestial martial arts school, it was still an extremely rare existence. This incomplete martial art of heavenly rank is pretty good to me. He has the system in hand and can easily fill in the incomplete martial arts. If it can be auctioned off, it can easily become a complete martial arts discipline. It's just that the martial arts of the heavenly rank is too rare in the North Wild Continent. Even the incomplete martial arts of the heavenly rank can make countless martial artists crazy. There are only about 20 million low-grade spar on his body now, and it is almost impossible to photograph this incomplete martial art of heavenly rank. It seems that you have to find a way to earn pen spar. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, and immediately raised his head to the maid on the side. I am going to auction something at the auction now, is it too late? Sorry, I'm just an ordinary maid, and the auction is not clear. The maid shook her head, and then said, but, you are the most distinguished guest of this auction, I can take you to meet the person in charge of the auction, Mr. Shang. Jiang Chen nodded. Okay, then take me to see him, please follow me. The maid hurriedly made a please gesture to Jiang Chen. You are here waiting for me, I will come as soon as I go. Jiang Chen said to the third daughter of Yu Mu Ling, stood up and followed the maid out of the private room. Chapter 560. I want to auction a condensed sword pill. Under the leadership of the maid, Jiang Chen soon came to a separate room behind the auction house. In the room, a middle-aged man in a gorgeous, fat-eared brocade robe sits on a chair and closes his eyes. Sir, the supreme guest of the auction has something to look for you. The maid knocked on the door and said respectfully to the middle-aged man in the brocade robe in the room. Jinpao's middle-aged also suddenly opened his eyes when he heard this. He looked at Jiang Chen beside the maid, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. As the person in charge of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction, he knows better than anyone how difficult it is to receive the supreme guest order from the auction. Little brother, please come in. The middle-aged Jinpao quickly stood up and greeted Jiang Chen in with a smile. Enter the room. Jiang Chen sat down with Jinpao's middle-aged guest and host. The middle-aged Jinpao asked with a smile, how do you call this little brother? I am the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction in charge of Shang'an. I don't know why the little brother is looking for me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Next Jiang Chen, I want to auction something at the auction. Generally, when the auction is about to take place, we will not add auction items at will. But, young Master Jiang is the most distinguished guest of this auction, and Shang is willing to make an exception. As long as the things Mr. Jiang brought out meet the auction conditions, Mr. Shang will immediately arrange the auction for Mr. Jiang. Shang'an said with a smile on his face. Then there is Mr. Labor and Merchant. As Jiang Chen said, he directly took out a dozen 6th grade materials from Najia. These materials were obtained in the ruins of the Blood Demon Palace last time, and Jiang Chen has not used them because of the relatively high grade. Shang'an looked at the materials that Jiang Chen took out, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. With Shang'an's eyesight, it is not difficult to see that the grades of these materials have reached the 6th grade. Among them, there are 2 kinds of 6th grade pill materials, and they are extremely rare, even if he has seen it a number of times. Young Master Jiang, wait a moment, I will let someone come to appraise the materials. Shang'an took a deep breath, and immediately said to the maid at the door, you immediately let Master Shen come over. The maid respectfully responded, and quickly turned and left. After a while, she brought an old man with white hair to Jiang Chen and the others. A lot of 6th grade materials, and there are even 6th grade high grade materials, blood fog yin and yang flowers. The white-haired old man looked at the material in front of Jiang Chen, his eyes lit up involuntarily. Shang'an smiled and said, Master Shen, this young Master Jiang is going to auction these materials. Could you please identify it for him? Master Shen didn't talk nonsense when he heard the words, and soon completed the identification of more than 10 kinds of Jiang Chen's medicinal materials. After Master Shen's appraisal is completed, Jiang Chen worried that the spar auctioned for these medicinal materials would not be enough to capture the final martial arts of the heavenly rank, and he could not help but said to Shang'an, Shangguan, I also want to auction a pill. Shang'an was taken aback for a moment, and then asked with a smile on his face, I don't know what medicine Jiang Zi is going to auction. Jiang Chen said indifferently, I want to auction a condensed sword pill. Condensed sword pill. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shang'an obviously stunned for a moment, and couldn't help looking at Master Shen who was aside. and Master Shen on the side was shocked. His gaze towards Jiang Chen instantly became extremely excited. Sword condensation pill. Do you really own the legendary sword condensation pill? Chapter 561, only half an hour is enough. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Ningjian pill, I can't get it out for the time being. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Master Shen clearly showed an unpleasant look on his face. Jiang Chen's proud voice sounded again. Although I can't get the finished sword pill, I can refine one immediately and sell it now. Master Shen was shocked. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. You can refine the condensed sword pill, how is this possible? As a 7th rank alchemist, Master Shen has naturally heard of the name of Ningjian pill. Although the grade of Ningjian pill is not high, it is only a 5th grade high-level pill. But it is a magical medicine created by Jiang Wenchen, a genius of swordsmanship thousands of years ago, and its effect is to greatly enhance the sword repairer's understanding of sword intent. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If you can refine it, you'll know if you try. Young Master Jiang, there is only 1 hour before the opening of the auction, I'm afraid. Xianxia said with a look of embarrassment. Although he didn't know the grade of the condensed sword pill, from the response of Master Shen, this condensed sword pill was definitely not an ordinary medicine. Even if Jiang Chen could really refine the condensed sword pill, it would be too late to participate in the auction. 1 hour is totally enough. I refine the condensed sword pill, only half an hour is enough. Jiang Chen said confidently. Trouble the commercial manager to give me a quiet room, and then prepare me a piece of profound heart sacred orchid, demon sword spirit grass. No need to prepare, I have all the medicinal materials you need here. Master Shen waved his hand, and quickly took out the materials Jiang Chen needed from Najia. You are here to refine the condensed sword pill. Commercial management, let's go outside and wait for him. Master Shen took a deep look at Jiang Chen, and immediately greeted the business manager and walked toward the outside of the room. Xianxia and Master Shen left the room, closed the door easily, and finally couldn't help asking, Master Shen, what kind of pill is this condensing sword pill? Ningjian pill is a 5-stage pill, but it is not a normal 5-stage pill. Master Shen slowly said, this kind of pill has been lost for thousands of years. It is a kind of pill that can enhance sword intent. The pill to enhance sword intent. Xianxia was shocked. The true meaning of martial arts is illusory, and there has always been no shortcut to go, only relying on extraordinary talent to understand. Xianxia never thought that there was a magical pill that could enhance sword intent in this world. If Jiang Chen really refines this kind of pill, it might be enough to make all the sword repairers on the mainland go crazy. Xianxia took a deep breath, and immediately looked at Master Shen with fiery eyes. Master Shen, Jiang Chen has reported the materials for Ningjian pill just now, I don't know. Not waiting for Xianxia to finish, Master Shen interrupted him directly. You think too much. Refining the condensed sword pill requires profound knowledge in both kendo and alchemy. Even if you put the pill in front of me, it is impossible for me to refine it. What's more, if this child can really refine the condensed sword pill, his identity may not be simple at all, and you'd better not mess with him. When Xianxia heard this, he stopped talking and stood quietly at the door of the room waiting. Half an hour passed in a flash. Jiang Chen finally opened the door of the room and walked out slowly under the gaze of the two of them expecting. Chapter 562, The Auction Begins. 5th grade high-level pill Ningjian pill, please check it. Jiang Chen walked out of the room and threw a jade bottle to Master Shen. Master Shen took the jade bottle with trembling hands. He opened the jade bottle, and a trace of sharp sword intent radiated from the thumb-sized blue pill in the jade bottle. It really is the legendary sword condensation pill. A look of excitement suddenly appeared in Master Shen's old eyes. Jiang Chen said lightly, since there is no problem, please arrange the auction for me. Young Master Jiang, rest assured, I will now add Ningjian to the finale of this auction. Xianxia quickly promised, a pill that can enhance sword intent. Xianxia can almost foresee that the sensation caused by the condensed sword pill will probably not be inferior to the incomplete martial arts they auctioned, so be it. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately turned and left, returning to the private room on the 2nd floor of the auction house. Xianxia, who presided over the auction, appeared on the auction table on time. Everyone, I am Xianxia, the person in charge of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction, and I am responsible for presiding over this auction. Everyone has been looking forward to the auction of our Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce for a long time, so I won't say much nonsense. We will go directly to the auction. Xianxia's eyes swept slightly across the auction room, and his deep voice instantly resounded through the audience. When Xianxia spoke, he beckoned to the maid on the side, and a pill appeared in the eyes of everyone. The first auction item, the 4th grade primary pill, Guiyuan pill. The effect of Guiyuan pill, I must not need to introduce too much. It can increase the strength of warriors below Kaiyuan 4th level to a realm. Warriors above Kaiyuan 4th level can also greatly increase their strength. The starting price of Guiyuan pill is 10,000 lower grade spar, and each increase shall not be less than 1,000 lower grade spar. Seeing that the first auction item was the Guiyuan pill and other 4-tier pill, the atmosphere in the auction room was instantly ignited. 11,000 low grade spar. 15,000 low grade spar. The price of Guiyuan Dan keeps rising. In the end, a warrior of Kaiyuan triple layer took the Guiyuan pill at the price of 98,000 low grade spars. The auction will proceed in an orderly manner. The next few auctions did not show anything that Jiang Chen was interested in, so Jiang Chen never made a move. Everyone, the next auction is a Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit. The Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit can not only be used to refine the level 5 Blood Dao Qi pill, but it can also stimulate the bloodline potential, which is even more coveted for people with special bloodlines. The starting price of the Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit is 30,000 low-grade spars, and each increase in price shall not be less than 2,000 spars. Hearing Xianxia's introduction of the next auction item, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This Scarlet Demon Fruit is still useful, but it can be photographed. 30,000 to 35,000. Soon, the price of the Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit soared to 100,000. 110,000. Jiang Chen was too lazy to ink, so he added 10,000 directly. Jiang Chen's local tyrant's price increase also instantly caused many people to give up bidding for the Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit. 102. At this moment, a 5th grade alchemist on the high-level VIP table called for a price. 120,000. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face and added 8,000 at once. The 5th grade pharmacist also seemed to see that Jiang Chen was bound to win the Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit, and he directly withdrew from the auction. When Jiang Chen was about to take down the Scarlet Blood Demon with 120,000 lower grade spar, a faint cry of price resounded abruptly in everyone's ears. I give out 125,000. Chapter 563, Shoot Yourself in the Foot. When he spotted the bidder, his brows frowned slightly. Brother Jiang, the Leng Yao probably saw you want to take the Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit, so he deliberately raised the price and didn't want you to take it smoothly. Yu Muling said angrily. Since he wants to play, then I will accompany him to have a good time. Jiang Chen sneered slightly at the corner of his mouth, and continued to quote, 130,000. Dare to ruin my good deeds, no matter what you shoot today, I will make you pay double or even several times the price. The Leng Yao sneered in his heart and began to increase the price. In a short while, the price of the Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit had exceeded 200,000. After Leng Yao hesitated to quote the price of 250,000 yuan, Jiang Chen finally showed a ghostly smile. Standing at the door of the private room, he grinned at the Leng Yao below. Since this friend needs Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit so much, then I will reluctantly give it up and let it go to you. Isn't this kid going to win the Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit? Why is he suddenly not bidding? Leng Yao's face suddenly became ugly. He is not a martial artist who cultivates blood, and he has no special bloodline power. This Scarlet Blood Demon Fruit was of no use to him at all. The reason why he frantically increased the price was just to make Jiang Chen sick. Now that Jiang Chen has given up, isn't he going to spend 250,000 spars on such a useless thing? Was overcast by this kid. Leng Yao cursed secretly in his heart, and now he was shooting himself in the foot. After a small episode, the auction will continue. After a few more rounds, Jiang Chen's materials were auctioned. The next thing to be auctioned is a 6th-ranked high-grade medicinal blood mist yin and yang flower. This flower is very versatile and is an indispensable main medicine for refining many 6th-rank pills. 100,000 lower-grade yuan stones. Just after the introduction in Xianxia, Leng Yao directly quoted a sky-high price of 100,000 in one go. The blood mist yin and yang flower, which played a vital role in the secret technique he cultivated. With this blood mist yin and yang flower, it will undoubtedly make him break through the pill condensing realm much smoother. He had to photograph this censored, mist yin and yang flower anyway. Leng Yao bid a high price of 100,000, and instantly made many people who were interested in the blood mist yin and yang flower give up. 105,000. Jiang Chen's not salty or weak voice sounded instantly. Leng Yao's expression was cold. Jiang Chen, you deliberately raised the price, aren't you afraid that I will stop suddenly? I just happen to be interested in this censored, misty yin and yang flower. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If you stop, I thank you, it's too late. 150,000. Leng Yao snorted and continued to increase the price. He intends to use a crazy price increase to force Jiang Chen to give up. 15,000, 5,000. Jiang Chen didn't panic and added another 5,000. The two of you came and went like this, and quickly increased the price of the blood fog yin-yang flower to 355,000. A blood mist yin and yang flower, 350,000 low-grade spars. These two guys are afraid that there are too many spars to spend. Many people can't help but take a breath after seeing the rivalry between the two. Leng Yao clenched his fists, trembling all over. 360,000. Although he has a lot of spar on his body, they were all prepared by Zhongmin to buy him the final finale. If Jiang Chen continued to increase the price, he would have to give up this blood mist yin and yang flower. Chapter 564, pitted again and again. Seeing that Leng Yao only added 5,000 this time, Jiang Chen didn't need to think about it to know that this was the limit that Leng Yao could accept. He didn't continue to bid, and his gaze at Leng Yao also showed a joking smile. Leng Yao, since you need blood mist yin and yang flowers so much, tell me earlier. If you knew what you needed, since we are all three disciples of the northern wilderness, I won't take it to auction. Otherwise we can trade privately and we will definitely give you a fair and cheap price. When Jiang Chen said this, the auction house was in an uproar. This blood mist yin and yang flower turned out to be sent by the kid on the second floor. Didn't he make it clear that he deliberately raised the price? The guy who auctioned the blood mist yin and yang flowers was miserable. Everyone was stunned for a while, and the eyes that looked at Leng Yao showed an expression of incomparable sympathy. This blood mist yin and yang flower was actually sent by Jiang Chen. Leng Yao was almost out of anger and spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Just now he deliberately bid the scarlet blood demon fruit. He accidentally fell into Jiang Chen's deception, and spent more than 200,000 crystal stones to buy a useless thing. Now he has the heart to fight for the blood mist yin and yang flower, but Jiang Chen only paid the price of 360,000 yuan before taking it. It's just that he didn't have time to be happy, but Jiang Chen's words hit his heart like a punch. Asshole, I'm yin too. Leng Yao cursed secretly in his heart, and the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen were about to burst into flames. Senior brother Jiang, you are so amazing, you actually cheated Leng Yao again. Seeing that Leng Yao was pitted by Jiang Chen twice in a row, he almost vomited blood 3 liters out of anger, and Yu Mu Lingchao's face also showed a look of admiration. Haha. Play with me, he is still a little tender. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and continued to watch the auction. In the next auction, Jiang Chen and Leng Yao never made each other's moves, and the order of the auction became much more normal. Unconsciously, the auction came to an end soon. Everyone, the next auction will be the Ice Soul Marrow Stone, one of the 3 finale items of this auction. The Ice Soul Stone is one of the rare, censored, stones in the world. Its greatest effect is to help break through the bottleneck. It can greatly increase the chance of the Kaiyuan 9th martial artist breaking through the condensed pill realm. The starting price of Ice Soul Stone is 1 million lower grade spar, and the price increase shall not be less than 50,000 yuan each time. As soon as the Ice Soul Marrow Stone came out, the atmosphere of the auction house instantly soared to a peak. In the high-level VIP seats, countless warriors of the Kaiyuan 9th layer were all staring fiercely at the Ice Soul Stone on the auction stage. 100 and 100,000. Seeing everyone frantically competing for the Ice Soul Stone, Jiang Chen did not bid this time. He has a system, and there is no bottleneck in breaking through. In the eyes of others, this Ice Soul Stone is the ultimate treasure to break through the pill condensation realm, but it is worthless to him. After a fierce battle, the Ice Soul Stone was finally photographed by a young man at the peak of Kaiyuan 9th layer for 4 million. The auction of Ice Soul Marrow Stone is over. Under Shang An's orders, a maid quickly walked out of the backstage with a mysterious and ancient scroll on a tray. Looking at the scroll in the hand of the maid, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel refreshed. Heaven Grade Martial Arts Slashing Heaven Sword, here comes. Chapter 565. All parties fight for the martial arts of the highest rank. The items to be auctioned in the future must be known to many people present. Yes, it is the finale of this auction, the broken piece Heavenly Sword Skill Slashing the Sky. Following Chang'an's words, the auction room exploded in an instant. Heavenly Sword Skill slashes the sky with one sword. Countless people looked at the auction platform with shocked faces, and couldn't help but take a breath. Although it was only a volume of dilapidated heavenly martial arts, it was definitely a priceless existence. Destroyed Heavenly Grade Sword Skill, Slashing the Sky, the starting price is 5 million lower grade spars, and each increase in price shall not be less than 100,000. Starting price of 5 million. Hearing such a high starting price, many people couldn't help but slap their tongues secretly. It is indeed a heavenly sword skill, the price is too high to imagine. Sure enough, it is a broken product heavenly sword skill. Such a sword skill, only my divine sword sect is worthy of possessing. 10 million. On the second floor of the auction house, Jiang Chen is in a private room opposite to them. A young man with an arrogant look instantly appeared at the door of the box, and his cold voice instantly echoed throughout the auction hall. Beside this young man, Jiang Chen also saw a few acquaintances. It was the Jianfang group that he met at the inn last night. The first genius of the Divine Sword Sect, Jiang Chen, known as the Little Sword Saint, did not expect him to come. It seems that the Divine Sword Sect is bound to win this fragmented sky-level sword skill. Seeing this, the three women of Yu Mu Ling couldn't help but exclaimed. The cultivation base of the condensed pill realm, the sword intent has also reached the realm of double perfection. It is indeed the first genius of the Divine Sword Sect. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, his eyes condensed slightly. Jiang Chen of this Divine Sword Sect is definitely the most powerful existence among the geniuses of the same generation he has ever seen. Hehe, heavenly sword skill, I am also very interested in Tianyu sect. 11 million. The Leng Yao on the high-level VIP table stood up and shouted. Did you Tianyu sect send this guy to fight for the martial arts of the heavenly rank? You have lost a lot to the Divine Sword Sect in all aspects. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help being speechless and authentic. There is no way, who would let this guy be the sect master's disciple and win the sect master's trust? Our Tianyu sect's first genius didn't bother to be with Leng Yao at all, and naturally would not appear with Leng Yao. Yu Muling shook her head helplessly. Two people, it is better to stay in our Taishu sect for this volume of heavenly martial arts. 15 million. At this moment, there was another call for price on the second floor. Jiang Chen followed his gaze and saw a familiar figure slowly appearing at the door of a box on the left. This figure is no one else, it is the first true disciple of Taishu sect who broke through the condensed pill realm in the Battle of the Sky list, Ling Zong. Hey, for this heavenly grade sword skill, it is better to stay with the kamikaze mercenary group in our Black Dragon City, 20 million. Just after Ling Zong's bid fell, a mysterious young man in a black robe also slowly walked out of the opposite room. Fuck, the three sects of the Northern Wilderness and the Shinfeng Mercenary Corps, the largest force in the Black Dragon City, have come to bid for this volume of heavenly martial arts. Tisk tusk. There is a good show to watch now. Everyone looked at the four people's bids with awe. Just when they thought that the ownership of the heavenly martial arts would be produced in these four major forces, a faint voice was abruptly shocking the audience. 50 million. Chapter 566. One man crushes the four forces. Jiang Chen suddenly bid 50 million, which immediately caused an uproar in the auction house. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen at this moment. Who is this kid, who is so awesome? It's crazy to dare to compete with the three sects of the Northern Wilderness and the Shinfeng Mercenary Corps for the martial arts of the heavenly rank. When everyone in the auction room was amazed, Jiang Chen and the others couldn't help but condensed slightly. They thought that the sky-level sword skill was a struggle between the four of them, but they didn't expect Jiang Chen to come out on the way. No matter who it is, I don't want to stop my divine sword sect from taking this heavenly sword skill today. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. 51 million. 60 million. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and his faint voice sounded again. As if the spar is like a stone, no matter how much you throw it out, you won't care. Jiang Chen's re-quotation also silenced the Leng Yao of Tianyu sect and Ling Zong of Taishu sect for an instant. Regarding this volume of broken product heavenly sword skills, neither Tianyuzong nor Taishuzong had to photograph them. It's just that the competition between the three cases is fierce. The biggest reason for their presence here is that they don't want this volume of broken product heavenly sword skills to fall into the hands of other sects. Especially the Excalibur sect. Once the Divine Sword sect possesses this dilapidated heavenly sword skill, with the Divine Sword sect's background in the sword, it can be perfected into a true heavenly sword skill. The Divine Sword sect is bound to rise in strength, and it may also affect the structure of the three sects. Now that Jiang Chen is competing with Jiang Chen, they are naturally happy. As long as this volume of heavenly grade sword skill did not fall into Jiang Chen's hands, they would not rush to take action. Especially Tai Zuzong's Ling Zong is even less worried. According to Jiang Chen, he is still a disciple of their Taishu sect. If he had the ability to press Jiang Chen to photograph this remnant heavenly grade sword skill, it wouldn't be a bad thing for them. Tai Zuzong, the mysterious black-clothed youth of the kamikaze mercenary group, also chose to watch with cold eyes. Although their Shinfang mercenary group is not inferior to the Northern Wilderness three sects, their background is far inferior. 60 million spars, this is the limit their kamikaze mercenary group can bear. 61 million. Jiang Chen's expression was a bit ugly. The news of the broken heavenly sword skills at the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction was a bit sudden, and their Divine Sword sect had collected 70 million spars in total. If Jiang Chen directly added 70 million next time, he would probably have a hard time capturing this volume of heavenly sword skills. 70 million. Just when Jiang Chen prayed in his heart that Jiang Chen did not have that polycrystalline stone, Jiang Chen's calm bidding instantly broke his illusion. 7,005 million. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and pressed all the spars on his body. He looked at Jiang Chen on the opposite side and said solemnly, "This friend, I wonder if I can save face from the Divine Sword sect and give me this volume of heavenly sword skills. In my eyes, the face of your Divine Sword sect is not as valuable as this volume of heavenly martial arts." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. 7,000 and 600,000. My son took note of today's affairs. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't give face so much, a cold expression flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. As Jiang Chen gave up the bidding, the remnant heavenly grade martial skill Zhan Tian Yi sword fell into Jiang Chen's hands without accident. The scene before him also caused everyone in the auction house to take a breath. Jiang Chen was able to defeat the three sects of the Northern Wilderness and the Shinfeng Mercenary Corps with his own power, and finally acquired this volume of heavenly sword skills. This is too awesome. Chapter 567. Why is this kid again? After 3 inquiries, Shang'an announced the ownership of the broken heavenly grade sword skill. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Chen coldly, and turned around to leave. Just when everyone thought the auction was over, Shang'an's faint voice on the auction stage resounded through the audience again. "Everyone, there is now the last item left in this auction. Although this auction item was temporarily added, its value is not in the slightest below the damaged heavenly grade sword skill." Shang'an's faint voice fell, and the entire auction room fell silent for an instant. Even Jiang Chen, who was about to leave, stopped in an instant, turned and looked at the auction platform. On the auction stage, Shang'an personally took a jade bottle from the tray held by the maid on the side and walked slowly to the center of the auction stand. This is a condensed sword pill, the grade is high grade. This pill was created by the peerless mighty Sword Wenchen, who was famous in the Northern Wilderness thousands of years ago, and its effect is to enhance the sword repairer's sword intent. As soon as Shang'an's words fell, everyone in the auction room took a sigh of relief. How could there be such a miraculous pill in this world? Everyone looked at the auction platform with shocked faces. Especially for some sword repairers, the gazes that looked at the auction stand instantly became extremely hot. Unexpectedly, the last auction item of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce would be the legendary condensed sword pill. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and it took a while to recover from the shock. As the sword genius of the Divine Sword sect, how could Jiang Chen have not heard of Jiang Wenchen and Ning Jian Pill's name? It's just that Ning Jian Pill has been lost since Jiang Wenchen. Jiang Chen didn't expect that this kind of medicine, which had been lost for thousands of years, would appear at the auction of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. You must do whatever it takes to buy this condensed sword pill. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. His sword intent has reached the realm of double perfection. As long as he gets this condensed sword pill, his sword intent is very likely to break through the triple realm in a short time. With the strength of the pill condensation realm, he might be able to compete with the power of the divine sea realm. If you can take this sword pill, you can comprehend the prescription of the sword pill. For their divine sword sect, the value is even more inestimable. After Shang'an announced the auction rules for Ningjian Dan, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and directly raised the price of Ningjian pill to 30 million in one breath. Jiang Chen's offer directly caused the auction to fall into a short silence. For some swordsman geniuses, Ningjian pill may be the most dreamed treasure. But for ordinary people, it is not very useful, and the other sword repair geniuses in the auction room obviously didn't have the strength to compete with Jiang Chen. Seeing that no one was vying with him, Jiang Chen's eyes could not help but a smug smile appeared. Just when everyone thought that this condensing sword pill was something in the sword dust capsule, a faint voice resounded instantly. Everyone looked at the voice. When they found out that the bidder turned out to be Jiang Chen, they were so shocked that their eyes almost fell off. Why is this kid again? This kid has spent more than 70 million spars on photographing the broken product Heavenly Sword skills just now. Now he was buying Ningjian pill, and he was able to quote a sky-high price of 60 million yuan. Too crazy. How many spars are there in this kid Tamar? Chapter 568, he will deliver the spar to the door. GN, senior brother Jiang, are you still going to bid for this condensing sword pill? Yu Muling looked at Jiang Chen beside her with a dull face. Senior brother Jiang Chen from Taishu sect is too rich. Most of the spars obtained by warriors will be used for cultivation. An ordinary Kaiyuan realm martial artist can be considered richer if he can come up with millions of spars. But the brother Jiang Chen in front of him asked for tens of millions of spars without blinking his eyes. I'm afraid that even many experts in the condensation pill realm and even the Shanghai realm might not be so wealthy. No, I don't have so many spars. Jiang Chen said astonishingly. The spar on my body now doesn't even pay for the heavenly grade sword skills that I photographed. When the three women of Yu Mu Ling heard this, Warong was suddenly pale. The Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Black Dragon City, this is not an unusual place. Even the powerhouse of the Divine Sea Realm would silently abide by the rules of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen makes such random bids. If he can't get the spar for a while, what should he do? Although I don't have that polycrystalline stone right now, there is the guy on the opposite side, and he will send it to the door soon. Jiang Chen smiled and glanced at the three women, and the corners of his mouth also raised a strange arc. Yu Mu Ling is ice and snow smart. She was taken aback for a moment, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes widened. Senior brother Jiang, this sword condensing pill, shouldn't you send it to you, clever? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. 30 million spars are not enough for me to buy the heavenly grade sword skill. He wants sword condensation pill, so naturally he has to let him shed more blood. The three daughters of Yu Mu Ling were speechless for a while. Dare to love Jiang Chen to bid for the condensed sword pill, and he is also asking for the things he sent. Brother Jiang, you add so much at once, what if Jiang Chen gives up? Yu Mu Ling frowned and said with some worry. Jiang Chen raised the price like this, the risk is too great. If Jiang Chen really gave up bidding, the consequences would be really unthinkable for Jiang Chen. Don't worry, he won't give up. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Generally speaking, perhaps he refused to get a condensed sword pill. But for a genius of swordsmanship like Jiang Chen, he couldn't resist the temptation of sword condensation pill anyway. 7,500,000, if you can still come up with another 7,600,000, this condensed sword pill is yours. Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, Jiang Chen's indifferent cry of price rang in his ears. Jiang Chen didn't intend to follow Jiang Chen's ink, but directly quoted his limit price. Jiang Chen did not increase the price this time. He looked at Jiang Chen on the opposite side with a full smile, and his faint voice resounded in everyone's ears instantly. Thank you, the brother on the other side, for spending so much money. He made up enough spar for me to pay for the heavenly grade sword skill. In fact, you don't need to add so much, just add 100,000. Lying down. This condensing sword pill was actually sent by Jiang Chen. When everyone heard Jiang Chen's words, they were shocked by Jiang Chen's words. Dare to love this guy is repeating the same trick just now, deliberately raising the items he sent to pit someone else's spar. Only this time, Jiang Chenking's spar was not a star. Jiang Chen of the Divine Sword sect was smashed away by tens of millions of spars. At an auction, This kid actually pitted the geniuses of the Tianyu sect and the divine sword. Do you want this Nima to be so awesome? Chapter 569, Ding. You comprehend the heavenly grade sword skill, slashing the sky. Boy, you are so kind, you even dare to pit my spar. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely gloomy, and his eyes towards Jiang Chen almost burst into flames. As the first genius of the divine sword sect, what a superior existence is Jiang Chen's status. Among his peers, he has always been the only one to bully others. For the first time in so many years, he was so miserable by a boy with a similar age. If it were not for worrying that this was the site of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he would have rushed to kill Jiang Chen with a sword. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Everyone has their own ability to bid in the auction house. There is nothing wrong with it. It's a good one. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. The mountains do not turn, you better pray that you don't meet me again. Otherwise, this sun will definitely return the insult you today 10 times. Don't worry, you will meet me in the 3 martial arts in 2 days. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, but, if you want me to pay back 10 times, it depends on your ability. Unexpectedly, you are also the 3 disciples. Jiang Chen's eyes shrank slightly, and then coldly said, very well, I will be waiting for you in the 3 sects Huiwu. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he took Luo Feng directly to the Divine Sword Sect disciples, and left without looking back. Junior brother Jiang Chen, I haven't seen you for a long time. Junior brother, you still have the same style. At today's auction, Jiang Chen frustrated the spirit of the first genius of the Divine Sword Sect, which really opened Ling's eyes. The disciple of Taishuzong's first true biography looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, and greeted Jiang Chen in the air. When everyone saw Ling Zong greet Jiang Chen, they were in an uproar. This kid turned out to be a disciple of Tai Zuzong. There seems to be no one named Jiang Chen among the 5 true followers of Taishu sect, right? When did this guy come out? Jiang Chen entered Taishu sect for a short time. Although he defeated Ao Tiankui, the 5 true disciple, in the battle for the ranking list, the matter did not spread. And because Jiang Chen became Xiaoduli's disciple, Tai Zuzong did not let Jiang Chen replace Ao Tiankui's true biography disciple. Except for Tai Zuzong disciples, few people outside know that Tai Zuzong has a genius like Jiang Chen. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Jiang Chen exchanged a few words with Ling Zong, and then went to the backstage to settle the spar and receive the heavenly sword skill Zontian sword. After everything was processed, Jiang Chen left the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce with Yu Muling and the others. Originally, Jiang Chen planned to leave Black Dragon City directly to Longxi Mountain, but the 3 daughters of Yu Muling were worried that they would meet Jiang Chen and others of the Divine Sword Sect, and they would have to wait until the next day to leave for anything. In desperation, Jiang Chen had to stay with the 3 daughters in Black Dragon City for another night. Back to the inn, Jiang Chen, who had nothing to do, directly took out the Broken Heaven rank sword skill Zontian sword that Zhang Pai had bought. Unfolding the scroll, Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and a pleasant reminder sounded in Jiang Chen's mind instantly. Ding! Watching the Broken Heavenly Grade sword skill, slashing the sky, triggers a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the Heavenly Grade sword skill, slashing the sky. Listening to the familiar prompt sound of the system, and feeling the Heavenly Grade sword skill slashing heaven one sword that came out of thin air in his mind, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a slight arc. Following the Taishu combat body, he finally mastered a new martial art of heavenly rank. One person masters 2 kinds of martial arts of heavenly rank. Even in the entire northern wild continent, it would be difficult to find a second such person. Chapter 570. Don't get into an inch in front of me. In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Chen and the 3 daughters of Yu Mu left Black Dragon City and headed directly to Longxi Mountain. Longxi Mountain is very close to the Black Dragon City, almost less than 100 miles away. Jiang Chen came under a steep mountain that was winding and rugged, like a dragon circling. Longxi Mountain, a legendary place in the northern wild continent. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, this was the habitat of a dragon. After hundreds of meters of painstaking cultivation, the flood dragon finally succeeded in transcending the catastrophe and transforming the dragon. This is also the only place where traces of beasts have appeared in the northern wild continent for thousands of years. Longxi Mountain is also famous for this place. The 3 sects of the northern wilderness chose the place of Longxi Mountain to hold their 3 martial arts. They also hope that the genius disciples under their sect can break the cocoon and transform the dragon here and become the dragon among the famous people of the northern wilderness. Because each session of the Sanzong Huiwu is held in Longxi Mountain, all three sects have established a sect station in Longxi Mountain. Enter Longxi Mountain. Jiang Chen did not return to Taishuzong's residence for the first time, but went to Tianyazong's residence with Yu Mulling's three daughters. Jiang Chen hadn't seen his cheap maid for a year since Meng Qingshe was forcibly taken away from the Meng family by a strong Tianyazong. Now it happened that the third daughter of Yu Muling went to Tianyu sect to get people back. Jiang Chen and the others appeared at the gate of the Tianyazong residence. Sister Yu, why have you come to Longxi Mountain? Station door. The two Tianyazong disciples who guarded the gate were obviously very familiar with Yu Muling. They looked at Yu Muling who appeared in front of them, with a look of consternation in their eyes. Yu Muling smiled sweetly and said, "Two seniors, the three sects Huiwu is a 5-year event of the three sects of the northern wilderness. I want to come to see it, so I will come with Sister Lu and the others. Since it's here, go in." The two Tianyazong disciples gave a wry smile. Fortunately, this little girl reached Longxi Mountain safely, otherwise the Mingyu elder of their Tianyu sect might have to go crazy again. "Thank you, brother." Yu Muling thanked the two Tianyazong disciples, and brought Jiang Chen into the Tianyazong residence. "You stop." At this moment, the two Tianyazong disciples also discovered Jiang Chen behind Yu Muling. Their vigilant gaze fell on Jiang Chen instantly. "Your Excellency does not seem to be my Tianyazong disciple." Two seniors, he is senior brother Jiang Chenjiang of Taishu sect, and a friend of senior sister Qingshe. Yu Muling said quickly. "Senior brother Jiang came to see senior sister Qingshe specially, and I hope the two seniors can make it easier." "No way," the two Tianyu sect disciples said solemnly. "In the Tianyu sect residence, non-Tianyu sect disciples are not allowed to enter, no one can be an exception. Muling, go in and tell your senior sister for me, just say I'm waiting for her here." Jiang Chen smiled and said to Yu Muling, then turned and stepped aside. He came here only to find Meng Qingshe. There was no need to break the rules of the Tianyu sect and cause unnecessary trouble. "Boy, do you think we are as innocent as junior sister Yu, so if we want to cheat, we cheat? Senior sister Meng is cold and frosty, never coloring any man, how can there be friends like you? I think you 80% use this as an excuse to plot against my Tianyu sect." The two Tianyu sect disciples smiled coldly, and immediately shouted to Jiang Chen with a bad expression, "I don't care who you are, get out of the Tianyu sect's residence immediately." Hearing the harsh shouts of the two Tianyazong disciples, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. "I have given you face, don't get into an inch in front of me." Chapter 571. I'm looking for my maid, what to do with you? Jiang Chen's cold eyes made an inexplicable chill suddenly rise in the hearts of the two Tianyazong disciples. But thinking of this as their Tianyu sect site, they still bite the bullet and shouted to Jiang Chen, "Boy, our Tianyu sect is not a place where you can go wild. If you don't leave again, you can blame us for being rude to you." Jiang Chen was too lazy to bother with them. He directly faced Yu Muling and said, "Muling, go and notify Qingshe to come to see me." Yu Muling also knew that she could only ask senior sister to come out to relieve the siege, and quickly nodded and ran towards the Tianyazong residence. Upon seeing this, the two Tianyazong disciples couldn't help but suddenly cold. They saw their Kaiyuan 9th layer's momentum burst out instantly, waving their weapons and rushing towards Jiang Chen. Meng Qingshe was the woman whom Shu Tianming, the first true disciple of Tianyu sect, liked. As Shu Tianming's little brothers, how could they allow the kid in front of them to find Meng Qingshe? No matter if this kid is Meng Qingshui's friend, they will never let any man approach Meng Qingshe. Jiang Chen's expression became cold, his double fist intent broke out in an instant, and he directly and neatly punched the two of them. The two Tianyazong disciples hadn't reacted at all, they were smashed several meters away by Jiang Chen's punch. They looked at Jiang Chen on the opposite side with pale expressions, and an unprecedented look of horror appeared in their eyes. Just as Jiang Chen fisted back the two Tianyazong disciples, a cold anger came from the Tianyazong resident. "Who is running wild at my Tianyazong resident?" With this cold anger fell. An imposing young man in white immediately stepped out into the air and directly descended in front of the two Tianyazong disciples. This young man in white is Shu Tianming, the first true disciple of Tianyu sect. "Senior brother Shu, this kid pretended to be a friend of senior sister Meng and hurt us." The two Tianyazong disciples looked at the white-clothed youth and quickly pointed at Jiang Chen and said viciously. Shu Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Are you a friend of Qing Shui? I never heard that Qing Shui has a friend like you. Strictly speaking, I really don't count as her friend. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. My relationship with her is more than just a friend. Shu Tianming's eyes flashed with cold light, and he sternly said, Boy, who are you? What is the purpose of coming to my Tianyazong residence? Okay, stop yelling in front of me. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. I haven't set foot in your Tianyazong residence now. I'm just waiting for someone here. You'd better not bother me. Give you 10 breaths, if you don't want to die, you will immediately disappear in front of me. Shu Tianming's eyes staring at Jiang Chen became more and more cold, and there was a deep chill from all over his body. Hee. You really think that Longxi Mountain is your Tianyu sect failure? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Meng Qingshe is my maid. I came here to find my maid. What's wrong with you? My true disciple of Tianyu sect, how can you allow you to insult and die to me? Seeing that Jiang Chen actually said that Meng Qingshe was his maid, Shu Tianming was immediately angry. Hearing an angry shout from him, the fierce palm strength of the pill condensation realm powerhouse rushed out against Jiang Chen. Chapter 572, She is my maid, not an outsider. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and the double fist intent instantly condensed a golden fist shadow, lightly shattering Shu Tianming's palm strength. Double boxing, I didn't expect you to be a bit capable. Shu Tianming stared at Jiang Chen coldly, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. I said one last time, I am here waiting for someone, and I don't want to do anything with you. Jiang Chen glanced at Shu Tianming lightly. You'd better not challenge my endurance limit, otherwise you will be at your own risk. Then I want to see, what can you do with me today? Shu Tianming sneered disdainfully, and the aura of the pill condensation realm burst out with full force. As the first true disciple of Tianyu sect, in Shu Tianming's eyes, only Jiang Chen of the Divine Sword sect was qualified to be his opponent among the disciples of the entire Northern Wilderness 3 sects. As for the others, even Ling Zong, the first true disciple of Taishu Zong, didn't take it seriously. Shu Tianming, stop. Just when Shu Tianming was about to start his hand, a cold shout suddenly came from the Tianyazong resident. Shu Tianming turned around and looked around, and saw the glamorous and unparalleled Meng Qingshe quickly flashing by. Qingshe, why are you here? Shu Tianming looked at Meng Qingshe, a smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Meng Qingshe ignored Shu Tianming. She walked right in front of Jiang Chen, and an extremely surprised expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. Are you here? Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. After staying in Tianyu sect for so long, it's time to come back. Come with me. Jiang Chen, Master is so kind to me. I promised her to fulfill a wish for her. I wonder if you can give me some time. Meng Qingshe said apologetically. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Follow me, I have something to explain to you. After the 3 martial arts are over, you can continue to return to Tianyu sect. After the end of the 3 battles, Jiang Chen was about to leave Shaodu to explore the wider world, and it was impossible for him to bring Meng Qingshe with him. It's just that once he leaves, it's hard for him to worry about Beiwang. Some things could only be left in Meng Qingshui's hands with confidence. Meng Qingshe heard Jiang Chen's words, so she stopped saying more, and was about to leave after Jiang Chen. Sister Meng, are you really going to leave with this kid? When Shu Tianming saw this, his complexion suddenly became unpleasant and looked like, how can you explain to Elder Mingyu when you leave the station at this time? This is my business, you don't need to worry about it. Meng Qingshe said lightly, turned around and left with Jiang Chen. Asshole, no matter who you are, you'd better pray that the Sanzong Huiwu will not meet me tomorrow. Otherwise, I will let you know what it's like to be better than death. Shu Tian looked gloomily at the back of Jiang Chen and the other 2 leaving, and an extremely hideous look appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen took Meng Qingshe to Taishuzong's residence. When 2 disciples of Taishuzong guarding the station saw Jiang Chen, they hurried forward to salute. They glanced at Meng Qingshe who was following Jiang Chen, and suddenly said a little embarrassed, Brother Jiang Chen, the Lord has orders. Outsiders are not allowed to enter Taishuzong's residence without authorization, right? Before the 2 Tai Zuzong disciples finished speaking, Jiang Chen smiled lightly and said, She is Meng Qingshe and my maid, not an outsider. Meng Qingshe. The two Tai Zuzong disciples heard the name, almost staring out of their eyes. Chapter 573, Jiang Chen, get out and die quickly. Could she be Meng Qingxie, the true disciple of Tianyu sect? The two Tai Zuzong disciples stared at Meng Qingxie with dull eyes, and even their mouths became uncomfortable. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Is there any problem? Hearing that Jiang Chen had admitted Meng Qingxui's identity, the hearts of the two Tai Zuzong disciples couldn't help but twitch. Meng Qingxie. This is a very famous beauty genius in Tianyu sect. It is said that Meng Qingxie is the most outstanding genius of the Tianyu sect in 100 years, and has a very powerful special bloodline. In just 1 year after entering Tianyu sect, he became a true disciple of Tianyu sect. Meng Qingxie, the well-known beauty genius of the dignified Tianyu Zong, turned out to be a maid next to Jiang Chen. This Tamar is too incredible. Under the shocking gazes of the two Taishu sects, Jiang Chen led Meng Qingxie into the Taishu sect residence. In the station, including the 5 great divine sea realm powerhouses of Taishu sect, everyone who had seen Meng Qingxie was directly stunned by this scene. The genius beauty of Tianyu sect, Meng Qingxie, actually followed Jiang Chen like a handmaid. What's the situation? It deserves to be the most perverted existence in our Taishu sect's history. This is too awesome. Many Taishu Zong disciples admired Jiang Chen so much that they all cast a lot of ground. Under the shocking eyes of everyone, Jiang Chen took Meng Qingxie back to the residence that Tai Zuzong arranged for him. Jiang Chen, what on earth are you looking for? Back in the room, Meng Qingxie couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Qingxie and whispered, after the 3 sects meet in martial arts, I am afraid I will leave Beiwang. There are some things that I can't worry about. I will be relieved if you look after me. Are you leaving the northern wilderness? Meng Qingxie was startled slightly, and then nodded and said, don't worry, as long as you are still there, Daxia State and Yang's family will be fine. Recently, you will be by my side. I will help you to make you a powerful person comparable to the divine sea realm as soon as possible. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, immediately took out a scroll and handed it to Meng Qingxie. Meng Qingxie looked at the scroll in front of her, and a look of shock could not help appearing in her beautiful eyes. Yes, this is the broken art heavenly martial arts sword that was auctioned by the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I have completed it, and it is now a complete heavenly sword skill. If you succeed in practicing, this will greatly improve your strength. Destroyed heavenly grade sword skill, if you say it is complete, you can directly complete it. Even Meng Qingxie didn't need to think about it. Jiang Chen might have successfully cultivated this heavenly ranked sword technique. Not seen for a year, this guy is still abnormal enough to make countless genius despair. Jiang Chen, get out and die quickly. Just when Jiang Chen handed the Zontian Yijian to Meng Qingxie, a cold and angry shout carrying a monstrous might, suddenly echoed slowly over the Taishuzong resident. Meng Qingxui's pretty face changed slightly. My master is here. I will go out and explain to her. Since your master has called to see me, then I will go out and meet her. Faced with a divine sea realm powerhouse who came to the door, Jiang Chen's expression did not panic at all. He smiled faintly, and then strode out of the room. Chapter 574, Only I Can Make Her Better. Gate of Taishuzong resident, Sect Master Ziyuntian stepped into the sky. Opposite him is a peerless woman in white clothes fluttering like a fairy. The woman was holding a long sword, her beautiful eyes gleamed with icy chill. This woman is no one else, she is Mingyuexin, the first beauty who was once famous in the northern wilderness, and the youngest elder of the divine sea realm in Tianyu sect. Elder Mingyu, I wonder if you come to my Taishuzong station so aggressively, what is going on? Shu Yuntian looked at Mingyuexin in front of him and couldn't help but said with a smile. Ziyuntian, don't be sloppy in front of me. Mingyu snorted coldly in her heart. You guy named Jiang Chen from Taishuzong took away my disciple Meng Qingxie, and he didn't let him get out of me. This is voluntary by your disciple, and no one is forcing her. Shu Yuntian looked at Mingyuexin with a smile, and his mood was extremely happy. The strength of their Taishu sect is at the bottom of the 3 northern desolate sects. In the last 2 meetings of the 3 sects, Taishu Zong didn't even have a disciple who made it into the top 3. Shu Yuntian, as the sect master of Taishu, naturally has no face. This time Jiang Chen was born, and even the true disciple of the Tianyu sect was willing to become Jiang Chen's maid, which undoubtedly greatly increased his face. Ziyuntian, I have no intention of talking nonsense with you here. Ming Yuxin's beautiful eyes froze. Let Jiang Chen hand over Meng Qingshe immediately, otherwise I will demolish your Taishuzong residence today. Ming Yuexin, do you really think that Taishu sect is a soft persimmon that people can knead? Today, I happen to see how you, the youngest expert in the divine sea realm in the northern wilderness, are capable. Shu Yuntian snorted coldly, and the surging weather of the powerhouse of the divine sea realm also burst out instantly. Just as the battle between the two divine sea realm powerhouses was about to start, a faint chuckle sounded abruptly. Elder Mingyu, I'm just temporarily lending your apprentice a few days, and it's not that I won't return it to you. You don't need to come here with such a big fanfare. Mingyu Shin's cold eyes suddenly looked down. She looked murderously at Jiang Chen, who walked out of Taishuzong's residence with Meng Qingshe. Boy, you dare to abduct the disciples of this palace with clever words, what sin? Elder Mingyu, Qingshe is my maid, I just brought her back to me. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. I didn't hold you accountable for abducting my maid to Tianyu sect a year ago. You are ashamed to say that I abducted your disciple. It was seen that Jiang Chen openly confronted the Heavenly Moon sect divine sea realm powerhouse. The countless Tai Zuzong disciples who had gathered were all so shocked that their mouths opened into an O shape. This guy is so powerful, presumptuous. Qingshe is extremely talented, and even possesses the legendary Taiyan destiny body. What qualifications do you have to let her be your maid? From the moment she became a disciple of this palace, she has nothing to do with you anymore. Mingyu yelled, and immediately said to Meng Qingshe, Qingshe, come back to me. Meng Qingshe looked at Ming Yuexin apologetically. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Chen's faint voice rang first. Elder Mingyu, although I respect you as Qingshui's master, but my relationship with her is not your turn to interfere. To be honest, in my eyes, you master can't give Qingshe much help. Jiang Chen stared at Ming Yuexin, and his proud voice resounded instantly. In this northern wilderness, only I can make her better. Chapter 575, Sanzong Huiwu officially begins. Jiang Chen's proud words also made countless Tai Zuzong disciples secretly wipe their cold sweat. Do you want this guy Nima to be so arrogant? Bright Moon Heart, this is the elder of the Tianyu sect, the youngest expert in the divine sea realm in the northern wilderness. To be a disciple of Ming Yuexin, this is definitely the existence that countless youths in the northern wilds dream of. Yu Yai Tai Zuzong disciple, whether it is in terms of strength, status, or resources in hand, compared with Ming Yuexin, it is totally different. If it shows that Yuexin can't help Meng Qingshe, who else in this northern wilderness can get Meng Qingshui's help? Don't be ashamed, Ming Yu snorted disdainfully. No matter how bad this palace is, it is better than you, a hairy boy. Since you know that Qingshe is the Taiyan breaking body, you should know that the Taiyan breaking body should have not survived 18 years. And I, the one who cracked the Taiyan destiny body and let her survive, Jiang Chen proudly said, in this world, only I can make her lunar destiny body stronger. Ming Yu's heart trembled, and her eyes towards Jiang Chen also showed an unbelievable look. What he said is true. Without him, I would never have lived until now. Meng Qingshe smiled apologetically at Ming Yu. Master, you go back to the Tianyuzong resident first, I will be fine. After the 3 martial arts, I will return to the Tianyuzong with you. When Ming Yu heard Meng Qingshui's words, she became silent. Even though she was a powerhouse of the divine sea realm, she was unable to do anything against Meng Qingshui's Taiyan destiny body. For Meng Qingshe, Ming Yuexin really loved her, and even treated her as her own daughter. If someone could make Meng Qingshe better, Ming Yuexin would naturally spare no effort to support it to the end. Boy, I hope you didn't lie to me, and it's better not to hurt Qingshui's hair. Otherwise, even if you escape to the end of the world, this palace will definitely not let you go. Ming Yuexin was silent for a moment, and then gave Jiang Chen a cold look, before disappearing into the sky as a stream of light. After a short episode, Taishuzong resident finally returned to tranquility again. In such a peaceful atmosphere, the time of the day passed in a flash, and soon came the day when the 3 sects Huiwu was officially held. In the morning, the sky was just slightly bright. The 5 great masters of the divine sea realm of Taishu sect and the disciples who came to Longxi mountain to watch the battle under the door, all gathered at the gate of the station, and headed toward the main peak of Longxi mountain. The group came to a huge square on the main peak of Longxi mountain. Around the square, the warriors who came to observe the 3 martial arts have already enclosed the square. Look there, Taishuzong's people are here. It is said that there are a lot of martial geniuses in this three-sect meeting, and I don't know who will become the strongest genius in the northern wilderness. Is it necessary to say that the Divine Sword sect has already dominated the three sects in Huiwu for 2 consecutive terms? This time the strongest genius is probably not the Divine Sword sect's Jiang Chen. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Everyone in Taishuzong entered the square and stood in a triangle with the Excalibur sect and Tianyuzong, who had already arrived here. With the Taishuzong everyone entering one side of the Excalibur sect, a mysterious middle-aged man appeared in the middle of the square in an instant, with a faint voice resounding throughout the audience. Everyone, God Xinghai, the master of the Divine Sword sect. I announce that the current 3 sects will officially begin now. Chapter 576, 3 geniuses who have attracted much attention. Shen Xinghai's faint voice fell at the same time. With a wave of his palm, an array that enveloped the square in the center of the square rose instantly. And at the moment of formation, the 3 arenas built by mysterious black stones also slowly emerged from the ground. After Shen Xinghai opened the competitive platform formation method, he then announced the rules of 3 martial arts. In accordance with other practices, the first round is the knockout, and the knockout will be divided into 3 venues. In order to ensure that the 3 strongest geniuses will not meet prematurely in the knockout rounds, each arena will be assigned one of the 3 first true students. The remaining disciples were randomly assigned to 3 arenas, and after a fight, the top 4 in each division were selected to enter the finals. The top 4 in each split, the 3 first true biography disciples have almost booked a place. There are only 3 places for everyone to compete in each branch, which is quite cruel. This year's 3 martial arts, the top 10 can get rich rewards. The first 3 can enter the Longxi Mountain Wolong Pond to be baptized, the first and can get a barrier-breaking pill. As Shen Xinghai announced the reward, the square suddenly exploded. All 3 participating disciples were excited, and many onlookers around were also amazed. This time the 3 sects will martial arts, and the 3 sects really have lost their blood. Yes, not only opened Wolong Pond, but even the barrier-breaking pill was taken out. The Wolong Pond on Longxi Mountain, the legendary habitat of Jiaolong, is also the place where it transforms into dragons. It is also because the dragon is transforming into a dragon in Wolong Pond, which makes the water in Wolong Pond generate incredible power. Anyone who accepts the baptism of Wolongqi will get great benefits. Just to protect the power of Wolong Pond from excessive consumption, Sanzong controls Wolong Pond and will only open it once in a long time. This time the 3 sects regarded Wolongqi baptism as the first 3 rewards, which was obviously a waste. As for the first extra reward, barrier-breaking pill, not to mention. The barrier-breaking pill is the legendary ancient pill, which has been lost in the northern desolate continent, and now one is missing. Even with the 3 sects, there is not much left. The effect of the barrier-breaking pill is extraordinary. It allows the martial artist of the 9 peaks of Kaiyuan to break through the pill-condensing realm 100%. Even if the condensed pill realm martial artist takes it, it can also improve 1 level of cultivation 100%. For the martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm who has already condensed the pill realm, the barrier-breaking pill is simply a heaven-defying holy medicine. Even the first true disciple of the 3 sects had extremely fiery expressions in the eyes. The award is announced. 60 disciples who participated in the 3 sects Huiwu were quickly assigned to 3 divisions. Both Jiang Chen and Meng Qingxie were assigned to the 2nd division. The strongest genius in the 2nd division is Shu Tianming, the first true disciple of Tianyu sect. This kid is actually assigned to the same arena as me. Seeing Jiang Chen, who also appeared in the 2nd division, Shu Tianming couldn't help but a smile appeared in his eyes. The first round of split games, start. After the grouping, the 3 sects each sent a Shanghai realm powerhouse as the referee, and announced the start in the 3 arenas. With the order of the 3 referees: Jiang Chen, the first true biography of God Sword sect; Shu Tianming, the first true biography of Tianyu sect; and Ling Zong, the first true biography of Taishu sect, respectively took off. The 3 northern wilderness 3 sects, each of their strongest geniuses, make their gorgeous debut at the same time under the eyes of everyone's attention. Chapter 577, Within a Stick of Incense, Let You Obediently Admit Defeat. In order to show the strength of the 3 disciples in the previous 3 sects, the first game of the knockout matches was played by the first true pass of the 3 sects. Opposite the 3 geniuses, the 3 sect disciples named as their opponents in the first round all had bitter faces. In the first game, They met the three strongest geniuses, who were destined to become a backdrop for the three to become famous all over the world. Kang. Arena 1. Jiang Chen took the lead out of the sword. I saw a light wave of the long sword in his hand, and the sharp sword aura instantly cut through the void and hit the young warrior on the opposite side. The body of that young warrior flew upside down out of the arena like a broken kite, and at the same time that Jiang Chen shot, Xu Tianming on the second stage and Ling Zong on the third stage are unwilling to lag behind. They are both understatement to kill opponents in seconds. As expected of the three strongest geniuses of the northern wilderness, they are really strong. The three major geniuses made strong shots, which also instantly pushed the atmosphere of the scene to the top. As the referee announces the result, a new round of competition continues. After 2 rounds, it was Jiang Chen's turn to play. Jiang Chen's opponent was a handsome disciple of the Excalibur sect. As soon as the disciple of the Excalibur sect came on the court, many female disciples of the Excalibur sect couldn't help but scream and shout. There were many people around who looked at Jiang Chen with a pity look. Tisk tusk, that kid is miserable. In the first game, I met Sha Hojian, the true disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Sha Hojian, the direct disciple of the sect master of God's Sword sect, and the junior disciple of the first true legend Jiang Chen. Sha Hojian's talent is not under his senior brother Jiang Chen. At the age of 16, he successfully reached the top of the inner gate of the Divine Sword sect and became the strongest existence under the true disciple of the Divine Sword sect. His strength is probably not inferior to Tai Zuzong's true disciples. And Jiang Chen is just a disciple of Taishu sect. How can he compare with Sha Hojian of Divine Sword sect? You are not my opponent, so take the initiative to give in. Arena number 2. Sha Hojian looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, his face full of arrogance. I never lost this word in my dictionary. Even if Jiang Chen, the strongest genius of your Divine Sword sect, I am afraid I don't have the ability to make me lose. What kind of thing are you? What right do you have to say this in front of me? He sat cross-legged on the arena and stretched out a finger directly at Sha Hojian, and his domineering voice instantly resounded through the audience. Let's do it, just like you, even if I sit here still, I can make you surrender within a stick of incense. Jiang Chen's domineering words also caused the entire square to fall into an uproar. You can make Sha Hojian give up without doing anything. This kid is probably crazy. A little-known Maodo kid who dares to be so arrogant in front of Sha Hojian is just looking for death. Seeing that Jiang Chen was so unreasonable in his eyes, Sha Hojian was finally completely irritated. Boy, I have to say, you succeeded in angering. Since you are so innocent, then I will let you know the price of being arrogant in front of me. Sha Hojian stared sharply at Jiang Chen. I saw that his figure instantly turned into an afterimage. With a fierce vitality between his palms, he slapped Jiang Chen angrily. Jiang Chen faintly looked at the oncoming Sha Wangjian, his expression unchanged. Until Sha Wangjian appeared when he was less than 3 feet away. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised in vain with a strange arc, and a faint golden halo also instantly emerged from his body. Chapter 578. I am waiting for you to hit me. Under the gaze of countless eyes on the square, the palm of Sha Hojian's strong vitality fell on Jiang Chen's golden halo. The violent energy impact resounded loudly in midair. Under the impact of energy ripples, a figure flew out in embarrassment. Everyone Dingqing took a look, and was shocked to discover that the figure that flew upside down turned out to be the Sha Hojian of the Divine Sword sect. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, who was opposite, was still sitting still on the arena like an old monk. Ding! You are attacked. The invincible refining technique gains 4900*100. Experience. Ding! Your invincible refining technique breaks through the 4 levels. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a smile appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen's invincible body refining technique had reached the 3rd peak in Taishu sect, but it has been slow to break through the 4th. He sat in place and allowed Shao's sword to attack, hoping to use Shao's sword's attack to gain a lot of experience and break through the invincible physical training technique to the 4th level in one fell swoop. The experience value brought by Sha Hojian's attack allowed his invincible body refining technique to easily break through the 4 levels. Now, relying on the strength of his body alone, he is comparable to the warriors of the first layer of Pill. Sha Hojian was shocked. Seeing the weird scene on the 2nd stage, countless people were so shocked that their eyes almost stared out. With Sha Hojian's strength, it was just a breeze to solve Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat on the arena and allowed Sha Hojian to attack. As a result, Shahojian not only didn't hurt Jiang Chen, but the whole person was shocked and flew out. Weird. This Tamar is too weird. Only the people of Taishu Zong looked extremely calm. Jiang Chen. This is their most enchanting existence in Taishu sect. In the battle for the rank list, he used the Taishu sect's only heavenly martial arts Taishu combat body to defeat the true disciple Ao Tiankui. After receiving the baptism of Tianlongtai, it is even more important to master 5 different dual martial arts true meanings. Such a perversion, how can a mere Shahojian be comparable? Shahojian stabilized his figure embarrassedly. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting motionless on the opposite side, only to feel that his face was hot, and a look of anger flashed in his eyes. He was a genius of the Divine Sword sect, the successor of the first true disciple of the Divine Sword sect in the future. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be capable, but I underestimated you. Shahojian took a deep breath. He stared at Jiang Chen murderously. I was careless just now, and you won't have the good luck just now. A guy who can't even break my defenses is ashamed to speak up in front of me. If I were you, give up now, lest you lose too ugly for a while. He looked at Shahojian with a joking expression. Of course, if you don't want to admit defeat, then continue. I'm waiting for you to hit me. Jiang Chen, you are looking for death. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes so much, Shahojian was trembling with anger, and there was also an icy chill in his eyes. When he moved his palm, the long sword behind his back was instantly unsheathed, and a sharp sword aura spurted out from the tip of the sword. Chapter 579, You Can't Even Break My Defense. The fierce sword aura cut through the space and slashed down at Jiang Chen with a thunderous force. The sword energy had already fallen on the golden halo around Jiang Chen. The violent impact of energy resounded through the air again. Shahojian's fierce sword aura still failed to break through Jiang Chen's defenses, and it was difficult to hurt Jiang Chen a bit. This kid's body is too abnormal. I didn't expect that with the strength of Shahojian Kaiyuan 9th layer, he would not be able to break his defense. It was seen that Shahojian's attack failed again. Countless people's eyes are full of shock that is hard to conceal. His defense is getting stronger and stronger. If I read it right, he is using Shaho's sword to temper his body-building techniques. On the stands, a middle-aged warrior who saw through the clues said with horror. The words of the middle-aged warrior immediately caused countless onlookers around him to take a breath. Shahojian, a genius disciple of the dignified sword sect, was actually used by Jiang Chen as a tool to temper his body practice. Where did the Taishu sect disciple named Jiang Chen come from? Hateful. I don't believe it. I can't break your tortoise shell today. Shocking dragon slash. Shahojian's face was extremely hideous. I saw that he fully urged his body's vitality, wielding a long sword to display the local sword skill, startling the dragon. The surrounding heaven and earth energy quickly condensed into a 3-foot-long dragon-shaped sword aura, and the teeth and claws were open and roared at Jiang Chen. This is the signature sword skill of the Divine Sword sect. It seems that the Shaho sword of the Divine Sword sect is going to be true. The Divine Sword sect's startling dragon slash has always been known for his aggressive attacks. This time Jiang Chen is afraid it will be miserable. Seeing the sword skills Shahojian displayed, many people around couldn't help but exclaim. When everyone around was talking about it, Shahojian's startling dragon slash cut through the void in an instant, hitting Jiang Chen who was sitting cross-legged, and set off a cloud of smoke on the second stage. Wait until all the dust settles. Everyone's gaze unanimously looked towards the second arena. When they looked at Jiang Chen, who was still sitting in place on the arena, they were completely dumbfounded. Shahojian even showed his sword skills such as startling dragon slash, but he still failed to break Jiang Chen's defense. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with dull gazes, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. What kind of horror has the defense of this kid's body reached? Shahojian stared at this scene blankly, and also let out an unbelievable roar in his mouth. He has displayed all his local sword skills, startling dragon slash, and he still can't even break Jiang Chen's defense. Is this the sword skill of the Divine Sword sect? That is nothing more than that. Even my defense can't be broken. If you don't have a stronger attack, then give me a surrender. Lightly blocking Shahojian's startling dragon slash, Jiang Chen's faint laughter resounded instantly on the arena. If you want me to surrender, go dream. Shahojian's eyes were red, and he burst into a shout, and his double sword intent burst out instantly. His figure flickered and disappeared in place, and the long sword fused with the double épée sword intent directly pierced Jiang Chen's eyebrows. Chapter 580, Nightmare-level opponents. Xiaojian's long sword pointed directly at Jiang Chen's eyebrows. Ding! It's just that when his long sword touched the golden aperture in front of Jiang Chen, it was blocked with a ding, and it was hard to get in anymore. And the double sword intent contained in his long sword was also dissolved into the invisible in an instant. Seeing that his double épée sword intent returned without success, Xiaojian was going crazy. How can I be defeated by a disciple of Tai Zuzong who has no reputation? I must beat him, I must beat him. Xiaohu's sword was crazy. He wielded a long sword frantically to attack Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's invincible refining technique has broken through the 4th level. And with Xiaojian's attack, Jiang Chen's invincible physical training experience has grown rapidly, and his body has become more powerful. One goes down. It was even more impossible for Xiaojian to break Jiang Chen's defense. Xiaojian was exhausted because of the exhaustion of his body's vitality, so exhausted, he fell on the arena with a puff and passed out directly. This is incredible, I'm not dreaming. The scene in front of us also made countless people on the square uncontrollably swallowing their saliva. From the very beginning, they thought that Xiaojian would definitely win this competition. But the reality is that they slapped them in the face. Xiaojian not only lost, but also defeated Jiang Chen in a very sad way. Xiaojian, a genius of the dignified divine sword sect, even after exhausting the last trace of strength, even Jiang Chen's defense could not be broken. The most shocking thing is, during the entire battle, Jiang Chen just sat there quietly, without even moving his body. I didn't expect that this time the 3 martial arts, Tai Zuzong would still hide such a genius. The strength of this son is not inferior to any true student of the 3 sects, and I am afraid that he is even qualified to compete with the first true student of the 3 sects. Tisk tusk. It seems that this time the 3 sects, meeting of martial arts is interesting. When everyone looked at Jiang Chen floating down from the arena, they couldn't help but wonder. When Jiang Chen stepped down, Jiang Chen also quickly flashed his body and picked up the unconscious Xiaojian. When he passed by Jiang Chen, his cold voice also instantly sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen, you dare to humiliate my divine sword sect disciple like this? When the finals start, I will definitely get back from you twice. I'm waiting for you, Jiang Chen said lightly, and turned back to Taishuzong's camp. Next, the game continues. Meng Qingshe also quickly played, defeated the first opponent and scored the first points. With such fierce confrontation, one round of battle quickly ended and the game entered the second round. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was not too strong, but a disciple of the late Kaiyuan 9th layer of Tianyu sect. Jiang Chen still sat cross-legged on the arena, allowing the Tianyuzong disciple to attack. After the Tianyuzong disciple failed to break Jiang Chen's defense several times, he finally reluctantly chose to surrender directly. In the next few rounds, without exception, Jiang Chen's opponents failed to break his defense and chose to admit defeat. Facing Jiang Chen's invincible defense, all the contestants on the second stage were helpless. The surrounding audience couldn't help but mourn for Jiang Chen's opponent. This guy is simply a nightmare opponent for the contestants on the second stage. Chapter 581, Battle. The first true biography of Tianyuzong. Time passed slowly in battle after battle. The 10 rounds of eliminations came to an end very quickly. In the previous Julun competitions, Jiang Chen achieved an impressive record of 9 wins. He is also the only one to maintain a record of victory on the second stage besides Xu Tianming. Meng Qingshe met Jiang Chen in one of the games and chose to surrender, ranking 3rd with a record of 8 wins and 1 loss. The 4th is a true disciple of the Shenjian sect. In the final round of the duel, no one can threaten the 4 men's record. The 4 promotion places on the second stage were almost locked in advance by 4 people. The only variable is the ranking of the 4 in the split match. Arena number 2, Jiang Chen vs. Xu Tianming. The square was in an uproar when the referee at arena number 2 announced the name of the next match. The eyes of all the audience gathered on the second arena almost at the same time. Xu Tianming, the first true biography of Tianyu sect, one of the few young disciples of the Northern Wilderness sect, is one of the few in the pill condensation realm. In addition to Jiang Chen, he is also a popular candidate for this 3-time martial arts champion. Jiang Chen, the biggest dark horse of the 3 martial arts in this session, is also the only person who has tied with Xu Tianming in the second stage record. The Strongest genius of Tianyuzong played against the strongest dark horse of Taishuzong. Whoever can win this duel will be able to advance to the finals with the first record in the division and attack the 3 champions of Huiwu. Jiang Chen, I finally met you. After this game, your winning streak should come to an end. Shu Tian understands clothes flutteringly standing proudly on the arena. He looks at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and his eyes are also shining with cold light. This kid was at the gate of the Tianyuzong resident yesterday. This kid actually treated him as his face, and took the woman Meng Qingxie he was fond of. Now that he met on the field, he must teach this kid a painful lesson that he will never forget. After playing so many games, I finally met an opponent with a bit of strength, and I can barely move my muscles and bones. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He stretched out his hand to hook Shu Tianming. Come on, let me see the first true biography of your so-called Tianyu sect, which allows me to use something. Seeing Jiang Chen's provocative appearance, everyone around couldn't help taking a breath. Shu Tianming, this is the strongest genius of Tianyu sect. In the eyes of Jiang Chen, the first true biography of the dignified Tianyu sect can only force him to move his muscles and bones, and he is not qualified to let him make a full shot. This is too maddening. Shu Tianming's eyes flashed with cold anger. He is the strongest genius of the Tianyu sect, and even the opponent that Jiang Chen of the Divine Sword sect must value. When has he been so despised by a boy? Shu Tianming was angry in his chest. With a move of his palm, Taoshan Yuanli swept out towards Jiang Chen. This level of attack can't help me, please show your true strength. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and immediately blasted out a punch lightly, instantly smashing Shu Tianming's monstrous vitality. Aren't you arrogant? If you have the ability, just continue to sit there and not move. When Shu Tianming saw Jiang Chen take the shot, a mocking expression appeared in the corner of his mouth. I think you are upset and don't want to waste time with you. Jiang Chen curled his lips, and his proud voice instantly resounded through the audience. Because this time, I will completely blow up your first true biography of the Tianyu sect. Chapter 582, You are a bit worse than me. If you want to defeat me, do you deserve it? Shu Tianming let out a cold snort, and a real sense of wind burst out all over his body, and his whole body disappeared in place with the wind. Shu Tianming's figure had already appeared in front of Jiang Chen, with a terrifying energy on his claws, and he suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's Tianling Gai. Good. So fast. As expected to be the strongest genius of the Tianyu school, he is really strong. Seeing Shu Tianming's incredible attack, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Although Shu Tianming's speed is very fast, Jiang Chen's speed is even faster. At the moment when Shu Tianming just appeared in front of Jiang Chen's figure is like a teleportation, which is 3 or 4 feet away from Shu Tianming. He looked at Shu Tianming on the opposite side, and couldn't help but smile and said, the true meaning of the double wind is not bad. But compared to me, it's a bit worse. Jiang Chen escaped. This guy also understands the true meaning of Duozhong Wind Dao, and his true meaning is not inferior to Shu Tianming. Seeing that Jiang Chen's electric flint light was several feet away from Shu Tianming, everyone's eyes were about to go round. This Jiang Chen, he even realized the true meaning of the double wind. Luo Feng looked at the situation on the second arena, and there was an inconceivable horror in his eyes. When Jiang Chen heard Luo Feng's words, Jiang's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Luo Feng, what do you mean by this? Brother Jiang Chen, didn't I tell you that I had a brief encounter with Jiang Chen in Black Dragon City? Luo Feng smiled bitterly. The double sword intent he displayed at the time was not below me. Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly when he heard the words. A person who has understood the true meaning of the 2 dual martial arts, it seems that Jiang Chen of the Taishu sect is really not easy. Unexpectedly, you also comprehended the true meaning of Duozhong Fengdao. But, do you really think that with this ability, you are qualified to be arrogant in front of me? Shu Tianming smiled disdainfully, and immediately raised his hands in the void. The heaven and earth power above the number 2 arena surged wildly. A huge round moon condensed in midair, covering almost the entire arena. Jiang Chen, taste the taste of my heavenly moon sect's unique magic moon palm. Shu Tianming let out a cold drink, and the huge full moon in midair, like the top of Mount Tai, was crushed against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. 99 Taishu war shadows flashed out of thin air, and each war shadow blasted toward the full moon above his head with fierce power. Boom boom boom. The shocking sound of energy collision resounded continuously in midair. The full moon in midair shattered instantly under the bombardment of Jiang Chen's 99 Taishu war shadows, and directly turned into a little silver light and dissipated out of thin air. And at the moment the magic moon palm was broken, Shu Tianming's figure is also a few feet back. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen opposite, and an incredible horror also appeared in his eyes. The magic moon palm of the Tianyu sect, the power is barely enough. It's a pity. Compared to my 2 virtual war shadow, you are still a little bit worse. Breaking through Shu Tianming's magic moon palm lightly, Jiang Chen's faint chuckle also instantly resounded across the square. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.